Greetings, adventurers, hello, and welcome to the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship semifinals. I am your host, GM Lemoria, and alongside me today we have our shoutcasters for the fights, Armin and Vert. How are you two feeling?
Oh, feeling fantastic. Cannot wait for these matches to get underway.
I'm hyped up, man. Competitors been practicing, should be some good content, so I'm looking forward to it.
Fantastic. So before we get started, we actually have a small announcement to make. Twitch drops are enabled for the stream, so make sure you link your Twitch account to your Pearl Abyss account, and that way you can snag yourself some really nice rewards. And with that being said, let's actually go to the broadcast overview, because this is going to be a long broadcast, and let's check out the schedule, the rules, and as well as the prizes. From hundreds to just 21 champions, who will be the ones to claim the title of Unrivaled? This is the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship. Today, we have the EU semifinals and third place matches, as well as the NA semifinals and third place matches. The EU finals and NA finals will take place next week on May 15th and May 16th, starting at 19 Central Time and 15 Pacific Time for EU and NA respectively. Today's fights will be a 1 vs 1 single elimination best of 3, and each round will last 3 minutes. The dark fog will appear in today's fights. The arena area will shrink over time, and leaving this area will cause your HP to decrease by 500 HP per second. All participants will receive a golden Arsha coin, which you can sell for 50 million silver to an NPC or keep as a souvenir of your fights. The winners of each class will receive an in-game title, Unrivaled, as well as an Arsha skill instructor qualification. This qualification allows you to change your skill add-ons freely and also change the add-ons of other players. In addition, first, second, and third place will receive a Black Spirit goods set, which contains physical items such as plushies, Black Spirit mouse pads, and an LED Black Spirit lamp. And so, what better class to get things started with than none other than BlackDesert's poster boy, our mascot. You see him on the landing page of our website, and you see him in that loading screen when you switch characters. Warrior. The semifinals for Warrior is about to take place. And Vert and Armin, what do you think the Warriors have to do in this mirror matchup in order to take home the win?
Well, I think overall, in this first fight, we're going to see Succession versus Awakening, most likely. Out of the Awakening, you have to look out for that grave digging. You know, applying that slow for 10 seconds is going to be crucial. The Solar Flare, and of course, the most deadly, the grab.
And obviously, that Solar Flare grab so fast with the magnet hands, I mean, you can't get out of range of that, so it's going to be a force to reckon with.
So let's actually pull up that EU semifinal Warrior bracket and take a look at which players are going to duke it out for a chance to make it to the finals. On the left side bracket, we have Sword versus Schneider. Sword being very a good name for a Warrior, actually. Mikumi against Slash. Slash is also a fantastic name for a Warrior. And these 4 players will be fighting to make it all the way to the grand finals, where they will claim the title of Unrivaled. And so we actually have some EU player notes from our community manager over at EU, Angela. He's provided us with some predictions. And Vert, do you want to go over the Warrior predictions that he's given us?
Yeah, so just kicking it off with Sword. We talked about this a little bit, but apparently he is one of the few Warriors that's repping the Moreland playstyle, we'll call it, coming in with this Succession. Just based off his last match, he's extremely geared, was able to survive a couple combos. Moving on to Schneider, he picked up the 2-0 and his movement was looking fantastic.
All right, so the players in game are ready, and let's actually get started with the very first match of the Warrior semifinals, Arena of Arsha, Sword versus Schneider. Let's take it in game.
And alrighty, gates are open. Sword, Schneider already taking the midfield here. He is actually going to be on a Succession Warrior. Immediately, Solar Flare comes out, tries to go for the grab. Sword decides to back up here, counting in the midfield, waiting a little back, tries getting pressured again. Needs to be careful of all that back pressure coming in behind him. And already, the Succession Warrior has some mass movement, but that Warrior on Awakening can definitely keep up. Taking the midfield here again, taking those slashes. It looks like he actually wants to play for time here and run down the time a little bit, taking that speed. And now both players holding that midfield, waiting. Spear comes out, tries to go for the toss, doesn't manage to get the catch. Shield charge, actually misses his grab here, gonna burn it, burning on the backside, but gets the Awakening, or sorry, the Succession grab on the ground, try to go for the secondary, but isn't gonna get it in time. Pops a V, and now on the backside here, actually reads the V location, comes out on the side, shield charge, but doesn't get the secondary, but kills him! The damage so much, and Sword off the back of that takes the first round 1-0.
Wow. I mean, Sword playing that so incredibly smart. He saw Schneider pop that E-buff right off the bat.
Yeah.
Sword did a beautiful job of kiting it out and then replying with the response of his own.
And that damage, yeah, I mean, Succession Warrior, man. People say it can't chunk, but I mean, we just saw it.
Yeah, Sword is extremely geared, according to Enlave, probably one of the most geared warriors in this bracket. And one thing to note is that E-buffs and your V emergency escape will not actually be reset, like the cooldown, after each round. So when you do use it for your first round or your second round or whatever, you have to take that into account for your next round, that it's not going to be available. And I actually didn't manage to catch what Schneider was using there, but which core skill did you think he actually was using? Because nowadays, actually I looked over the warrior course kit, and for me, I saw Solar Flare, and if I was a warrior, I would probably run with that because that seems really tempting. But I'm not sure what warriors are running nowadays because I play Ranger, so.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wasn't even able to see Schneider's core skill there because it was just a lot of cat and mouse. You know, he's chasing him for the first 30 seconds. But, I mean, regardless, I don't think the core skill mattered there because Sword took the fight into his own hands.
Yep.
So, Armin, you were talking about like core balance strike that some warriors were preferring. Is there a reason why they were choosing that instead of like Solar Flare?
Well, Solar Flare already being, you know, such a fast ability, I mean, you can hardly get the CC on that a lot of the time. It's a force to be reckoned with, and Balance Strike with that extra protection, I think the Frontal Guard is just a little better, gives you more options.
All right, so the second round is ready to start, and the players are about to fight. And let's get underway for that second round of the semifinals, Sword versus Schneider.
And already, second round starting off here. If he does come away with the win, he will be immediately moving on to the grand final. Sword has some room to play with here, but Schneider, and you can see already playing on the back foot compared to that previous match, it looks like he is a little more wary. Both players playing Q block, holding opposite sides here. We'll get a chance to see what that bond here is. Actually tosses his spear, but gets turned back with a spear of his own. Sword looks like a little late, not gonna be able to get that follow-up, but that E-buff comes out and actually gets stiffened coming out of it on the ground, forced to V. Sword gets the initial catch in already. Schneider hasn't forced a single V out of Sword in this match so far. Comes out of V, goes immediate, Solar Flare, tries to go for the grab, doesn't manage to connect it, and now backing up here, slashing, needs to make sure he gets some space, goes for the Breathtaking, gets the slow off, but isn't gonna be enough, gets the grab up through the Solar Flare, but doesn't get the secondary, a little too slow, and now Schneider trying to put some forward pressure, spear comes out, Sword managed to get some space back, holding, waiting. Schneider taking the forward foot here, goes for the Solar Flare, completely misses, but gets the stiffen on the secondary, trying to go for overwhelm, gets KD'd back of it on the ground, damage comes out, slashes, 10% down smash and dies. And off of the back of that, Sword will be moving on to your grand finals.
So incredibly well played by Sword. I mean, the pacing, just, it felt like Sword never lost control of the fight. Even when Schneider popped that E-buff and tried to turn it around on Sword, Sword did a great job, and I mean that combo at the end was beautiful.
Yeah, getting CC'd out of the E-buff actually there as well, super fatal.
Yeah, so we actually have a replay of those very last moments, and let's see where Schneider actually kind of went wrong and what Sword did right to take home that win.
All right, so in the replay here, we see Sword kind of kiting out Schneider. Schneider comes through. Sword actually gets caught there, but the secondary was resisted.
Yeah, the shield charge, try to go for it, but doesn't get it, and then the chopping kick. And on the ground here, damage comes out.
Oh, that down smash was so clean.
Warrior is definitely one of the most stylish classes in the game, and we all know Awakening for its like fancy animation cancel tricks, and Succession not really well known for that. But I was actually surprised that the Succession kit managed to come out on top here over the Awakening one. So really well done by Sword here. He is going to move on to the grand finals. Schneider will still have a chance to fight for that third place prize, and the prizes for that are still really awesome. And so when it comes to the finals, do you think Sword should just stick with his like Succession spec and keep carrying on that mantle of Morlin, or should he maybe like spec out of the Awakening after he sees what like the next match has in store?
Oh, I mean, after seeing that performance out of Sword on Succession, he should stick with that for the rest of his BDO career. I mean, the man showed up, he styled, he played so incredibly well, and to have Awakening on the back foot like that was so impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw in Morlin's match previously, one of the only Succession warriors in NA, he got a lot of the catches, but he didn't have the damage to kill. But Sword this time, having that gear to back him up and that damage, had a lot more options, so might want to run the finals.
Yeah, and so for the next fight, we actually have predictions from Enlave saying that possibly Slash... Wow, we have a finalist named Sword for Warriors and another potential finalist named Slash, and these are just some like really amazing names, and I'm really pleased to see them. And actually for Sword, one more time, do you think that like for these fights, players have enough time to kind of get into rhythm or kind of get ready, because it's only a best of 3. You only have kind of 1 round to lose per se, to like drop before you're on match point suddenly, and like the remaining participants, maybe they should kind of hop into Battle Arena or kind of get some of the nerves out before. Like, what would you do if you were participating?
I mean, definitely, you know, in finals, it's a best of 5. You have a little bit more time to play with, but here in the best of 3, you need to come ready to play. Like, you don't have room for mistakes. Like you said, you lose 1 match and you're already at match point, so come ready to play, definitely.
And for the next fight, do you think they could, the next participants, maybe if they're watching the stream, have something to learn from the fight that just happened? Because for me, I actually saw some like mistakes from Schneider there. There was one part where he did like this grave digging, and that was just asking to be grabbed. Like maybe he was trying to apply a slow, but that just seemed like the wrong decision. So, do you, Armin, do you think that like there was anything that the next participants might be able to learn from this fight between Schneider and Sword?
Well, he did a great job of being early. I can definitely say last week's participants didn't do so great on that. So as long as you're keeping that up, besides that, it's just going to be down to skill.
Awesome. So the next match is ready and about to go underway. Let's see who's going to take it all the way to the finals and fight Sword as the finalist for the next fight.
And alrighty, Mikumi versus Slash, who will be moving on to your grand finals. Gates have opened, 5 seconds already. Both players starting in the middle. Spears come out. Gonna get those Q blocks right off after. Chopping kick, trying to make sure he holds here, waiting. Slowly holding. Both these players are gonna be on Awakening, so that Solar Flare grab is gonna be a deadly force. Slashing forward, playing though. Now goes for the Solar Flare, isn't gonna get the connection in and out, but deciding to back up your Slash, making sure he's playing that slow game, playing smart, and Mikumi goes to the back foot there, tries to put some forward pressure onto it, burns his grab and pre-awakening there, tries to go for the around for the grab, but gets shield charge, but doesn't get the secondary, a little too slow, the nerves maybe kicking in there a little bit, and obviously Slashing comes out, tries to go for the damage, shield charge right after, gets a grab, Graveling on the ground, tries to go for the slow, oh my god, but no damage coming out whatsoever, and after realizing the difference there, decides to back up and take the midfield again, waiting, holding the mid with that Q block, playing slowly. And now both players at a stalemate, staring each other, kind of like a Western face-off. Those Q block holds, Solar Flare comes out, gets the grab off on the ground, Graveling is slow again, tries to go for the secondary bound, doesn't manage to get it, not hands on the keyboard, not paying attention, Slashing comes out, 1% HP, and finally V's, maybe a little bit of a mistake there, the nerves kicking in already, Mikumi twice now, showing a little bit of hesitation. And unfortunately, off the back of that, has no V now. Massive HP disadvantage. Goes for the shield toss. Trying to get CC'd there. Unfortunately, no connection. Shield charge forward. Gets the grab off. Graveling on the ground. Tries to go for the secondary. Gets the stun off. Float reconnection. Pushing. Slashing. Tries to burn out. And gets the kill. Was that no V from Slash?
Yeah, no V there out of Slash, but a beautiful turnaround out of Mikumi. I mean, after seeing the first combo out of Mikumi, it looked like there might have been a big like gear disparity, but he was able to turn it around, and beautiful combo out of Mikumi to close that out.
Yeah, so Mikumi does have enough gear to take down Slash here. And actually, one thing I just noticed is that according to the notes Enlay gave us, Slash and Sword, they actually have similar names. Like Sword's family name is Sword and his character name is Slash. And then Slash's family name is Slash and his character name is something else. But they're actually in the same guild. So we might actually see like a guildmates like kind of fight in the finals. But here, Slash is gonna have to come back from that loss just now, and he didn't use his V as far as I could see, so he's still gonna have it ready for the next round. And you know, that could be just like a nerves thing again, or like you're just not coming into this tournament as sharp as you normally are. But that's just something you just have to like figure out during the fight, right? And so Mikumi, like he was on the back foot there, but like what do you think was kind of like the turning point that let him get like the edge on Slash?
I mean, I feel like Slash kind of, you know, he saw red, he saw Mikumi get low, and it seemed like he was really pushing for him, and Mikumi punished that and turned it around. All
right, so the next round is ready to start, and let's see if Slash can turn things around, or if Mikumi is going to take home the final win and make it all the way to the final.
And alrighty, the next round starting up here. Slash, if he wants to face his guildmate here, is going to have to try and pull it back. 1-0 Mikumi, huge advantage after the unfortunate hesitation earlier in that round, managing to pull it back. Both players now holding the midfield, Spears being traded. Dashing forward, cancels, waiting back here. A little bit of a BM walk forward, not afraid at all. Shield charge comes out, tries to go for the stiffen, is going to back up, holding that Q block, waiting. Camera on the backside. Pause. Waiting for what can happen here. Spear toss again. No connection. Obviously, is going to be unprotected, and that Solar Flare traded back. Off to back up off of that shield charge. Tries to go for the connection. Mikumi decided to just full kite out. Wants to make sure he has a Solar Flare to get a connection if he can. Shield charge backs. Clean movement against the grab up. Gravedigger comes out. Gets his stun. Reflow on the ground. Burning, and finally forces that V. And now pops the E-buff. It looks like he wants to put chase pressure here. Might have heard the V coming out here. Instantly chases. Almost catches the V coming out, but doesn't manage to get the connection. Mikumi kites back. Pops E-buff of his own. Both players trading. Gets a grab off. Instantly on the ground. Reflow. Trying to go for it. Doesn't actually get it. Gets grabbed on the slashing. No V available. He's going to be burning on the ground. Eats the slashing. 30%. No secondary. Burns the grab here. Both players are now at a deadly face-off in the corner. Nayashi's spot. Slashing. Gets a stiffen off the shield charge. Forced on the ground. Needs to be careful. Still tossing out damage. Slashing. This is a fiesta in the corner. And both players still need to be careful. Training Chunk from the front. Trying to go for grabs. She ends up missing it, but turns around and gets a grab of his own and finally forces a V. And now Slash remembering to pop his V this round. Mikumi still holding that corner. Opted not to get out. Interesting play here. And now Slash on the forward foot. Trying to get up there. Drops down again. And finally Slash says, I'm out of here. And gets out to that midfield. Mikumi over on the opposite side. Tries to go for the Solar Flare. No connection. Waiting on the backside. Lingering Spear comes out. Tries to get the CC toss there. Is going to manage to get it. Now slowing down again. Waiting. Slowly walks up, shield charge, needs to be careful. That Solar Flare grab, training on the backside. Grab comes in, is gonna have the damage to try and combo here. Goes for the reflow off of this, gets it on the ground. Slashing is gonna be coming in here. 10%, 5% needs to be careful. Burning low here. Trying to get the damage off, goes for the Gravedigger, cancels out immediately. This is final circle, ladies and gentlemen. 50% HP towers are not going to be in play, but still, you are going to be in close range here. Tries to go for the Solar Flare, gets a siphon off, and that's going to be the end of his life. Slashing comes out off the down smash, and Slash will be able to pull it back 1-1.
Oh my goodness, Armin. I mean, I'm so glad this match is tied up 1-1. After that brawl in the Nayashi spot, just back and forth, I didn't think anyone... You know, I thought someone was going to go down there. I didn't think they were both going to come out alive. They did. They made it to the final circle, and Slash, you know, able to put it away and tie it up 1-1.
Yep.
I can only imagine what was going through the players' minds there as they were like stuck in that corner, that Nayash spot as we call it sometimes, and like just like it was just a complete like fiesta in that corner, and we could see that Slash ended up just using his V to try to like circle out back into that ring, because once the second ring closes at that 2-minute mark, that little corner spot does become part of that death zone. So you do have to take that into account, and the players were sitting there for like a good 30 seconds. And but just really well done there by Slash to take home that win, and now he's got one more fight to win. Mikumi's also got one more fight to win. And Armin, like, what was like the big moment you saw from that fight other than like that corner duel?
Well, they were managing getting off a lot of Solar Flares, got a couple grab opportunities. Both players are like running it pretty even, getting trade opportunities, and obviously, as you saw, Slash actually managed to burn Mikumi down to 5% off of one combo and almost lost it, but in that close, hectic, scenario, he managed to pull it back, still got the secondary CC, and got the final kill. So that final circle there was super hectic. Right.
Well, the final round is about to start. Mikumi versus Slash. Let's see if Slash can make it all the way to the finals, where he might face his Succession guildmate, or if Mikumi's going to tear their dreams apart and make it to the finals himself.
And alrighty, we're going to be getting in the final round here. Whoever does win this, again, does go on to your grand finals. Both players in the middle, 10 seconds already down the clock. Spears being traded, and both players are going to be hesitant here. The nerves kicking in. Oh, actually getting behind that pillar. It looks like he might want to pop the E-buff behind to try and get a play there, and already gets the grab off on the ground, trying to go for the secondary, but burning him to 20%. If Mikumi doesn't back out here, he might just end up dying. Already pushing back, 20%, still has V available if he needs to get out there. Gets stiffened by the Gravedigging. Oh no! Because of the Gravedigging stiffen, you're not able to V, and risking it ends up dying, and Slash is going to move on to your grand finals.
The play to go behind the hut, be hidden, and pop that E-buff. Such great strategy coming out of Slash there, and able to take the fight and head into the finals.
Yep.
Yeah, so that was a really good plan, utilizing that like pillar terrain to get like that sneaky grab off, and then just immediately getting the upper hand in that fight. So let's actually check out those very last moments and see what exactly went wrong for Mikumi there.
All right, so hopping up board, you see Slash getting that cheeky little grab behind the hut. He's got the E-buff So much damage in that combo, taking him to 20% with only 1 CC.
And didn't even opt to go for his secondary, actually.
And then right here, you're going to see him chase him down. He does get the stiff, which means that Mikumi cannot V and finishes him on his feet.
Yeah, so looks like the finals, we're going to have a Slash versus Slash.
Yep.
Right? Because, and the two, like, just like kind of picturesque, like warrior name matchup we're going to have in that finals bracket, Sword against Slash. And they're also going to be guildmates. And what I'm most excited to see again is if that Succession warrior will take the win over the Awakening. All the montages you see on the internet, you know, like they're all Awakening, and Succession doesn't really get enough of his fair share of the spotlight. But now we're seeing that, like, with Succession, you can actually take things all the way to the grand finals. And, you know, maybe Succession Warrior isn't so bad after all. Actually, that could just be totally wrong. I don't play Warrior. I don't know. But let's actually just think about, like, should, like, these Warriors kind of change up their builds? Is changing up builds a smart idea for the tournament? If you were in it, because Vert, you were thinking about participating, like, is any kind of Manos Ruby necklace swap kind of a smart idea, or is losing the AP just not?
I feel like in the Warrior versus Warrior matchup, you know, they have the inherent 30% grapple ignore in their kit, and I just feel like that's so powerful. You're not really going to be able to resist there.
Yeah, and obviously it is just a lot of res pressure.
Right. Well, that concludes the semifinals for the EU Warriors. We have Sword against his guildmate Slash. They are going to compete it out in the finals for the grand prize. Up next, we have the dreaded iframe Menace. She's been terrorizing BDO PvP since 2016. The master of the dark and abyssal flame. Sorceress EU finals are about semifinals. Oh, sorry. Third place match actually is going to be underway for the Warrior fights. And Mikumi against his opponent Schneider. They're going to actually duke it out for the third place match before we move on to the Sorceress fights. And let's actually go and see who do you think is going to take it here. Endlave says possibly Schneider might lose this one, but I think both players were kind of like nerve-wracked during the fights, and they were making some uncharacteristic Warrior mistakes. So what do you two think?
Yeah, I think Mikumi, I think he came out a little bit better than Schneider did in his fight. You really saw Sword control like the entire first match, whereas Mikumi, it was a little bit more back and forth. So I'm expecting Mikumi to take the third place here.
Right. So the third place match is about to start and get underway. Let's see which player will take that third place prize home. And let's get underway into the game in the Arena of Arsha.
And already round is going to be starting up here. Mikumi, Schneider. Looks like the gates are going to be opening here in a second. And real quick, you know, before this starts off, talking about pressure. And there we go, replay starting. Mikumi, as we saw in his previous round, got ran over a little bit, unfortunately, by Sword. So we'll have to see, can he pull it back here and show up a little bit? And Schneider now pushing forward. Needs to be careful. Sorcerer comes out on the opposite side, burns his E-buff here. Both players actually are going to be burning E-buff here. Cancels his ground smash on the last hit there. Gets the overload CC behind the frontal guard and immediately forces a V. Mikumi showing up, and Schneider, as we said, got ran over a little bit. Comes out of V, instantly pushed forward. Mikumi gets the grab up, and he's already down. Not even 30 seconds into the match. Mikumi showing up 1-0.
Oh my goodness. That first catch, that overwhelm behind the block, just so clean. The first float. And then you saw the slashing come through. The damage was immense.
Yeah, Warriors do have a lot of floats nowadays. They even got that new level 59 skill, which I also believe is a float skill, like Heavenly Strike. I'm not too sure about the name for that. But looks like Schneider there, like, still not managing maybe to shake off the nerves of the tournament. And he's just making some of these uncharacteristic mistakes, you could say, like not really using that head chase to avoid the damage with that iframe, but really well played there by Mikumi. The third place prize, by the way, you still get that Arena of Arsha 60-day duration skin, and for Warrior, that skin looks amazing. He's got like this huge sword, and they also get like physical goods such as like the Black Spirit LED lamp. So there's still a lot to fight for this tournament. And so what do you think has to change for Schneider in order for him to like take home this victory?
Nerves is the big thing. I think nerves ate him up in this first match, and he's got to try and pull it back here to try and take that third place. You got to cancel him out.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. It seemed like Mikumi definitely a lot more comfortable in that matchup. And like you said, Schneider, he needs to get his nerves under wraps and come back. You know, he needs to win 2 in a row.
All right, so let's see if Mikumi can seal the deal and take that third place fight, or if Schneider's going to turn things around and take what is his.
And alrighty, final round is going to be starting up here potentially from Mikumi's side on his match point. He's going to have a lot of room here to work with. Evo's popped out, waiting. Spear toss out, pushing forward. Schneider is going to be trying to put that forward pressure here. And opposition to last round, where he played previously passively, and already in the midfield, Mikumi comes in, gets a grab, trying to go for the secondary, but might have messed up a little bit, but still got the bound. And Schneider actually opts to V off that. I actually would assume that he would hold it a little bit with that late V, and already Mikumi pushes forward again, trying to go for the grab opportunity on that pre-awakening, but still got the float in the air, trying to go for the secondary, goes for the slashing, burns some damage, Gravedigger canceling it out on the backside, shield charge comes out, needs to be careful. Schneider trying to put some forward pressure, 50% HP, but finally gets grabbed, no V available, and the slashing is going to kill him, and Mikumi is going to be winning that round and moving on and winning the 3rd place prize.
Just fantastic play there by Mikumi. He's just really sharp there. Let's actually take a quick look at what exactly transpired in those very last modes of that 3rd place match, which earned Mikumi his 3rd place victory.
Alright, so hopping in here, we saw just the raw damage. You know, Mikumi throwing out a lot of slashings. I think he knew he was in control of this fight the entire time. The grave digging slow went off there, and then you're going to see he ends it with the grapple just straight into slashing. Just beautifully played by Mikumi, keeping the pressure up the entire time and not allowing Schneider to go anywhere.
And with that, Mikumi does take that 3rd place prize. Sword and his guildmate will be moving on to the grand finals, and they're going to duke it out, hopefully a Succession versus Awakening match. But up next, we do have, as I was saying before, the iframe menace of BlackDesert. Sorceress is coming up. She's, been haunting our dreams and giving us nightmares for ages. But let's actually take a look at the bracket for this EU Sorceress match, because we have some really big names here for this tournament, and I'm not even an EU player, but I know some of these names. Like for the first bracket, we have all-in Node War Alien W against Corporate, and Corporate is Mick Morgan, for you those who don't know, and he's a really good Sorc. On the other side of the bracket, we have our beloved EU Sorc streamer Hidun against Migatsu. So, Vert, who do you think is going to probably take home the win and move on to the finals?
So in this first fight, you have Mick Morgan. You know, he's been on Sorc for as long as we can remember. Very good player on Sorc, and I've been told he has the gear advantage up against Alien here. Alien, however, is very technically good on the class, and I'm predicting a close fight here in the first match.
And then how about for the Hidun versus Migatsu fight? Because I would say Hidun is the fan favorite. He has pretty good gear and he's well known, and even I've watched some of his contents to learn how to fight against Sorcs myself. So Armin, do you think Hidun's gonna take it here, or is kind of the big name pressure going to get to him a little bit? He's got he's got to try to win for his fans or something. What do you think?
Well, he's the interview king himself, so I'm sure with how long he's been around the community, he definitely has a lot of pressure on himself, so hopefully he can show up. I'm going to give the edge to him. Definitely a more well-known player, and definitely has a lot of PvP experience, so I'm going to give him the edge, and hopefully he can pull it out. And
so one thing to ask, though, is when it comes to the Sorc mirror matchup, I'm just not sure how is one Sorc going to be able to catch the other, because their iframes are really smooth, and their CCs like Ignition, Eruption are really quick. But what kind of openings should the players be looking for here?
I mean, one of the most common go-to catches is going to be the Shadow Leap into Stinger combo, looking for the back when someone does, put up their block to try and get some stamina back. The matchup that I'm really looking forward to is the Hidun versus Migatsu, because apparently Migatsu is coming out with the Succession playstyle, so should be exciting to watch.
So is Succession a little bit better than the Awakening for the 1v1, or is Awakening probably the preferred spec?
I think for most players, I mean, you can agree that Awakening is definitely the stronger spec, especially when it comes to dueling and even Node, or almost in all regards. That insta-DOD, your Grim options, it's just so much utility that you can't deal with it.
All right, so the players are ready to start for the first fight. We have Mick Morgan against Alien W, and let's see who's going to make it all the way to the finals. Sorc EU semifinals starts now.
And alrighty, round starting up. Sorc's in play. Alien versus Corporate. Already, Blaze starting off in the mid. Bloody trying to get some heals off there. Might have taken a little bit early chunk, but both players are going to be full HP again in that midfield, waiting. We do have those show indicators on, so you can see those iframes are already coming into play, pushing forward. Grim comes out, is going to be charging it, tries to go for the CC, no connection, actually turns around with the frontal guard over on corporate side, waiting, slowly, goes for the catch, is going to be in that Karshan, so not going to be able to get any kind of CC, and actually eats a little bit of chunk there, drops his 70, drops his DOD, no connection in that Grim, trades the Grim back, but he's already at 30% HP, that Grim chucked him so hard and dies to the DOD, unfortunately didn't turn the frontal guard around in time, and corporate walks away with the 1-0 win off of no CC.
Yeah, Corporate or McMorgan there just applying so much pressure, and I don't think Alien was ready for the amount of damage that was going to come out. You know, we didn't see the V. We saw him stick in there way too long with the trades, and they just were not going in his favor, so something to look out for.
Yeah, like that Grim Reaper's Judgment did a huge amount of damage, and sometimes like if you're fighting a Sorc that's as geared as McMorgan, and you're trying to frontal guard that Grim Reaper's Judgment, that's probably not the best play to go for, because he's just going to eat through that entire frontal guard and chunk you through it. But what do you think was the reason why Alien wasn't exactly able to get the upper hand off of McMorgan right out of the...
I think he ended up trading the GRJ or the Grim Reaper's Judgment against him rather than trying to frontal guard, so he ended up taking too much chunk and might have not expected the damage.
So do you think some like kind of slower playstyle or like slower opening would kind of benefit him more for the next couple rounds, because that fight ended really quickly, and for like these Sorc fights that I saw during the qualifiers, a lot of them were just extending into like the second ring after the 2-minute mark, because the Sorcs just have so many iframes. You can just keep the fight going on, and stamina might become an issue. But Vert, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think if Alien wants to take this, especially, you know, to win 2 rounds in a row here, now that he's down 0-1, he needs to play a lot more patient and let McMorgan come into him.
All right, so the second round is about to start. Is McMorgan going to take his way all the way to the finals, or is Alien going to come back and win 2-0? Let's find out.
And already starting up here, we'll have to see, can Alien turn it around after the last round? Already both players early trading DODs down the middle, no connection, backing up iframes, goes for the bloody, trying to get some heals off there, but still at full HP. Oh, treats the Grim back, but is going to be able to get that frontal guard over on Alien's side. Waiting here, Corporate holding that Karshan, trying to go for some damage. Iframes out of the way of the Grims, still waiting. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught by that KD. It is going to be failed, but most of these players running those adamantines are not going to be able to get CC'd very easily by any kind of KD or balance, such as TBS. And now waiting back here, Grim traded back again. Needs to be careful. Dropping that new skill. The chunk is super hard, but Alien doing a great job of frontaling this time. A little more aware of the damage. Blades come out. Obviously, that KD is going to follow you. Needs to be careful. Bloody comes out. Eats the Grim on the backside. Trading the back a little bit. Still hoards that frontal guard. Iframes the Grim that time. And Alien did pop his debuff in the previous round. Goes for the DOD opportunity. Unfortunately, no connection. Still waiting here. Blades holding. Slow so far on both sides, and those zones are going to be closing in now. Still playing in that midfield. Grim comes out, managed to pop the iframe on the backside, trades it back. Alien managed to get a huge chunk there. Tries to pop the Dark Flame, actually going for the stiff and no connection. Great frontal guard from Corporate. Still waiting. Karshan's on the backside. Holding back a little bit. Goes for it. Stinker. Waiting. Grim's traded again. Holding. Goes for the Nightmare. Tries to go for the stiff in there, but is going to be in that Grim, so no connection off that Nightmare. Goes to the Bloody. Is going to be popping, holding Karshan's here, and actually zoning him off with damage here. Alien forced to hold back a little bit, holding that frontal guard. Now Grim comes out, pushing forward, trying to put some forward damage. Now Corporate almost used the DOD, trades it back actually, but neither player eating it. Great frontal guards coming out from either player. Now pushing forward slowly, holds that C block, almost got caught by the Stinger. Needs to be a little careful. Waiting the Grim here, waiting. Nocturne comes out, or sorry, Nightmare comes out, holding on the back side. Try to go for the slow there. Might have actually popped the slow onto Alien, so Alien's going to be playing back here just for a little bit. Pushing forward, try to go for a connection out to Corporate behind the front guard, a little too slow. Goes for the Nightmare once again. Grim Reaper traded back, both players trading, holding, and now opposite side. 1 minute clocks now, zones are going to be closing in, and neither player has popped a V or a CC. Aurora dropped to 80%. Grim finally comes out, tried to go for the connection. Zone slowly pushing in, force in the middle of the field here. Goes for the Nightmare catch. Unfortunately, no connection, and now holding that Karshan, tries to drop the damage. Actually drops the Bloody. Corporate trying to get some good trade, or chip trade there. Holding back. Grim again goes in the zone for a small period of time. Nightmare, DOD, no connection. Corporate linger those iframes. Both these players playing slow so far. Pushes forward. Actually goes for a Nightmare chase off the back of that. Trying to get the stiff in there. Corporate, actually, Alien, sorry, managed to hold it. Grim straight back on opposite side. Now Corporate backing up a little bit. Needs to make sure. Goes to go for the DOD insta catch. No connection again. Goes behind. Try to go for the stun play. Sorry, the bound play off that backflip SA. But gets his swap onto the Alien off of that. Slow DOD comes out. Holds that Karshan. Still trying to get some damage up. Both these players still at full 80% HP. Trying to go for the Bloody. Trading some HP back. And now Corporate actually popping his E-buff in this period here. You know, Sorc E-buff already. You can see it coming in. Drops the Grims. Drops Alien down 50% HP. Needs to be careful here. Instant DOD on the backside. Bloody Calamity still holding, waiting. Both players 50, and off of the back of that, Tamer's actually run out in a Sorc match. And Corporate, I think, will be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully played out of Corporate there. He waited until the last 30 seconds to pop the E-buff in the final circle. He knew it was going to come down to the last seconds and really capitalized on that. And just beautifully played out of both Sorcs there.
Yeah, Alien, unfortunately, might have lost track of time a little bit there.
Yeah, that was the kind of fight I was expecting from a Sorc mirror matchup where both players are just uncatchable, and sometimes things go all the way until the end, and the player with just a higher HP, the player who loses that just small amount of HP from that chip damage or something, ends up costing the loss there. So we can actually move on to the next match now. McMorgan going to be heading on to the finals. For Alien, he still has a chance to take home that 3rd place prize, but up next we have Hidun against his opponent Migatsu, that's right. And so let's actually see and get underway to see if who's going to make it all the way to the grand finals. Oh, actually, let's talk about some builds here, because that fight we just saw did last very long, and I was actually wondering if maybe like it's better to spec out the gems out of your shoes, maybe to change into something like Jin Histrias, or do you think the resistance is to block like the TBS bounds or something? Do you think that would be more valuable than the stamina?
I mean, unfortunately, in the current meta that we're in, Adamantines are huge, especially in the Sorc matchup. You know, most of their KDs, their secondaries, or most of their CCs and secondaries are going to be KDs. So the Adamantines are going to be huge, but in this fight upcoming, we do have a succession Sorc, so I'm very curious to see how that's going to play.
And when it comes to the Adamantines, there are another set of Adamantines for those of you who don't know. They are the Black Magic Crystal Adamantines, and those do give float resistance. So do you think that's actually a little bit better to like fight against the stuff like Shadow Ignition or like the Shadow Eruption CCs, or should you actually just play to counter like more like Storming Crow, turn back / bounds?
Well, the majority of Sorc CCs are bounds, and a lot of their combos imply KD resets into them. So having the Adamantines are going to be a little stronger. So I'm opting that most players are not going to run those other Rescuers.
All right, so let's see if the fan favorite Hidun is going to take the victory and make it to the finals, or will he be upset by Migatsu? This EU semifinals match 2 starts now.
And already here we go. Hidun, Migatsu, Hidun with a big name coming in here. Migatsu having a little bit of flair there. Already both players trading that DOD. It's a reoccurring trend in these matches so far. We saw it last week, that early toss, and opting to not even hold it for the midfield. Blades come out, try to go for CC there. Obviously, it's going to be a little easy or a little hard to make that Blades connection. In the midfield again, looks like he is going to be running a Blades Bond here over on Hidun's side. Playing forward a little bit, needs to be careful. Waiting, secondary Blades come out, 2 toss, managed to pop the iframe. Migatsu doing a great job of trading so far. Backing up in the midfield again, iframes and frontal guards at DOD and trades it back. Hidun reading it actually on that forward pusher, trying to go for the float. Unfortunately, no connection. Bloody Calamity comes out, trying to go for the damage. Actually, that was a Bloody Calamity toss. You won't see that very often. Most players trading it, and actually eats the bond, pushing forward there, but no secondary. Seeing that Adamantine coming in already, waiting, holding back, and forces a V there. Hidun, unfortunately, off the back of that, gets caught on the turnaround, and DOD comes out, waiting a little bit. Now in the midfield, Hidun is going to have a bad disadvantage here. No V available, and might have to play more passively. Migatsu taking recognition of this, starting to play a little more aggressive. Pushing forward, Blades comes out, waiting. Bloody Calamity toss, again, something you're not going to be seeing often, but again, that is in a succession Sorc, so that you do have SA on that. Oh, already DOD comes out, trying to go for the DBS catch. Unfortunately, no connection, waiting back. Migatsu on that succession Sorc is going to have a lot more ranged options, but in this close range Hidun is going to have a massive advantage, and actually that's exactly what I'm talking about. Gets a bound off, trying to go for the secondary. Unfortunately, once again, getting res. Those Adamantine coming into play and trades the grim back. Neither player dropping very low here. Actually, still both players above 80% HP for the entirety of this match. Trying to go for the TPS catch. Unfortunately, no connection. Cautious comes out, is going to have that damage trade-off. Migatsu, obviously, on that succession, is not going to have Cautious to try and hold that midfield with that AoE, and drops the DOD here. Hidun trying to go for some kind of CC play, no connection again. Trying to go for the instant DOD, doesn't manage to hit it. Bloody Calamity is going to have the SA on that, trying to go for the damage off, no CC connection on that though. Draze comes out, is not going to get caught by that this time. Hidun abusing those Blaze Bonds to hold that midfield, gets it, TBS catch on the ground, Refold comes out, still has the V available, but doesn't even need it. Spinal Circle here now, V is going to be deadly. You're going to be get caught up very fast here, gets the DOD catch on the ground. Dark Flames comes out, gets the rebound. No V available on Heaton's side, but managed to get up on the last second there. 30% HP. Bloody Calamity comes out, trying to check some damage off onto Heaton. And so far, Heaton not able to get a hard damage chip. And as he lingers in front of guard a little too long and gets floated off of it. Might have C-swap for a little too long there, and Mikatsu took advantage.
Oh, man. I mean, that's absolutely heartbreaking out of Heaton. Heaton getting a couple catches, trying to follow up with the knockdown both times and not getting the CC. We saw the resist come through. The secondaries were not there for Heaton, and Migatsu really capitalizing on that and taking the first fight.
It almost seemed like the damage wasn't there either.
Yeah.
So actually, it looks like standard gems probably are not the way to go. Just having that extra resistance from those adamantines is paying off dividends there for Migatsu. And I want to ask a little bit about Succession Sorc because I'm not too familiar with it. I just know that when it first came out, it had like insane range damage potential with that like extra strong Dream of Doom, the extra strong like Abyssal Flame and stuff. But just seeing the Succession spec actually be able to get the upper hand against the Awakening. So what is the reason for that?
I mean, in that fight, a lot of what I saw was Migatsu was able to punish a lot of the failed secondaries out of Heaton. So it was like an instant punish as soon as he got up. And then the CC coming out, you know, we saw the Dark Wave, which is going to provide a down smash on every attack, you know, really keeping Heaton on the ground there and just really well played.
And is Black Wave like a major DPS down attack skill for Succession Sorc? Because I don't actually see, like, I know that when you're leveling up your Sorc in the beginning, you're just throwing out those Black Waves, but is that actually a skill that they use nowadays?
So on Succession Sorc is actually their main combo ability. You get a ton of down smashes off of it, so you're going to be able to reset that combo and push damage, so that is their main combo utility.
Alright, so the second fight is about to start. Let's see if Heaton is going to turn things around and make it all the way to the finals, or if Migatsu is going to take that final match point.
And alrighty here, Heaton actually is going to be at a massive disadvantage, a 1 point down here. Migatsu gonna have a lot more confidence coming in here and showing up on Succession Sorc, something you don't see often. That Dark Flame range already coming into play. Heaton needs to be careful, but he does have that Blaze to turn it back around and put some early damage pressure. Bloody Calamity again on that Succession Sorc. That is the one advantage. Is gonna have full SA. Bringing that slow DOD, waiting. Heaton on the backside, still playing slow here. Gets to the opposite side, needs to try and get close range here to Migatsu if he can, but Migatsu doing a great job of ranging so far. Heaton now pushing forward. Migatsu trading it back, needs to be careful of those early Violation and Abyssal Flame CCs. And waiting. Pushing forward again. Migatsu slowly taking the midfield. Heaton putting damage pressure back. Bloody Calamity again, lingering the SA. Both these players so far, 2-minute clocks into play it again. And we saw it in the last set. Those timers are going to be running down. And we'll have to see if that comes into play here again. Zone's closing in here. So players are going to be getting close again. Lingering that Blades. Heaton trying to abuse that bond as much as he can, and so far Migatsu still holding that midfield, waiting, making sure they constantly linger. Obviously on Succession, actually trades a Bloody Calamity there into the Blaze, pushing forward, gets a float off, and Heaton instantly Vs, doesn't even want to risk any kind of opportunity to not get up. And now Heaton with no V here, trades the DOD back, both players trading, try to go for the DPS catch, unfortunately no connection, pushing forward a little bit, dropping that new skill, that SA chip coming into play, but Migatsu doing a great job of frontal guarding so far, holding Bloody Calamity on the backside, drops some damage. Heaton managed to iframe again, Arsha traded back, that is basically his own version of Bloody Calamity, and lingering that here, trying to get some stamina back, and holding again in that midfield, waiting. C-swap needs to make sure he doesn't linger too long this time, and now pushing forward, trying to get the CC opportunity a little too far. DOD comes out, Migatsu still has the opportunity to trade it back. Blade comes out, is going to have a full SA bond on that, trading it forward. Try to go for the slow, unfortunately a little too far away. Drops that SA, Migatsu trading, only dropping 10% HP, goes for the TPS catch, unfortunately no connection. The admin can maybe kick it in there. DOD comes out, Heaton managed to hold that front guard. Bloody Calamity trying to get some HP back, holding back on the mid side, now waiting. C-swap, Blaze holding in the midfield there. Migatsu needs to be careful not to go too close, trading that Carsons now. Migatsu still doing a great job of holding so far, especially in this close range pressure of that Awakening Sword. So a great Succession Sword showing, and now pushing forward back on Migatsu's POV, waiting. Heaton trading it back. DOD trying to go for the CC catch. Heaton is going to be in that new skill SA. Waiting, actually didn't face the front guard the correct direction there. Might have got caught, but no punish coming out from Heaton. And now waiting back on the backside, going in that Nightmare. First time we've seen it out from Heaton so far. Obviously you're not going to have that stamina region and that opportunity. Holding that Bloody Calamity, trying to go for the damage connection, but no connection there. And now Migatsu looks like he popped the E-buff this round. Not sure if he's running right now. Gets a connection off, and DOD Kitty on the ground. Black Flames come out, and Heaton drops down off of the back of a very slow play. Migatsu finally gets that catch off that DOD. Maybe Heaton not expecting it, and Migatsu will be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, that was really well played out of both Sorks. Hedon not giving Migatsu a lot of opportunities, but we saw it both times that Hedon did slip up. Migatsu was there and ready to punish. So incredible play. He's going to move on to the finals.
And let's actually see with the replay how Migatsu managed to catch Hedon in those very final moments.
All right, so hopping on board here with Migatsu's POV. The Bloody Calamity is going to come out. Doing a great job of trading back and forth. The catch not coming out quite yet.
Try to go for the DOD. Oh, actually got him off the float. My bad, was not the DOD. And then there's the Dark Flames and burns him. A little hidden there through that DOD, and it looks like Hedon might have not expected it.
I believe that was off of Grim because he was running the Blade Core instead of the Grim.
Oh, no.
So he let Grim linger a little bit too long, got caught there at the end, and then, yep, the Black Wave to finish it off.
So then when it comes to bond skills, are you saying that most Sorks nowadays are preferring like Grim Reaper's Judgment instead of something else?
I believe most people for Node War and large scale run that Grims, but when it comes to that 1v1 scenario, TBS, turn back slash, or Blades is a little more preferred, but as we saw there, it actually ended up not paying out for him. He ended up losing because he didn't have Grimbon.
All right, so with that, Migatsu will be moving on to the grand finals, but Hedon and Alien will still have a chance to fight for that third place prize. Vic Morgan versus Migatsu, and Migatsu showing the world that Succession Sork is actually quite good in 1v1s as well. And according to Endlave, he's actually had quite a bit of practice against Awakening Sorks, and we could actually see all that practice paying off in his fight against Hedon. And then let's talk a little bit more then. So for this third place match, we saw Alien and Hedon. It's going to be back to Awakening versus Awakening, so Hedon's going to have to try to like switch up his tempo a little bit. So what do the Awakening Sorks have to do against each other? I
mean, I feel like stamina management is huge here. Again, we saw Hedon running the Blades, so Alien can look to punish the Grim Reapers, and that would be a great opportunity, but again, he needs to be careful of the Adamantines.
Right, so the third place match is ready to begin. Hedon against Alien W. Who's going to take home that third place prize? Let's jump into that arena of Arsha.
And yeah, that third place prize, those $50 in pearls can be a lot of money for some people, especially for me. And now already round starting up, Blades holding in the mid, waiting here, try to go for the DOD catch. Unfortunately, no connection, waiting. Grims comes out. Both these players, it seems, are running that Blade spawn. Need to be careful. Waiting back. Try to go for the float catch. Unfortunately, no connection. Getting behind the front guard. Stinger came out. Nightmare on the backside. And now gets the iframe off. He didn't manage to kite out just in time. Both these players actually playing way more aggressive than the previous matches you saw. Try to go for the Stinger. TBS on the backside. He didn't try to turn it around. And actually gets a float off of there. And finally versus the V. Alien opting to V immediately. Oh no. He didn't actually might be reading the V here. Holds his DOD and catches him immediately out. That's going to be a KD. No Adamant. He's kicking in here. Grim comes out. Damage on the ground and dies on the wake up. Hedon with a great read wins around 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Hedon coming out so strong there, you know, something to prove. He doesn't want to go down without a prize here in the tournament. Really, really great play, and then finding him out of the V with the Dream of Doom to finish it was just beautifully played.
He wants to win that mug, man.
And Alien still does have some chances to win here, and like you said before, like the Grim Reaper's Judgment, because Hedon actually isn't taking the Bond GRJ, he does have that opening there for him to exploit, but it just seems like, as a Ranger player, when I watch these Sorks fight, like, how are you able to find like these openings? Like, for me, if I try to like look for some kind of like counter to a frontal guard swap or something, it just seems really ambitious. But then it actually does seem like Hedon's got some of his like sharpness back, and Alien is still trying to adjust a bit. But what do you think Alien has to do in order to turn things around?
I think Alien needs to play a little bit, maybe a little bit more on the back foot. I know he went aggressive into Hedon there, and it actually cost him, you know, forcing that V early, and then Hedon punishing him right out of V. He didn't even have a chance to respond. So I'd like to see Alien play a little bit slower here in the second fight.
So, like, literally coming out of the gate, they should be trying to, like, slow things down and try to treat the opening a little bit differently. Can we also talk about Blade of Darkness in this Awakening matchup? Because that skill as a Ranger is just something that's like completely annoying to me, because it always just controls like this one space here. And Armin, you mentioned about controlling that midfield with that Blade of Darkness, and does that have any kind of effect on this matchup?
Well, unfortunately, it's super hard to connect that front guard onto Blades, so that pressure exerts just so much, you have to be real careful with it.
All right, so the players are ready for the fight, and let's jump into that arena of Arsha to see if Hedon is going to take that final win and win that third place.
And alrighty, Hedon already showing back up in that match right there. Alien, unfortunately, a little bit of a deja vu from his first match played. Playing a little too aggressive early on. We'll have to see if he takes a slower pace here already. Starting to show, playing on the backside. Hedon goes forward, tries to toss the DOD, no connection. Tosses Dark Flame in the middle of that DOD. They're trying to go for a stiff connection. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to hit, and now Hedon holding the Karshon in the middle. Alien out of range here. Often just linger that essay, taking a little bit of time, maybe recollect some nerves. Waiting. DOD comes out, pops the iframe, Blaze, trading on the backside, TBS, gonna get that, sorry, was that a TBS? Not too sure, might have been a C-swap there, and now pushing forward, that new skill, SA, doing a huge amount of chunk from the distance, but a little too far out of range, goes forward, actually gets caught by the float, by the blade pressure behind, and him in the front, and now Hedon sandwiched a little bit, managed to get up just in final time, drops the Bloody Calamity into that Karshon, getting some HP back, DOD on the backside, Alien needs to be a little careful here, Blaze comes forward, goes for the sinker catch, unfortunately a little too far away, Hedon going into the Nightmare here, opting to back up, Alien taking some space as well, holds the DOD there, long range toss, a little too far away, no connection. Hedon still holding that frontal guard, waiting. Blades on the backside, pushes forward. Hedon tosses that Blades, unfortunately no connection. Both these players actually running immediately to mid. Alien had a bit of an opportunity to get a connection there, but no CC, unfortunately. Trading the Grim on the backside, going into Karshons, cancels out. Hedon still holding. Karshons from Alien now out, waiting. DOD traded back, gets a stiff in off of that Stinger, it looks like. Forces a V. And now in this final circle, Hedon might be trying to listen for the V here. Managed to correctly predict, but unfortunately no follow-up. Waiting the mid now. Alien, no V available. Hedon needs to make sure if he pops his V, he pops it before that final circle, and now waiting. Alien holding that Grim, spraying some stamina there. TBS, sorry, Blades holding the opposite side. Duty drop in the mid. Two Blaze chasing Hedon there, unfortunately no connection. Karshons comes out, trades that Bloody Calamity back. Neither player losing HP and gets the CC off the Blades. Down on the ground, has no V available, and the Grims completely chunks. That damage was fatal. And I believe off the back of that, Hedon is going to be your third place prize winner.
Yeah, really well played out of Hedon. I think we saw him actually swap to the turnback / core there in the last fight, which is pretty interesting. But a beautiful Blades catch. We just talked about Blades, how punishing it can be. And really utilizing that skill, gets him behind the forward guard and capitalizes.
Let's actually take a look at that replay and how Hedon managed to capitalize on that opening.
All right, so hopping in here, we saw Hedon from range, just playing the distance. Both players trading the blades back. Hedon does a great job of casting super armor to make sure he doesn't get caught by that. The disengage, we see the blade right there into the frontal. Beautiful catch, the follow-up stinger, the float, and the damage from Grim is just going to be massive to give him that third place victory.
And as we said, you can't frontal guard Blades. It is unfortunately not able to be done. So ends up punishing him there off of that, and potentially Alien not expecting it.
So Blades of Darkness actually like ignores kind of like collision or something? Is that what you're mentioning? It gets behind frontal guard?
I believe it kind of like goes around. It's kind of like a full 360. So if you're holding a Q block or anything like that, it'll still hit you through it. I'm not too sure. Are you sure? Do you know how it works?
Yeah, I believe it just catches you like on the side typically, and it will CC you in the frontal. We saw it from Hedon. He was able to, every time the blades were coming at him, he would either iframe or super armor, which is the correct choice. Unfortunately, you know, Alien did get caught there in the frontal, and he's going to go down for it. So congrats to Hedon on the third place.
Yep, and that skill does have a, is it a 100% down smash? Does that, is it Blade of Darkness?
I believe it's, is it Blaze? It has 100% down smash and combos that you can apply?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So for the finals then, we do have here Mick Morgan against his opponent is going to be Migatsu, that's right. So Awakening versus Succession is going to be the matchup for the finals. And do you think that with Migatsu, with his experience in the Awakening matchup, is going to take home that win?
I mean, Migatsu looked really, really solid there with the Succession. That's probably the cleanest Succession Sorc I've seen out of this tournament so far. And overall, I would give the advantage to Migatsu going into the finals.
Right. And then when it comes to Succession, like when you see other kind of stylistic or specs that are fighting each other, like for example, if you're watching like Wiz Witch fighting Awakening versus Suck, sometimes like range damage can be a deciding factor. But however, since this is like an individual match setting this time, it's no longer the team match setting. After 1 minute and 2 minutes has passed, players aren't going to be losing that permanent max HP. You know, they're not stuck at 80% max HP after 1 minute, and they're not going to be stuck at 50% max HP after 2 minutes. So during these fights, since we are using individual setting, they can heal back to full with their skills and stuff. So stuff like range damage shipping, like how much of an edge does Succession have over Awakening?
I don't think anything like Dark Flame or long range is going to come too far into play in a Sorc matchup. They have so many frontal guards that can rotate that you're almost pretty much fully protected.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I could really see is in that final circle, maybe that Bloody Calamity followed by the Dream of Doom, the back-to-back, getting the extra chip damage, and the last couple seconds could give them the edge.
And that about wraps up the Sorc EU semifinals and third place match. Thank you for the participants for your really good fights and your efforts. And moving on, we're going to see the next matchup, the Holy Knight of Calpheon. She has defended the world against Kazarka for many years. If you read the lore, which you should, don't be an R spammer. And Valkyrie is up next, the EU semifinals. And we have predictions from Endlave here and some notes that we're going to be seeing a lot of Awakening Valks potentially. And according to this bracket here, DPH against Relaying, that is the first fight. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Kuyi against Fizzerino. And I'm being told here that DPH, who's also in the same guild as Hedon, is actually going to be running Succession, but the other 3 Valks are going to be running the Valkyries. So any brief comments about what you might expect here?
So just from the Valkyrie matchup, I believe in this first one, we're going to have Suck versus Awakening. Should be a very interesting matchup. The biggest thing here is the resist. The resist with Valks could be very, very tricky. So I would love to see the players, you know, calculate around that.
All right, match 1 is ready. DPH against his opponent, Relay, and then Suck versus Awakening. Let's get into that fight and see what's going to transpire.
And alrighty, DPH Relay, Valkyrie, the menace when it comes to res, something we saw come out in the NA finals, or sorry, the NA matches last week, and already round starts up. Gets the shield throw, not going to work on the next match, but this time around, tries to CC off on the Siphon, but unfortunately that ledge is going to block him from the secondary, backing up a little bit, holding that Q block, trying to go for the long range spear, doesn't get the connection, goes for the shield toss, no CC, but gets vacuumed in, and the bound comes in, trying to go for the secondary bond, but doesn't get up. Relay now on the ground, Force of V, and this is a fiesta back to back to back. DPH comes out on bottom. Force of V there finally. Actually might have been an early V, but opts to not even risk trying to get the KD off on the secondary. And now no V available. DPH on the backside waiting. Relay holding behind the pillar. Goes forward, trying to go for the grab. Vacuum comes out, forces it forward, and both players actually get CC at the same time off each other's vacuums, and oh no! Both get up, drops that bond on the ground, goes for the damage now. Suction coming out, dropping from the air. Needs to be careful with that call down. Does have a bound on it. Trying to go for the CC, and actually gets floated out of it from behind the frontal guard. DPH putting some hard damage into Relay. Doesn't manage to get the secondary shield. Thrower comes out. Relay now it's a 50% HP, but that heal coming in clutch. Force of 80% gets up. DPH taking some chunk damage from Relay's bond. Obviously, that ground smash is going to have some huge chunking potential. Vacuum comes out a little too far away for DPH. Managed to dodge away from that. Holds a Q block though and dodges DPH's shield throw. Judgmental Light comes out, eats the vacuum, gets the grab off Relay on the ground, trying to go for the secondary, goes for the refloat, managed to get it, spear toss from the distance, goes for the down smash play, gets the down smash, and finally for the V, almost didn't manage to get that down smash, but Relay, unfortunately not managed to come out. Oh no, might have came out of V a little too close and eats the JOL, and he's going to be down and dead. DPH takes the first round off an unfortunate V play from Relay.
Man, Relay coming out so strong. We saw the back-to-back vacuum catches onto the Suck Valk, very impressive. But like you said, Relay coming out of V right next to DPH. Interesting play. I feel like he had room to work with. You know, the arena wasn't quite closed.
Yeah.
So, you know, you'd like to see a better V.
And when it comes to like Succession versus Awakening, I knew that in the past, Awakening used to have like this absurd like kind of burst mobility, but some of that got adjusted. I'm not too sure what the exact details were, but does Succession now have the advantage when it comes to mobility over the Awakening?
I mean, overall, I feel like they're pretty close together. You know, the Awakening damage is still there, but the Suck, I mean, you saw the combo come out there from DPH, taking him to the ground. You know, we saw the KD, we saw multiple down smashes, and so I feel like the fight could go either way, but DPH doing a great job of closing out the first one.
And it's actually quite interesting. If Endlave's notes are correct and the next match is going to have 2 Awakening Valks, we saw in NA that everyone was pretty much going for the Succession and not really the Awakening. And are there any reasons why, like nowadays, that the Valks might be preferring that in NA?
I think we actually did see a few Awakening Valks in NA's top 16 and the top 8. But the main reason Succession is so prominent is because that 10% res on top of shield throw having that insanely long tick CC is just so strong.
Alright, so the second round is about to begin for this fight. Let's see who's going to take that match point or if players can turn things around.
And alrighty, indeed, can Relay turn it around this time? Neither player opting to pop their E buff in that last round, still holding. Relay now on the backside, DPH waiting. Obviously, we saw that grab being deadly there and that shield throw, and actually dashes into the shield throw, eating the stiffen, but no secondary. It looks like that bound, the Adamantine's coming in clutch. Try to go forward, got caught by the stiffen on the ground this time. Might be forced to be, try to go for the secondary again. Might have been a float there, but unfortunately res out, and back to back to back off of a wake up. DPH is getting as many catches as he can, but Relay just keeps getting up as much as he can, or sorry, every single time. And now on Relay's POV, shield throw, opts to hold the Q block this time, waiting, DPH tries to go for the grab, Relay unfortunately missing it, eats a J-wall off the float, gets a re-CC on the ground, Spear comes out, try to go for the down smash again, unfortunately no connection on that down smash, and now coming up the sky, actually drops into 10% HP off that final hit there. Relay might be in a bit of a trouble here, pops his E-buff now, is going to have some opportunities, holding that frontal, mentioned dodge the shield throw, tries to go and put some pressure here, has a grab opportunity, unfortunately misses it, DPH might have noticed that, and now he's going to be trying to put some forward pressure, waiting, goes for the toss, doesn't get behind the frontal guard, Relay holding a little bit, eats a JOL, Spear comes out, vacuum, doesn't get bound, and DPH doing a great job of staying protected, but gets CC'd there, off the grab, on the ground, and instantly burns him to 30%. Relay into that damage chunk, DPH forced to instantly be coming on the Nyashi spot. Might need to be a little careful here, and now we're going into the Fiesta. Already both players close corner, vacuum comes out on the ground, trying to drop some damage, holds a Q-block into that JOL, goes for the grab opportunity, DPH managed to get on the high ground here, he's going to be burning him out. He's going to have a huge opportunity to zone him out here. Relay, if he can, he needs to try and go through the zone and get out of the space here. And actually just opts to climb up, and DPH might have gotten res or iframe, but managed to not get a CC. Relay tries to go for the grab there, no connection, dropping that downbound damage now. Again, no connection, goes forward, DPH misses the grab, Relay turns it around on the ground, trying to go to the secondary, gets a knockback, but 10% not enough to kill him. Pops a heal now, that Valkyrie being so huge, 70% HP again on DPH. Relay is going to have a good chance to one combo here if he gets the catch though. 1 minute timer is now in play, both players in that close range, needs to be careful. Dropping that down damage on the ground. Vacuum comes out from DPH, both players playing that close corner. Shield throw comes out, trying to get behind the front guard. A little too slow, but got the stiffen off on the last stick there, but no secondary bound, but drops him to 30%. DPH needs to be careful on the back foot, waiting, just sliding around on the ground. Relay with some quick movements, needs to be careful. Drown, goes for the vacuum, gets his CC, vacuum, grab on the ground, pops a bound, and he's going to be dead off of the end of that. Relay with a clean vacuum catch.
I mean, Relay, you know, he came back there and was playing very, very strong in the later half of that round. We saw DPH kind of come out and get a lot of catches early on, but like you mentioned earlier, Lemoria, the damage coming out of Awakening is immense.
And it looks like Relay's actually got a lot of his sharpness back. He is playing really well. It seemed like he had the upper hand pretty much right after that Nyashi spot fiasco there, but it just seemed like he was playing a lot better this time around. So the players are ready for round 3, and let's jump in to see if Relay... Oh, so one more time then, let's talk really quick about Relay's play there. I saw his nerves have pretty much kind of just been cleansed out, and he is playing really well. So what are the steps he's going to have to take on the lead?
I mean, we kind of saw it there towards the end of the fight. Just the beautiful movement. He was avoiding the shield throw out of DPH and capitalizing on the grabs, and the follow-up damage every time he got a CC was so scary. So DPH now knows if he makes a mistake, Relay will capitalize and take the fight.
And shield throw is one of the skills that's going to be nerfed in the upcoming Global Labs patch, right? And do you remember the exact change of the shield throw?
So now shield throw, previously it would have stiffen on every single tick of the shield throw being out, but now it's only on the first hit, kind of similar to Devastation Bond from Berserker or any kind of Katana Shower Flow Bond as well. So now Valks are going to have to be a little more skillful with how they toss it out, and they can't really hold it kind of like how DPH is doing right now. You know, he tosses out, holds it, hopes he walks into it, and if he doesn't, he just cancel out.
All right, round 3 is ready this time around, and will Relaying turn things around and take home that match point, or is DPH going to move on to the finals?
And alrighty, DPH Relay 1-1 here. Moving on to the next match. Already goes for the shield throw and gets it. That range is insane. Forced on the ground, goes for the down smash, managed to get the connection, but Relay, that man is tanky, and we saw from his damage before earlier, gets the CC off. DPH actually playing super aggressive here. Back to back to back. Relay on the ground, eats a JOL. Still hasn't beat just yet. DPH with his aggressive pressure early on. Still has the E-buff available, and finally gets that final bound. Tosses a shield throw. Relay almost dying there. Forced 1% HP. DPH has the audio cues on, and Relay followed out of the V. Forced on the ground 1%, but doesn't die, or sorry, doesn't manage to live. And DPH is going to walk away with a grand final win in an almost completely one-sided final match.
Yeah, I mean, every single match we saw DPH come out really, really strong. And Relay, it seemed like it took him a little bit every single round to get his nerves together. And DPH not giving him that chance, you know, not willing to go late into the round and taking the 2-1 victory.
So let's actually check out a replay of those final moments and how DPH managed to secure the win against his opponent Relay.
All right, so right here we saw Relay already solo, forced to V off the SOJ. He's going to chase him here across the arena. He hears the V, looking to punish him. Again, the Celestial Spear coming down, the shield throw. Oh, a little bit of auto attack BM actually, and then gets the shield throw to the back to finish the fight.
I was wondering why he didn't finish him off.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if DPH was actually wearing like the movement speed costume, or he might have a gem. Like, so there are two, because you can't use buffs in the Arena of Arsha, your alchemy stone's off, boots a no-go. So how can you really like cap crit and move speed? You can't, right? So like, which like costume would you say is like preferred for the Valkyrie fights in general? Like, would it be the crit or the move speed, and why?
I think most players do opt for movement speed, as it does affect a lot of their ability usage. Berserker, Warrior especially is a very good example, but I think for Valkyrie, I'd agree it's also the movement speed. Critical strikes only comes in when a lot of your movement is kind of coming down to short-range burst abilities, and the damage might be a little more. So for Valkyrie, I'd take the movement speed personally.
Yeah, I would agree with that, especially, you know, Valk is a slower class, so picking up a couple extra points in move speed is going to allow you to close the gap, and like we saw with DPH, chasing him down through V and taking the fight there. So,
and that is one thing to note. The V bugs have been fixed, so you can no longer extend like the duration and things like that. So players now should be like tracking like the Vs better, because now you do know how long V is going to last exactly, and you can, if you can get like a good idea where they might pop out, you can just punish them the moment they come out of that V. And the next matchup for Kuyi versus Fizzerino, we do have, if Endlay's notes are correct to go by, we do have an Awakening versus Awakening matchup. And this one is going to be a bit different, because from what I saw, the Suck did feel like she had the upper hand, like better maybe sideways mobility and things like that. But when it comes to Awakening versus Awakening, what might be the difference maker here?
I mean, I feel like it's mostly going to come down to the grabs. You won't see a lot of mistakes coming out. You know, the vacuum catches aren't too common. In this fight, actually, Fizz is the favorite to win. And so I'm curious to see how he's going to perform.
All right, so match 2 of the EU Valkyrie semifinals is ready to start. We have Kuyi against Fizzerino. Let's jump in game and to see who's going to take that first win on the first round.
And alrighty here, this is going to be our last Valk match of the day. Kuyi Awakening versus Awakening, the first mirror matchup we've seen so far. Both players training vacuums early and gets his vacuum off. Kuyi comes out on top, training the damage on the ground, trying to go for the secondary. Unfortunately, no connection, and it looks like that damage is going to be nothing. Fizzerino pops his E-buff here, so he is going to have a huge damage trade here. Looks like he popped it early, 10 seconds left on that. Kuyi tries to go for the CC behind the frontal guard, gets caught behind his own frontal guard, forced on the ground, forced to fee. Unfortunately, that damage is going to be so much, especially from that forward movement thrust. And Fizzerino on the back foot here, holding that midfield, playing a little passive, and finally comes out, goes for it, a little too aggressive. Kuyi tries to go for the grab and jumps! Unfortunately, it looks like he got res, and now pushing back, Fizzerino turns it around, has his V available. Kuyi on the backside, unfortunately doesn't, trading that damage forward, drops that skybound, and that damage, 10% HP, forced to grab there, tries to go for the forward thrust, doesn't manage to get the secondary. Kuyi is actually just gonna hard run away here. Opting to play back, Fizzerino putting forward pressure, vacuum comes out, goes for the skull from the sky, unfortunately gets grabbed out of it. Kuyi trying to go for the forward thrust, gets a float off, spear comes down, drops the damage, and forces a V out of Fizzerino. Fizzerino actually not sure why he V'd. So far, it seems like he's done a great job of having that tanking ability. Immediately comes out to be right next to the pillar, is not going to be able to get caught out of that, gets the bound off the sky vacuum, forced on the ground, forward thrust, try to go for the secondary, managed to catch it, but unfortunately not enough damage, and now, as we can see, that KD play coming in. Kuyi gets up, immediately gets a grab off, spear comes in again, forward thrust, try to get the chunk off, 20%. Fizzerino, unfortunately a little too tanky, but he's gonna have the damage to turn it around, and Kuyi not tanky enough. Fizzerino comes out on top.
Oh man, I mean, it was so back and forth there for a long time, but Kuyi just staying in that fight a little bit too long and punished by Fizz. And Fizz, it definitely seems like has the gear advantage in this fight. So for Kuyi to stick around, you know, it's all or nothing. And you saw it there. Fizz punished it beautifully and took the fight.
Yeah, and according to Endlave's notes, Fizzerino does actually have the gear advantage over his opponent. And we did see that kind of come into play at that last turnaround where like Kuyi got the first combo off, and Fizzerino only dropped to about like 20%. But then after that combo was over, I think I saw a down smash that let Fizzerino kind of stand back up kind of early, and then he just turned things around and just took that gigantic combo off on Kuyi, and Kuyi just went down. But so yeah, like these Awakening versus Awakening matchups, I don't want to say they're a bit more like lethargic or watch, but like what are some like main CCs that you have to watch out for from a Valk, for those of you who aren't aware of Valk's abilities? Like what are some of like those key skills you just need to like just defend against?
Yeah, so I mean, right off the bat there, we saw the catch with the vacuum, which honestly you don't see too often because they are very protected. And then outside of that, for me, it's going to be the grab. The grab is huge in this matchup.
Right, so round 2 is ready, and let's get underway and jump into the game. Arena of Arsha, semifinals, Valk, round 2, and relay, or Kuyi versus Fizzerino. Let's see who's going to take the lead.
And already, second round is going to be starting up here. We'll have to see, will that vacuum grab come into play? We saw it previously in the last round, and doesn't even need it. Sivik comes out, actually might have decent there, but still gets up there. Gets a catch for the secondary, forced on the ground, down smash, pushes down damage from the spear drop. Forces Fizzerino 50%, and we can see that gear difference coming into play. Kuyi not managing to chunk. Tries to go for a very aggressive grab there. Fizzerino managed to turn around, drops down onto the low ground. Unfortunately, due to the height difference, doesn't manage to get the secondary. Try to go for the forward thrust now. Fizzerino back in the midfield, holding. He's going to pop the heal here. Both players at full HP now. Once again, Fizzerino is going to have a huge stand-up potential. Gets behind the frontal guard there. Unfortunately, no CC connection though. Kuyi managed to go that SA just in time, holding that SA block back on the backside. Tries to go for the spear connection, doesn't manage to get the stiff in. Kuyi lingering the whole time, gets an aggressive grab off. Spear comes out, forward thrust, and Fizzerino forced to be. A great combo, but once again, as we saw earlier, he does not have a damage, even off a full combo, to force Fizzerino to die. So Kuyi's going to try and have to go for 2 opportunities here. Got the V out on the first one, so he has a chance now. Vacuum comes out, goes for a TP, managed to get the grab off that vacuum grab as we saw earlier. Already pushing on the ground, doesn't manage to get the secondary, and Fizzerino with that wake-up grab. Shield throw comes out, tries to go for the, the down spear. Doesn't manage to get the stiff in, gets a knockback there. Trying to go for the secondary, a little too slow. Pushing forward, waiting. Again, gets a vacuum up. Actually was at a bound off of that, but it's a little too slow, and Fizzerino playing too aggressive with his low HP, ends up dying, and Kuyi off the back of that managed to clutch that last round, forcing the score to 1-1.
Yeah, Kuyi playing that fight so much better. We saw it one time where Fizz did get the wake-up grab, but overall, Kuyi, you know, he's getting the damage in, backing off, getting the damage in, backing off, and I feel like he played that fight so much better than the first round.
And for Kuyi there, he was able to turn things around because his opponent actually was missing quite a bit of HP. And we saw Fizzerino kind of just jump back maybe a little bit prematurely, and Kuyi did have that grab available. Is that something that like you should be like taking into account, like counting like these cooldowns of grabs or something in these matchups?
I believe the grab cooldown is also super short, as we saw. I mean, wake up grab, you saw it a couple times. Honestly, counting the cooldown is going to be pretty big, but the biggest thing is, you know, play slow, getting that chip off. We saw Kuyi do it in that final match, playing a little slower than before, and it ended up paying off for him.
And Kuyi is actually, I think both players are actually playing really well right now, but looks like Kuyi has evened things up. And what were some of the things that you would say he was doing like much better this time around compared to the first?
I feel like in this fight, he did a lot better job at controlling the pacing of the fight, you know, not giving Fizz a lot of room to, you know, heal up or really take control of the fight. Beautiful CCs were coming out at Kuyo, and he was able to land every single grab as well.
All right, so the next round is ready. Get to the grand finals. Let's find out and jump into that Arena of Arsha.
And already, final round here. Gates are open. Both players taking the midfield. Kuyi ought to go for an early aggressive play here, and actually gets a sip off the back of that, but oh no! A little bit of technical difficulties. We saw this in a previous Valk match. That vacuum ends up sucking him under the ground, and while we have this time, and the match is paused, and we're going to do a reset here. As we saw, that vacuum grab, we saw Kuyi do it a couple times in the previous match, and that is a big threat. Do you think anything Fizzerino can do a little different to try and dodge that?
I mean, just playing a little bit more passive maybe to avoid the vacuum just in general, because we did see, you know, so much aggression out of the Valks there. The gate opens, they were instantly in each other's face and eating that vacuum into the grab.
Yeah, and obviously you can't, unfortunately, iframe out of the grab as a Valkyrie, so a lot of classes, once you're in that vacuum, you're going to eventually get grabbed, and we saw it a couple times. So I'm wondering if that's why, you know, Fizz playing a little more passive that time, and Kuyi trying to go for those aggressive plays, recognizing that, you know, Fizz can't handle it.
So let's actually talk a little bit more about what kind of happened there, because we did see during the qualifiers and even the prelims that players were getting pulled underneath the ground with vacuum skills. Do you know, like, what other matchups were there where, like, the players got kind of pulled under the ground?
Musa, I think. Any class that has a hard vacuum, but Musa was the only other one I saw. Did you see any other ones?
Musa, and then occasionally it'll happen with, like, the Striker Mystic matchup when they use Wolf Fang, but
Oh, okay.
overall it hasn't been too bad in the fights.
Which vacuum skill is it from Musa?
Projection.
Right.
Which a lot of people run the Bond on to give it SA, so a lot of people are tossing it out in the matches.
Yeah. And so when it comes to, like, Valkyries, when you guys fight against Valkyries, Armin, you do play Ninja, and Vert, you play Hash, but you've also played a ton of other classes. I've seen them. You've played, like, Maehwa, Berserker back in the Orwin days, too. And so, like, when you guys are fighting against Valks, like, how would you kind of approach this match?
I mean, honestly, when you're getting close to a Valk, you want to go in as protected as you can to not get punished by the shield throw. You need to look out for their grab, and hopefully you have a grab of your own, because Valks are very stationary, and I feel like that's one of the best ways to punish them.
Yeah, and Awakening Valk, even though it has a big shield, actually is a little more frontal guard based than most people assume, and so I think both for me and you've heard block jump is just a huge tool for us, so a lot of the time you can just kind of rely on that. A lot of Valks will actually ended up getting cheese by it.
Right. And, like, when it comes to, like, the wave of light and, like, a Valk just, like, pulls you into one spot, like, how do you guys usually get out of that situation? Because for me as a ranger, it's just pretty easy. We have, like, you know, that infamous EES, explosive evasive shot, and it's a really long duration iframe, which is why I think it helps for this, because, like, we can just use it, like, over and over, and it helps us, like, move out. But, like, when it comes to, like, Ninja or your Hash, like, how do you guys just get away from that skill?
I think for me personally, it's again either block jump, since I have iframe on it, on like Hashes, or I just try to avoid it. But for Hash, I'm not too sure.
Hash, it definitely gets a little tricky. I mean, you can do your best to just kind of stay on your feet and rotate the super armor until the vacuum ends, and then you disengage, but getting out of the actual vacuum can be tricky.
And then you also played Maehwa, Vert. So, like, when all those non-grab classes fight, you know, warriors or, like, Valks, like, is it really as bad as they say? Because I've only ever played Ranger, of course, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an uphill battle against those shield classes. It's tough to find openings, but it is important to, you know, keep the pressure up, because that's how you are going to catch them. You know, the quick back attacks, the stiffs, you know.
So, Warrior or Valk, which one do you think is kind of, like, easier to deal with?
I'd say Valk for sure. Personally, I mean, the res can come in really hard, but Solar Flare grab is just such a threat.
Well, we are ready to start round 3 again. The Valks being pulled has been fixed, and let's go and jump into the game and see what's going to transpire for this round.
Hopefully no vacuums into the ground this time. Round starting up. Kui, Fizzarina, whoever does win this will be moving on. And now vacuums coming out, trading on the back's head already. That vacuum grab comes in, trying to get for the secondary bound there. Kui relied on his a little bit, but Fizz, recognizing the vacuum coming in, opted to hold a SA and doesn't get CC'd, and Kui forced to be there, goes for the heal. Spear comes out, no connection, holding that lingering SA. Fizz has managed to get the forward connection on the forward play, and actually iframes has got a clean movement from Fizz, forced on the ground, trying to go for forward throws, a little too late, but still chunking him really hard, and the damage is too much. Kui in the close range didn't frontal guard, and unfortunately, off the back of that, he will be out, and Fizz will be moving on.
I mean, just so impressive out of Fizz there. Just played it beautifully. Like you said, the iframe into the grab was clean, and congrats to Fizz. I mean, really well played. He deserves to be in the finals.
Yeah, let's actually check out the replay of what happened, because I just was not expecting that burst damage to come out.
As we see here, moving forward, try to go for the spear catch, doesn't get the connection. And Fizz decides to back up here, and we see right here, he recognizes the spear coming in, iframes the grab, and gets a CC. And looks like right here, unfortunately, didn't manage to get the secondary, but backing up, dropping that huge damage. Heaven's Echo doing, I believe, do you remember the name of that ability? I think it's Revolve or something like that. The Sky Spear just doing so much chunk, and unfortunately ends up dying off the SH of that.
So it looks like now Fizz will be moving on to the grand finals, and he will be facing DPH. We're going to be having actually another, hopefully, Succession versus Awakening. That's actually personally what I want to see. And however, for the third place match, Kui and Relay still have a chance to take home that third place prize. So for the upcoming third place match, how are you guys feeling about this?
Overall, I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. I think Relay, you know, he definitely, it seemed like he got his nerves together towards the end of his fight. So I feel like Relay is going to come out very strong here in the third place match.
And actually, if I'm going off my notes correctly, Relay actually had more gear than DPH, but DPH did manage to take home that win. So the next matchup is going to be Kuyi against Relay, and Kuyi is actually going to be at a gear disadvantage for this. And do you think that things are going to turn out the same way as they did against Fizzerino just now? Because it looked like Fizzerino's damage was just insane.
Well, unfortunately, I do believe Awakening Valk has a lot less damage potential than Succession Valk, so he might have a little bit of problems comboing out. We'll have to see. Maybe he has to do 2 combos, as we saw DPH having to do earlier on. And that's on a Succession Valk on top of things, so we'll have to see how it turns out.
Yeah, I think overall, like you said, Relay, the gear coming through is pretty strong. I did like the play out of Kuyi, and I could see him bringing it back for the 3rd place match.
Well, round 1 of the 3rd place match is ready. Will Kuyi take home that 3rd place prize, or will his opponent will? Let's check things out and jump into the arena.
And alrighty, who will be claiming your EU 3rd place Valk? Relay, Kuyi. That gear is going to be massive here, and already Vacuum comes out, gets a bound off immediately. Forward thrust, not even 10 seconds in, and Kuyi forced to be not showing up super well so far in Relay. We saw it earlier. Both these players are playing super aggressive off the B play, but Relay this time plays a little slow, goes forward, gets the stiffen off that shield charge a little too much, but doesn't get the secondary. Trying to go for the grab. Kuyi a little too late. Now takes a midfield here. Relay might be trying to put some chase pressure here. Nope. Deciding to play on the back space. And holding by the player. Vacuum is going to be going for it here. Shield toss comes out, goes for the Vacuum. No grab connection. Winning on the backside. Iframe. Holding. Waiting. Shield chase, obviously. Waiting here. Trying to go for the 4th thrust. Unfortunately, no connection. Backing up a little bit. Holding Q blocks in front of each other. Trying to go for the grab attempt. Relay immediately canceling out after realize he does miss it. And now Q has a grab advantage here. Might look to go for it. Still waiting for those Vacuum CDs as well. On the backside, Spear comes out, no connection, still on that Q block. Tunnel guard needs to be careful here. Gets the Spear toss, goes for the bound, manages connection, grab on the secondary, Relay on the ground, still has to be available, but still not opting to pop it. That gear being so much, pushing forward, shield thrust, man doesn't manage to get the stiff in on the secondary. Now backing up here, goes for the Spear throw. No connection on the bound, but gets it on the secondary there. Forced on the ground, and that forward thrust a little too much, and Kuyi takes the 1st round.
Man, Relay coming out so strong there, forcing the V out of Kuyi, but Kuyi turning it around there at the end. Very, very impressive. And I'm not sure, was that a KD or was that a missed V? What do we have there?
I do believe he had his V still available.
Yeah.
Maybe, again, the nerves coming in, but it might have been a KD, as we saw. You cannot V, unfortunately, out of a V, or you cannot V out of a stiff or a KD, so a little fatal.
What about if you get like tossed into the air by the KD? Can you still V during that kind of like mid-air state?
You can still V during the mid-air state. On a lot of classes like Ranger, you have to immediately V the second the grab comes in, as it is a KD. Same thing for Strikers, so if you're not careful, you can get caught off guard.
So Kuyi actually looking like he can overcome the gear difference here, but it actually takes quite a bit of work from him. Like, what went right for him that round that allowed him to kind of just take home that?
I mean, right out of the bat, you know, you saw Relay coming out strong, forced the V out of Kuyi, but Kuyi, you know, he didn't let that get to him. He turned it around and was able to land back-to-back CCs and great combos to finish off Relay there. And
so then let's talk about a little bit about Awakening bond skills, because I don't know too much about the Awakening bond skills, but what's just your preferred choice really quick?
I'm not sure what the skill's called, but the leap when they land in the ground, it looks like they both had the bond on that, which creates a bound.
All right, so round 2 is ready for this 3rd place prize. Let's see who's going to take home that victory. Is it going to be Kuyi, turn things around with that gear difference, or will Relay come back for that win?
And alrighty here. Next round starting up, gates are open, both players taking that midfield. Already that early aggression from Relay, something we didn't see earlier. Immediate forward, oh, he's listening for the V here. Kuyi needs to be careful, comes behind the pillar, is going to be saved by the pillar, gets caught by the Vacuum though, bound on the ground, trying to go for the second day, unfortunately no connection, now Relay taking some damage. Kuyi on the ground, turns to CC again. This is just a fiesta, and Kuyi is in the middle of it. Relay dropping CC after CC, but still alive here. Vacuum comes out, doesn't get caught in the Vacuum, Ganj, iframe on the backside, gets the CC off behind the front guard. Kuyi a little too aggressive and might lose it right off that, but still gets up, gets the stiff in, trying to drop some damage, but Relay is a little too tanky, and Kuyi needs to try and back up here. Con the Vacuum, try to go for the grab, gets a stiff in again, try to go for the secondary. Oh, barely Relay managed to get an iframe there, and Kuyi needs to be careful. 20% HP. Option finally kite out here after that, all that CC pressure. Relay putting some forward aggression, tries to go for the stiff in, doesn't manage to get it, gets it behind. Kuyi on the ground, forced to die. The V not being in play and that shield thrust being a little too much.
I mean, Relay coming out looking like a completely different player. So much aggression and was not giving QE any room to breathe. Forces the V, I think, in the first 10 seconds. Immediately follows the V, doesn't get the CC right away, but is still able to capitalize at the end and take the round.
Yeah, I almost thought it was going to be a bit of like a deja vu because in that first round, Kuyi actually like was forced to be right away, and this round he also was too, but I was thinking maybe if he turned things around, that would have just been a repeat of that. But relaying, just not giving him any openings there and just fighting a lot better this time around. And what do you think like he improved on with his play?
I do believe in that last round he was way more aggressive compared to what we saw before. Both players early on were kind of playing a little hesitant, giving spacing to each other, but I mean, a lot of the time, not giving your opponent respect is the best way of taking a match.
Do you think like the bulk heal, like how, do you know how strong that bulk heal is?
I think most of the time it's up to like 40% to heal back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good amount. The only downside, it is a pretty long cooldown.
Like, is it like 30 seconds?
I believe it's like 45 seconds.
45?
Yeah.
So like, yeah, that, because for me, when I'm trying to think like if I'm in Kuyi's position and I see Relaying just use that heal, all that like work you did was kind of for nothing, and he does need like 2 CC combos to kind of take down Relaying because of that gear difference. But Kuyi was playing really well, and so was Relaying. But who do you think your final predictions are? Who do you think is going to take that?
I mean, if Relay comes out and plays like he did that round, I think it's going 100% in Relay's favor. If he goes more on the back foot, I think it's Kuyi's match to take.
All right, so round 3 of this third place match is about to begin. Let's jump into that arena and see if Kuyi or Relaying is going to take home that third place prize.
And alrighty, Relay, Kuyi, final match. Who will be your third place winner here? Already squaring off in the middle. This is a mirror matchup. Vacuum's coming in early, as we saw earlier. But this time, Kuyi is going to come out on top for that early grab. Might try and force a V here. Forward thrust comes out. And finally, Kuyi is going to force that V. Relay backing up here on the clear opposite side. Kuyi might have lost track here. Might not have sound, as we have seen a lot of players chasing those early V audio cues and following up. And now both players on opposite sides of the field, pulling behind that pillar, goes forward, trying to go for the shield. Sorry, the air throw. Just managed to get the spear off. Now coming down from the air, trying to go for the bound, holding that Q block the whole time firm. Gets behind the frontal guard. Oh, a little too slow though. Trying to go for the connection. Gets a grab off now. That damage is going to be coming in aggressive. Gets the bound off on the secondary, and Austin back up there. Might have messed up his combo a little bit, and Relay is not going to risk that wake up grab. Obviously playing it smart, something we haven't seen from a lot of players so far. And now starting off here, tries to go forward. Needs to be careful of that air toss. Dropping it, damage comes out. Still holding. Q-block, waiting, tries to go for the grab, a little too short, and now Relay with the grab advantage here. Vacuum comes out, tries to push forward, maybe a little too aggressive on the grab, and Kuyi reading it, goes for the bound, gets it, gets up, tries to go for the secondary stiffen, but unfortunately you're going to cap out your combo off the end of that. A little unfortunate there, and now Vacuum comes out, finally gets a secondary there, holding the Q-block a little too long though, and Relay recognizing it, gets up from the grab, immediately grabs Kuyi on the ground, damage a little too much, and finally V's. I was scared he might not be there, a little too close, and oh no, Relay might have read the V here, goes forward, trying to go for the grab, actually pops the Vacuum, and finally gets the grab off the end of that, 10%, and Kuyi is down. Great stuff from Relay, and I believe off the back of that, he will be moving on and winning your third place prize.
Yeah, we saw Kuyi, you know, he came out strong, but unfortunately he did start to play a little more passive, and Relay, beautiful combo to get him to V, and then dropping the Vacuum right on the spot where he reappeared, and able to get the grab off of that.
So we do actually have a replay of that, those final moments of that third place match. Let's actually pull up that replay and see what Kuyi and Relaying did that fight.
All right, so here we go. This is the first combo that leads to the V. Just so much damage coming out of Relay. And then we see QU looking for a safe spot to go, but Relay reads it. We're gonna see the Vacuum drop here in a second. There it is. Capitalizes during Kuyu's heal, and that combo just so clean to finish him off and take the win.
And so with that, Relaying is our third place winner, but for the finals, we have DPH versus Fizzerino. DPH actually being slightly less geared than his opponent, I believe, but he was able to turn things around against like an even like at a gear disadvantage for his match today and take the win with that Succession Valk. So it's going to be Succession, I assume, against Awakening Valk for the finals. And do you think that like DPH with his Succession is going to like have an advantage or be able to make up for that gear difference?
Obviously you do have that massive accuracy buff from Succession, so he is going to have a lot of damage potential, and it's going to be something to watch out for. I'm actually very surprised as well that there's such little Succession Valks, even in the top 4.
Yeah, it seems like EU definitely favors the Awakening, but DPH, like we saw against Relay, you know, he was at a gear disadvantage. He's able to come in with the clean extended combos, and the shield toss was so massive. So looking forward to this finals.
And that does conclude the EU Valkyrie semifinals and third place matches. Up next, we have BlackDesert's beefy boy, the Titan. Berserker is starting, and let's pull up those EU semifinal Berserker brackets and take a look at the players that are going to be competing for this fight. So on the left side, we have Rabu against Kuchiwuchi, and on the right side of the bracket, we have Chrisley against, looks like Zills. And according to these notes that Enlave has provided me, Kuchiwuchi is actually a near-capped pure Berserker, so he is going to have a huge advantage for this. And it looks like all the Zerkers are going to be running with Awaken, and Rambo plays a bit slower and more methodical. Do you think that's like the right approach to take against Berserker with much more gear than?
I mean, the more geared Zerker is definitely, you're going to see the aggression. I mean, especially with their new skill, Seismic Blast, the damage coming out of, you know, a near cap Zerker is going to be immense. I don't know if Rambo's going to be able to live through that, but I'm curious to see.
Some people might potentially be getting one shot by Seismic.
Oh no. But hopefully we don't see that, or maybe we will. But round 1 of match 1 is ready to start. It's going to be Kuchiwuchi against Rambo. Can Rambo make up that gear difference, or is Gucci going to take that win?
And alrighty, Rambo, Kuchiwuchi on that Zerker. Neither player has popped a Q buff yet already. Lava Piercer goes aggressive. Shake off, gets a grab off on the ground. Needs to be careful of that earns to be. FD comes down, pops that Seismic Ancient Wave a little too late. And Rambo actually did not lose that much HP off that FD Seismic connection as I expected. Q buff now coming out from Kuchiwuchi. Both players trading it. Gets his stop up with the grab of the res. Unfortunately, eats the grab. Giant Sleep managed to kite out. Both players trading that long range. Unfortunately, you are going to be unprotected, and off of the back of that, you are going to be hard. It is going to be coming down hard to res there. Cube up now coming out of V here. Both players, neither V available. Taking those cube up shots, backing up a little bit, chasing forward. About 5 seconds left on the cube up here and playing those pillars until he can. Rambo taking that midfield. Lava Piercer drops that out splitting a little too far away. Still has a few seconds left on the shots. Gets the KD on the ground, forcing the damage. Seismic, secondary, Ancient Wave, dropping some damage, and unfortunately not going to be enough. Opting to kite out here, waiting for his CC opportunities. A little bit of mastery on that Lava Piercer, something we haven't seen from most Zerkers. AOA obviously super hard, but unfortunately gets grabbed out of the devastation on the ground. FD, secondary, Seismic, Ancient Wave, trying to chunk it, but not going to be enough. Both players at 50% HP. Too tanky, but not enough damage. And now needs to be careful of that devastation, slowing the mid, holding back a little bit. Shake off actually just goes straight into his face. He's going to drop it out of the zone here. No, a little too far away, but still has enough damage. Gets that shooting mobility kill. 1-0, maybe a little bit of BM with that final hit there, and Kuchiwuchi takes the round.
I love that play out of Gucci to grab him, bring him towards the fog, you know, for a little extra damage, but just really well played out of both Zerkers. I feel like Gucci might have been able to kill him a little bit earlier, but Rambo did a good job of keeping the devastation slow up and taking that victory.
Let's actually chat a little bit about Q buffs, because between rounds, like cooldowns of your Vs and E buffs won't be reset. So Q buff Berserker is probably one of the most like notoriously famous things in BlackDesert. Like what exactly like does it provide for the Zerkers that gives them an edge?
I think the biggest thing are you have constant CC range pressure coming out from those cannon shots is going to have a constant bound applied, and on top of that you have the instant Ancient Wave. But the biggest thing out of all of them is going to be that 50% res. Physically, when both players are trading Q-buff shots, it's just who's going to res harder. And unfortunately, as we saw earlier, it looks like Kuchiwuchi ended up coming out on top in a couple of those trades.
And it also looked like Rambo was really close to grabbing Gucci and just CCing him during that that fog zone, but unfortunately, like, a bit of movements happened and they just went back inside the arena and were scared to like get chunked by that. But really well played either way though, and I really like those fights. Round 2 is ready. The players are about to jump in game. Let's see if Gucci is going to take home that win or if Rambo can turn things around.
And alrighty, second round starting up here. Gates open. Both players taking that midfield, waiting. Playing behind the pillars here. opting to play a little slow. Both players going forward, shooting ability. Obviously, you can mouse move that to go for the CC opportunity in that SA. Devastation comes out. You're lingering a little too long. Close gets the grab off. Rambo goes for the first CC. Seismic actually a little too slow. Doesn't cancel that animation off the back of that. Gucci Wuchi is going to turn it around and opts to drop the earth splitting slow before kiting out. Doesn't want to risk a full combo. Obviously, both these players are going to be super tanky, potentially running something like a Sizzles. And now in the midfield, it looks like Q-Buff is popped here from Rambo. And Gucci Wuchi will opting to hold back and not pop his just yes, kiting back. Lava Piercer holding back, holding that ground. He pops his Q-Buff now, and he's going to turn around with the timing and forces a V out of Rambo there. Gucci Wuchi doing a great job at kiting and playing those timings. And now out of the cube up here, out of the V here, Gucci Wuchi still has his up, putting that forward pressure on the backside. Lava Piercer comes out, trying to go for the earth split and gets the grab through it. Goes with the secondary ground lift, but seismic damage, but actually a V there. I'm surprised with the amount of damage that Gucci took that he still opted to V, and now in the midfield is going to have a slow here. Needs to be careful in the Nyashi spot. Gets stuck trying to climb up out of there. He's going to toss around the zone here. Neither player has a V. FD, secondary, seismic, ancient wave, and Gucci Wuchi using the zone. Wins the round 2-0. Rambo climbing the wall there.
Oh my goodness. Gucci both rounds utilizing the fog. He caught him climbing up on the ledge with the shooting mobility, capitalized off that, dropped him into the fog, and just beautifully played by Gucci.
Let's actually pull up a replay of that fight one more time and see what Gucci Wuchi did right that fight to take home that victory.
So right here, we saw Gucci come out of V, and Rambo unfortunately choose to run down, didn't realize the zone was closing. The shooting mobility right there into the grab. We're going to see him get dropped off in the fog, and then the combo, a couple of FDs coming out, the refloat, the seismic blast, and the ancient wave finishing him off in the smoke.
Yes, typical standard Berserker combo, doing a huge amount of chunk. And we saw earlier, it almost seemed like neither player could kill each other early on, but the zone kind of came in clutch.
Yeah, the zone really helping out Gucci there. And I'm not actually too familiar with like the awakening bond skills when it comes to Berserker. I do know that shooting mobility, or it might be like the giant sleep rather, actually, is one of the options, but I'm not sure what effects it has with Bond. So are you guys familiar with what players are using?
Yeah, so it looked like both Berserkers there were running the Giant Leap Bond. So Giant Leap is already protected with Super Armor. The Bond is going to give you the float on that. It didn't really come into play with this fight, but it is something to look forward to in the future Berserker matchups.
And so like, why the Giant Leap Bond though? Because my like perception of Giant Leap is that like they can just like use it to kind of jump away and stuff, but wouldn't like the animation be a little too long to kind of capitalize off the float from it, or?
A lot of the time what you can do is you can instantly pop a giant sleep and having that extra stiffen on it, and we'll say in a close call scenario where a Berserker decides to shooting mobility into you, which is an unprotected CC, the giant leap might come in clutch and get a float off. But obviously, because it is kind of, a lot of their bonds are more S towards punishing rat kind of classes, it didn't really come into play too much here.
Right. So for the next match, we do have another Awakening versus Awakening. It's going to be Chrisley and versus Zills, and it's going to be, yeah, another Awakening versus Awakening. And so when it comes to the Awakening matchup, like, what do the Berserkers have to look out for in order to get the upper hand?
I feel a lot of Berserkers abused and tried to go for super aggressive devastation a little too much. And when you're stuck in that animation, he got grabbed out of it and punished a lot.
Yeah, we did see a lot of punishes. The saving grace to that is that you do typically get the slow off on your opponent as they come in to punish it. But I think the big thing is going to be right out of the gate, seeing those Q buffs. You know, who's going to roll the dice, who's going to hit the ground first. So, looking forward to that.
All right, so match 2 of the EU semifinals Berserker matchup is about to start. Let's jump into game and see if Chris or Zills is going to take home that first round win.
And alrighty, Chris versus Zills here. Both players starting off already out the gate, playing a little slow here. Usually we do see our competitors take that early midfield, but Chrisley deciding to play behind the pillar on this early start here. Afraid of that cube up. Neither player popped it yet in the midfield. Meanwhile, Zills just laying in that devastation, holding those SAs, making sure he doesn't get caught by the shooting mobility. And now Giant Sleeps comes out. Both players trading the shooting. No connection there. Lava Piercer trying to go for the grab. Unfortunately misses it, but Zills hits his. Lingers a little too long. FD dropping the Ancient Wave. Needs to be careful, but not enough damage. The Ancient Wave not chunking as he was expecting. And Zills might be on the back foot here a little bit in terms of gear. Chrisley not even being. Giant Sleep comes out, needs to be careful of that mouse move grab. Lava piercing the backside, trying to go for the grab opportunity, instantly cancels out and gets the secondary there. Chrisley going in aggressive again, drops her devastation on the end of the combo. They're actually opting to go for a slow combo. Giant Sleep needs to be careful, shooting mobility, doesn't get the connection. It's still going to be in that lava piercer. Mouse movement back, the clean smooth movements, gets the grab off, and finally there's the V. After 3 long combos, Chrisley forced to get out there, and now Giant Sleep instantly down the mid, lingering there, didn't get the float off. It looks like he might not be running Giant Sleep Bond here. On Chrisley, Lava Piercer on the backside. Zill's got the zone there for a second, pushes forward. Lava Piercer in the mid, gets caught by the slow, but not going to mean too much. Chrisley just jumps in his arms, FD on the ground, Seismic, ancient wave from the side, 1 HP, drops the final hit, shooting mobility, but not going to be enough. The frontal guard coming in, and Chrisley needs to try and buy some time here. Ancient wave on the ground, trying to hit the Seismic, a little too slow, not sniffing, but he's not going to get the final CC, and Zills drops the devastation. Oh no, a little bit of a panic from the nerves, doesn't get the final combo, but it's not going to mean too much. Chrisley, after a little bit of a fiesta, finally dies, and Zills is going to be taking that first round.
Yeah, Zills right there looking so incredibly clean. I think he got CC'd maybe one time, but Zills, you know, definitely had a gear disadvantage, it would seem, but was able to overcome that, you know, CC after CC, beautiful grab, and really, really good positioning.
Skills coming into play there.
Yeah, like, according to Enlave's notes, Zills does have a gear disadvantage, but he apparently is one of the most skilled Zerkers out there, and we could actually see, like, he was just not getting CC'd by Chris, and he just seemed like he had the upper hand against Chris all the time. Couldn't, like, quite finish his opponent off with, like, the ending of the Ancient Waves and stuff, but just playing, like, much more sharper and kiting out when he needed to kite out, especially because just not, like, giving his opponent any chance to come back to just grab him right away and do the same to him was just really well played by Zills. And man, like, do you think Zills is gonna just take home that 2-0? He's really on point right now.
He's playing super smart, and we saw a couple times during his combos, instead of going for damage because of that gear disadvantage, he opted to pop the slow instead and go for a later combo.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see that. He recognizes the gear disadvantage, does pop the devastation like you said right at the end, and something that I saw out of Zills that we haven't seen yet from a lot of Zerkers is very, very clean mouse movement.
Yep. And so, let's talk really quick about Chris. So, like, it just seemed like he couldn't get any kind of opening against Zills there. So, like, is there any kind of opening for Zerker that you can capitalize on? Like, any, like, unprotected skills or anything?
I mean, a lot of what we see is kind of what we saw in the last fight where you go up and you punish, like, a devastation or something like that. But Zills just was not giving that opportunity to Chris in that fight.
All right, so round 2 of this EU semifinals, match 2 is ready. Let's jump in and see if Zills can just 2-0 his opponent or Chris can turn things around.
Second round starting up here, Chrisley, Zills, both players already. Giant Leap comes out, pulling that midfield, trying to go for the aggressive play. A little something we haven't seen, we didn't see last round from Chrisley, but he looks like he wants to take a bit more of a forward approach, trying to go for the shooting mobility catch there. Giant Leap doesn't go for the secondary. Lava Piercer trying to get the stomp catch and gets the grab off the shake off. Zills getting run around this time compared to the last round and immediately V's, doesn't even want to risk it, unlike Chrisley, who we saw linger a couple times there. And now immediately on the V, Lava Piercer trying to get the grab, shooting mobility, no punish, a little too late from Zill's side, backing up here. He needs to be careful, drops his Seismic. Zill eating a bit of a chunk there, dropped to 70%, and now backing up, holding behind those pillars. And it looks like both these players do have a mutual agreement to not pop Cuba. Big respect to both these players. Mouse move in the middle, needs to be careful. Giant Sleep pushes forward, goes for the grab. No punish coming up from Zills after the miss out of Chrisley. And now on the backside, holding, waiting, C-swap. Walking the middle, playing slow here. Giant Sleep runs right into that Deva. Gets shot by the shooting mobility. Great catch on the ground. FD, as we saw earlier, he's not going to have enough damage, but still chunks him low. Dropped to 20% and lingers too long. Chrisley off the wake up instantly. No V available, and the Seismic is too much. Chrisley off the whack of a great wake up grab. Drops Zills, and the score is going to be 1-1.
Oh, we saw Zills doing what he does best, just playing that matchup so well. You know, he read Chris coming in with the Giant Leap. He knew he was going to go for the grab, caught him with the shooting mobility. But where Zill messed up there was he stuck around for too long. And with Chris's damage, he needs to get out as soon as possible.
Yeah, so it looks like kiting out if his first combo doesn't do enough damage seems to be the right play there. But I think Chrisley was actually playing much better that time around too. So what does Zills need to do to, like, adjust in order to take home the victory?
I think he needs to just keep playing his game. I feel like Zill is doing a great job. The only slip up there at the end was unfortunately sticking around a little bit too late in that combo. getting grabbed, and as we saw, Chris has so much damage and was able to just delete him in that one combo.
So like, if once the players come out of the gate, like for this third round, do you think it's best to like take things a little bit slower, or just like he should just try to like jump in and get the upper hand like right off the bat?
I think as we saw, that early aggression definitely ended up helping out Chrisley compared to his first time around. So I think Zills needs to be a little more aware of it this time and potentially even do a little more aggression on his side.
All right, round 3 of this match is ready to start. Let's jump in game and see which players are going to win that final round and go advance to the final.
Alrighty, final match starting up here. Early aggression again. Chrisley double giant leap down the middle. Drops are splitting a little too far away. Just looking to linger here. Goes for the shooting mobility. No connection. Zills holding on the backside. Extends that devastation. Making sure he lingers those essays as much as possible. Giant leap. Both players trying to get back. Mouse move. Trying to go for the connection. Shooting mobility. Gets it sniffed, but too far away off the lava pierce here. Not enough movement speed. As we see, those crystals can make a big difference. Doesn't manage to close that gap in time. And now on the backside, holding behind the pillar. Chrisley holding that shot in the middle. No connection. Zills making sure he lingers those FGs. Giant Sleep goes for the shooting again, doing a great job at hitting those shootings when he can. Try to go for the shake-off grab. No connection. Chrisley on the backside gets to grab off in the air, dropping him on the ground now, and forces the V. Zills looks like he immediately V'd there. And oh no, is this a cube up? Zills might not be expecting it. Chrisley dropping shot. Zills need to be careful. The damage is too much. Tries to cube up back up his own, but he's taking too much and instantly dies. Oh no. Chrisley decides to pop the cube up in the final match, and Zills cannot handle it, and he'll be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, again, burnt the V early. Zills knows he can't live through that. And then as soon as he comes out of V, you saw the Q buff. And the Q buff, especially with, you know, Chris's damage behind it, is just going to be so impressive. So much damage, and Zills goes down.
Let's actually take a look at that final replay of those final moments where that Q buff really came in clutch there for Chrisley after his opponent took down them.
All right, so hopping in here, we see Zills is already in the V. Chris pops the Q buff, just waiting for him to come out, and the shots start raining down instantly from Chris. Now Zills right here realizes that Chris is Q buff, gonna pop a Q buff of his own, but unfortunately he's going so low. Chris comes in and the Ancient Wave to finish it. Beautifully played.
So let's actually pull up the bracket then and see which players are going to be moving on to the finals and which players are actually going to be duking out for that third place finish. So we have Gucci on the left bracket, one of the gear-capped Berserkers, almost gear-capped against Chrisley, who is also himself very geared. And both of them really did well to like adjust within their round, so I'm going to be excited for that finals matchup. And then for Rambo and Zills, who do you think is going to win that third place?
I mean, Zills really impressed me here in this match. I want to see Zills come out and, you know, perform like he did and take that third place.
Yeah, hopefully Rambo was watching some of those fights and trying to see if there's anything he could do, but Zills was playing really clean, as you said. Will the difference in like the bond skills come make a difference here? Because it was Giant Sleep. I don't remember what Zills took though, so.
I don't believe he was running Giant Sleep because I didn't see the effect, but not 100%. It might have been ground lifting. As we saw, ground lifting does get an SA on another one of the bombs, and I personally think in this kind of matchup for Berserker, it's a little more useful, but we'll have to see coming into it, into this next third place match.
I'm also thinking that like when it comes to the Q buff, right, it's probably better to maybe save that after the ring shrinks, because that way there's no like terrain to hide behind. So maybe we'll see that come out. What do you think? Like, what other strategies could come into play?
I mean, the Q buff is definitely scary. I think regardless of the size of the arena, the Q buff is going to be terrifying. What we need to see, especially if Zills is, again, under geared compared to his opponent, we're going to need to see the clean play.
Right, let's get started with that third place match, Rambo against Zills. Both players playing pretty clean here, and let's jump into the arena of Arsha and see the players duke it out.
Off the back of an unfortunate loss, Zills is going to be coming into this already. Both players training in the middle. Needs to be careful here. Holding, playing slow. Potentially another mutual keep up with him, but we'll have to see. Rambo popped his early in his last match, and shooting mobility comes in, trying to iframe it, but not going to be able to get through that, but instantly gets up, no secondary. Zills on the ground, and again, has no DP, needs to instantly V and be careful, and Rambo on the opposite side might try to get the shooting mobility CC here. Unfortunately, no connection, drops into that giant leap instantly. On the backside, Zills burning dropping that seismic, and there's a cube of Zills needs to be careful, but it's not going to be enough. The shots came in too early, and Zills having some flashbacks. Unfortunately, off the end of that, Rambo taking a clean win, though, with that cube up is going to be winning at 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Rambo, you know, we saw him punished with the wake-up grab to start that off. And then again, the cube up after the V. Zills, like you said, having flashbacks the same exact way he went down in the previous match. So we're going to need to see some adjustments out of Zills if he wants to take this.
So that wake-up grab was actually super crucial for Chrisley. So what do you like? What's the difference between like the Berserker grabs compared to other grabs that allows him to like stand back up so quickly?
I believe Berserkers have like a kind of an instant wake-up grab animation, kind of like Strikers. And on top of that, a lot of people don't notice they have a little bit of res built into their kit. So it looks like he might have resed the secondary there from Zill and instantly just got up and punished it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super scary. Anytime your secondary fails on Berserker, you can expect a wake-up grab from the other Berserker. So, you know, you have to do your best. If it fails, if your secondary fails, you need to get out as soon as possible, or you will get punished like we saw.
And I don't really know if Berserker has a lot of knockdowns in his kit, and we know that like the reason why adamant teams are like give such a high amount of resistance because knockdowns do last a really long time. But for the people who don't know, do you mind explaining the differences between like bound and knockdown?
So knockdown is going to be the longest CC, and it's also a CC that you cannot V from. Bound is going to be a little bit, you know, your opponent's going to be able to get up faster. In the current meta, though, a lot of classes are shying away from the knockdowns in their combos and opting out for those bounds to get, you know, even if they're shorter CC combos, they're more reliable.
Right, so let's move on to round 2 of this third place fight. Will Zills be able to take things, make things go his way, or will Rambo just take that third place prize?
And Zills coming into this needs to make sure he tries to change something already. Round starting up, goes for the early CC off the Lava Piercer grab, no connection, Earth Swing in the middle, holding, Giant Sleep waiting, Zills on the backside, still holding his time. Giant Leap comes out, goes instantly, a clean catch, gets the ground up and instantly grabs. Actually, he's going to burn his secondary there, but Zills potentially not noticing that. Instantly Vs doesn't even want to risk the seismic damage coming in. Now, opposite side, Zills pops cube up this time on the back foot. Rambo, meanwhile, still hasn't popped his, trying to go for the aggressive pressure, shooting mobility. No connection. Lava Piercer. Oh, some clean movement. The 180s gets the grab off. Ancient Wave. And Rambo forced to V, respecting Zill's damage that time coming out behind the pillar. Zill's not putting aggressive pressure just yet. Rambo might be having his cube up come up anytime here, so he needs to be careful and wary. Giant Sleep lingering. Zills needs to be careful of that instant grab off the mouse movement. Goes forward, shooting ability, no connection. And Lava Piercer dodges the grab off the clean mouse movement and has the opportunity to KD out here, but Rambo, too tanky, needs to make sure he gets 2 combos off here. Now has a second opportunity for the secondary one. It looks like Rambo, noticing that, is going to play behind a pillar and try to get some HP back, but eating the zone a little too much there. Devastation, try to go for the slow. Rambo, make sure get out of it just in time. Goes for the grab, misses it, unfortunately, but gets the secondary still and has the opportunity to KD out here. No res, Ancient Wave, and gets the final shot. Zills, that is some smooth movement.
Oh my goodness, Zills is putting on a clinic here. You know, he might not be going further in the tournament, but he is putting on a show. The mouse movement from the Lava Piercer, dodging grab after grab and responding with his own, is so clean out of Zills. Yeah,
that's the Zills that I really like to see there. Like, I just could not believe when he mouse moved to that first Lava Piercer and just like got behind his opponent's back and just grabbed him. That was just like, those are the plays you want to see, like, and you want to get. And when they do happen, I feel like it kind of like boosts your confidence, because you know you're in a rhythm and you're hot. And if you've done a lot of Battle Arena, and Vert, you also done a lot of PvP, like there are some times where when you do get into that flow, you just feel like no one's gonna really like take a win off you. So
yeah, you could tell he was pretty much just reading what his opponent was doing the whole time.
Yeah, and so now it's evened out 1-1, and based on what we just saw, like, did your predictions change at all? Like, what do you guys think?
Man, I mean, Zills is playing so clean. Unfortunately, it is an uphill battle because of the gear disadvantage. So getting caught, you know, once, that's going to be the V. Getting caught a second time, that's going to be it for you.
Yeah, we saw he needed 2 combos as well.
Yeah, and Zills, yeah, he's going to need the 2 combos. And I just want to see more clean mouse movement coming out.
Yep. And the Q buffs will be back up. And we did see that was Zill's kind of bane for his fight earlier. And that's what brought him here to the third place match. But again, how as a Berserker, like, what should you really do to just respond to that V? Because you're not really an iframe class, you know. As a ranger, I can just like hop my way out of it maybe, but like, what can the Berserkers do to just defend against that?
Against the Q buff?
Yeah.
Honestly, it's just pillars. I mean, as much as you want to say it, unfortunately, he doesn't have the DP to try and live using his frontal guard, so a lot of it's going to be pillars, and hopefully, you know, he can clutch it out this time.
All right, round 3 of this third place match is ready to start. Let's jump in game into that arena of Arsha and see who's going to win the third place prize.
And alrighty, can Zills clutch it out, the underdog in this match, or will Rambo come out on top again? King out here, especially this time around, he will have that Q buff, and already going forward and falling right into his hands. Zill went a little too, Rambo went a little too aggressive there. And falling right into Zill's hands. Zill's reading the side movement, man, just shake off the grab on the opposite side and popping the cube up here. Rambo trying to get back. Zills needs to be aware of this. Was behind the pillar when he popped it, so he might not notice it. Goes into the giant leap, eating some damage. Needs to be careful with the res. Gets the grab off in the secondary, but eats the res. And Zill's managed to come out on top, but no! Doesn't get a secondary of his own and forced to V. And instantly Vs. Keep in mind, when you do have Cubas, you do have an instant ancient wave. Oh no, might be coming out in the middle a little too hard here. Last time this happened, he ate too much damage, and already giant sleep kiting away. Still has 10 seconds left, 50% HP, trying to get close to Rambo, goes for the grab, but Rambo comes on top, and unfortunately, the seismic is going to be too much, and Rambo will be winning your third place prize, 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, in that fight there, you saw Rambo kind of taking control. You know, Zill got the early grab, and Rambo respected it. He did V, even if he didn't need to necessarily, but Rambo did such a great job of controlling the fight.
Really well played by both players, actually. Let's go take a look at that replay and see how Rambo managed to adjust in order to take home that victory.
Yeah, so right here, we're going to see the Q buff still going off out of Rambo. I think Zill's strategy here, he was trying to close the gap. He really wanted to get the grab to shut down the Q buff from Rambo, but Rambo is able to dodge the first grab, respond with the grab of his own, and then we're just going to see an FD into the seismic finisher. Beautifully played by Rambo.
You know, I was actually like thinking like Zills was like had really good chances. I think both players had really good chances, and both players played really well. Well played, good efforts, and good fights from all the participants of the semifinals and the third place matches. Let's pull up those brackets for the Berserkers one more time to see who is going to advance to the finals. On the left side of the bracket, we have Gucci, and on the right side of the bracket, we have Chrisley. Both of these players will be duking out in the finals to fight for that title of Unrivaled and get their hands on that Awakening weapon skin and the skill instructor qualification. Have you guys actually seen that Awakening weapon skin at all for Berserker?
Oh, I'm personally not too much of a fan of the Berserker one, but a lot of the other ones like Warrior are super sick, in my opinion.
Like, yeah, if you guys didn't know, those Awakening Arsha weapon skins do have unique particle effects, and they have moving like model animations. Like for, you'll just have to check it out, maybe do a Google search to see exactly how the models are modified for those Awakening weapon skins. And yep, I'm really excited to see the finals because Gucci and Chrisley were both honestly playing really well as well. And it's going to be another Awakening versus Awakening, and so both the players are really geared. And will they, like, when you're near like capped gear, is it possible to take down the other Berserker with like one Q buff, or will we actually need to still see like 2 combos when you're at that like high level of DP?
I think prior to the nerf or the where the third grab couldn't be extended anymore, a lot of the time you could combo even someone that didn't have, you know, that much gear and still kill them. But now that that's gone, you really don't have that option.
All right, so that does conclude the Berserker EU semifinals and third place matches. Moving on next to the next class is my favorite class, the Daughter of Kama Sylvia. She's got 2 daggers, or a sword and a dagger, as well as a bow, ranged and melee gameplay. This is why I like the class. So let's pull up those brackets for the EU Rangers and see who's going to be duking it out today. On the left-hand side of the bracket, we do have River Eye against Windstone. Very role-play names for the Ranger classes. I like it. And on the other side, we have Sonar 187 against Felix. And Vert, what predictions do you have here to give for these Ranger fights?
So in the first one, River Eye versus Windstone. River in his last match had a really, really clean 2-0. Definitely has the gear for the fight. Wind, also a clean player, and we saw phenomenal combos from him so far in the tournament.
All right, so I'm really excited to see how things are going to go down for this Ranger fight, and I will be looking at them very closely. So round 1 is ready to start. The players are jumping into the game. Let's see what happens after those gates go up, and let's check out the Arena of Arsha.
And alrighty here, round is starting up here already. Both players playing opposite sides. That Ranger matchup, obviously a very slow one already. Opposite side. Opposite air shots coming in. Is that actually? Oh, they are both awakening gear. Gets his stun off there. Waltz comes forward. Unfortunately, Waltz is not going to have that CC, but it is an SA Linger and forces the V there. River Eye opting to V very early here. Obviously, Ranger does have a lot of those KDs, and now early stun shot, no connection, lingering that frontal guard. Try to go for the CC. The bow skill's a little too much. Forced on the ground. KD grab. BG trying to put the damage in, and River actually a little tanky for Ranger from what we expected. Goes for the waltz. EES lingering that frontal guard when he can, holding that S-block. Try to go for the CC shot once again, and again, still going to be in that SA. Pushing forward, gets the grab off, lingering the SA too much. Waltz, damage comes in, and on the ground, Windstone will be taking your first round.
I mean, just a really, really clean fight out of Windstone. We saw River come in and pop the E-buff right away, but unfortunately wasn't able to do much with it. Got punished early, trying to use, I believe it was the Rabomb.
Yeah, so that skill you guys saw in the beginning where it was kind of like almost like a descending current looking animation, it's actually a frontal guard when you're charging that skill, but the Rangers can hold it, and then once it releases, it's almost like there's no projectile. It's practically hit scan, and it does have a knockdown CC, but Ranger, her kit is full of knockdowns, so she is one of the classes that is most affected by the adamantine meta. You know, your skills like regeneration, blasting gust, tempest, all those stuff, and this new Rabomb that you saw right at the opening of that fight were all knockdown skills. And nowadays, after the recent buffs that came to Ranger last year, you're going to see a lot more blasting gusts come out from the awakening stance, and blasting gust is one of those range bow skills, but now it's been buffed so that you no longer need to C swap to the bow, like just pay like a few frames of like time and then cast your blasting gust. The Rangers are now actually just casting blasting gust straight out of awakening form, and most of them like to lead into that riding the wind. It's like this sideways hop. It's got super armor, and the thing with Ranger is that if you're playing awakening versus awakening, a lot of it is kind of like seeing who has these bad habits of misusing their iframes, because you have two iframes to use as a Ranger. One of them is the wind step, the dash. That's a 3-second cooldown. The other one is a 9-second explosive evasive shot, that really infamous spamable ES iframe you see there. And once a Ranger kind of burns those two, they're going to be really scared about potential grab pressure. And the other three super armors are kind of like these mobility skills. And so outside of those, Ranger actually then will need to rely on front guards, but then using that against if you are taking Bond Waltz, and Bond Waltz is the preferred core skill for Ranger, that allows the Ranger to CC targets through the frontal guard because it actually ignores a bit of unit collision. If you guys know Mystic Sprout Torpedo, that skill that's been like the bane of any front guard class, you know, like she just dives towards you, gets you behind that front guard and CCs you. The Waltz Bond skill is actually a bit of the same thing. Personally, I've been trying out the Bond Breezy Blade, and it's been really nostalgic, but Bond Waltz is definitely the better choice to take in Awakening. And with that being said, round 2 is about to start, and let's see if things can turn around for the Rangers. Both really clean plays so far. I like it. And let's jump into that Arena of Arsha and check things out.
And already, second round starting up here. We saw Windstone win that last round, putting some great grab pressure out of those SAs. And already, Riverite, again, dropping those sky shots. He needs to be careful, got CC'd out of it last time. Waltz goes forward, gets a grab off immediately. That's going to be a KD. Windstone can't beat, and the BG is going to be too much. Oh my god! 0.26%. V's barely. And Windstone gets out in time, but needs to be careful here. That range damage pressure. Riverite going super aggressive and dies to, looks like the Waltz there. Unfortunately, too much. And wow, those rounds are quick.
I mean, that was just so explosive out of River. I mean, you saw a little bit more passive play, and he was punished for it in the first round. So coming out aggressive there, getting the immediate CC, the combo, putting his opponent at 0.2% health, and then able to follow it up and get the kill there.
Yeah, the thing is, with Ranger obviously being a very, very squishy class, once you are air attacked or like down attacked by anything, you're going to get deleted. And him surviving with 0.26% health is like, that's just like, you know, rolling the dice there with like hits of accuracy or things like that. And what we actually saw happen right at the end there is that's where Bond Waltz is the better choice over like the other Bond skills, because it's an added protection. Ranger already kind of has plenty of protections, but just adding one more protection on a mobility skill allowed her to kind of close the distance against the other Ranger, and the Ranger used Blasting Gust into that Riding the Wind super armor, and that wasn't the correct choice there because Waltz does still inflict damage. And instead, she could have just gone for the Wind Step Dash, or maybe even like Explosive Evasive Shot iframe.
Yeah, I was surprised she didn't EES to dodge the damage. Ended up killing her a little bit there.
Yeah, and again, another struggle of Ranger is that it is going to be hard to run away from your opponents. So far, a really close match. Vert, Armin, what do you two think?
I'm looking forward to the final round. Obviously, these Ranger matches are so fast, so you got to be ready, quick on your toes to V, and hopefully coming into this, they a little more passive.
All right, so round 3 is ready to start. Let's actually jump in and see who's going to take that third place, move on to the finals actually, and it is 1-1. So let's jump in and see.
River Winston, whoever wins this will be moving on to your grand finals, and as we saw earlier, that early aggression is so much, and already KD'd on the ground again, and finally V's there. It looks like River instead of going for the BG spam to try and get an early kill, opts to go for the secondary KD, but managed to be in the air, and oh no, chased him out of the B, and got the final shot there, and off the back of that, speaking about short rounds, 20 seconds in, River will win, and will be moving on to your grand finals.
I mean, just once again, the aggression was so impressive there.
Yep. Let's actually pull up the replay and see how that match, quick as it was, how that ended, and how River took that win.
And already starting out here, we can see he got the secondary grab. There might have been a mistake, but still managed to clutch it out here. And looking for the V opportunity, manages to read it, goes forward, gets that knockback shot, forced on the ground, and pushes forward, dropping that damage, grab off VG, and that Blasting Gust, obviously such a hard chunk, kills Windstone, so he's going to be walking away with a clean win off that.
And so I'm looking at the fights of the next match, and all the Rangers are going to be playing Awakening, so we know what to expect. Bringing Succession is a very bold choice when it comes to these fights. So in NA, we actually did see 1, 2, I think 3 Rangers bring Succession, and I don't really agree with that decision, but I can actually see in the Arena of Arsha environment, there is actually some potential for Succession to get a bit of an edge in the opening. But we won't be seeing that for the EU matches, and for River, he will be moving on to the grand finals. Windstone still has a chance to fight for that third place prize, and then, yeah, just actually pretty well played by both. And, you know, for the next match, Awakening versus Awakening, what are you guys' thoughts about anything about that fight?
So just looking at my notes here, in the previous match, Felix won 2-1 in the last fight against a very, very strong player. Enlave actually had them as their favorite going into this match. And then on the other side, you got Helenis. They've been a Ranger since, you know, the class released. They won 2-0, but looked a little shaky in the last round. So Helenis going to have to come through with the clean play and settle the nerves down here.
Yeah, and one thing I actually haven't seen so far is mouse movement on Ranger abilities.
Yep.
And if you guys don't know, Rangers are nowadays, they're using mouse movement to when you use Ranger protection skills, you're actually displacing yourself a little bit. And what that causes the problem that causes is that you actually can't grab as easily, because Ranger is pretty defensive and you prefer enemies to come to you, but using mouse movement, you can just adjust your positioning mid protection and just grab the opponent a lot easier. And with that being said, let's see if any of the Rangers for the next match are going to be using any mouse movement techniques in their fight. The next match is about to start, and let's jump in game.
And as we have seen, mouse movement can be very difficult in the AOAs, but we saw in our last Berserker match, it is still possible. And now, starting off here, both players lingering opposite sides. This is an Awakening matchup, and unlike our previous matches, both players playing Soda here, riding the wind, over in the middle, lingering, try to go for the long range, but he's going to be playing behind that pillar, try to go for the shot, lingering that frontal guard. Felix doing a great job so far on the passive side. Dropping that early damage, rushing, still needs to be careful. Holding, riding again, backing up, goes forward, Breezy. Still doing his best. Actually gets the stun shot, goes for the secondary, manages to force the V there. Actually, oh no, he ran through him with the V, and he ends up hearing it, but doesn't get the secondary. Waltz goes forward, both players in EES, tries for the secondary shot coming out. EES comes out again from here, trying to go for that long range shot once again. Breezy, riding the wind, lingering on the backside, trying to go for that long range stun again. Waltz pushing forward. So far, a lot of damage pressure coming out. Neither player going to those early aggressive grabs.
Yeah, like Ranger doesn't have many options to engage here. As you can see, all she's really got to try to CC the other Ranger is her range skills like Tearing Shot and Blasting Gust. And otherwise, Awakening Ranger just has so many protections to deal with those range CCs as long as you're paying attention. The only really opening you have at range is using a range CC to catch the other ranger when she's using a range CC, and that's just a tall task to ask to accomplish. And now in these kind of moments where the rangers are really close to each other, it's all about who wastes their super armors ineffectively,
Oh,
like
and
right there.
speaking of waste, you got super armors, gets the grab off, that's a KD! And Felix, unfortunately not being fast enough, actually popped his V earlier, sorry about that, is gonna end up dying. The BG, a ton of damage.
Yeah, Felix, you know, burning the V early in the fight definitely came back to bite them. As soon as Sonar was able to land that grab, the fight was over.
Yeah, and nowadays it is an adamantine meta, but so Ranger's kit is mostly full of knockdowns. So if you aren't fast enough with your V and you're stuck in that down state, it's over. Like Ranger has so much down attack damage that Will the Wind is nasty, and if things get too tough, if any Ranger is bringing some kind of like tank field, I hope they're not. But they got that down smash penetrating wind combo to just keep the combo going and aim for a potential reset. And so there's pretty much no way a Ranger survives against another Ranger unless she has V up, and you have to also use that V really early. And yeah, really well played there. And Felix being one of like the favorites according to Enlave's notes, little bit of like a mistake from him and not respecting really the spacing, because in Ranger matchups, Awakening versus Awakening, main thing you have to respect is the grab. If you don't have an iframe, should you really move closer to your opponent, it becomes like this more about a game of positioning, because Rangers don't have like that instant quick stiffness CC that other classes have, such as Solar Flare or a Murderous Intent from Ninja.
And
Moonlight.
we saw in the previous round, actually, it was a lot about grab pressure earlier on, but in this one, he actually got stun caught a couple times. So I'm wondering if, you know, coming into this, it's a bit of a difference in playstyle.
Right. Yeah, we might see things change up for the next fight, though. Let's actually jump into round 2 of this second match and see if things are going to change for the Rangers or if the players are still going to play as well they are.
And already, second round starting up here. Felix, apparently one of the favorites according to Enlave, already down 1 point here. Sonar has the opportunity to pull this back, trying to go for this long range again. Needs to be careful, bringing the SA, rushing on the backside wall. Felix holding it, playing back behind that pillar. Looks like he wants to take a defensive range position here. And we saw this in our Archer matchups earlier this week. Though playing those pillars is super smart, especially against some range catches. But this time around, seeking for range is something you don't see very often. Riding the wind, pushes forward. Careful with that shotgun. Actually, interesting shotgun right there. Trying to go for the damage pressure. Sonar aware that Felix can't put any kind of forward pressure on him. Twirl comes out. You swap.
This is essentially like the quote-unquote neutral game for Ranger, where neither of them can get close to the other, because in order to get close, they have to burn their protections. And once the protections are gone, they're just going to get grabbed. So they're just fishing for range CCs at this point, but both classes have so many range protections to deal with those range CCs.
And as we see the wailing, that is typically a damage filler, I believe, so I'm surprised it's coming out in the neutral game here. Laying into the Frontal Guards, ES in the close range, gets caught by the stun, but no secondary. I believe that was a stun. So unfortunately, Felix a little too slow. Nerves maybe catching him off here, and now we're back in that neutral game again.
Yeah, like we're having just a really slow positioning battle, and again, this is where that mouse movement can come in handy, because when you use your protective skills as Ranger, everything is going to displace you a little bit, and using mouse movement can keep... Oh, the blasting gust
and
comes
there
in
it
here.
comes in. That is going to be a KD, and finally gets the grab off in the secondary again. I believe, in my opinion, I feel like you would rather want a BG here. Oh no, he came off in the Nayashe spot, but he managed to ES. He's going to be able to get out in time. We're back to that neutral. Get the stun off. CC'd on the ground. KD, BG, and he is going to be winning that. Felix managed to clutch it out there, and Sonar potentially a massive misplay with that positioning out of the V. Yeah,
I mean, going down to the Nayashe spot, it's always going to be dangerous using the EES to actually avoid damage from the smoke, but that left him very vulnerable when he came back into the circle. And I believe that was Tearing Shot, the stun coming out there, and just really, really well played from Felix.
Yeah, like Ranger is one of those classes where once the arena is a little bit smaller and your opponent Vs, you know you can catch them, because Tearing Shot is practically hit scan, and it's the longest range stun in the game, might be tied for the longest range stun in the game. So it's not like melee classes where they have to kind of just like investigate where the opponent might pop out of. Ranger can just aim anywhere she wants and then just release that Tearing Shot and stun her opponent straight out of the V. But really well played there by Felix. I also really liked the use of the Vine Knot to float his opponent instead of going for stuff like regeneration knockdowns, because nowadays with the adamantine meta, going for knockdowns can be a little bit risky. and you might be inviting some turnarounds from the opponent. So going into the Vine Knot, Heavenly Knot combo, and finishing off with the wins is probably the best play. And yeah, Felix just looking a lot sharper that time around. His instincts are on point there. So do you think things are going to change for Soner, or is it Felix going to go home and take that grand prize?
I feel like at this point it could be anyone's match. I mean, the back and forth between both players, you know, showing a lot of respect. Like you said, the neutral game going on there for about 2 minutes. So neither player wanting to make a mistake, both playing very, very careful. I think the biggest mistake we saw in that round was Helenis going to the Naishi spot and being punished for it. Great.
So the final round of this match is about to begin. Let's jump in game to see if the fan favorite Felix is going to take the win or if he can be upset by Soner 187.
And alrighty, Soner, Felix 1-1 here. Whoever wins this will be moving on to your grand finals. Both players, again, playing that neutral game. Kind of reminiscent of Sork to me a little bit. Iframe in the middle, needs to be careful. Still waiting. Long range shot, and it isn't with it. There for a moment, riding the wind. Blinker the SA goes aggressive and gets the grab off. A great movement play. I believe that was Breezy into the grab. Great stuff from Felix, and he's going to be winning the round off, and it actually predicts the V. Grab comes out, and the BG is going to kill him. 20 seconds in, V and the kill. Felix did a great job of aggression that time around.
Yeah, Felix spacing there at the end of the fight was so good. You know, he put himself within one Breezy so he could get the wind step into Breezy for the grab. You saw that come out, and then once again, like Lemoria touched on earlier, using the Vine Knot for the float, not risking the KD with the Adamantine meta. You know, beautiful, beautiful job there from Felix.
Let's actually take a look at that replay of how Felix adjusted his game to get that victory and move on to the finals.
And as we see here, pushing forward, immediately Breezy gets the grab and forces the V here. And right here, you can see him. It looks like he heard the V and ends up following it. Oh no, actually just hard predicts it over on the side, gets that final shot on the ground, and the BG is gonna finish him off. That was some fast gameplay, I will say that.
Yeah, like Ranger matchups last a while until one player makes a mistake, and then they just can't survive. Ranger just has too much damage. And again, like I mentioned, when it comes to dealing with Vs, Ranger is one of the best equipped classes to punishing an opponent that just got out V, because she does have ranged skills rather than a melee class who has to kind of just search for the V'd opponent. And let's actually pull up the brackets one more time and see who's going to be advancing to the finals, because we just finished 2 matches, and who's going to be actually moving on to 3rd place. Looks like River will be moving on to the finals, and Felix in the finals. So the fan favorite and a very skilled Ranger from what I saw earlier moving on to the finals, and they're going to duke it out for the title of Unrivaled. For Windstone and Soner, they still have a chance to take home some really nice prizes, those 3rd place prizes. And yeah, coming into this third place match, what do you guys think about how the Rangers have been playing so far, and what might they need to change or do in order to win?
Overall, I feel like the gameplay from the Rangers has been really clean. We've had, you know, some rounds we've had 2 minutes of neutral game, other rounds we've had 5 seconds. So I think it really comes down to who kind of slips up on their positioning and gets punished with the grab. And
you guys, Armin, again, you play Ninja, and Vert, you play Hash. These are like the so-called like feared and immortal like enemies of Ranger. Like whenever Ninja is always that one matchup where I just could not figure out, the class was too fast for me. So when you guys play against Ninja, like when you guys play against Ranger, like what do you usually do? Let me try to like get some of your secrets out. So
damage pressure. I mean, we saw already from the indicators, like it's a lot of SA lingering, and even though you have the iframe from EES, a lot of it just that SA pressure drops something like double malice stomp, or I believe for you, I forgot the name of the ability, the one where you stick your sword in the ground. The 2-4.
Yeah, descent.
Descent. You know, such hard chunking abilities. A lot of the time, you can just play for the damage pressure and come out on top. So.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. Just forcing the Ranger essentially to burn their iframes, and then punish that with a block jump or ranged float. But most of it, like Armin said, is going to be just trading damage into their super armor kit, forcing the iframe out of the Ranger.
Yep. And so for this 3rd place match, Soner and Windstone, they got quite a bit of work to do. Another match, but the thing about, I guess, 3rd place matches, obviously you hope you moved on to the finals, is that you did fight a lot, and you're going to be fighting more. So you do have time to still get into flow. And from my experience, like there are some times with Ranger where I just feel like I'm untouchable, because just all my good habits are on, the bad habits are just not appearing, and I'm not making any mistakes. And they might have had a lot of fights so far and might be ready to start things off really well. And again, that neutral game in the beginning, mainly they just need to watch out for that spacing and watch out for those range CCs. Those are the only two things they need to do. So the round, third place match, first round is ready. Let's jump in game. Sonar 187 against Windstone.
And alrighty, third place match here. We saw Windstone in his last set. Early aggressive play. Sonar, meanwhile, on the opposite side, very passive. And both these players playing in the midfield here. Early shots coming out and waiting back, playing behind that pillar. Early Breezy needs to be careful. The last time we saw that come out, the player did gap close very hard and get that early grab. And riding the win over the pillar, goes EES, lingering in the middle, goes for the grab, and unfortunately, actually, it ends up getting stunned out of there. A little too aggressive on the play. And Windstone doing a great job of getting that catch as he was going into the EES, I believe, right there.
Yeah, EES is a protected CC skill. It has a stiffness attached to it, and it's basically instant. You cannot react to it, so you just have to really predict. Oh,
and already the grab comes out. No V available. Windstone 2 times back-to-back in a row. Final ability coming out, that Wind Blade, and that's going to be finishing him off. Windstone takes a round 1-0.
Yeah, really well played by Windstone there. You know, they tried to get aggressive against Windstone. He used the EES, got the stiff into the Vine Knot for the float, and that's going to force the first V. Then we saw, again, just constant pressure to take the match.
Yeah, and I'm also, the raw bombs that you see in the beginning where they're fishing for those knockdowns, that is kind of comfy to use, but I think it might do more harm than good sometimes, because once you release the shot, you're unprotected, and that's where another ranger could just fish for a blasting gust, and if you're not lucky with that dice roll, you could just get put on the floor, and you can't V, unless you V really quickly in that air state. And again, I really like the Vine knock combos coming out, going for the floats instead of the knockdowns with this adamantine meta, and that way the ranger is forced to burn V right away. Most rangers, once they see that first float, we're just being, I've been floated by Serpent Succession way too many times. I'm sick of it, floated by those eruptions, so I'm just used to Ving off those floats right away. And let's talk really quick one more time about the that like slow opening of these rangers. You know, like these rangers just aren't really having much happen to them, so it's like the complete opposite of warriors or like Valkyries per se, where they're just bashing into each other all the time.
Yeah, I feel like the ranger versus ranger matchup is a lot more tactical. You know, they're almost playing a game of chess here, you know, shooting the range CCs, countering with their own protection and their own CCs, but once they can close the gap, that's when the grab becomes dangerous.
Yep. So round 2 is about to start for these players, Sonar versus Windstone. Let's see who's going to take home that third place prize, and if the Rangers can adjust their gameplay to get the upper hand in this duel.
And alrighty, second round starting up here. Windstone taking that first one very convincingly here. Wailing in the middle, typically something we normally see in combos, used as a frontal guard here, and probably because of the range potential, not having to worry about that close range. And out. Going the opposite side. Goes for the early shot. That is too aggressive and put on the ground. Shotgun comes out. No secondary though. A little too late for that secondary KD. EES on the backside.
Nice.
Gets the grab off out of the riding. BG comes out and Windstone ends up losing the second round. And both players are now going to be at 1-1. Sonar with a really great grab there out of the riding, I believe.
Yeah, that was the part where you can see mouse movement might have actually saved you, because right there, with that Breezy Blade into rushing wind, he actually got himself closer to his opponent. And that's probably not what you want to do in a ranger that has their grab up. You don't want to jump into like being super armor state against a ranger who's coming out of iframe. And now you're just stuck in this animation where the ranger can just pull you out of that super armor and you're going to be stuck. So mouse moving there would have displaced you back towards your original location and not put you within that grab range. But that is something that even I'm practicing right now to try to get ready for, because like 1v1ing without mouse movement nowadays, especially against really quick classes that like to sit on top of you, you can't really be forced to like jump into them, especially when you're fighting against again melee classes. And ranger is a melee class in Awakening, but again, we saw that really kind of slow gameplay right at the beginning. Again, Vert, you mentioned that it's kind of like a game of chess, and this is like a really like one of those slow openings in chess. I'm not sure if anyone out there plays chess, but it's almost as if Ranger's like playing move 1 B3 instead of like E4 or something. So these games are going to be really slow until a Ranger just gets CC'd, and then it's like all downhill from there. So any thoughts about the upcoming fights? Like what are your predictions?
I mean, I want to touch on that fight just real quick. I thought the reaction time to actually punish, you know, the player using Red to win, the instant grab reaction, and then just a beautiful combo to finish it off, not allowing his opponent to V.
All right, round 3 is about to start for this Ranger matchup. Let's see who's going to take home that 3rd place prize. It is evened out 1-1. Let's jump into that Arena of Arsha and find out.
And alrighty, 1-1 here. Whoever will be winning this will be getting your 3rd place prize. Those $50 again alongside the goodie bag. And I believe there was one more prize.
60-day Arsha Awakening.
60-day Arsha Awakening. And the Ranger one, actually, I saw pretty sick. Even though it is a little small, again, like the bigger one can be a little more flashy. Still having a lot of, charisma to it. And now, both these players are going to be competing for that. 20 seconds down the clock. Both players playing behind the pillars. S-block in the middle. Waiting. Forward. Breezy. EES. Actually lingering a little early, surprisingly, from what I expected. And now backing up.
That Easy Blade was a little bit ambitious there. It was a bit unprotected, but sometimes you can get away with that. Oh,
no, goes with a long range. Trying to get the CC. No connection, but actually got on the ground. Never mind. And forces the V out there very fast. Windstone making sure he Vs the second he can. And something that a lot of people don't know, Ranger E-buff actually isn't very much of a damage buff, more of a movement one. Nothing really used in combat here. So even though you do see Sonar popping it, it's nothing that's going to give a huge advantage. And already in that close range, Waltz, Breezy is going to go into that EES. No CC, Stiffen coming out. Both players lingering and backing up now.
Yeah, the thing with Ranger is that when you catch someone with the range CC from super far away, if you do not have enough movement speed stat, you actually might not be able to reach them in time. So I think the Rangers should...
There comes the grab out, lingering a little too long. BG doesn't even want to go for the secondary and just full burns and Windstone. Unfortunately, no V available. Sonar will be winning your 3rd place prize, and Windstone will be taking 4th place. Unfortunately, we don't have a prize for that, but the match, I mean, still greatly played.
Yeah, I mean, Sonar, once again, getting the EES catch into the grab and just using Will to win to whittle his opponent down and takes it 2-1. Really well played.
Let's actually get a replay of that final moment where that stiffness and the grab came through.
As we see right here, riding, comes out, C-swap, lingering it forward, Breezy, and waiting here. Trims back a little bit, goes for the long range. Breezy coming out, and it looks like in the Breezy right there, Windstone ended up getting stiffened by the EES, and off the back of that, Sonar's going to get a grab off and is going to finish the round. A great play by Sonar, and unfortunately, maybe a little bit of a misplay from Windstone there.
Let's actually pull up those brackets to see which players are advancing to the finals and are going to be competing against each other for that title of Unrivaled, the Permanent Awakening Arsha weapon skin, and that Arsha Skill Instructor certificate. So on the left side bracket, we will be seeing River Eye, and he will be fighting against Felix, considered one of the more skilled Rangers in NA. And how do you guys feel about Ranger v Ranger fights in general? Like, they're really slow. They kind of help the cast, honestly, a little bit.
I really enjoyed watching them. I felt like the play out of both Rangers, once again, not to go back to the chess, but it really is like that back and forth, predicting what your opponent's going to do. If they shoot a range CC, you respond with your own, catch them, and overall, just a great play.
All right, and that does conclude the EU semifinals and 3rd place matches for Ranger. We're going to be moving on to the next class. It's the Princess from Argaria, the long-lost princess. Hopefully you guys read the lore. I actually don't know the name of the kingdom, but it is going to be Tamer, BlackDesert's summoning class, and Armin, Vert. How do you guys feel about the Tamer class in general?
I mean, Tamer is it's such an explosive matchup. There's a lot of reactive gameplay coming out, using their trap with Void Lightning, baiting the other Tamer into them, but once a combo goes down, the damage is immense, and it just happens all so fast.
Yeah, and obviously, Tamer Awakening versus Succession, there's so many different bit of a different playstyle when you look at it. Awakening Tamer has those utilities like Moonlight and Scratch to play a little more aggressive on the CCs, whereas Succession's a little more about, hey, I'm going to linger roaring and go for kind of a bait play.
All right, let's actually pull up those brackets for these EU Tamer semifinals. On the left side bracket, we have Raiga against Vicenet, and on the right side, we have a Wugimara Pirates against Mafaka. So, very interesting names, but what do you guys predict from the Enlave notes for this Tamer matchup?
So we have Rice here, extremely geared. I believe is almost hard capped or is hard capped on their Tamer. So the amount of damage coming out is just going to be terrifying.
And yeah, a lot of people actually underestimate Tamer damage a little bit, especially when you're on the ground. If you have enough AP, you're going to get burned very fast. And I think they have a few KDs in their kit. I'm not too sure.
All right, well, match one, the first round is about to start. Let's get things underway with the EU semifinals Tamer match. Let's hop into that Arena of Arsha.
And alrighty, both these classes are going to have the option of that Void Lightning, so you need to make sure. And already, Grab comes out in the middle, eats the Void Lightning, doesn't get siphoned off of the back of that, and Raiga, 10 seconds in, forced to be 50% HP. This is going to be a succession Tamer against what it looks like to be Awakening. Pole Dance comes through, immediately forward, and the Intimidation follow-up for the secondary. Raiga, that was the fastest Tamer match I have seen in the past 2 weeks. A class that is so notorious for iframe lingering dies that fast.
Yeah, I mean, Wise just came out so incredibly fast. I mean, played it really, really smart. You know, they dropped the Void Lightning, but they continued their combo using their, you know, very limited super armor in their kit and was able to force the V early on and then just, again, punished as soon as they came out.
Yeah, it looks like here, Weisnet was actually the fan favorite, and he just came out of the gate really, really strong there and just immediately got that CC off and just finished his opponent. Tamer's burst damage is like, you just would not expect that much damage to come out of a little girl, but it always surprises me, and I'm always usually not ready for it. But when you guys fight against Tamers, like, what do you guys usually do? Because this class is, in my opinion, like one of the harder classes to read in BlackDesert.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tricky to read, especially with their movement. They have a lot of the iframes and quite a bit of protection. Typically, when you fight the Tamer, you want to make sure you don't get baited into the trap and kind of play around that and look for maybe like a range CC.
You know, actually, something about Void Lightning, like the Beast, a trick that I remember is that they removed this, but as a Ranger, we used to have like this sideways PvE iframe. So whenever I saw like the Void Lightning come out and I didn't want to just like walk around it, I would actually just use the PvE iframe to dodge like the Heilang like CCs, because apparently it counted as like PvE monster CC, but this was back in 2017, and then when I was using those sideways iframes, I actually got punished by the opponent Tamer herself. So, but that's just a little bit interesting tidbit there. Let's actually jump into round 2 of this EU semifinals Tamers match. Will Weisnet, the fan favorite, take home the win, or will Raiga turn things around and take his win?
And alrighty, here next round starting up again, Succession versus Awakening. We'll see if Raiga can turn it around and try and get his bearings back in play here. Already goes for that Surging Tide, goes for the CC. Unfortunately turned around, Raiga again on the ground. Weisnet catching him so early on. Both these players have already popped the E-buff, and now already out of the V, out the gates. Weisnet, this early aggression pressure, tree climb, looking at the SA, backing up WW evasion, gets grabbed on the backside, and Raiga 2 rounds in a row, sub 30 seconds. Weisnet is doing a speed run here and moving on to your grand finals. That was a show out. I
mean, why is that playing so incredibly aggressive and controlling the entire fight? There was no chance for a response. It was just amazing gameplay and really, really well
no
played.
Counterplay, caught his WW evasion as well multiple times. Their timing gets super well, I think, off the Moonlight and the Intimidation, so great stuff from him.
Let's actually pull up that replay, how Weisnet made very quick work of his opponent and how he was able to secure his place in the grand finals.
As we can see here, round starts up, pole stance, goes forward, got the CC, or trying to go for the CC opportunity there, but he's still going to be on that wake up. WW evasion, Weisnet waiting here, chasing, and he catches him at the end there, at the very end with the grab. Intimidation comes out and pops the damage, going to be too much, and Weisnet takes the dub off of that.
Just such incredible, clean, and aggressive play. I mean, a lot of times when you're playing that aggressive into a Tamer, that's when you'll run into the issues of getting caught in a trap or being CC'd yourself. But Weisnet just playing it so smart, using the protection beautifully, and able to take the clean 2-0 and move on.
Yeah, and I actually see Weisnet was actually wearing the Orwin outfit. That's actually what I wear for the move speed for Ranger. And for this matchup, do you think it's probably better to run with the move speed over the crit outfit?
Yeah, I mean, I believe so. I think it speeds up their iframe a little bit and their shorter dash. And you saw it there, Weisnet giving Raiga no room to run away and able to chase him down. And
for the Tamer v Tamer matchup specifically, like now the next fight we're going to see is actually going to be two Awakening versus Awakening here, so things are going to be a little bit different. And what exactly do the Awakening Tamers have to do in this mirror matchup to get a bit of an upper hand?
A lot of it is going to come down to making sure you're catching the end of that WW evasion. As we saw earlier in that previous round, I believe, what was his, I'm sorry, what was his name again?
Visnet.
Visnet ended up coming out on top and catching the grab at the end of that WW evasion. On top of that, you need to have to be careful of Void Lightning, especially running into that stiffen. If you're a little too aggressive, you might get caught. So I think those two big things, getting those catches and those opportunities, is going to be the key thing to look for.
Yeah, I agree 100%. We saw it out of Visnet a couple times, catching them right at the end of their WW, which is not protected, and just such great timing. If we see that here in the next matchup, we could see a repeat.
Yeah, like Visnet really had those magnet hands there, just getting those really quick grabs. So again, another matchup where grabs are going to be really huge, come to play, same as the Valkyrie, same as the Warrior matchups, and also the use of your iframes to just avoid those grabs, and just really well played by Visnet. He just made really clean work. And the next match is ready to start. Let's jump into that round one and see who's going to take the fight between Mujiwara and Maehwa.
Something we also didn't see in the last round, Tree Climb, an iframe that typically is so notorious for being so long, not linger too much. Succession obviously a little faster pace, and now both players on opposite sides linger that Void Lightning. There's a Tree Climb, linger in the backside, cancels out immediately, holding the backside, try to go for the Surging Tide, no connection. Still, that is a frontal guard, so you can't get behind it. Needs to make sure he is zoned out when he goes forward. Void Lightning, now call back. Ma decides to back up his college void of his own and playing on the defensive route. Awakening obviously has that aggressive pressure that they can go for with the grab, but also he still has that defensive options. That is why this class is so good when it comes to the small scale scenarios. And now, behind the pillar, goes forward, calls a void. Mugiwara actually caught by the stiffen there. Not too sure what happens, and Ma ends up taking the round. It looks like he got caught by the shout there potentially, and off of the back of that, no V available, instantly on the ground, ends up dying.
Yeah, it looked like it was the shout, and just so much damage coming out following that. Just really, really clean play there.
And we saw Maehwa was just actually able to catch with the stiffness this time. Do you know what skill that was that he caught with the stiffness? It was kind of hard to see, but what was it? In Awakening, they have a skill called, like, is it Moonlight?
Moonlight is one of them, but I'm not too sure if he's going to be running the Moonlight Bond. The Moonlight Bond, it's either between that or another one. It may have been Moonlight, but it looked like he caught him passively as he was stiffing around. It may have been Lightning of Earth, or sorry, Howling. Howling is a dog CC where the dog will TP to their opponent, but not too sure on that end.
And now, since we do actually have those protection indicator effects that show up on screen now for the spectators, can you explain like how the Tamer kind of protected movement works? Because it's, from what I can see, it actually wasn't fully protected on the whole enemy.
Yeah, so most of it's going to be the iframe, their WW evasion, and while they're blinking around, the protection icon is going to fade in and out, so you're not going to be able to see it the whole time. But I think they ended up getting caught in the stiff in between their WW there.
All right, round two is ready to go underway, and let's jump into the fight, into that Arena of Arsha, to see if Mujiwara can turn things around or if Maehwa is going to make it to the grand final.
We'll see if that's a repeat. It looks like in that last round as well, Mujiwara just as caught off guard as us, and now Tree Climb comes out, pushing early aggression, Surging Tide, waiting, playing behind that pillar now. Maehwa wants to look for his opportunity. Both players have burned their ebuff already. Tree Climb, linger in the backside, goes into the Void Lightning, try to go for the shout, no connection, eats a stiff in there, forced the V, and now out of the play, no V available. Ma is going to be a massive disadvantage. Mugi tries to go for some early aggression, but a little too far away, and now both players in the middle. Holds up a dog, summon, Void Lightning on the backside, both players training it there. Now, not available for a few seconds, goes aggressive. Ma looking for some kind of grab opportunity, lingers, it gets the shout off and stuns Mugi there. Mugi, it looks like try to go for some kind of CC play, a little too aggressive, and eats the shout, and now neither player has a V. This could be potentially match point for Ma. If Mugi goes a little too aggressive, he may be out of this first place position, and already the dog, oh no! It looks like the dog got the CC, but Mugi doesn't manage to get the secondary on the backside, pops a stun, hiding back, calls a Void Lightning on the backside. Ma needs to be careful with early aggression, decides to back up off the end of that. Mugi completely kiting away his dog, both players training, surging there. Intimidation comes out, eats the claws on the ground, needs to be careful, backing up 30% HP, trying to go for something, secondary damage through the SH chip. WW catch, gets him out of there with the shout, and off of the back of that, Ma will become your grand finalist against who will be fighting in the next set.
Yeah, I think we saw it back-to-back there. Maehwa using a great timing with this shout, and we saw it the first time came through, burned his V. They iframed around a little bit. The positioning was pretty good out of both players, but then Maehwa again with the second shout to close out the fight.
Yeah, let's actually pull up the replay to see what moment led to that final CC and that final combo that let Maehwa advance to the finals.
And yeah, as we look here, went for the intimidation. Tried to go for the secondary on his first combo. Unfortunately, didn't manage to get it in, but burns him down to 20% here. And now he's backing up. WW goes forward. He's going to be lingering that tree climb just a little bit. Trading WWs here. Calls the shout on this final tick here. And managed to get that final CC. And Mugi, unfortunately, off the back of that, will be dropping out. And Ma will be moving on.
For Mugi, though, he still does have a chance to take home those third place prizes. His opponent will be Raiga. And let's actually pull up the bracket and see which Tamers are going to be advancing to the finals. On the left side of the bracket, we have Vicenet, and on the right side, we have Maehwa. And both players were playing extremely well. It's going to be another Awakening versus Awakening matchup. Vicenet being the fan favorite, according to Endlave, and showing us really like when he was fighting against Raiga, he just made really quick work of his opponent, and Maehwa had to work a little bit hard to get that win, but both players were playing exceptionally well, and those were some really good fights. For the third place fight, it is actually going to be a Succession versus Awakening. Back to this again, and what kind of adjustments do the players need to make?
Overall, I feel like Maehwa controlled the second fight there quite a bit, so I'd like to see Mugi, come out and maybe play a little more aggressive and, be the aggressor here. Right.
And now the third place match is about to start. Let's see who's going to take home that third place prize, Raiga or Mugiwara. Let's jump into that arena of Arsha and find out.
And alrighty here, Mugiwara, Raiga. As we saw in the previous rounds, Raiga unfortunately got ran down a little bit. So hoping he can show up a little bit here. He is going to be on the Succession Tamer, or sorry, I believe one of them was going to be a Succession, potentially a swap here. Now, on the backside, waiting. Void Lightning comes out. Holding. Calls the dog over to him. Try to go for the CC. No connection. Gets the grab off on the ground. Forced to be there. And now Mugiwara already no CC in his previous hit. And now in this one, forced to be twice in a row. Chrono Guard comes out. Needs to be careful with the dog stiff in. Void Lightning called out. Both players trading. From Surging Tide. Holding here. Raiga, full dance, leaps forward, WW evasion, catches him with the shout on the last tick there, forced to be here, potentially no! Opts to hold in a smart decision, forced to 50%, but not going to be dead there, and now he's going to have his V for another CC opportunity. Mugiwara, obviously no V available, needs to be careful, tree climb, lingering on the backside, holding, W forward, still has that pole ball if he wants to get close here. Both players climb on the backside. Surging Tide comes out, calls the Void Lightning, gets caught by the shout there, but he's going to be in that Void Lightning, so he will be able to live. Obviously, Tamer, unfortunately, not a lot of protected damage and not going to be able to be there. And Mugiwara getting caught in the middle of the dogs, unfortunately forced to the ground, and Raiga will be taking the back of that. 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the last fight that we just saw with Mugi in it, Mugi once again forced on the back foot, not able to apply much aggression, and the one catch they did get, Raiga had dropped the Void Lightning already, so you're not able to combo inside of that, not able to get any damage, and Raiga, overall playing it really, really well.
Yeah, the Void Lightning acting as basically a peeling ability for the Tamer, and it is one of those like zone control skill with multi-hits, so if you just walk into any one of the hits, you're just going to get stiffened, and yeah, that skill is paying dividends there for Raiga. But so it looks like he actually swapped back to the Awakening for this this fight around. And yeah, that's actually, I think it's serving him a lot better. What do you two think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, it didn't work out for him in the first match with the Succession. He came into this fight with the Awaken kit, and it just looked like he was able to apply so much more pressure. Where I feel like Succession, it seems like it's more of a passive playstyle, which didn't really fit Raiga against Weisman.
And then, so Armin, whenever you're playing against Tamers and when they're playing Awakening, do you feel like there's more pressure when you're fighting compared to a Succession one, or is it just in general like Awakening might be more dangerous?
It looks like this time around he did actually run Awakening in this matchup, unlike his first set, I believe. And typically, I do think that Succession is a bit of more of an annoying matchup, whereas Awakening is definitely the one that you have to be more wary of.
All right, the next round is ready to start. Let's jump into that third place match, round 2, and see if things are going to change for the players, who's going to take home the victory, and move on to win that third place match.
And alrighty, 1-0 here coming into this match. Raiga, Mugiwara. Mugi obviously hasn't showed up too hard yet. Void Lightning trades on opposite sides. WW evasion, climbing on the backside, needs to be careful. Pops is surging. He's going to make sure he's in that protection. Q block. Both players now playing passive, waiting for their opportunities. Obviously, that Moonlight is going to be a hard pressuring ability as they can, and the scratch comes out and actually gets the grab off. A little too aggressive there. Lingered the SA for too long, and Raiga immediately recognizing it, already forces it to be almost like a reminiscent of the previous round. Mugiwara needs to change something here, calls the shout out. Needs to be careful, lingers that tree climb, bold SC out of the high ground, some smooth movement here. And now pushing back just a little bit, waiting. Looks like Raiga here is not going to be running Bond Moonlight, and is going to be running it on the SA instead. Oh, actually a bit of a float there, got caught on the backside. Raiga did not get secondary. That comes out here, waiting. Surging Tide, playing that front guard, holding. Pushes forward, trying to go for aggressive play behind the play there. Calls a Void Lightning into the shot, but no connection onto Mugi. And Mugi in a little bit of trouble here, potentially getting ran around a little bit. Dogs on top of Mugi here, calls a shout, no connection. Raiga managed to slinger the iframe just in time there, pushes back, trying to go for a grab, a little too late. Calls a shout, and now backing up. Surging Tide holding the front guard on the backside again. Dog on top of him, needs to be careful of those scratches that are coming out from the dog. Calls a Void Lightning here. He's going to be lingering in that for as long as he can. Gets behind the frontal guard, gets his CC off, but is going to be in the middle of that Void Lightning. It actually runs in a little too late. The lingering Siphon is enough, but no! Both players end up getting CC there. Now calling the Void Lightning of his own, calls a Surging Tide. Shout burning almost all of his CC abilities. Now tree climb, no iframe option available here. Needs to be careful. Burning it a little too early, and Raiga taking note. It goes aggressive play, but gets up from the secondary, and both players trading back to back to back. The dog CC is too much. Obviously, the secondary pet putting so much pressure to both these players whose combos are typically not going to have too much iframe, and actually running into the void there, and both players get CC'd at the same time again. But Mugi came out on top that time. Now, oh no, might be coming out via a little too close, but barely managed to get out in time. Void Lightning on both sides, needs to be careful, calls a shot, didn't manage to catch a W vision, goes aggressive, it gets the grab off on the last tick, trying to go for the combo, no res this time, but the dog saves him again! Backing up, pushing forward, WW, hailing indeed, and that is something to be trifled with. Trying to put some damage pressure, 70% HP, 50%, Void Lightning calls out, trying to go for the damage combo in the middle of the dogs, and finally gets it off. Raiga, back to back to back, both these players after a duel out, finally comes out on top, and I believe that is 2-0.
That is 2-0 for Raiga.
Yeah, so incredibly well played by both Tamers. I think this is the first time in our 1v1 tournament that we saw a 2v2.
Yeah.
Just pet CC after pet CC. It was crazy. Neither one could get off a full combo until the very end. You know, inside the Void Lightning, Raiga did a very, well-calculated protected combo and took the victory.
Yeah, it's almost as, do you think the Tamers are getting confused about whose Heilang belongs to who?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, man. Well, that being said, let's actually check out the replay of this fight and how Raiga was able to secure that win.
And alrighty, we'll see here the repeat of both players getting CC'd a little bit. 70% HP goes in the tree climb. WW on the backside, pops that Surging Tide, lingering a little bit, pushes forward. That is that bond skill right there, gives him some protection on it, and gets the grab off there. Is going to be in the middle of that void, dropping some damage, and the dog is scratching at him, but that time Mugi's dog is not going to be able to put him down. Raiga comes out on top.
Just fantastic play by Raiga, and he's got to say thanks to his dog as well, because it was saving him multiple times there. And that does conclude it for the first half of today's EU semifinals third place broadcast. We've just gone over Warrior, Sorc, Valk, Berserker, Ranger, and Tamer. Up next after the 20-minute break, we will be seeing Musa, Maehwa, Kuno, and Ninja. And you two must be very excited for those, because that is what you two are playing. You were playing Maehwa, so any final thoughts about the matches that happened today? What were some of your favorite fights?
Oh, definitely the Berserkers. I mean, Zill, unfortunately, he wasn't able to move on today, but great mouse to move out of Zill, really showcasing the overall kit and what a Berserker could do. And then that last fight that we just watched, the back and forth, the pets, ruining the combos. It was great to watch.
I liked the Ranger ones, gave me a little bit of time to breathe, so I appreciate you guys giving me some space, and that's probably going to be it for me.
All right, that will be it for now. Come back later and tune in for those Musa, Maehwa, Kuno, and Ninja matchups for EU semifinals, and it will be a 20-minute break. We'll see you all later. Hello everyone, welcome back to the EU semifinals and third place matches of the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship. We are at the second half now. We just completed the Warrior, Sorceress, Valkyrie, Berserker, Ranger, and Tamer fights, and now we're going to be moving on to the Musa, Maehwa, Kuno, and Ninja fights for EU. We're going to start things off with the episode broadcast overview once more, so if you just tuned in, you can check out all of our schedules, our rules, and the prizes. From hundreds to just 21 champions, who will be the ones to claim the title of Unrivaled? This is the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship. Today, we have the EU semifinals and third place matches, as well as the NA semifinals and third place matches. The EU finals and NA finals will take place next week on May 15th and May 16th, starting at 19 Central Time and 15 Pacific Time for EU and NA respectively. Today's fights will be a 1 vs 1 single elimination best of 3, and each round will last 3 minutes. The dark fog will appear in today's fights. The arena area will shrink over time, and leaving this area will cause your HP to decrease by 500 HP per second. All participants will receive a golden Arsha coin, which you can sell for 50 million silver to an NPC or keep as a souvenir of your fights. The winners of each class will receive an in-game title Unrivaled, as well as an Arsha skill instructor qualification. This qualification allows you to change your skill add-ons freely and also change the add-ons of other players. In addition, first, second, and third place will receive a Black Spirit goods set, which contains physical items such as plushies, Black Spirit mouse pads, and an LED Black Spirit lamp. And now let's jump straight into those Musa EU semifinal matches. We got some really great fights in store today. Vert, you play Maehwa, but you know they're echo fighters in a way, and Armin, you've done a lot of PvP. So tell me a little bit about the Musa class.
So Musa is going to be a very, explosive class. Most of the catches you're going to see are either going to be quick shouts or the Dragon Bite catch, occasional stub arrow. And I know a lot of Musas, especially Awakened Musas, have been leaning towards that projection core skill, which is going to be a very powerful tool with its vacuum.
Let's actually pull up now the EU semifinal Musa brackets and take a look at which players are vying for a spot in the finals. On the left side, we have Carl against Avorte, and on the right side of the bracket, we have Trex against Podrakru. So, Vert, Armin, what are your predictions for these set of fights?
So coming in, we have Carl. Carl, he's a fan favorite. He's a partner with PA, and he is known best as the Perma-Red Musa. This man is a terror, goes around, kills everyone, takes names, doesn't care. Carl is a very big threat, and I think the fan favorite on the left side of the bracket.
Yeah, he was actually in the chat watching earlier. I saw him, so he is definitely ready to come into the tournament and put out some shows.
Let's actually jump into that Musa fight, starting with round 1, and we might see an Awakening versus Succession fight here.
And already round is going to be starting up here, already out of the gates. Carl, early aggression, goes for the D-Bite, no connection, C-swap. All these players looks like are going to be playing Awakening. No, it is actually an Awakening versus Suck matchup, something you're not going to be seeing often. Goes behind, trying to go for the D-Bite. Carl's still going to be in that SA there. Chrono Guard now going for a D-Bite attempt again, one more time. Stub comes out, no connection, still going to be that C-swap. Lingering back, goes for a D-Bite attempt. Now slashing, needs to go for this SA chips if he can. Toss a projection, it's going to go for the BSS, trying to go for the slow there. No connection for Avarice. Blooming comes out raw. No connection for the punish from Carl there, and actually gets the stub arrow. Comes out, Blooming for the secondary. Forced to V there. Carl, unfortunately, coming out on bottom. Avarice taking the dub here. Now will be available for Carl. Still has that Evo available if he wants to pop it. Goes for the sub arrow. No connection. D-Bite traded back. Now slashes on the forward. Chase those. Actually went for the shot there. Not too sure. Goes for the D-Bite once again from that free wick. No connection. Projection comes out. Looks like he is going to be running the bond on it. Trying to go for a D-Bite punish from Avarice. Is going to be training back that SQ. Goes for the damage. Gets a stub arrow connection. Projection comes out. Forced to V, but not a lot of damage. Avarice actually surprising to V there. It looks like he was scared of the back half of that projection coming in and hard chunking him. And now backing up, holding the midfield here. Mid slashes in the middle. Needs to be careful of all that damage coming in. Shift Q, or sorry, that SQ now from the Succession Musa. And Carl on the forward foot goes for the slash. Needs to be careful. Chunk again. D-Bite, no clean connection. Avarice on the back foot, trying to get behind the frontal guard. A little too slow. Now D-Bite again into the Crust Crusher. Or sorry, actually got the bound off of that. And forward slashes. Needs to be careful. Side, and he's going to be down. Sorry, into the projection earlier. Unfortunately, Avarice playing a little too aggressive. Ended up eating the CC.
Yeah, Vorte coming in there. He got the bow stun early on Carl and forced the V out of Carl, but Carl doing a great job coming back, we saw the projection. The projection's such a good tool. You know, it acts as a vacuum, keeps the player in place, and the follow-up damage coming out of Carl was phenomenal, able to take that first fight.
So far, it seemed like the players were really equally matched at first, but the Musa Awakening, like, just huge SA trading potential, I feel like kind of gave him the edge here. Is that something that Awakening has over Succession?
Well, there's a big reason that a lot of players run Awakening Musa in these duel tournaments or these 1v1s is because when you have those side slashes, the SA on that, the linger is so strong at keeping your opponent in check, and especially projection bond and keeping the vacuum. I think it was a big part. As for Succession, I'm not too sure what you think about that one.
So I feel like Succession in this matchup is definitely at the back foot. I think Succession in general, and you'll see this with Maehwa as well, but it's much harder to maintain your stamina because you don't have, like Armin mentioned, you don't have the super armor to linger and continue to refill your stamina. So you're definitely put on the back foot as the Succession Musa in this fight.
Yep, players are ready for round 2, so let's jump back into that arena of Arsha and see if, and let's see who's going to move on to the grand finals or if things are going to turn around.
And alrighty, here next match going to be starting up. Carl already 1-0 here. Looks like Avrice unfortunately popped his debuff in that last round. May have been at the start here. Not too sure. Already goes forward. Draws that BSS. Trying to go for the slow. Retaliate. Needs to be careful going forward. Early aggression from Avrice here. Goes into the looming catch. No connection. Carl, but however, taking huge chunk from that. Dropped to 40% HP. Those slows from that BSS on Succession. Musa is going to drop you down to 50% slow, which is deadly when it comes to Musa and Maehwa matchups. Goes for the sub arrow. No connection off that projection. Dropping that BSS again. Retaliate. Needs to be careful. Almost got the stun there. SQ. Carl taking so much SA trip so far. Abra is coming out hard on top, and now backing up here. Carl still has a slow on him, so slowly, looks like it finally ran out. Pops that heal there, needs to go forward, goes for the D-buy, almost got punished from behind. Abra's close connection. Q-swap on the backside, and now both players playing slow here in the middle. Waiting. Going forward, Chase is going to linger the SA on that. Slowly, C-swaps forward, goes for the D-bite, no connection. That I-frame Chase, unfortunately, can get caught out of sometimes, but it is going to be very hard in this matchup, unlike other class duels. And now here again, chasing, going for it. Carl wants to take that meal, go for that early aggression, eats the SQ, dropping some damage, might look for a projection here, ends up dropping it, but already Abra is getting some gap back. Carl, D-bet again, C-swaps, he wants to hold this frontal, goes aggressive, drops that BSS, doesn't manage to get the slow onto Carl there, just barely enough. Carl managed to get that frontal guard off, goes forward, chase, WC obviously from that Succession. Musa has a little more movement options in the middle now. Carl trying to go for his sneaky D-bite there, but a little too slow on the connection. Obviously they do have the CC option to get behind frontal, but it is very tough. Now, again, back in this lock trade. 1 minute left on the clock. The closer this gets, the more advantage Carl's going to have with that close range protection bond. However, Avri's doing a great job so far, dropping that early chip, as we saw right there. Oh, no! Got caught in the little corner, but has managed to get out just in time. Still full HP. Drops the chip Q. Needs to be careful of all that damage. The tornado is such a huge chunk, and obviously, when they get that buff on it, they are able to drop a secondary SA behind that, which is going to put more damage. Both of these players neither often use, Karus Crusher so far on the ground. Projection bomb comes out once again, burning really hard. Abra managed to pop his Q block there, no hard damage. Both players training back in that SA, needs to be careful. Chase comes out, backs up. Carl unfortunately gets slowed here. Abra is going to have a bit of a damage pressure advantage if he wants to play aggressive, trying to look for it, but already those slashes are such huge threat close range, and in this final circle, 30 seconds left on the clock, neither player popped the V. The next V is not going to mean too much because you're going to immediately get caught, and now trying to put forward pressure again. D-Bike gets caught in the protection, forced on the ground, forced the V, but what can the V mean here? We'll have to see. Where does he decide to come out? Immediately in the zone, eats a stub arrow, forced to take damage. Projection is going to be coming out, and Avarice is unfortunately going to be losing the second round as well. Carl will be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, really, really well played by Carl there. You know, not giving the Succession Musa what they wanted. You know, early on we saw Vorte, he popped his E-buff, and that's when so much damage is going to come out of the Succession Musa. But Carl doing a great job kiting that out, and then right at the end, as soon as he saw him V, I know Carl's eyes lit up. He had the scope ready, he had the bow out, stunned him in the fog for extra damage, and then the follow-up combo was phenomenal.
Let's actually grab a replay of that final moment with that final stub arrow catching a Vorte in the fog of war.
All right, so hopping on board, we do have Carl here. You're going to see the projection actually comes out. It gets the float onto Vorte. Vorte's forced to V, and you'll see Carl here in a second. He pulls out the pre-awaken, gets the charged bow shot ready, instantly punishes him in the fog, and the follow-up projection float is going to be enough to finish him. Really well played by Carl there.
So with this, Carl will be moving on to the grand finals, and Avorte, he will still have a chance to fight for that third place match. And do you see him maybe changing specs this time around and maybe not going into back or sticking with the succession?
Oh, going to the third place match?
Yeah,
I'm not too sure. I feel like he did a great job at chipping out Carl, actually. If we saw earlier in the round, took him down to 50% HP multiple times. I think, honestly, what it came down to there was, I think he let off the aggression too early, and maybe the final zone was too much.
Yeah, I think Carl did a great job of kind of, you know, moving the fight to his pace. It seemed like he didn't want to get chipped out by the succession. He threw out the projection when he had it off cooldown just to even slow Avorte down and put him in the vacuum. And I think going into the third place match, Avorte, you know, he needs to keep up the aggression. That's what Succession Musa is all about. It's that aggression. It's the super armor trades. And he needs a lot more of that if he wants to take that next match.
So then, when it comes to the bond skills then, why are some of the Musas taking projection? Because to me, it seems like a bit of a utility kind of skill. Does it get an added protection? Or why not take something that might be more helpful for those super armor trades, like below the belt or something?
So the bond actually does give super armor to projection. So it allows them to put it into their combo along with crosscut below the belt. And then, you know, on top of that, you have projection. So it's just a beautiful super armor chain from start to finish. And it just allows you to stay on your feet while putting out so much pressure.
All right, so it looks like that additional super armor ends up being a bit more valued here for this matchup. And speaking of Awakening versus Awakening matchups, we're going to go to match 2 versus Trex and Podraku.
Alrighty, second match starting up here. If you see a mirror of our last time, it looks like, is this another Succession versus Awakening matchup? Something we haven't seen in NA, already burning the early save. It looks like it is going to be Awakening versus Awakening. Both players running that projection ball, goes for the early sub, no connection. Backing up here on that chase, trying to go for the secondary stub again. With that new patch, you are going to have a lot more options when it comes to that, as you do not have shared cooldowns no longer. And now, backing up here, chase back, needs to be careful of the slashes. Both these players want to make sure they don't take too much SA chase. Trex looks like he wants to play more optimally for some projection and stub play, does not want to play too close for those D-bites, but however, Podraku on the blue side looks like he wants to play a little more aggressive, put some pressure into Trek's face, as it seems so far. Stub comes out, no connection again, try to go for the BSS on the backside, he doesn't manage to hit it. Forward slash is coming out hard, SA trade, Trek's coming out on bottom. Podraku looks like he might have a little more AP in this matchup, but he did have a great job of forwarding frontal guards there, goes in projection, actually eats it a little too hard, needs to be careful. You can get caught out of that iframe chase near the end gap, so he has to be careful of any kind of projection into D-bite connection that he can get. Actually eats the stun there on the ground, goes to the secondary, bound comes out, forward slash, it still has to be available, it doesn't even bop to pop it. Great thinking from Trex there. Notices he doesn't need to pop it. A lot of players in this tournament so far are either popping it too early or don't even pop it at all. But it looks like Trex has practice and catches him with the stub, coming a little too aggressive there. But Podraku completely eats his damage in the projection, only down to 60% after that full combo. Eats another stub. D-bite comes out, gets the float off on the ground. Slashes come out. Projection gets behind the CC though. Trex immediately on the wake up gets behind, gets the D-bite CC off, and forced to get out there. And now Trex, Podraku, neither player has, Trex has only popped his V so far. Podraku has not popped his. Both players sucking projections, trading it back there. C-swapping, holding back. Need to be careful in the middle of that projection. Again, Podraku eating a lot of good chip. Trex doing a great job at keeping his opponent down so far, and it seems like while he may need 2 combos to finish him off, he's doing a great job at keeping the zoning up in the chip so he can't reach HP. And Podraku now realizing he might have the advantage here, playing a little more aggressive, trying to put some damage pressure out. No connection so far. Blooming comes out. Slashes. SA. Eats the projection. Once again, the damage chip from Trex is doing a great job so far. Waiting. Gets a heal off. Pushes forward. Pops a projection. Actually gets behind the frontal guard D-bite and pops a secondary bound. No V available. And the BSR comes in, I believe, on the last hit there. And Trex is going to lose that round. Podraku takes a set 1-0.
Yeah. Beautifully played by Podraku. Podraku doing a phenomenal job getting behind. That initial CC was beautiful, and like you said, Armin, he used the BSR on dash slash to get the extra damage there, and it gave him just enough to kill his opponent.
And what percentage BSR skill is that dash slash that you mentioned? Is that like
that's going to be 10%, and 10%. It adds a good amount of damage, almost doubles the ability's damage.
Really, I wish my Ranger 10% skill was that good. But Armin, you also mentioned something about the stub arrows, and now with some recent change to stub arrow, there's you can use them separately. And I saw a lot of stub arrows being thrown out that fight, and they were actually almost in some cases the key here. So what exactly got changed about it?
So essentially now when you use stub arrow off cooldown, you do not reset the cooldown. So a lot of the time you can use it a little more aggressively and not have to worry. And I believe off the back of that, it kind of like changes the way you can use each stub arrow, if I'm not correct.
Yeah, you can use the different levels of stub arrow, and then on top of that, Musa also has the Rabomb, which is a stub arrow, which is not a CC, but it's a good amount of damage. So that's why you see the bow so often here in the Musa matchup.
And then like the animations for them all kind of look the same, right? So you can maybe like fake out your opponent if they're not like keeping good enough track of the cooldowns potentially. And but Podocrew just really both of the players played really well, and it seemed to me that like melee wise it was really hard to CC each other, and it actually just came down at the end to just some ranged chips. But what kind of openings in melee do Musas have?
I mean, both players, especially Trex, I feel like came out on top of a lot of the super armor trades, but really where they let themselves open is going to be the Dragon Bite. That's only forward guard. Crust Crusher, we saw it like once, didn't really see it, but that's also only forward guard. So
all right, the players are ready for round 2. Let's jump into that arena of Arsha and see who's going to take home the final spot in the grand final.
And already here, as we did say, it's already 1-0, and already the early sub gets a connection, but he's trying to go for the combo, and no secondary is going to be available. Might have actually out into the CC cap there, and off of the back of that, on the wake up, Padraco immediately drops the projection, gets his CC off to Trex, and Trex forced to V there, unfortunately. Padraco trying to find his chase and get close to Trex coming out V here, not going to manage to get that connection. Stub comes out, secondary stub, gets a D-bite behind the frontal guard there, a fast connection, projection bond. This might be a faster than we expected. Off of the back of a double clean catch, Padraco will be moving on 2-0 to the grand finals.
yeah, Podocrew doing a phenomenal job once again, getting behind the frontal of his opponent, and you saw it again. It was the same combo. He got the stun from behind, took him to the ground with projection, and then the dash slash to finish him off.
Let's actually pull up that replay and see what opening there was on the side of Trex that led him to get CC'd.
All right, so we're back in the fight here, checking out how Trex went down. Podocrew looking for Trex out of V, not able to find him right away. The bow stun comes through, not able to catch him. Right there, the clean Dragon Bite into the projection from Trex, the projection to take him down to the ground, the below the belt, and the dash slash to finish it. Really well played by Podocrew there.
And so with this, Podocrew will be moving on to the finals, and he will be facing Carl, the EU Musa fan favorite, and we're going to be seeing an Awakening versus Awakening in that. But for the third place match, Avorte versus Trex, what do you think the players have to do to kind of adjust their gameplay in order to get the upper hand?
Well, I think just out of Avorte here, again, the Succession Musa, he's going to need to keep up the aggression. I feel like the second you let off or the second you give the Awakened Musa room, you start to lose the fight. So he needs to stay aggressive, needs to stay on top of Trex. But again, Trex, we saw it in that fight against Podocrew, did a great job of super armor trading. So it'll be interesting.
All right, the third place match is ready to start. Let's jump into that arena of Arsha once again to see if Trex or Avorte is going to take home the third place prize.
And alrighty, who will be winning third place here? Avorte, Trex, round already starting up. Both players trading that early aggression. The Succession Musa, as we saw, doing so much damage here. Doing a great job of keeping that upright, as we did say in his first set. He did a great job at keeping his opponent down, but unfortunately lost in that last set here. But it looks like he has a good chance here. Projection trading straight in front of him, but he does not care. SQ drops the chunk onto his opponent. Obviously, he does have the Succession Musa buff, which gives an extra hit. Actually, good jump there. Might have been a little bit of a mistake. Retaliate comes out, almost got behind it, trading the damage again inside that projection, not even afraid of Trex's damage here. Trex maybe a little bit on the back foot here when it comes to gear, has to be careful. Pushing forward, D-bite, trying to go for the connection, doesn't manage to get it, so has to be careful of the stub, dashing forward, chase again, goes for the D-bite, no connection again, Retaliate pops that Q-block, wants to make sure he dodges that projection bomb when he can, and doing a great job of hitting that BSS though so far. Sub for Trex, double, wants to look for Trex's, or sorry, Avarice's gaps if he can. On the back foot, drops is slow onto Trex here, needs to be careful. C-swap, oh, almost got caught behind there. Trex a little aggressive. And now, Avarice again, keeping that aggressive pressure and putting him in corners where he doesn't want to be. D-bite, BSS, trying to get the connection, and obviously the BSS on Succession Musa is full SA, so it's not as if Trex can really punish it unless he has a damage advantage. And so far, it doesn't look like that is the case. Q-block goes forward. to get the connection there. Projection drop. Try to get the D-buy on the backside, but unfortunately, Avarice managed to chasing out just in time for stub. No connection again. Trex eating the slow from BSS. Goes for the projection. Gets caught on the later half. Avarice getting just behind there and popping that. Sorry. Now coming out the V behind the wall here. Trex, unfortunately, no V in this last circle. Avarice, though, on this last circle, if you do not pop your V early and holds the Q block, gets caught behind from the from the D-bite. A great chase back from Trex there, and now neither V available for either player. BSS comes out, gets a slot to Trexer. Trex needs to be careful, already chunked down to 50% HP here. Retaliate comes out, Q block. The last time they were this close, Avarice unfortunately got caught behind his front guard, so he has to be careful. Following the Q block there, guy traded forward, chase back, lane remains SA, trading the damage forward as well. Trex trying to do what he can. We saw his BSR come out of the last combo, but unfortunately did get beat, and now pushing forward, trying to go the D-by. Again, no connection. Avarice doing a great job of making sure he's lingering the SSAs when possible. Projection comes out, almost got the CC, got behind the Q block on the ground. BSR trying to go for the secondary, not fast enough. Opts to finally back off just in time, make sure he doesn't get caught off the wake up, and now Avarice had an HP disadvantage here, 15 seconds left. If he stays this low, Trex is going to take the round off of HP, and I think Avarice now recognizes it's trying to put some early aggression, but he's only losing more and more HP. Pushed out of the zone by the projection, goes through the raw blooming, no connection, but oh my god, Trex get completely chunked off of one ability to the back attack, and oh no! Off of the back of an unfortunate last-minute trade, Trex loses the round and Avarice clutches it.
Oh my goodness, so much back and forth in that fight. You saw Trex come through with some great dragon bites to punish Avorte when every time he put that frontal up, because as a succession Musa, you do have to block to get the stamina back. You can't really linger much super armor. But right there at the end, we saw the Rising Storm. It does so much damage, and then on top of that, it caught him right in the back for the added back attack damage. Really, really well played by Avorte to, you know, squeak out the win at the end.
Yeah, and for most of that, I think I saw Trex, he was always missing HP for the majority of that fight, but then he started coming back at the end and starting getting, like, he even pushed out Avorte out of that zone, and Avorte was missing HP, and I did not know Rising Storm could, like, do that much kind of damage, but that's news to me. But yeah, Avorte really clutch win there, I would say, over Trex, but both players are playing really well right now. Like, the fight went on for the full amount of time, so both players are really sharp. I didn't see like that many CCs, like too many mistakes from those players. It just all came down to one basically damage trade right at the end. And does this change any of your predictions for the match, prep?
I talked about it a little bit before the match, but Avorte did a great job keeping up the pressure, and on top of the pressure, he also had the backstep slash, which kept him slowed and allowed those trades.
All right, round 2 is ready. The players are about to jump into the gate, or jump out of the gate, and see who takes the final victory, or if Trex can turn things around.
And already coming into this may potentially be the last round. We'll have to see here. Already Rising Sword coming out from Avarice, trying to put some damage pressure. As we saw earlier, he is not afraid of Trex's gear, and he does have a huge damage and taking advantage so far. We did see with that back attack he got in that last round, he chunked Trex super fast, and Trex now potentially more wary, maybe a little more passive than we've seen before. Subs trading again, going forward, trying to go for the D-bite, got hard behind the D-bite there, and Trex instantly dropped to 10% HP. Oh my god, Avarice putting out some hard damage. Trex needs to be careful. And now with no more V available, if Trex gets caught again, he is potentially out of this, and he may not even need to get CC'd to die here. Avarice trying to put some early aggressive pressure. Got the BSS slow earlier, but unfortunately at this point, that slow is going to have to run out. Looking forward again, trying to go for the D-bite. No connection. Was that a carver in the middle of that? I'm not sure what I saw there correctly. But now, going forward, Kid comes out for that movement, gets the BSS, gets the slow on the Trex here. Trex now is going to be stuck in the middle of this. Rising Sword comes out, eats a projection in the middle of that, but only takes away 5% of his HP. Meanwhile, Trex dropping down to 50% here, and now stuck on the side of the zone. Trex might be stuck a little bit. Avarice wants to keep him in there. Gets caught with the stop in the middle of the zone, and unfortunately, off of the end of that, Trex will be losing, and Avarice will be your third place winner.
Man, Avorte coming in there. I mean, we saw the first CC. It was the Dragon Bite mirror. He calculated the Dragon Bite out of Trex perfectly, countered with his own, and then right there at the end, catching him in the zone with the stub arrow was crucial.
And with this victory, Avorte has secured that third place. But let's pull up the brackets to see which players again will be moving on to the finals. On the left side, we have fan favorite Carl against Podocrew, and Podocrew is really, really strong, and both players played phenomenal today. Actually, all the participants were playing phenomenal today, and just put in really great effort and had some really good fights. And Carl versus Potokru, based on what we saw, any kind of predictions you might make?
I mean, I got to go with the fan favorite here, Carl. You know, Carl looked a little shaky maybe at the start versus Succession Musa, but I think once he, you know, settled the nerves, got his composure, I feel like he played the trades really well. He played the spacing really well, and also the range with the bow stunts.
And really quickly, let's actually pull up the replay of the final moments of that third place match.
All right, so once again, just taking a look at this, we see the trades going back and forth. Avorte pushes him into the corner right as the zone is closing. It looks like Avorte kind of reads this after the backstep slash. He has Trek slowed, and then just as he comes around the corner, times the bow stun perfectly in the shade, floats him and gets the win.
What did he catch him out of there, actually? Was that out of chase?
Yeah, I think it was just out of chase since he was slowed from the backstep slash. It left a little gap at the end of it.
In the end there. That was actually greatly timed then.
Yeah, really well played by Avorte.
Let's pull up the bracket one more time so we can see, once again, the Musas who are going to be moving on to the finals. And it should be Carl and on the left side of the bracket and Potokru on the right side of the bracket. But again, once again, phenomenal fights here. Some of these fights dragged on for the full duration. And that will conclude the EU semifinals and third place for the Musas. We will be moving on to the icy counterpart of the Musas. She's got that deadly Kara Spear and float combos that eat me alive all the time in RBF. So Maehwa is up next, and based on what we've seen so far, Maehwa has some stylistic differences over Musa. And Vert, since you've played her a lot, can you talk about a little bit about those?
So Maehwa, we're gonna see, in my personal opinion, Maehwa is a little less about damage trading, unless there is, you know, if one Maehwa is stronger than the other, then the damage trade out of like Petal Bloom and Petal Drill could be scary. But for the most part, you're going to see quick catches. You're going to have your forward blind thrust. You're going to have your Dragon Bites. You're going to have your Stigmas out of Awakening. And then possibly, if they're running the core skill on Petal Drill, you're going to see the bound out of that. So many tools and oppression. The shout from Maehwa's Awakening. So many tools from Maehwa coming out here.
So less about like super armor trading and more about like very tactical fishing style.
Yes.
Yeah, that's actually fantastic. Let's grab the bracket for the EU semifinal Maehwa matches and see which players are going to be competing it for the spot in the finals. And on the bracket, we have Zenara against Kita Mitakata. And it looks like from the notes here, Zenara is actually going to be running Succession. Yeah. So, Vert, are you personally playing with Succession right now, or are you using Awakening?
For Maehwa, I prefer Awakening. I feel like especially in the mirror matchup, unless you're a much stronger Maehwa, typically the damage trades you're going to lose out on and the Awakening's ability to manage their stamina is just so much greater than the Succession.
So for the first match, we will see a Suck Be Awake, and in the second match, we'll see Ventix versus TheyQ. And again, let's talk a little bit about Maehwa's then in general. From the Musa fight, you were mentioning that stamina was becoming a bit of an issue, and we talked earlier about maybe possibly adjusting shoe builds. Is that too risky to like give up the resistance, or can stamina be like the deciding factor in these mirror matchups?
So in the Maehwa mirror matchup, I feel like it is one of the few classes you can get away with not going with the Adamantine meta. A couple of Maehwas have mixed kicks into their combo to get the knockdown, but you don't see it too often. It's mostly going to be a refloat coming in for the secondary.
All right, let's see how things are going to turn out then for the first match of the EU Maehwa semifinals. And let's jump straight into that arena of Arsha and see how things turn out.
And alrighty, first round is going to be starting off here. It looks like we have a Succession versus Awakening matchup here already. New Rabam comes out, D-Bite on the backside. He needs to be careful here. That Awakening matchup already going for it. Gets caught by the D-Bite. Red Moon comes out here. Sticky Snowflake Carver going for the down damage as much as he can. Blooming a little too late though, and that looks like that was a raw Blooming. Gets CC'd out of it, but unfortunately no damage follow connection from Zenra. Now on the backside, Kidda still trying to do his best to try and get some damage here. Goes for the Red Moon. No connection punish behind the frontal guard. Obviously, you can mouse move that Red Moon to get behind you and protect yourself from any kind of back attacks, but unfortunately, you still can't get caught out. Now, Nada traded. Both players playing this neutral. Zenra going forward is going to be on that Awakening. Trying to trade some damage back. Holding. BSS comes out. No damage connection. Blooming, or sorry, D-Bite. Red Moon traded back. Now, C-Swaps going to the Awakening Spec. Doesn't manage to get the connection off the Bond there. And now the damage trade, however, showing what you can do with those SA Lingers. Gets to slow up, but eats the Red Moon. Sticky comes out, blooming. Unfortunately, not going to be enough. It looks like Zenra here is going to have a lot of gear. For those of you that do not know, Maehwa is one of the most hard-hitting classes in the game, especially with that blooming. But unfortunately, is not going to be enough to kill Kida here. Maybe lacking a little bit of damage. And now, already eating that pedal. Needs to be careful. Sticky on the end there. Needs to be careful of all that damage folded on the ground and forced to V. 4% HP. Looks like that was a stub arrow catch just behind the frontal guard. And coming up behind the pillar here. Needs to be careful going forward. Almost ate that pedal. Needs to be careful. Red Moon comes out. Gets a sticky on the cancel. Blooming comes out a little too late. Tries to drop the D-Bite on the last tick of damage. But is going to get caught on the end of it. And unfortunately off of the back of that, Kida will be losing the first round. And Zenra will be taking it.
Yeah, Zenara doing a fantastic job of doing what Awakening does best versus Succession matchup, and that is control. You know, we saw the slows out of Pedal Drill, we saw the damage coming out of Blooming afterwards, and then the great catch, I believe, is a Stigma into the Sticky Snowflake to finish it. But overall, just really, really good pacing out of Zenara, and Kida maybe staying around a little too long in some of their combos.
So you mentioned control and slows. Does Succession have anything to use against the Awakening Maehwa during her super armors to maybe slow her down a bit to kind of relieve some of this pressure?
Yeah, I mean, you have the backstep slash, but unlike Musa, it's not going to be protected with the Maehwa's kit. So
it is FG, actually.
It's forward guard?
It is forward guard. So unlike Musa's, where it's full SA, on Succession Maehwa, the BSS has frontal guard on it, and it has a 50% slow. So you can slow your opponent very hard, but the main thing is you can get caught out of it very easily. So it's kind of more of a punishing scenario compared to the Musa one.
Yeah, very true.
Right, so because whenever I try to deal with Maehwas in Battle Arena or something, and Musa's too, I usually try to apply like a slow on them, because otherwise like they're just circling behind me, and if my like camera work isn't good that day, like if I basically can't use front guards unless I'm like really on point. But Zenar with a very impressive win over Kita Mitakata. That actually sounds like a ramen shop. But but Zenar was playing really, really well, and so was Kita Mitakata. The fights went on for really long, and let's see if things are going to change for Kita Mitakata in the second round, and see if Zenar can advance to the finals and make it all the way for his victory.
And already, second round is going to be starting up here. As we saw in that last round, Kida struggling a little bit to get the combo damage onto Zen. Needs to potentially go for some longer combos. Already goes for it. Almost ate the Red Moon there. Red Moon traded back. Sticky cancel. Needs to be careful. You can get CC out of that last hit in Red Moon. Sticky Snowflake, a long CD with not the most reliable SA on it. Zen tries to go for the stub. No connection. Backing up a little bit. Dashing forward. D-Bat traded back. Oh, grapple arrow. That is an option on Maehwa that you can use. Try to get the glap close, but unfortunately gets caught on the low ground. And now NATO comes out. Those are very slow and more used for zoning. Sub arrow comes out. No connection. Once again, in the middle there. Try to go for the FBT. No connection. New Red Moon's traded back. Doesn't manage to get the CC. Gunna's gonna get a fat slow on the Kida there off of that eye skill. And now pushing back a little bit. Needs to be careful. Almost ate the D-Bite in the SA Linger. Oh, a little bit of a misplay. Eats the Red Moon from behind. Getting the catches, but the blooming is not going to be enough. Again, only down to 50% HP. May need 2 combos here on Kida to try and get this kill. Drops us slow. Santa's going to eat it a little bit. Drops the VSS on the backside behind the Red Moon there. Red Moon traded back. Kida not looking for a gap there. Lingers the SA on the last hit. Almost got behind that D-Bite and gets the catch there. Kida forced to V. Whoever's going to be coming out is going to be in the Nahashi spot on the Suck Maehwa as well. Completely gets one shot. Unfortunately, in the corner, the damage a little too strong. And Zenra is going to be walking away with a 2-0 win to your grand finals.
Yeah, Zenara, I mean, doing a great job once again to keep the pressure up. And coming out of V in that corner is so deadly.
On Succession Maehwa, nonetheless.
Yeah,
too.
And we see it there again. We've seen it in North America. And just punishing it with the Pedal Bloom, just so much damage.
Let's see what actually happened then by pulling up the replay, and what happened to Kita Mitakata in that Nayashi spot. A little bit poetic, but let's just take a look.
All right, so we come out right here. We see the Pedal Drill. The Stigma catch is going to force the V, I believe, after the Moonrise. The V comes through here, and Zenara, I think, maybe heard it, pops the E buff, and then straight out of the V is going to dash over and get that nice Pedal Bloom to finish the kill. Really well done.
So Pedal Bloom, you mentioned, is that one of the bond skills that Maehwas kind of prefer nowadays?
No, Pedal Bloom is just, well, it can be. You can add a knockdown to it, but a lot of Maehwas prefer the Petal Drill for an extra catch and an extra CC in the kit. But overall, the Petal Bloom damage is just immense. It's their hardest hitting skill, outside of maybe the pre-awakened blooming.
Petal Bloom also has like a super long range on the CC as well, so it gives them a little more reach when they want to hit their opponent. And I believe Petal Bloom has a slow on it, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not
maybe
100%.
with add-ons.
Maybe with add-ons.
Yeah,
That might be what it was. Yeah.
Actually, movement speed slow add-ons sound great for a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
So. But with that, Zenar will be moving on to the finals. Kitami Nakata still has a chance to take home those third place prizes. And for the next set of matches, for the next match, we have Ventix versus Unpredictable. And this is, according to the notes, going to be an Awakening versus Awakening matchup. So Vert, do you want to talk about like how different this is going to be compared to Suck v Awake?
So in the Awakening versus Awakening, it's all about the control. And most of that control is going to come out from Petal Drill, which is going to apply not only a slow, but also a DP debuff. And this is going to kind of allow you to keep the pacing with the enemy Maehwa a lot better and help you control the fight.
All right. Ventix versus Unpredictable. The players are ready to jump out of that gate and secure the first win of the round. And let's hop into that Arena of Arsha and take a look.
And already Awakening versus Awakening, that is the name of the game here. Already early down the mid, burning a ton of stamina here, not afraid. And already they, maybe recognizing that, trying to put some early aggression, goes for the slashing, trying to get some damage out when they can. And oh my god, the Urbam comes out. That is going to be a frontal guard, has to be careful. Red Moon behind, almost got caught behind there. Did not end up mouse moving it, but still, they, no punish. Petal Boom into the drill, pushing forward. Slash comes out, gets a catch behind the Red Moon. A great read. Iframe back. Sorry, that was Iframe chase back behind the Red Moon there and immediately reads the V. Straight connection. D-By gets the catch and immediately, not even 30 seconds into the round, ZQ taking an early dub following that V. That audio cue plays is great so far.
Yeah, ZQ, again, one of your most exposed skills, especially in the Maehwa versus Maehwa matchup, is going to be that Red Moon. If you don't cancel it instantly, you know, Maehwas, they know the kit. They're going to punish that Red Moon every single time. And we saw it there. The punish followed through V, like you said, and once again punished.
And apparently, ZQ is actually probably the most skilled Maehwa left in the tournament, if these notes are anything to go by. But Unpredictable is also very skilled as well. So that Red Moon read that you were talking about, that's just like ZQ's experience coming in and knowing exactly what skills to punish. But I still think Unpredictable can still take out the wins here because both Maehwas are really good and they are really strong. And do you think Unpredictable has to kind of clean up a little bit of his play, or was he playing kind of well that fight?
I feel like to start off with, he was playing very well, but leaving yourself exposed with the Red Moon is one of the biggest mistakes you can make in the mirror matchup. So needs to clean that up a little bit, come out a little more composed this fight, and I think it could be a pretty even matchup.
All right, and ZQ and Unpredictable, Enlave is predicting whoever will win this match is actually going to move on and win the finals. And so he has these two Maehwas favored over the other side of the bracket. And Ventix, he was playing really well as well. And that catch on the Red Moon, do you want to explain what Red Moon is exactly for the players who missed that skill and like why it can be punished?
Yeah, so Red Moon is going to be a forward guard. It's a very long animation, but you can cancel out of it. And what we saw there is they popped the Red Moon, and unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to cancel out of it before it was punished.
All right. Well, let's jump straight into round 2, Ventix versus Unpredictable. This is going to be one of the better, most hyped matchups of the EU semifinals for Maehwa.
And alrighty, Ventix, ZQ. Ventix burning that E buff in the previous round. ZQ already early on. Petal Drill comes out, getting that slash up, trying to go for the CC. It looks like he is running the bond on it, as we have seen most of these players run so far. Has to be careful of that early reach. Trill, again, does not manage to get the catch there. FBT, obviously, for those of you that don't know, one of the fastest hitting skills. And actually gets stumped arrow there. Almost got out. Ate the Red Moon on the last tick, though, and forced a V. And speaking of stump arrow, actually, also super long range early on here, trying to go for the CC on the D by out of the V there. The AQ coming out a little in the open. Ventix, unfortunately, didn't have stub to pop it again. Opted to go for the D by, not going to manage to get that last second connection. Both players chasing back. Chasing back. That is the name of the game. If you Q block a little too early, you can get caught by that FBT. Super fast to get behind the frontal guard. Red Moon comes out, not afraid of popping it in the middle there. Last time we saw Ventix pop that, ZQ did get behind, so may need to be a little more careful here. Petal Drill on the opposite side. Q block. Both players now playing them out, playing evenly. Making sure they get their stamina back when they can. Now, pushing forward, needs to be careful. Red Moon trying to go for the D-buy punish behind it. Not fast enough. Goes for the shout there in the middle. Almost Ventic trying to get a little close. Now, needs to be careful. Might have to be running a slow out. It looks like TheQ slowed a little bit here. Needs to be careful on the back foot. Try to get behind. Trying to get some SA damage when he can. Pedal Jolt, no connection. Red Moon comes out. Goes for the front guard on the backside. Red Moon traded. Mouse moved just in time and canceled out. Did not get fully caught. Blooming in the middle. Trying to be careful when he can. And off the trade so far, Ventic's dropping down to 70% HP. Goes forward, hits that drill. That is a hard chunk, dropped at 40%. And there's a Tiger Blade. In Tiger Blade, you're going to have that mass movement. It looks like Ventix wants to take his time to try and move around here and play safe. Obviously, unfortunately, when you are in that Tiger Blade, you're not going to have a frontal guard, so he will be taking more damage. However, he is going to have enough movement to stay around the arena, and I believe you can cancel out of that Tiger Blade, if I'm not mistaken. Bert.
Only in succession.
Only in succession. So in Awakening, he is going to be stuck in that for a little bit of time. And now, out of that Tiger Blade, waiting a little bit, holding the mid, Q-block comes out. Actually still in it, that long duration, so long. Coming out, you are going to be iframe, so it's not going to manage to punish them there. Ventix actually still has a beat in this round, pushing forward, got some hard damage. The blooming comes in, sorry, the pedal drill comes in, and now needs to be careful. Pushing forward and gets the final hit. TheQ, off the back of a final SA chunk, will be winning the second round. Ventix, an unfortunate struggle with the Tiger Blade, but not going to mean enough.
Yeah, I mean, TheQ playing it very, very well. We saw him pop the E-buff there in the final circle just to apply more pressure. And we were talking about the Maehwa core skills, and right there, TheQ actually chose to pick up Super Armor on Sticky Snowflake, so adding more Super Armor to the rotation. That's another slow, which is great in the mirror matchup. And overall, I think a great choice. Really well played by TheQ.
Let's pull up the replay and see how TheQ... I'm actually curious to see what that final skill was because it came out really fast and it just took Ventix straight out.
All right, so hopping on board right here at the end, we saw Ventix coming back out of Tiger Blade. TheQ just playing it really, really patient. I believe comes in with a huge pedal drill, doing so much damage there. And then the last skill, I believe, is going to be the pedal bloom. Coming in a second. Right here, there it is.
Looks like he got back attack off it too, yeah.
Yeah, got some back attack right on Ventix. The pedal bloom to finish it. Really well played by TheQ.
All right, let's actually pull up that updated bracket for the finals and see who's going to be moving on. Zenar on the left side against TheQ. Both players playing really sharp. TheQ actually making a really big statement against his opponent. And Ventix and Kitamina will be dueling it out for that third place match. And for Ventix, he is favored to win this third place match because Enlave was predicting either him or TheQ would move on to win the finals completely. And based off the play that you saw, what do you guys think?
Just what I saw from that last match, I think Ventix played it pretty well. Unfortunately, just a little bit outclassed by TheQ. I think Ventix will take this third place match.
Okay, let's jump into that third place match for the EU Maehwas and see who's going to take home that third place prize. Is it going to be Ventix or is it going to be Kitamina?
And alrighty, coming into this third place match here. Both players starting opposite side. We are going to have a succession. Maehwa in the setup. This time D-bag comes out. Stub, no connection. Ventix playing smart so far. Kita, last time we saw him, unfortunately, didn't have enough AP to combo out his opponent, but Ventix potentially not having as much DP on his end. So we'll have to see. Pushing forward. Drop the pedal. No CC connection, however. I believe he is still running the bond on that, so has to be careful of the bound. Waiting, both players are playing slow here, already afraid of the potential, and looks like Ventix a little slow there. Red Moon goes aggressive, eats or Bam there, but no connection. Now backing up, pieces of his own, needs to be careful. In the middle, eats a D-bike, got CC, came out on bottom, but unfortunately, Kita missed the Carver and turned around, backing up immediately. Ventix gets the re-CC and forces Kita to V, and now coming out over behind the pillar is going to have an opportunity just barely enough to get out here, but he is so slowed, coming out with a Red Moon, 2%, 6%, and oh no, a flashbacks to exactly what Ayashi's position is, can't go through the zone because he's too low, dropping to 17%, going through there, finally got out of the corner, now in the middle, needs to be careful. Any kind of bloom here could instantly one-shot him, and already 8% dodges a bloom, but it's not going to mean enough. The final tick of Red Moon is going to finish him off, and Ventix will be taking your first round.
I don't know what's going on with Maehwa's in the spot, but they love to go there when they're low. It's so scary to watch. Yeah. Once again, we see another Maehwa caught there, and Ventix doing a great job of holding onto their E-buff, pops it at the last second just to get the last damage in. Beautiful trade coming out there.
And looks like the Maehwa matchup is actually mostly about just protecting your back then. So because it looks like pretty much most of these catches are players or kills, like just taking back attacks is like the key to winning these matchups. So what are some like good habits you would give to other Maehwa players for like covering your backs?
I mean, the biggest one I feel like where most Maehwas get caught is lingering too long in the Red Moon. So getting out of that as fast as possible, using your pedal drill and also using your pedal bloom to maintain super armor as to not get caught in the back.
And then for Kita Minakata, he is still sticking with that Succession spec. And do you want to talk just really quickly one more time about what you think about Succession here against Ventix's Awakening?
Yeah, I think Succession in the Maehwa Mirror matchup, it's okay if you are the stronger Maehwa, but unfortunately in this scenario, you know, Kita getting punished by Ventix pretty hard every time they went for a trade. So not really able to make use of the red blade that Succession Maehwa has.
Awakening definitely a little more of the safer option.
All right, safer seems to be the way to go for this tournament. And the second round of the third place match is about to begin. Let's jump back into that arena and see who's going to take that third place.
And alrighty, round starting up here already. Down the mid. Last time we saw this Kita, unfortunately, last set and this one has not been able to show up too hard. Already proving Awakening very strong in this mirror. That pedal bloom and that pedal drill. Both these SA skills zoning out so hard and already in the middle. Oh, gets caught by the stump on the last second of his chase there. Looks like a little bit of a late CC. Unfortunately, no secondary follow-up. Kita maybe not expecting it just as we weren't. And already, for Bam trying to get on the high ground, trying to play forward here. Goes for the pole boom. Is going to have the Q block. Obviously, in the Maehwa versus Maehwa, you are going to understand your opponent's kit. So you're not going to get caught off to guard too fast by that. And gets a fast FBT behind the frontal, but no secondary follow-up. Unfortunately, Red Moon comes out, needs to be careful. Drops a bloom and completely chunks him through it. 50% HP. Kita needs to be careful. Red Moon comes forward. Ventix trying to put some aggressive pressure. Drops a bloom. Sorry, drops the pedal drill. Down to 30% HP. Kita pops his debuff here, but he's not going to have too much options off that. Popping the frontal gear. Trying to slow down Ventix when he can. Red Moon comes out. Cancels out with Sticky. Hits the Sticky, though, onto Ventix there. So Ventix going to have to play back a little bit. He comes out, needs to be careful, trying to drop a sub arrow, completely eating the bloom there, needs to be careful, still has drill on that bot SA, so he might eat some damage here, and exactly what I'm speaking of, dropped to 7%, 13, drops to VSS, trying to get some frontal guard to live there, Red Moon traded back, but no, didn't get the catch at the end of the punish, and unfortunately backing up here, Kita still had a massive disadvantage. Healing up slowly though, dropped to 50, up to 50% now, needs to be careful, almost got behind that Red Moon there, but the slow apply onto Ventix, saving Kita. And now backing up, goes for the D-bite, a little late, a little early, almost got the Red Moon there, completely eats the bloom, 30%, this is so much damage, and Kita can't stand it. Drill comes out now, needs to be careful, Red Moon once again, pushing back a little bit, eats it VSS off of that, so Ventix is going to be 50% slowed, but gets caught on the end of the Red Moon, canceling with the Sticky, and the final damage is going to come in, but still has the V. Kita getting clutch here, and oh no, the follow-up's too fast, Ventix waiting for it. Finishes him off with pedal drill, a great catch, and on the end of that, Ventix will be winning your third place 2-0.
Yeah, I think we're going to see it here in a second in the replay, but I believe that last catch was actually a retaliation, which you don't see a lot in the mirror matchup.
I believe it's a KD as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Wow, so one of the few knockdowns in the Maehwa could actually landing this time around. Let's pull up the replay and see if the retaliation was the deciding factor.
All right, so hopping in here, there's quite a bit of trading going back and forth. Kita doing what they could to stay alive. The retail actually does come down and catches him. Then you have the refloat, so that's why they were able to V there. And then Kita, unfortunately, gets found out by Ventix coming out of V here. And I believe it's one last pedal drill to finish it off.
And the AoE on that thing is so massive, even to the side, still going to be able to chunk him.
What a beautiful finish with a very, very underutilized skill. And let's pull up the brackets one more time to see who's going to be advancing. Zanara on the left side against TheyQ on the right. TheyQ is a bit favored, but we're still expecting great plays and good fights from these players. All 4 participants today had some really phenomenal fights. And that concludes the EU Maehwa semifinals and third place matches. After this, moving on, we will be having the Kunoichi matches. And you are a ninja player, Armin, and I don't think they're too similar, ninjas and Kunos, but they do have some similarities in the kit. So do you want to talk about and give us an introduction about Kuno?
Kuno, very similar to Ninja, is a super fast-paced class. I mean, coming into this, a lot of the players are most likely going to be speccing Succession. For those of you that aren't aware, Succession Kuno, super fast-paced, has the ability to use Tendon Cutter and auto-locking ability that will chase you down, even hit you through stealth, so you're not going to be seeing a lot of stealth in these matchups. And on top of that, their ability to just move really quick behind any kind of frontal guard is going to be super fast-paced. So you're going to see a lot of SA Lingers coming out here. You're going to see a lot of frontal guards not being able to be used, and a lot of chip damage potentially, especially if you're running into Sinu a little too much. So we'll have to see how it goes overall, but I'm looking forward to a fast-paced match overall.
Yeah, and it looks, just looking at our sheet here, it looks like all 4 Kunos here in our semifinals are going to be Succession. So just like you expected, that's what we're going to see.
All right, let's pull up that bracket then and see all 4 of these Succession Kunos and who's going to be facing who. We have In Slow Motions versus BLK on the left side of the bracket, and Ayin versus Kuroda on the right side. So let's grab our notes, and who do you think is going to take the wins?
So just from the Enlave notes, in the first match here, it looks like he has whoever wins his first match is going to actually take it.
Wow, actually a very definitive conclusion there from Enlave. Let's just see then if these players can live up to their reputation and jump into match 1 for the Kunoichi EU semifinals matchup.
And alrighty here, gates are going to be opening. This is going to be very fast-paced. Already down the middle, Tendon Cutter coming out. Needs to be careful. Drops that shot explosion. Both players trading some damage. Actually, was that? Oh, Smokescreen comes out, trying to go for a grab through. Flashlight's going to save him on the iframe there. You have to be careful on the end of that flashlight. You can get stiffened coming down. So already, BLK playing super aggressive here in slow motions on the backside. Tendon Cutter traded. Flashlight smoke on the backside. Needs to be careful. Crescent slash. You can get floated by the Crescent, but decides to play a little defensively there. Shadow Stomp, no connection on the CC. Now Tendon Cutter jumping forward, a little careful. You can get easily grabbed and eats exactly the smoke screen. Flash slash on the end of that, completely CCing him, and BLK forced to V. And now coming out here, oh no! Slow motions completely reads where he comes out, drops a fatal blow, and the damage is going to be too much. And in slow motions, off the back of a smart, once again, audio key play, will be taking the first round.
Yeah, I mean, it all happened so fast. I believe the first catch was just from a block jump into smoke.
It was a smoke screen, yeah. So he block jumped into his smoke screen. Yeah. Unfortunately, this so.
So beautiful first catch, and then again, we've seen this time and time throughout the tournament. Listening to that audio cue, finding the player through V, and able to punish and take up that first win.
And with those new V fixes, you can no longer extend the duration of that. So you actually have to be really careful about where you're going to position when you come out of the V. And I think a lot of players are tempted to kind of just hide behind the pillar that we saw there. But I feel like at this point, most of the players are just expecting this to happen, and they just like curve around the pillar and just check really quick to see if the opponent comes out there. But really well played by In Slow Motions. And for BLK, what do you think he has to do to kind of clean up his play? Because it kind of seemed a little bit one-sided.
Unfortunately, he did go a little too aggressive. He tried to go for a block jump grab play onto slow, but unfortunately got caught by the smokescreen flash slash there. Honestly, his best bet, if I was him, is try and play a little more for proccing slows onto your opponent, and the second you get that, you'll have a better shot of winning the round.
All right, round 2 is ready. The players are in the arena and about to duke it out. Let's see who's going to advance, if InSlows can advance to the finals, or if BLK can take the round back.
And already second round starting up here. Already BLK, it looks like that's an early E-buff. He's going to be trying to chunk down slow motions here. Tendon Cutter running it down the mid. Slow motions maybe recognizes, wants to play a little more on the back foot. Kuno E-buff is going to be one of the more hard chunking ones in the game. And now in that Sanuka, you have to be careful. That is going to be a stiff and it gets stopped immediately out of it. Shadow Explosion on the end, but doesn't get the secondary. A little bit of a drop combo. Unfortunately, going that SA Linger, goes for the Crisis Slash, gets caught on the end of it. That is going to be unprotected. And gets caught by the flash slash twice now. And slow motions, unfortunately, this time incorrectly predicts the side he's going to be coming out on. Goes for the stealth here, but you cannot be stealthing into it to Succession Kuno very often. Smokescreen, flash slash, drops an explosion on the backside, eats the smokescreen once again. The flash slash eating him on the ground, drops the stomp, but BLK unfortunately not going to be dying off of that. Slow motions, not enough damage off the stomp by 11%. Needs to be careful, backing up here when he can. Holding the midfield now, slow motions, flash slash on the backside. BLK wants to rotate as much as possible, and now going to goes aggressive, tries to go for the smoke screen catch a little too far away. Block jump comes out, no connection. Tendon Cutter on the backside, stop, traded Sanu in, trying to go for a grab opportunity. BLK a little too far away. Now, Tendon Cutter from BLK goes forward, eats the smoke screen. He might get killed here from the smash dash stop. No, not enough damage, and BLK doing the best to combo, drops the Fox Claw, but isn't going to be enough. Slow motions having a lot of DP, much tankier than you might have expected. Heart Snatching is going to be a hard chunking ability, but doesn't have a chance to drop it down there. And now block jump gets a smoke screen on the backside. Stomp comes out on the back end and finally forces a V out from slow motions. We'll have to see if BLK can correctly predict. Comes out behind the pillar, but doesn't get the CC in time. Tendon Cutter comes up, but trades the Tendon Cutter back. Gets behind the front guard. Quick fatal blow and finishes him off. BLK will be taking your second round 1-1.
Wow, that was so incredibly back and forth. I feel like both players kind of maybe getting a little bit sloppy with their combos in the middle. A lot of catches off of flash step there. And overall, I mean, just really well played for both players, and BLK able to pick it up at the end.
And Armin, I want to defer to you on this one, but we saw in the beginning that BLK was actually on the back foot for most of that fight. But what did he do to kind of like turn things around, and what led up to that final combo?
I think a lot of it was actually slow motion starting to play a little too unprotected into BLK. He started utilizing his flash slash a little more, timed it correctly, and on top of that, I think he got 2 block jump catches into the smoke screen. For those of you that don't know, block jump smoke is almost fully protected. You're going from an iframe into an SA landing, and slow motion is not respecting it. Unfortunately, got caught behind his frontal guard a few times.
All right, then for in slow motions, he is the favorite to win this, but BLK proving that he can punish in slow motions mistakes, so he's no pushover. And how much of their play how much of in slow motions play does he need to clean up there? Because you were mentioning he was getting a little bit sloppy. Like, what does he need to do? How does he need to adjust?
Honestly, I think a lot of it comes down to nerves. It seems like he's playing maybe a little too aggressive on some instances, and maybe just slow it down, stay calm, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree 100%. The flash step, a little scary, but we'll see how he picks it up in this next round.
All right, round 3 is about to begin. Let's jump back into the arena to see. This is the final fight for this match. Who's going to make it all the way to the finals?
And alrighty, who is going to be your grand finalists here alongside each other? E-buff coming out. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from slow motions. Flash slash smoke screen. There's a catch we're talking about. And with that E-buff, BLK wants to immediately V when possible. Oh no, he might have got hurt here on his V. No, it doesn't look like it. Unfortunately, slow motion's picking the wrong side once again. Tendon Cutter in the middle, trading it back, goes into the SA, wants to linger. Flash slash doesn't end up moving it. Drops, the new Rebam there. That is going to have a heavy slow motions, unfortunately. Oh, almost ran into the Sinu. Needs to be careful. Backing up a little bit. Smoke screen gets the Tendon Cutter CC behind the frontal guard. Now on the ground, Stop comes out. No V available from BLK. Almost tried to get the heart snatching, but a little too far away. And BLK ends up living with 20% HP. Slow motions wants to push in forward damage pressure here. Tendon Cutter comes off. That TP is insane on the last hit of that. Going forward, Crescent Slash trying to get the CC there. Almost ran into the Sanuka. Needs to be a little careful. Sorry, that was Tendon Cutter, not Sanu. And now pushing forward, Tendon Cutter of his own. A little too far away. BLK backs up smoke screen. Flash Slash on the back end. No connection. It is going to be an iframe. Pops a Flash Slash of his own. Traded back. Drops the damage. Tendon Cutter. Both players still have the Sanu available. Can try and bait for it if they want to. And now pushing forward. BLK trying to go for the slow there. Drop his Sanu on the backside. A little too far away. But still gets the Tendon Cutter CC. Stop comes out and finally forces the V there. That Shadow Explosion can do so much, especially with the hard aiming finish. And we saw in the last round, and oh no! Slow motions came out too close to the end and unfortunately dies. The last tick, that hard aiming finishing him, didn't come out behind the pillar, and BLK capitalized on it.
Yeah, both players really using Tendon Cutter to its full extent. I mean, the ability to get behind, get that CC with Tendon Cutter is phenomenal. And right there at the end, just punishing the V once again.
And with this, BLK has upset in slow motions, and he will be moving on to the finals. In slow motions, though, still has the chance to take home the 3rd place prizes. And for the next matchup, we'll see who his opponent is. But man, just what a turnaround actually from BLK, making a statement that he actually might be the best ninja, Kuno rather, in EU. So, what for him? What like lesson should he take on to the finals with this? Like, what was he doing right that he should just keep on doing?
Overall, I think his Tendon Cutter placement was great. I think a lot of times we saw the block jump into the smoke, which, like Armin said earlier, is basically full protected, and I think it was great utilization of that.
Let's actually see what happened exactly then with the replay and see how BLK managed to upset in slow motions and pull out the victory.
And alrighty, as you see here, he got the stomp on the secondary and forces the V. And unfortunately here, slow motions, maybe a little bit of a fatal mistake, didn't come up behind the pillar just enough. BLK recognizes it, goes forward, hits the ghost screening stiffen, follows up with the secondary, gets the stomp on the ground, and the heart snatching is going to finish it, and he'll be taking the round off of that. And alrighty, with that said, is there any final things you notice about that match?
Overall, I feel like, BLK to go down in that first round and then come back and win 2. I think he did a great job of staying composed, keeping the nerves down, and playing to the best of his ability to bring it back and move on to the finals here.
And none of these opponents, or his future opponents, will be playing Suck. Well, you never know. They might be playing Awakening, sorry. You never know, though. They might switch. So he should still kind of be able to learn from his fights with from today, because it's all going to be still Succession. Nothing's going to be changing up, potentially. But if they were to change to Awakening, again, how would that kind of affect things?
I feel like the big thing about Awakening versus Succession Kuno, unfortunately Awakening can be at a massive disadvantage, especially when it comes to those close range quarters. I've talked to a lot of the NA Kunos as well, and the real only big threat that you have from Awakening Kuno is that Delighted Blast. For those of you who do not know, Delight is kind of a vacuum, so you can't get vacuum grabs. So besides that, I think it's super Succession favorite.
All right, let's get underway with match 2 of the EU Kunoichi semifinals. Let's see who's going to be facing BLK in that grand finals.
And alrighty, this is going to be the second set, and once again, this is going to decide who will go on to your grand finals. Iron versus Kuroda. Flash Slash already down the middle, block jump burned early here. Needs to be careful. Heart Snatching wants to back away a little bit off of that. Pops or Bam is going to be trying to kite away. Kuroda putting some hard aggressive pressure. Pop and Ghost getting a little off cooldown there. And now Tenakuda comes out, goes into the slow, block jump straight on the backside. Needs to be careful. The Sanu in the middle there, pushing forwards. Crescent wants to get closer, pop that slow onto Aelin. For those of you that don't know, because Succession Kuno actually has a lot of slow potential. Tenakuda goes behind the wall, almost got the CC there, but no hard connection, and actually gets the final CC there. The Stomp comes out to confirm it, forcing the V out of Ian, and now Ian coming out close to the gate. Kuroda a little too far away to confirm. Pops the E-buff here. That is going to be Succession Kuno E-buff, so you're going to have a lot of damage coming in. Backing up, Heart Snatching, going to get the slow off of that. Tenakuda straight it back. Needs to be careful. Almost got caught on the end of that. Block jump. Oh, trying to go for the grab, but gets caught by the Flash Slash there on the backside. Gets on the grab, but no secondary. Kuroda a little too slow. Needs to be careful. Linking the SA. Tenakuda pushing back behind the pillar, and now Kuroda wants to take the mid space here and try to get some space where he can and get some of his CDs back. Smokescreen burn a little hard there, trying to bait and potentially go into the Flash Slash. Sanu could have been it, but he got the CC on the end there. Stomp comes out to confirm it, and Kuroda will be taking your first round.
Man, Kuroda just played that so well. The flash step to counter the block jump, that was absolutely beautiful. And then right there at the end, we saw just the raw stomp, no setup for it, caught him, was able to close out the first round. Really well played.
And to me, it seemed like Kuroda actually had to work quite a bit to get his win here. He had to do multiple CC chains. I'm not sure if Kuno has any kind of sustain in her kit or like instant heal type of things, but do you think it might be like an evasion build perhaps? Like why is Kuroda kind of not struggling but taking an extra combo to take down Ian?
I think just in general, it comes down to Kuno Succession. I feel like their combo is pretty one-dimensional, so if any of your skills are on cooldown, the damage isn't necessarily going to be there.
So then for the Succession Kuno's E-buff then, what exactly does that E-buff give? Does it is that enough to kind of allow her to get one comboed, or?
A Succession Kuno E-buff is one of the most hard-hitting E-buffs in the game, alongside Ninjas. I believe they get plus AP, plus accuracy rate, and a few other things, maybe ignore res. I'm not 100% sure on the stats, but the main thing is it's definitely not lacking on damage. If you see a Kuno pop that E-buff, you're going to get bursted.
All right, so for Ayan, what do you think he needs to do in order to clean up the play that he showed just now? And for the most part, things were pretty even, but Kuroda seemed to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I feel like Ayan did a really good job overall, but I feel like what they could clean up here going into the second fight is just really work on staying protected. There was a couple times we saw the raw block jump with no smoke after. We saw there at the end actually getting caught just by a raw stomp. So just overall needs to do a better job of staying protected as they move around.
All right, staying protected a bit more. Let's go into round 2 to see if Ayan can actually turn things around against Kuroda, or if Kuroda is going to win and move on to the grand finals.
Alrighty, second round starting up here, and we saw that last round so back and forth already down the mid, trying to go for the slow there, both straight trading Flash Slash on top of each other, trying to go for the grab, but trading the block jump back, neither for getting a catch there, as both singly went for very unprotected catches. Sanuka in the middle, needs to be careful not to run into that. That is going to be a long range stiff, and Heart Snatching comes out, gets the slow off onto Ian. Kuroda now can play a forward position here, trading Flash Slash again, trying to go for an aggressive grab, maybe a little too much. Ian not punishing it though, so nothing to be too worried about. Block jump traded back to back there. Stomp comes out, no connection, punishes his though. Ian gonna be coming out on top, forces a V out from Kuroda. A little too aggressive and ambitious play from Kuroda. Oh no, raise a V, eats the Stomp. Oh no, off the back of that, Ian will be taking the round 1-1. A great read, and listening to those audio cues again, so important.
Yeah, a great read, and like we said with the first catch, the tendon cutter just coming through so incredibly strong. And instantly they get that V, shows a little respect for the damage coming out of Ian, and then also following through with the V and punishing for the win.
Yeah, and this is why you guys should play with sounds on if you are PvPing, because in BlackDesert there are a ton of skills, and character voices actually can be cues for giveaways for certain skills, and for the V locating there, that actually paid off dividends for Ayan. So please play with audio on. And for Ayan, he actually pulled it, like, was playing very, very well, a lot better this time around. And Kuroda seemed to be a little bit too aggressive, because we even saw that missed grab, I think, right after the opening. But what does Kuroda have to do to kind of adjust?
Honestly, I think he was playing a little too aggressive with the grabs. We saw him go for him a couple times, ended up missing them. I think the more he reserves his play a little bit, plays smarter, and doesn't go for those super aggressive, unprotected plays, for those of you that don't know, Kuno and Ninja's grabs are unprotected, I think he'll be coming out on top a lot more.
All right, and we are ready to start the final round for this match, Ayan versus Kuroda. This is final round. Whoever wins this one will move on to the grand finals. Let's take it away.
Alrighty, final match here. Who will be in the grand finals playing for that first place title? Already down the mid, flash shot chain on both sides there for those of you that don't know. Oh, Tendon Cutter comes out, gets a heart snatching on the secondary, and then Stomp comes out to get the secondary CC. The damage is too big here. Oh no, Ian, not again. Gets a stomp up and not again.
Oh,
15
no.
seconds in. Kuroda, a fatal mistake, trying to move his V out of the way, but again, the audio cue is too fatal.
And I believe that was just another tendon cutter opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, so another tendon cutter, landing true, hitting the back. It's such an incredibly powerful tool. And as the opponent, they really need to respect that, you know? So seeing that catch and then once again, falling up through V to take the victory.
Then let's pull up the replay and see what exactly Tender Cutter is for the people who don't know, and how Ayan was able to utilize that to make his way to the finals.
Now, Flash Dash comes out, Tendon Cutter on the backside, and there's the catch. So as both players were trading out there, the Tendon Cutter is going to connect. It is super fast, and if you lose 1 second a gap, you're going to lose. And obviously right here, we see it in that V again. Ian reads the direction, comes out over here, and Kuroda, unfortunately, off the back of the end of the V, will die. And I think Ian will be moving out of the grand finals.
Ian will be moving on to the grand finals, and Kuroda and In Slow Motions will be duking out for the third place finish. And In Slow Motions, although he was favored, oh, not Ian, sorry, Kuroda will be fighting In Slow Motions. But based on the play that we saw just now between over the last couple of matches, who do you think has the edge for the third place?
I mean, In Slow Motions was one of the favorites to take the entire tournament. So to see him go down there in the semifinals, I think he's definitely a favorite coming into the third place match. But after watching the match, you know, I don't think Kuroda is any slouch. So this third place match, I feel like is going to be very back and forth, and it's going to come down to, you know, who plays clean.
All right, then let's jump straight into third place, EU Kunoichi's third place fights, and let's see if In Slow Motions can redeem himself and take home third place, or if Kuroda is going to pull out the upset.
Alrighty, third place match in slow motions. Kuroda already straight down the mid. Tendon Cutter flash dash straight on the opposite side. Goes with the flash dash and is not going to connect. Is going to be a full save. Block shot at the same time. Almost a mirror. Sanuka almost ran in the middle. That needs to be careful. Smokescreen concealment. Pushing forward. Drag over the slow. No connection. Tendon Cutter once again on the backside. Woo! A far connection. Gets a stomp off of the secondary. And there's the V coming out of Kuroda. Kuroda having small flashback. Slow motions. Not again!
Oh.
3 rounds in a row to this man. Kuroda has been cheesed out of the V. And unfortunately, he will be dying once again. Slow motions once again takes the first round 1-0.
Slow Motions once again, I mean, coming out with that E-buff, it's so much damage. You have to respect it if you get caught. And Kuroda is just having a bad day with the Vs.
And what kind of like, because he's getting caught a lot is what I'm seeing, which is forcing him to V, and he might not even have to be ready for the next fight, which is going to set him on the back foot. But like, what kind of mistakes is he making with his, like, is he being unprotected, or is he just not moving enough?
So what happened there is that he popped, or Slow Motions popped Tendon Cutter and got behind on the very last hit. For those of you that don't know, Tendon Cutter has a small extension at the end that can TP you directly behind your opponent. And what happened is Kuroda didn't expect it to reach him, went a little unprotected for a second, probably going through a ghost step or something, and got caught on the last hit there.
Then you just mentioned Ghost Step. I do have one question to ask about Ghost Step. Everyone says it's a fake iframe. So what is your thought on Ghost Step? chat maybe can chime in also here.
Well, it's definitely a very short protection. It's technically an iframe, but it's so short that a lot of the time, as we just saw, you're going to get caught out of it. So.
All right. Well, we'll see if things can turn around for Kuroda and he won't be getting caught out of V every single round. But the next round for the third place match is starting. Let's jump straight into the Arsha Arena.
And alrighty, can Kuroda pull it back? This man is having a rough time, and already Smokescreen comes out, gets caught going into the middle of that. Looks like he hotbarred Smokescreen, and unfortunately no secondary, doesn't even off to V. Slow motions, maybe not bringing the V as early as he thought he would. Tenet comes out, needs to be careful of the CC. Rabam comes out, that is going to be the new Rabam, the grass one. Is going to be forcing the slow onto Kuroda there, and slow motions goes for the stop, cancel. Oh, gets pushed back a little bit, maybe a little bit of mass moves, goes aggressive, no grab potential. Smokescreen, flash slash on the back end. Kuroda doesn't need the stiffen, pushing forward. Tendon cutter once again, doesn't get behind Kuroda's gap that time. Kuroda making sure he's staying protected this time around. And now going forward, both players trading in the middle. Flash dash comes out, no grab from slow motions. Tendon cutter trading on both sides, still have the Sanu available if they want to go for a bait play. Oh, way too aggressive of a grab, trying to go for it, and slow motions is going to punish it really hard on the back end, but again, no V. Kuroda actually somewhat tanky here. Eats a soft, slow motions is going to be in the smoke screen on that tick, so no CC. Goes aggressive, pop the slow onto Kuroda there, eats another slow, actually ate the shackles a little bit. Tendon cutter comes out on the backside, needs to wait. Sanuka still available, has to be careful with the bait. Smoke screen, flash slash in the middle, no CC on the Kuroda that time, potentially a res. No, it looks like it was an SA. Tendon cutter once again gets behind the frontal guard on the last tick. That close range is so fatal. Siphon comes out, is going to be able to V on the last hit there, finally 30%, and we'll see. E-buff, slow motions, can Kuroda live? Manages to live that time and finally gets out. All right, has a secondary opportunity here. Tendon cutter comes out, doesn't manage to get behind any kind of frontal guard. Is going to be SA flash slash, hits him on the last tick there, and he's going to be finishing him off. Kuroda managed to live the V, but still didn't win the round. Slow motions wins the second round, and he will be your third place winner.
Yeah, congratulations to Slow Motion there, taking the third place match, doing a really good job of staying on top of Kuroda, not really giving him a lot of room to breathe. Popping E-buff there as well when Kuroda V'd that last time. I'm very happy for Kuroda that he got to survive at least one E-buff or one V in the fights today, but congrats to Slow Motion.
And let's pull up the replay to see how in Slow Motions managed to take down Kuroda with his final combo.
As we look here, he pops the E-buffs to get that final damage. Kuroda coming out of V here, goes forward, pops the explosion on the ground, goes for the stomp, is going to be a little off. Tendon cutter comes out here, cancels the last hit, so no CC, goes forward, gets a slow, flash slash comes out, and is going to CC Kuroda as he's just stepping away. A little too slow, Kuroda trying to get out, and unfortunately that's going to be it.
All right, and that will conclude the EU semifinals and third place matches for Kunoichi. Let's pull up the brackets one more time to see who's going to face who in the finals. On the left side of the bracket, we have BLK, and on the right side, we have Ayan in Slow Motions, managed to take home that third place prize. So really great fights from all four Kunos who came in today. And with that, we're going to move on to Kuno's male counterpart, her Echo Fighter, Ninja and Armin. This is your class, and I don't want to say it's going to be more of the same because Ninja is different, but what can we expect from Ninja v Ninja Mirrors?
A very volatile matchup. For those of you that aren't aware, Ninja, while it has a lot of movement and a lot of CC on almost every ability, it's also super unprotected during a lot of its portions. So coming into this, expect the rounds to not only be very short at times, but on top of that to get caught very easily on some classes, especially Succession.
All right, let's pull up the bracket for the EU Ninjas who are participating in today's semifinals and see who's going to be fighting who for a chance to make it to the finals and get the title of Unrivaled. So, on the left side of the bracket, we do have Hearthland from the guild Hestia's Familia, and he will be playing against Toyo Senpai. And Toyo Senpai actually has a bit of a reputation on the EU servers, what I heard.
Yeah, Toyo is one of the most well-known Succession Ninja players on the EU side. He's actually playing Awakening this time around.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, he's known as being the perma-red ninja over in EU. Why do you think that he chose Awaken over Succession?
So he ended up swapping to Awaken a little while ago, and I think honestly it might just be a preference kind of thing.
All right, let's see if his choice of a different spec will help him out for his first match. And let's jump straight into the EU semifinals, Ninja round 1.
Alrighty, Toyo Hearthland Toyo, I've actually helped, prep for this tourney as I did go to EU. Both these players are going to be starting out on the South. Unfortunately, unlike Kunoichi, where you have Tendon Cutter, you are going to be able to sit in that stealth. And it looks like Toyo, typically a player that wants to place, goes for the beheading. That is going to be a long range CC. No connection, backing up now. Needs to be heading on the backside, block jump. Goes for the CC. Serpent comes out. It's going to be a KD. He might die here. Stomp comes out for the secondary, and Hearthland barely managing the V. Actually, very tanky. Toyo, a player with a lot of AP. Oh, he's listening to the Vs here. East to the CC off the Malice on the ending tick there. Serpent Katana, he's going to be finishing him. A clean catch on the initial. Forces a V and follows a V. Great plays by Toyo.
Yeah, Toyo coming out really strong there. Had the block jump straight into the Serp. Forces the KD, and then he goes for the stomp for the secondary. Allows him to V, but still punishes the V at the end of it.
And the way Toyo actually opened that fight in stealth just reminds me of so many bad memories of RBF, where I'm just walking around as a ranger and surprise, nothing personnel, kid, and you're just taken out in a moment. And unfortunately for Hearthland, that almost ended up happening to him, but it just seemed like he was in the back foot for pretty much the entirety of that really short fight. But Toyo, what do you think, or Hearthland rather, what do you think he needs to do to kind of not get caught off guard?
I mean, unfortunately, the match was over so fast, we didn't really get to see too much neutral game or counterplay, but he needs to either match the aggression or be able to pull away from Toyo and create some space in order to have that counterplay.
Yeah, as I did say, Ninja, a super volatile matchup. And the reason it's so volatile is actually because as a Ninja player, you will notice other Ninja players' gaps and you can CC them super easily. So if something's going super short on one side, a lot of the time it's actually just a massive skill difference.
You're going to have to show me some of those gaps later because I, for the love of my life, cannot figure out how to beat Ninja. But let's jump into round 2 of Hearthland versus Toyo Senpai.
And already, second round starting up here. This may be potentially match point for Toyo. This time not starting out in the stealth, already going down the mid. Hearth comes out of the stealth early here. Oh, gets the grab out of the crescent slash there. Now for the secondary, gets it down smash. Serpent comes out, stomp on the back, and it gets the illusion behind 10 seconds in. That is what I mean by volatile. Hearthland not popping the V, gets KD'd. And it looks like Toyo, if you didn't realize that you have a extension for Serpents that gives you a KD prior to it, popped it earlier, so he got the KD and not able to V, got the kill.
Wow, that was... I actually did not know that Serpent... I'm used to Serpent being like a float, so...
It's a bit of a flow off of it on the end of it, yeah.
Very interesting. So Toyo Senpai just making a really big statement and coming out with those 2 really quick wins. Let's check out the replay to see what he pulled out, what strategy he pulled out against Hearthland there that allowed him to move on to the finals.
Yep, so round starts up here. It looks like Hearthland is going to be on Succession Ninja. Didn't even get to catch it too hard last round. Comes in, Crescent Slash here, recognizing it, gets a C-swap grab, gets a down smash, and this is where the damage comes in. Actually, no, didn't even pop the KD first. Hearthland just opted to rely on gear and got caught behind his frontal guard. Toyo, recognizing the illusion on Wake Up, did an illusion of his own behind his and got the kill. So that's just great recognition from Toyo and maybe a bit of a mistake from Hearthland.
Yeah, I mean, Toyo just, what can you say? It was 10 seconds the second round. I think the first round was 15 seconds. Toyo just asserting his dominance, really well played, and just showing his understanding of the matchup.
And Armin, personally, do you play Succession or do you play Awakening?
Currently at the moment I play both, but primarily Succession. I just prefer the style.
All right, and then Toyo was just making a huge statement with his Awakening kit there. And do you think that there are any kind of disadvantages for Suck against Awaken, or was this just a skill difference?
Personally, in my eyes, it's been more of a skill difference. Succession Ninja is actually a little more preferred and advantageous in the matchup between the two. So if you see a Succession versus Awakening matchup, which I'm predicting to be in the finals, we'll have to see if Eldrazi moves on. You're going to be noticing that potentially coming in, that Succession imbalance.
And speaking of the players for the next match, do you have a prediction? Because you also, I think you do know some of the ninjas who are up next.
Eldrazi, for those of you that don't know, maybe some of you are EU players, he is Succession Ninja in the next match, and he's around, I believe, 710 gear score. So definitely one of the more geared players in this tournament coming in. And I mean, Vert, you're another geared player. You can imagine having that much gear on a Suck Ninja, you're going to be blasting people.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I don't know how you're going to get away from that 712 gear score. It's just going to be so much damage, and Succession Ninja is just relentless with it.
All right, so let's move on to match 2 for the EU Ninja semifinals. Let's see who's going to take the win and move on to the finals or compete for the 3rd place prize.
And alrighty, Next round going to be starting up here. It is going to be Eldrazi versus Kuna. And now, Succession. This is going to be a Succession versus Awakening matchup. Running the bomb, Katana Shower. Block jump comes out. Obviously, Succession Ninja does have an instant block jump. Gets an instant block jump grab and gets the grab onto Kuna. Forced to be here. Now, Kasasashi in the middle is going to be looking for a CC opportunity. But Ben Eldrazi, obviously, with the amount of gear he has, I believe he is running a evasion build with Sistles and Centaur. So he's going to be able to tank any kind of V damage, or sorry, combo damage he wants. Smokeschreen in the middle. No connection. Katana Shower on the backside is going to be burning a lot of his hard CC there. Well, beheading in the middle. Doesn't get caught out of it. You do have a gap in the middle of that Dark Frenzy waiting back here. Blade Spin now taking the middle. It looks like Kuna, recognizing his opponent, is going to be playing more on the backside. Smokescreen Jaded almost got a CC behind the frontal guard, waiting a little bit. Holding again. Contrary. Ooh, gets caught by the Murderous Intent there. Stiffen on the ground. Serpents comes out. Ooh, that is a lot of damage for what you expect. 20%. Eldrazi, someone that actually has a lot of gear. Kuna able to match it on that Awakening, potentially running a lot of accuracy accessories here. Now backing up, goes for the Murderous Test. No connection. Stomp comes out on the backside. Eldrazi backing up now. Making sure he lingers those SAs. Ooh, E-buff comes out from Kuna. He's going to have a hard chunking damage here. Eldrazi backs up a little bit. Dropped to beheading before he cut it out, but no connection. Mouse comes out. Doesn't manage to catch the middle. That Ghost Head Blaze Spin on the backside. Try to go for the Murderous Stomp. No connection once again. Eldrazi dodging purely. Katana Shower doesn't have to go for the block jump grab. Eldrazi, he might just be playing for the close corners here. Waiting to that final circle. Smokescreen Shaded. Almost got the CC. Got the Seesaw block to be heading. Waiting a little bit. Murderous Intent is going to be in the SA. Block jump comes out. Doesn't get the Malice catch on the backside. Kuna a little too far away to get that final catch. Eldrazi still has his E-buff available if he wants to pop it. Goes forward. Block jump goes forward. Gets caught by the Smokescreen on the last tick. Murderous Intent Serpent, but he's not going to be able to finish off this combo. Once again, he does have a lot of gear, and that taking is coming into play. Stop standing a little forward a little bit there. I thought he had Smokescreen waiting a little bit. Dark Frenzy on the backside, waiting. Slash holding the middle, and this is where the E-buff is going to be deadly. Still holding and waiting not to pop a block jump. Smokescreen going forward, try to go for the stop opportunity. Katana Shower needs to be careful of the bond on that. Does have a hard flow on it, but no connection that time around. Making sure he's rotating those essays, and there's the E-buff. He's going to be looking for some hard damage. Illusion chunk down, already dropped down to 10% HP. Has the dot damage on it, gets the grab through the Katana Shower. Hard aiming, stomp on the back end. Foxclaw Moonlight, he's going to be winning that round. Eldrazi with a clean grab on the last take, and a seemingly slow round from what you'd expect from Ninja.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much longer than the matches that we've watched already, but Penderazzi doing a great job of saving his E-buff till that final circle, and really able to execute with the super armor trades and a beautiful catch there at the end.
So speaking of the Ninja's E-buff, what does it give in terms of like stats?
So Ninja E-buff gives plus 20 AP, plus 20% accuracy rate, I believe plus 15% ignore res, and every single time you damage an opponent, you will get a dot applied to them. So the big benefit of Ninja E-buff is that if you're dotted by Ninja E-buff, you're not going to be able to outpot it. I believe you probably have some experience with that.
Yeah, no, that E-buff is rough. The amount of raw damage it gives, and then on the backside, just like you talked about, the dot that comes through is basically going to negate your potions.
So are you also stacking bleed add-ons on top of that? Or is that not really needed?
In the past, you could actually stack bleed, poison, and the third pain all together with your dot naturally and your E-buff, so it was like crazy amounts. But nowadays, since it's only bleed, people maybe run one bleed. Nothing more than that, typically.
All right. So you also mentioned one of the players was using an evasion build, possibly
Eldrazi.
Eldrazi, yeah. And Kunokute, so he basically needs to buff up like completely, in my opinion, in order to get any kind of combo, a one-shot combo off. But that's probably not going to happen. So like, does he have to save his like Black Spirit BSR even, and his E-buff just for like one moment, or what does he have to do to deal with that build?
Well, unfortunately, Ninja doesn't have too many BSR skills on Awakening, and the ones that we do, you're better off just tossing a raw Serpent. So unless he has E-buff, probably can't one combo.
All right. Well, that is unfortunate news for Kuna, but you never know. He might still turn things around. Let's jump into round 2 of this EU Ninja semifinals.
Alrighty, going into round here, Kuna, Eldrazi once again. Both these players having, already straight down the mid, gets his smokescreen stun. Might have been a little early in that C-spot, goes Illusion, 20% HP. Kuna barely managing to live, is going to pop his E-buff. Obviously, Awakening Ninja E-buff, unlike Succession, is going to give a 50% heal back. So Kuna already back to full HP off of the end of that. And now Eldrazi playing behind the pillar here. Recognize that Kuna popped that Evo. If he wants to play slow here, Smokescreen comes out, no connection. He's going to decide to kite back again off of that. 10 seconds left until Kuna's ebuff is running out. And he may want to take a forward aggressive position here. He's going to be losing a lot of damage and potentially his only way of one-comboing Eldrazi here. Eldrazi in the middle, actually running around. Maybe a little bit of BF. Smokescreen comes out, trying to put some hard pressure. Stomp comes out, but he can't keep up. Succession Ninja moving too much. Goes for the katana and gets grabbed out of it. Eldrazi hard baiting and reading it. Actually, maybe predicting the V out here, but no, a little too slow. Stomp comes out, is not going to be able to get the final connection on that Dark Frenzy. It's going to be lingering the frontal guard here. Crescent Slash, waiting. Malice comes out. He's going to be in a frontal guard on Kuna. Smokescreen, beheading, doesn't manage to get the connection there. Kuna goes forward for the Murderous. Block jump is going to be a little too far away. Gets caught by the Katana Shower on the ground. Murderous trying to go for the KD, but just hard reses it a little bit. And there's the damage I'm talking about. Without that ebuff, Kuna's going to be having a hard time. And Eldrazi on the wake up tries to go forward. Gets the grab out of the Katana Shower. Actually running the frontal guard. Bam. And that's going to be enough off the end. Eldrazi will be your winner. As I did predict, actually, he'll be moving on to fight Toyo Hisa in the Grand Finals.
What a fantastic fight there from Eldrazi and Kunoichi. Just not quite enough damage to really make up the difference there. But, you know, Eldrazi and Toyo Senpai will be moving on to the finals. And based off those two, who do you think is going to win? Because Toyo had some very dominant first two wins, but Eldrazi was also, he's really strong.
Yeah, I mean, Toyo played really, really well, basically speed running his rounds. I feel like it's going to be an uphill battle against Eldrazi. Eldrazi playing really, really well. I mean, every single time we saw a Katana Shower, it was being punished by Eldrazi. So it's going to be a really close fight. I'm going to give it to Eldrazi in the finals.
I do think that Toyo, I've fought both of them. I've played on EU even just to, play with alongside them. I think he's definitely going to have the skill advantage in the matchup. But again, the gear, I don't think, especially on Awakening, that doesn't have a lot of accuracy rate, he'll be able to one-combo him. So it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but I'm rooting for skill to come out on top, so I'm going to vote for Toyo.
So please tell us the news. This might be good or bad. Does Toyo use an opt-in? Or
he uses Arca.
Okay, perfect. So that is what he needs. I just had to ask that question.
Yeah.
The replay is ready. We're going to pull up that to see what Eldrazi did to take home that final win.
Alrighty, yep, comes out here, Blazemans comes out, Kuno realizes he can't one-combo him, Evasive Malice pushes forward, Smokescreen B-head, doesn't manage to get the catch, Kuno try to go for a Smokescreen catch there, and off the end of this, Ghost Step out of his Katana Shower, but the range isn't far enough and gets grabbed by Eldrazi, dropping that final chunk with the illusion, and he's going to end up taking the round. For those of you that don't know, Katana Shower, when you Ghost Step after it, it'll actually shorten your Ghost Step, so a little unlucky there.
All right, so the third place match is about to start. We have Hearthland versus Kunoichi. Hearthland didn't get much of a chance to showcase his skills against Toyo Senpai. Things just were too quick for him. But Kunoichi also had some really good moments. We're going to jump right in and see how things are going to unfold.
And I believe this is another Succession versus Awakening mirror here. Already both players starting in the mid. Gets caught by the Katana Shower flow on the ground. Murderous Intent drops the KD first. No V available. And 10 seconds in, that's the volatile matchup. Hearth is going to be losing the first round and Kuna will be walking away.
Oh my goodness. I feel so bad for Hearthland at this point. I think he's been in 3 rounds for a total of 15 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Just really, really good play out of Kuna there. Very aggressive, and the combo was really clean.
All right, we're going to have to talk about Hearthland for a little bit. What exactly does he need to do? Should he just treat the opening a lot slower and not run into his opponent, or just play a little bit defensively?
Well, unfortunately I do think that a lot of it is just coming down to recognizing your opponent's abilities. A lot of players that play Succession right now may have not played Awakening in the past. That is obviously the case, so I think, honestly, maybe just slowing it down a little more.
Yeah, I think he needs to play. Succession does have quite a bit of super armor in it, and I'd like to see him play a little bit slower, a little bit safer, just to maybe calm the nerves, get into the match a little bit, and then really work from there.
Is there a difference between the stealth of Succession or Awakening, or they're the same, right?
They're the same, yeah.
So is it possible for both ninjas to just come out of stealth and just chill and do nothing?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible, but you're really not going to see it. Most of the players don't really play like that typically, unless it's like RBF. I do that too.
Of course, of course. I understand completely.
Yeah.
The next round is ready. We're going to see if Heartland does have a chance to stand up for more than 5 seconds on the next fight, or if Kunoichi is going to just take home that 3rd place prize. Let's jump into that arena.
And we'll have to see, can he make it past 1 minute here? Alrighty, next round starting up. Kuna playing in the mid here. Last time we did see, he did get a great bonk, Katana Shower CC, and already gets a stop off here. He's going to be a little late for the secondary, though. Stacked them up super hard there. Sorry, for the secondary, and oh no. Did not get V-play, thank God. Beheading comes out, gets ankle cutter on the end. Their stomp comes out. Ooh, that's a lot of damage, and Heartland forcing his first V out. And now looking for the end of the V there, goes for the evasive mouse, gets a secondary CC and wins the round. Kuna coming out a little in the middle there. Again, you're not able to extend your V, so didn't manage to go far enough to get to the second pillar. And Heartland keeping up, managed to get this last CC there.
Yeah, we finally got to see Heartland, you know, come out, showcase some skills. And my God, the damage is there. He does so much damage to Kuna in the matchup and is able to tie it up 1-1. Really impressed by that.
So yeah, that damage was insane. And can you just walk me through like a Succession Ninja, like kind of bread and butter combo, like what things look like?
The big thing about Succession Ninja is we toss a lot of filler damage, and the more important thing is, hey, what's your secondary CC going to be? Because that's where a lot of our damage is. Mostly it's going to be, hey, a Shadow Stomper as your secondary CC. And I think that's like our hardest hitting ability without a doubt. If you get hit by that, it's going to feel like a truck. So. And
Heartland just really turning things around for sure and cleaning up his gameplay as well. Kunoichi, however, actually seemed like he was on a bit of the back foot there. He had to burn that V really, really early, and he was also chunked out really hard in the beginnings of the fight. So how does he need to adjust in order to... What does he need to do to just repeat that first round?
I mean, we saw a lot of aggression out of him, and I think this time he did a much better job at staying protected. You know, in the past, he's been aggressive without the protection, and that's going to, you know, lead to you dying most of the time. So this time, came out aggressive, stayed protected, and took the win.
All right, the players are ready to jump into round 3 of the 3rd place match. We're going to jump into that arena and see who's going to take home the 3rd place prize.
And already coming into this last round here, whoever wins this will be getting your 3rd place prize. As he said already, block jump comes out of the shuriken fight, double evasive malice. Did not go for the stop there. Stress and Slash doesn't want to go for a grab on the block jump. A little bit of a opening grab there. Not sure where that was. Maybe going for a beheading, middle bit of a misinput. Pushing forward, gets caught by the smoke screen there. Put on the ground. Serpents comes out, forced to V. So early secondary, Heartland actually may not have had to be there. And oh no, Kuna reads the end of it, gets the malice out, but no! Out of the block jump, the 360 AoE step catches him, and now neither player... Heartland has no V available. Kuna in a huge advantage here. May want to play aggressive and play for some damage opportunities as he can. Going forward. Ooh, Katana Shower comes out. No grab from Heartland. Maybe missing a little bit there. Drops the illusion on the back end though, so Kuna is going to be slowed here. And Stimpin on the end, and the Serpents one-shot Kuna. That is the power of Ninja E-buff, as we did say. So off the back of that, I believe Kuna will be winning the 3rd place prize.
Just a fantastic look from him at the end there. And Kunoichi actually missed that combo, the intricacies of what happened in that last moment. So let's actually check the replay to see, for those of you who also don't understand Ninja like me, and let's see how he pulled out that victory.
Smokescreen comes out, Crescent Slash on the opposite side, trades the smokescreen again. Heartland tried to go for a CC, but isn't going to hit it here. And as he's backing up here, drops the Katana Shower, runs away a little bit. Murderous Intent, kites back, and I think right here he dropped the Malice and canceled the animation and hit the Malice Stiff in a super clean cancel on the back end there and actually caught Heartland off of it. Heartland a little too aggressive.
Just, I'm still in shock with how much damage just came out of the Serpent.
Yeah, that's the E-buff right there.
All right, and with that, Kunoichi has taken home the 3rd place prize. And let's pull up the brackets one more time to see who is going to be moving on to the EU Ninja Grand Finals. We have Toyo Senpai, Armin's hope for the victor here, and Penderazi, the super strong ninja. This is going to be a really exciting fight. Armin, I already asked you for predictions, but yeah, Toyo Senpai Penderazi is what we're going to be seeing next week. And with that, the ninja and also all the EU fights have been concluded. So EU folks, thank you for staying and tuning into our stream and watching. NA is going to be up next after the 1 hour break, and we're going to repeat things from the top, starting from the mascot of BlackDesert, Warrior, once again. So thank you all for watching. Vert, Armin, any last word for the EU folks?
Thanks for tuning in.
That's all I can say as well.
Awesome. All right, let's take things away, and we'll see you all again later. Greetings, adventurers. Hello and welcome to the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship semifinals. I am your host, GM Lemoria, and alongside me we have our shoutcasters for today's fights, Armin and Vert. How are you two doing?
Oh, doing fantastic. It's been a great day so far. Looking forward to some more matches.
Pretty long day, but I'm looking forward to NA.
Yep. We will be continuing on with the NA segment of the semifinals. And before we actually get started, I do have a couple of announcements to make. First off, as you may have already noticed, Twitch drops are enabled for the stream. So please link up your Twitch account to your Pillarbyst account, and that way you can get yourself some really nice rewards. And then secondly, make sure to transfer your account, if you haven't already, to Pillarbyst service. And the deadline to transfer is going to be May 31st. All accounts that have not been transferred will be permanently deleted. So make sure you do that. And with that out of the way, let's move on to the broadcast overview. We're going to go over the schedule, and we're going to go over the rules as well as the prizes. From hundreds to just 21 champions, who will be the ones to claim the title of Unrivaled? This is the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship. Today, we have the EU semifinals and third place matches, as well as the NA semifinals and third place matches. The EU finals and NA finals will take place next week on May 15th and May 16th, starting at 19 Central Time and 15 Pacific Time for EU and NA respectively. Today's fights will be a 1 vs 1 single elimination best of 3, and each round will last 3 minutes. The dark fog will appear in today's fights. The arena area will shrink over time, and leaving this area will cause your HP to decrease by 500 HP per second. All participants will receive a golden Arsha coin, which you can sell for 50 million silver to an NPC or keep as a souvenir of your fights. The winners of each class will receive an in-game title Unrivaled, as well as an Arsha skill instructor qualification. This qualification allows you to change your skill add-ons freely and also change the add-ons of other players. In addition, first, second, and third place will receive a Black Spirit goods set, which contains physical items such as plushies, Black Spirit mouse pads, and an LED Black Spirit lamp. Alright, we will be kicking things off with the mascot of BlackDesert himself. Warrior is going to be first, so let's pull up those NA Warrior semi-final brackets and see which players are going to be duking it out. On the left side of the bracket, we have Sony versus Bob the Tilter, and on the right side, we have Gesselromar versus Reglub. So Vert, really quick, do you recognize any of the names here? And just give me some quick predictions.
Oh yes, so Sony, aka Biceptimus Prime, big streamer in the North American community, looking to do big things here in the semifinals, going against Bob. Bob's a very good warrior. I predict Bob to come out on top in that matchup, and then on the other side, I'm going to give it to Reglub.
Awesome. So the Warriors are both ready to begin the match. So let's just get things underway right now and jump into that Arena of Arsha. The Warrior NA semifinals begins now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, round is going to be starting up. Sony versus Bob the Tilter. Match is underway. Both players already going to be taking the middle of that field. Other player playing too aggressive early on here, something we did see early on from Front God from NA, that early start, and unfortunately he is out now. And speaking of that early aggression, that grab finally comes out. Sony on the ground, trying to go for the secondary, no down smash unfortunately. Managed to get up just in time. Bob is very strong, does have a lot of DP, and already on the ground. Graveling gonna go for the secondary, gets it float off on the ground. Slashing comes out 20%, forcing Sony to be there. Bob, great combo damage so far. Not going to chase down the V. Comes out of V now. Bob pushing forward. Shield charge. Misses the grab on Sony. Unfortunately, Bob managed to get out of that. Still has his own grab available. Solar Flare. Unfortunately, misses the grab on the end there. Ground smash. Ooh, eats the grave digging there. Sony a little bit of trouble, but still gets the grab off there. His combo might be a little scuffed here. Trying to go for forward damage. Grave digging. Slashing. Doesn't manage to get any kind of kill there. Bob still has his V available. Now Sony putting some forward pressure. Tosses his spear. Shield charge. No connection. Trying to go for a grab there. Canceled on the last stick. Shield charge forward. Holding the Q block again. Bob, chopping kick, moving forward. Ooh, burn the grab there for pre-awakening. Not sure what that was. Maybe a little bit of misinput. Fast smash comes out, cancels out. Spear comes out, gets real close. Bob, ooh, bit of a misinput. Doesn't get CC'd out. Sony a little too aggressive, but gets the solar flare off. Sony on the ground, doesn't get the secondary. A little too late. Sony pops a slashing, trying to burn Bob HP down. Bob has both players have pop E-buff here. Sony dashes back, gets the grab off there on the ground. Tries to go for the secondary. Bob gets up, gets the grab off. Sony no V available. Slashing, grab smash, no! Drop the combo.
Oh,
Sony
no.
has a chance here. Still has his V available on Bob. Slashing comes out 10%, and there's the V. Sony off the back of a 5% HP, almost death there. Managed to get up, maybe trying to go for the early play here out of the V. Not going to manage to catch it. Now Bob in the midfield goes for it. Oh, magnet hands across the field. Gets the grab up, but no! Drops the secondary, but the slashing will still pull through. Sony clutching it out there in the end with low HP will be taking the first round 1-0.
That was so incredibly close. I think Bob had Sony down to about 5% there. Sony got up, got the reversal grab, and was able to control the fight from there on out. Put it in his hands, put it in his favor, force the V out of Bob, and then taking the finish with the slashing overhead.
Yeah, what a way to begin with that fight. That was super, super scrappy. Things turned out, things looked like they were just going to go back and forth both ways. And at first, Sony we thought was going to be taken down, but he dropped to 5%. And then afterwards, he managed to turn things around and pick up the win. But for these Warrior versus Warrior Awakening matchups, like, what is the key to coming out on top for these mirrors?
So I think just overall, you know, putting a lot of pressure with the solar flare, you know, you always have the grab off of that, which is dangerous. You got to look out for that. And then, of course, keeping grave digging on your opponent, that 30% slow for 10 seconds is going to be a huge momentum changer.
Right. And then also probably taking into account the opponent's grab cooldowns as well, because it is a mirror, so you should know the cooldown, try to count that down as you go. And as far as bond skills go, I kind of missed what each warrior took, but if you were participating in this tournament here as a warrior, do you have an idea of what you would take for your matchup?
I believe both players are running Balance Strike in that matchup from what I saw, and obviously both players, Sony and Bob, they're very experienced at not only PvP and Node War, so they're experienced at fighting each other, especially other wars. I know both of them have been practicing, so coming to this Balance Strike is going to be the main one, and they're doing a great job so far, honestly, on both sides.
Right. And the players seem to be fighting like the same exact style right now, and things are just going back and forth, and it's really scrappy. And do you think there should be some kind of adjustments that one of the players should make to maybe kind of change the tempo of the fights right now?
I mean, overall, I think both warriors played really good. You know, it was a scrappy fight, like you said, but that's just because they were replying to the other CC and playing really well, so.
All right, let's see if things are going to change for the second round. Let's jump into round 2 of the first match, Sony versus Bob the Tilter. Let's jump in-game.
Alrighty, second round is going to be starting up here. In that first round, we did see Sony managing to take the win over Bob. Seemingly already, Solar Flare comes out early. Shield Charge on the backside. Gravedigging going to get the slow here, but Bob is going to get the CC. But through that Gravedigging slow, he is not going to be able to full combo. Still dropping some good damage. Sony dropping Bob down to 70% there. On the ground now, Bob gets a secondary grab, floating down, slashing, trying to go for the down smash. No secondary ground smash, cancel on the end there. Pushing forward now, Sony at 50%. Bob wants to play the slow game here, waiting for that rest to end. Now putting some forward pressure. Sony trying to kite out. Solar Flare grab. Unfortunately, that is going to end up missing. Spear comes out. No connection. Sony did manage to iframe down the last tick there. Bob comes back in with the Solar Flare. Got the stiffen, but didn't manage to get the secondary. But Sony still going to be interesting choice there. Now in the midfield, Bob again has that early V advantage. Sony popping the E-buff here, going forward, trying to go for the shield charge grab. Unfortunately, ends up missing it. Ground smash comes out, cancel on the last tick there. Forward slashing, gets some damage on, bound on the ground, putting as much as he can, and Bob forced the V there finally. Sony's listening to that V, it sounds like, going to be putting some forward pressure, chasing him down. Spirit Toss comes out, gets the secondary. That V play again, slashing 5%. Ooh, Bob managing to live this time. Maybe can we get out, but nah, the chopping kick is still going to finish it off. And off the back of that, Sony's going to get a clean 2-0 win, and we'll be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Sony coming out, taking a nice clean 2-0. You know, it shows that he's been putting in a lot of work this week in the battle arena. Came out and really dominated that second fight.
Yeah, the V fix there actually showing how that changes things, because if you pay attention to audio cues, you can catch your opponents out of V now, and Warrior is equipped to catch the opponents out of V with that ranged piercing spear. Other melee classes might have to just close the gap really quickly, but let's just take a look at the replay and see really quick those very last moments.
Alrighty, as you can see here, I believe Sony came out of V just prior to this, popped his E-buff and got the catch on the Bob. And now with his E-buff up, he will have that mass movement, listens to that V cooldown, tosses his spear after following him, grab comes out on the ground, Solar Flare slashing, burning him, and at the end they're canceled out of the grave digging instantly, but got the shield charge. Actually, it was a shield charge stiffen behind the frontal guard. So great stuff from Sony to stay active on his movement and didn't get turned around on there.
Yeah, so just a really good prediction by Sony to just really investigate and try to predict where he was going to come out of the V there. and because of that, Sony will be moving on to the grand finals. Bob the Tilter, though, will still have a chance to take home the third place prizes and fight against the loser of the following match. And speaking of the following match, we have Gesaromar versus Red Glove, and both of these warriors put on a really great show over the past few weeks in the qualifiers. So who do you guys have for your predictions for this upcoming match?
So Gesso or Zach, either one, he actually had an upset earlier in the bracket against Krunk, really displaying his dominance. And overall, that was a great match. That kind of showed me, he's here to play, he's serious, and I think he's a real contender for the championship.
Yeah, and let's just pull up the bracket really quick so the players can also see the names that we're speaking about. As we can see, Sunny has moved on to the finals, but Bob the Tilter will still have a chance to fight for third place based on his opponent for the upcoming match. Yes, Romar and Red Glove are going to be duking it out, and you were just talking about Red Glove and how he handled Krunk God. Is that right?
Gesso.
Gesso, right, sorry.
Yeah.
And so based on what we saw over the past few weeks of qualifiers, both players are really experienced with Warrior, but is there any maybe play style differences that between the players that might give one an edge?
Just from the earlier matches that I saw him, Gesso seems very tactical and aggressive, where Reglub is more of a reactive warrior, I noticed in his past fights. But Reglub, very strong when it comes to Warrior, and he is hitting hard, so that's something to look out for.
And also, I want to chat a little bit about potential Warrior builds, because I think, not sure who it was, it might have been Moreland who mentioned that he was about to bring out the Manos Ruby necklace. Is that something that should be considered for these Warrior matchups? Because I know stiffness is actually what's catching some of these Warriors sometimes, but majority of the time so far, it's also been a lot of those wake-up grabs. So is having that extra 20 or 25% resistance a good idea, or should you just not sacrifice the AP?
Personally, I don't think it's worth sacrificing the AP in this matchup, just because Warrior does have 30% built into its kit, which is extremely powerful. And I think that paired with Elkars giving you another 20, you simply can't get enough grab resist to deal with what Warrior has in its kit.
Yeah, and do you happen to know what the cooldown is for that Warrior grab? It seems really short, maybe 6 seconds?
I want to say 8 seconds.
6 to 8 seconds. Right. And then let's actually we're going to jump into round 2 for the upcoming match, or match 2, round 1 of the upcoming match. We're going to see here Red Glove versus Gesaromar. Let's see who's going to take that first round.
Alrighty, Gesso versus Red Glove. Already Red Glove immediately out the gate, pops the E-buff, runs it down, but a little too aggressive. Gesso gets the grab on the wake up, slashing it. Oh no! Flashbacks to last week. Oh, actually barely managed to get the V there. Literally at 0.5%. Red Glove barely manages to live, almost in a pop-in in time. A little bit of a flashback, and Red Glove running it down the mid is going to be trying to get as much space away as he can. Shield charge away. Gesso putting some forward pressure, goes forward. Solar Flare, no connection, slashing, trying to get that chip damage as he can. It definitely does have a lot more strength here over Red Glove, and already gets the grab off on the ground. This time no will be available for Red Glove. Gets that final hit. Great digging is going to be enough to finish it off. And Gesso, off the back of super hard aggression from Red Glove, is going to be taking the round 1-0.
Yeah, and exactly what we saw earlier in the tournament against Krunk and other really strong warriors. He plays so aggressive. Literally, it doesn't give you any time to react, doesn't give you time to move, get your cooldowns. He is on you, and he will grab you every chance he can. So amazing aggression coming out of Gesso there.
Yeah, I know, as a ranger, whenever I fight against warriors, they're just so quick, especially that solar flare. I basically, even with 16 ping, I almost can't react to that. I just have to prep something in case he decides to use it. So Gesso is just super aggressive, and whenever I feel that pressure against the warrior, I sometimes just get scared and don't know how to react, and maybe that's kind of what we saw from Red Glove there. The nerves are still maybe getting to him a little bit, but this is a best of 3. I don't want to say you have that much time to warm up and get into some kind of rhythm or flow, because you lose one game and now you're at match point. But is there anything that Red Glove needs to do to kind of clean up his play for the next round?
I think he played a little too aggressive early on. After he popped that E-buff, burned it, and then got grabbed instantly, he just kind of lost his tempo, I guess, a little bit. So hopefully that doesn't happen around this time. Maybe cooling it off a little bit early on might give him a bit of a better advantage.
All right. So round 2 for this match is about to start. The Warriors are ready. They're going to fly out of that gate with those solar flares, perhaps. And let's jump into that arena, Arsha, and see how things are going to unfold.
Alrighty, next match starting up here. And as we said, Reglub this time around opting to play a lot slower, as we can see. Running it down the mid this time. Gesso still has his debuff available. Ground smash cancels out there, but gets caught on again there. Gesso goes for it, gets the grab on the ground, cancels his abilities a little too much. And off the back of that, Reglub is going to get up, get the shield charge off, but unfortunately the slow is a little too much from the grave digging, so he's not going to have an opportunity to get the secondary CC off, and he's kiting away now. Gesso putting some hard pressure and keeping up with him. Spear comes out, almost deja vu in the same corner as last time. Reglub needs to get out, and that's not what's going to happen. Shield charge, or sorry, Solar Flare gets the grab off and forced to be. Reglub now out of E behind the pillar. Gesso hops in the middle, almost predicted where he was coming, but decided not to chase. Reglub still kiting back again. Needs to be careful from that spear from behind. Goes forward, try to get the shield charge grab. Now in the middle, eats the slow from grave digging. Reglub in a bit of a bad position. Gesso goes forward. Solar Flare a little too far away. Doesn't get the catch, but the shield charge connect, but doesn't get the secondary. Both players trading the slashing, and finally, ground smash comes in, gets the bound, and that's going to be enough with the back attacks. Gesso takes a clean 2-0 over Reglub to move on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, Gesso looking like the apex predator in that fight, just chasing down his prey. Reglub could not catch a breath. Gesso was on him from the start to the finish. Really, really clean out of Gesso, and I'm expecting to see big things from him in the finals.
Let's pull up that replay to see how Reglub got himself into that super bad position and how Gesso managed to finish things off.
Alrighty, as you can see here, Reglub unfortunately had a slow on him. Gesso pops the Solar Flare there, gets the shield charge, tried to chop and kick for the secondary, misses, but still, Reglub trying to turn around with the overwhelm, doesn't get in range, and at this point, shield charge a little too far forward, ate the ground smash from from Gesso, got the CC, and Gesso's gonna finish it off of that.
And with that, we have Gesso and Sunny in the finals, but fighting for that third place match will be Bob the Tilter and Reglub. Do you have a quick prediction for the finals, perhaps?
For the finals, I mean, after Gesso's playing like that, I have to take Gesso in the finals.
I agree.
Right, that aggression just made Reglub look like prey, as you mentioned there earlier. But for the third place match then, we're going to see Bob the Tilter against Reglub. And what would you like to see out of these players in order for them to take home the victory?
I mean, unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much out of Reglub because he's getting chased down that entire time. But I know both Bob and Reglub are great competitors, and I think this third place match is going to be a lot of back and forth. But I'm going to have to give it to Bob after that performance.
And as far as Bob and the Reglub matchup goes, some things that players might not know is that in the Arena of Arsha, you do not have buffs. You can't use your Alchemy Stone, things like that. So one of the main stats you will have to use or take into account is whether you want that crit rate or that move speed outfit stats. And I think for the Warriors, move speed sounds like a pretty good pickup.
It is for sure the top pick for Warriors. I'm pretty sure movement speed is all the way.
All right. Now, the third place match is ready to begin. The players are in the arena and ready to duke it out. Let's jump in-game and check out how things are going to unfold.
Alrighty, third place match, Bob, Reglub. Bob already popping his E-buff early. He's going to take the midfield here. Has about 20 seconds left on that charge. Goes forward, Solar Flare misses the grab, but unfortunately turns it around, turns it on Reglub. Reglub now on the ground, eats a slashing and oh no! Didn't be. The slashing damage, especially off that E-buff, is going to be too much. That ability is very stacked up. And off the back of that, that is going to be 1-0 for Bob.
Yeah, that was, hopefully you didn't blink during that match because that was over incredibly fast. Great aggression out of Bob, really utilizing the E-buff, the extra attack speed, the move speed that you're going to get with it was on top of him. And honestly, I think Reglub might not have V'd just because he wasn't expecting that much damage.
Yeah, he wasn't.
Yeah, a lot of times when I am fighting against Warrior, if I blink, I'll just be dead like in the next few seconds because that Solar Flare is really quick and his burst mobility is insane. But Reglub just, it seems like he just isn't able to get into a rhythm. He has gone through like 2 fights so far, and this is his third fight, but he's just kind of just losing before the fight, even like right at the opening of the fight, I would say. We're getting like a replay of that Hearthland from EU for the folks who have been watching since then. But I don't want to say that he has no chances here, but from the way he's playing, it just seems like Bob the Tilter is going to run away with it.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see more aggression coming out from Reglub. You know, your back's against the ropes. You really need to come out here swinging, and I just want to see him, you know, pop that E-buff, get aggressive, and take control of the fight.
Right. So Bob the Tilter and Reglub, they're about to begin their next fight. Let's jump back into that arena and see if Bob is going to take home that third place prize or if Reglub can turn things around.
Alrighty, second round starting up here. Bob has a chance to just take it away, and Reglub off the back of that wants to turn it around here. Show charge on the backside, try to get behind Rob's Stronger, a little too slow. Chopping kick, needs to be careful. Pushing forward now, popping those stars in the middle, gonna get those buffs up. Reglub now walking forward, playing behind that pillar very smartly, making sure he's mouse moving around. Pops the E-buff now, trying to go for the solar charge, overwhelm, doesn't manage to get it, and Bob managed to get the grab here. Needs to be careful to V early this time, and actually opts not to. Plays for the gear, managed to get up in time, 20% HP, goes for the grab, hard whiffs it, almost ate the slashing from behind. That was actually very close, almost ended up dying up the SH right there. Grave digging comes out a little too far away. Bob backing up now, goes forward, shield charge, misses the grab, a little too aggressive, and now Reglub has a chance to turn around, but opts to fully kite away. A very passive, pull away, go back in kind of player so far, and Reglub not turning out to him too well, but we'll have to see, can he turn it around? Spear charge comes out, and now on the ground, gets the grab. Bob gets the first CC, V finally 4C, Reglub opts to not get away from it, sorry, not hold it this time. Last time we saw him on the ground, he did hold it. And now, ooh, shield charge, clean mouse movement. Gets the grab off on the secondary, trying to go for the overwhelm. Didn't get the reflow. And now on the ground, no be available. Slashi comes out, still 30%. Has a chance to turn this around. Bob goes in, trying to go for the sword thrust. Doesn't manage to get it. Turned around, grab, graving on the ground. Goes for the secondary, gets the float off. 50% HP. Ground smash burns him to 50%. Both players, looks like they need two combos here. Shield charge, gets behind him. Great grab. Looks like Bob wanted to move out of that just in time, but not enough. And oh no, has the V audio cues, gets it off that time. Overwhelm comes out on the ground, grave digging, ground smash, and it's gonna be enough. Reglub managed to clutch out a round finally, and that's gonna be 1-1.
Yeah, I love to see that. Like I said, Reglub, he had his backs against the ropes, and he came out so strong there. Finally picking up a win, showing some life in this tournament. And I think, if he plays similar to how he just did, I think he could take this third place match.
Yeah, from the get-go of that fight, I did think that Bob kind of had him on the ropes, immediately for doing that huge combo right at the opening and forcing his V. And I thought it was going to be a repeat of the previous round, but Reglub was actually able to pick himself back up and turn the tides against Bob the Tilter. And for Armin, I want to ask you, between Bob and Reglub, after what we've just seen, what are your opinions about who's going to end up taking third place?
Well, both players I do know have the potential to play super well. I think the main problem is Reglub just kind of lost his tempo a little bit. He's definitely kind of a pull away, go back in, punish kind of player. And it hasn't worked out for Willem too much so far, but in that last round, he managed to get some nice catches, especially with that mouse movement. Maybe just, in all honesty, a little nervous, and that might be what's holding him back, but it looks like he's getting his bearings a little more.
Yeah, and that mouse movement grab is something that you would normally see if you're in full rhythm mode, and when you can make a play that clean, you're actually feeling it now. And so he might have the chance to actually take home that third place prize as well. Round 3 is ready, so let's jump back into the arena of Arsha for the final round of the for the NA Warrior third place match.
And alrighty, final match here. Can Reglub clutch it back, or will Bob take it away? Bob doing a great showing so far. Reglub again, that pull away, punish kind of playstyle. Bob this time opting not to chase. Stars in the middle, gonna get his buffs up as he can. Reglub comes out, shield charge, no connection. Barely burned his grab there. Ooh, Bob burns his on the other side. Grave digging comes out. Bob a little too far away, not gonna get the connection. Solar flare, chopping kick, no connection there. Ground smash cancels is out. Now Grave digging on the opposite side. Reglub hard kites away, comes back in, shield charge, misses a grab. Tried to go for a hard, aggressive punish, but a little too far. And now Stars on the opposite side goes for the spear, no connection. Solar flare backs up a little bit. Needs to be careful here. Chopping kick, no connection again. Goes forward, try to go for the grab there. Ooh, no punish from Bob though. On the back of that, could have popped the solar flare to try and get the catch, but he might have burned it a little too early there. Bob on the opposite side, both players trading solar flare. Now, Bob taking the midfield, swapping around there. Bob goes aggressive, try to go for the solar flare slow. Doesn't manage to get it. Turns around. Reglub gets the grab now. Goes for the secondary, slashing. Didn't get the float though. And the overwhelm here is going to end up catching Reglub on the ground. Grave digging, slashing. Needs to be careful. Could have burned out 18% HP though. Still manages to live. Didn't pop his V just yet. Both players have it. Needs to pop it here. And finally does. After the solar flare overwhelm catch from Bob, forces a V out of Reglub. And now coming around the corner. Shield charge. Try to get a connection. Doesn't manage to get anything. backing up midfield now. Goes for the grab, managed to get it out of the side movement. Might have been an iframe there. Now pushing forward, shield charge, ground smash, slashing, trying to burn as he can. Didn't get the down smash, 8%. Almost ended up dying. Bob needs to be careful here. Any kind of stiffen off of Solar Flare could kill him, but doesn't even need it. Gets the shield charge, CC secondary, goes for the slashing. Doesn't manage to get the full float off the secondary. And finally, there's going to be Bob's V. Doesn't want to risk the damage coming in. Ooh, needs to be careful when he comes out of V. A little too open in the midfield. Oh no! Actually a fatal mistake, but doesn't get the secondary. Immediately grabs Red Glove on the wake up. Gonna be forward. Grave digging. Slashing gonna be coming out here, but not gonna have the damage to kill Red Glove here. Goes forward. Chapping kick. Gonna be a little far away. Red Glove wants to kite out until he gets that grave digging slow off of him. Is gonna end up eating it here again. May not be able to have the ability to combo either player. Shield charge gets a step and misses the overwhelm out of the grave digging though. Pushing forward. Finally gets a bat on the ground. Grave digging is gonna come out. Slashing 13%. Red Glove needs to be careful. He has opportunity to win this out if he wants to go for it, but still can easily lose. And there's the bound, and the slashing is going to be too much. Bob managed to clutch it out 2-1, and he'll be your third place winner.
Man, so much back and forth there. Unfortunately, Reglove just not having the damage or the proper combo to finish him there. There was a couple resists. I believe he was going for the KD. Bob was able to resist that and come in with the victory.
Let's actually pull up the replay one last time to see the final round of the NA Warrior fights and see exactly what transpired.
And as you can see here, popped the overwhelm a little too far away, got the shield charge for the stiffen, a little bit of a fiesta, finally got the bound there on the ground. Grave digging comes out, slows him, and off the back of this slow, Reglove's options are massively reduced. Try to go for a grab there, Reglove didn't manage to hit it onto Bob. Backing up here, frontal guard gets caught on the end of it. Bob hits the overwhelm, and the Solar Flare will finish it off. Great stuff.
And with that fight, that concludes the NA Warrior semifinals and third place matches. Let's pull up the bracket one last time to see which players are going to be moving on to the grand finals. On the left side of the bracket, once again, we have Sony against Gessel Romar. These two players are going to be meeting up in the finals to duke it out for that title of Unrivaled. And for Bob the Tilter, he's going to be taking home that third place prize. And also a really good fight there from Reglove, just really showing us that he does have the skill to turn things around when things get dicey. All right, that being said, we're going to be moving on to the next class, the iframe menace. She's been terrorizing me and the rest of the BDO community since 2016. The Master of the Dark Flame and the Abyssal Flame, we have Sorceress. She's going to be up next. So let's talk really quick, a couple sentences about Sorc mirror matchups and what are your guys' thoughts?
I mean, I think coming into this for the NA one, there's a lot of people expecting a couple big names entering the tournament. Cobain, Messilis, but unfortunately they won't be attending, but we still have a lot of great showings here. I don't know if you remember a couple of the names.
Yeah, I know in the first matchup, I believe we have Derm, who is kind of the Messilis protege. He's been training under Messilis, so expecting big things out of Derm.
All right, let's pull up that Sorc NA bracket and see which players are going up against who, and see on the left side, it's Bear against Derm 1997. They are going to be having the first match. And on the other side of the bracket, we have Villanelle against Dyslexic. Very nicely spelled name there. And for those four players, we're going to compete against for a spot in the grand finals. And for the first match, it's Bear against his opponent. Who do you think is going to take the win?
So I know Bear, and Bear mechanically is a very good Sorc. He is your typical Sorc glass cannon build. I believe he's close to 300 AP or maybe higher.
Runs human damage as well.
Runs human damage and only has about 320 DP. So he's definitely the Sorc, you know, the classic glass cannon. And then I know Derm, like, technically is a very good player, so should be a lot of back and forth in this first fight.
And when it comes with human damage builds, you guys are going to have to light me on that one, because as a Ranger, it does seem really tempting to just, you know, ditch all my Hooms and go and even like the boots and stuff and go full RBF gems. But is it really worth it to toss everything out the window just for that extra human damage?
I mean, I feel like sometimes it depends, especially for Nodeborn stuff, it can be super useful. But I think maybe in the 1v1 scenario, the resistance from Hooms might be a little more stronger, I guess.
Yeah, I think in the 1v1 scenario, just like Armin said, I think there are better crystal options. But luckily, Sorc does have all those iframes to pick up for some of that defensive stats.
That is true. So, it's Bear versus Derm. The first match of the NA Sorc semifinals is about to go. Let's jump into that arena, Arsha, and see how things unfold.
And alrighty, let's get started here. Bear versus Derm. Both these players are going to be having hard chunking damage, especially through that Grim. Already round starting up, needs to be careful. Trying to go for the slow there. Derm trying to do what he can to slow down Bear's early aggression. DOD comes out, no connection. Grim eats the back attack on that. That's going to be fatal, but gets the catch off the back of that. TBS comes out to push the secondary and forces the the V there out of Bear now. Bear, no V available. DOD comes out, no connection. Derm going aggressive this time. A little opposition to what we saw. Grim comes out, no connection. Actually, Derm taking a hard chunk off of that Bear, dropping the frontal guard. And now Nightmare comes out, no connection, a little too far away. Derm goes into Nightmare of his own, try to punish him with DOD. Actually ends up getting the catch. Great timing from Bear there to punish the end of that. Derm not holding long enough, and now neither player having a V, popping that early long range CC, but not going to have any kind of connection. A little too far away. Grim comes out, pops the C-shot, no connection. Ooh, pops that Grim into the Carstens, and Bear is going to get a hard chunk. 22% and dies to the DOD. Bear getting a little too greedy there, popping the Carstens, and took too much damage and died.
And this is something we just talked about. They're running the glass cannon build. You can't afford to just eat a Grim to the face. That's going to be so much damage coming out of Derm there. And I mean, it really shows. You need to iframe, you need a frontal, do something. You just can't tank that Grim Reaper.
And a fatal mistake, he actually ended up SAing there instead of frontal guarding after too. So he also ate the DOD on top, so a little unlucky.
So for new players, fighting a Sword for the first time can be like a really confusing experience and a really difficult one because of all those iframes and really quick CCs. But we just saw there that there are openings in the Sorc kit. So do you mind explaining what a couple of those openings are and how Derm was able to take that win off of Bear?
So in that scenario, we saw a lot of super armors coming through from Bear. We saw the Grim Reapers, we saw the Karshans, and I believe there's a Soul Reaper in there. And unfortunately, instead of iframing and avoiding that damage, Derm was able to throw damage into all those super armor skills and chunk them down and take the win.
Right, and for those of you who don't know, super armor only resists CCs for you. It doesn't block any incoming damage. And Bear against Derm, so how is Bear going to need to change things up? Obviously, he can't change his build. It's too late for that. But you never know. With that extra damage, he might be able to pull something sneaky off of Derm. But is there anything he needs to clean up regarding his play against Derm?
I think a big part of it's going to be playing more for CC catch and playing for combo damage rather than going for that hard SA trade, which he will lose.
All right, let's see if he does take that into account then for the next round. It's Bear versus Derm. The second round of the first match for the NA Sorcs is about to start. Let's jump into the arena.
And alrighty, second match starting up here out the gates. Bear needs to make sure he doesn't make that fatal mistake again. Tosses that early DOD, is going to have the frontal guard on there on the opposite side. Obviously, as we saw, these matches can go very long, but they also can be very volatile and end quickly. Grim Reapers comes out, pops the iframe this time, does not opt to trade it with the SA. Backing up, Nightmare tries to go for the connection. Eats the DOD off the back of that. Bear hit him within the first round, and Derm is going to turn around and repeat it on the backside. And now, Bear no V. Derm has the upper hand here, wants to play early aggression. Goes for the instant DOD onto Derm, but no connection. Grim comes out. Bear eats it to the back. 50% HP now on those timers. Does not want to linger any SAs here. Goes into Karshans. Needs to be careful. Trading the Karshans back. Cancels out of Derm's. And Derm now putting him forward. Goes for the Singer. No connection. Bear needs to be careful. Maybe go for a Bloody Calamity here. Heal if he can. Pops the Grims. And Derm takes a bad trade there actually on the opposite side. Dropping that new skill. Needs to be careful. Derm coming in. Gets the heal off a little bit. Nightmare comes out. Almost got Bear behind the frontal guard there. But it's not going to mean enough. And gets the CC off, a clean float off onto Derm, and choosing the wrong side here. Bear going over to his side. Neither player now has B. The last time we saw this, Bear did end up coming out on bottom, but can he turn it around? Going the Q block, opposite side, comes in, drops the Grims. Now, Derm needs to be careful of Bear's own Derm. He likes to hold, waiting, going forward, goes into Nightmare. Derm looking for some kind of punish, pops a Nightmare of his own, decides to off back, needs to be careful of that instant DOD cast when it comes out. Bear looking for it here. Derm slow walking up, holding that Grim, canceled out a little bit. DOD comes out, managed to dodge at that time, is going to be in that full SA. Bear comes out on top of that tray, burning Derm down to 70%, and Bear's here, still full HP, goes for the Stinger, no connection, backing up a little bit, trying to get the slow off, a little too far away. Conscience come out, he's going to manage to neutralize that Nightmare, and now the Grim traded back. This time Derm is not going to be chunking Bear that hard, and now pushing forward, trying to go for the float, a little behind the frontal guard. Ooh, almost ate the instant DOD, took the damage from it, but was going to be an SA, and now both players 80% HP, 1 minute timers, zones closing in. Karshans, Bear eats a ton of damage off that, down to 50%, might get SA traded again if he's not careful. Grim comes out, out. Derm running out of the zone a little bit, but not going to be too much when he's still full HP. Karshan comes out now. Managed force to cancel out. Needs to not make sure he doesn't eat that Bloody Calamity. Backing up a little bit, pushing forward. Eats the DOD. And waiting, both players still full of HP. Nightmare comes out, no connection. Gets the SA backflip, that is going to be a bound. Derm on the ground, no be available, but gets up just in time. 30% HP, no KD reset. Bear now in a great position. Drops the Grims. Derm managed to frontal guard it, turns the Grim back. No CC connection, unfortunately, is going to be in the iframe on Bear. And now Bear dropping the Nocturne, sorry, the Karshans here. Derm getting behind it. You're not going to be able to mouse move that. Derm gets to the side here, drops the TBS, managed to chunk down Bear just a little bit. DOD comes in, no connection onto Bear, holding that Grim. Derm eating the Grim a little bit, but pops the frontal guard. Eats the end of that new building. You have to be careful. That does chunk. And now the SA comes out of Nightmare. No CC connection. You are unprotected there. And finally, lingering that Nightmare is going to have the win off time. Great stuff from Bear, paying attention to the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Bear doing a fantastic job of taking the first round and adjusting here in the second. You know, he avoided the super armor trades. He avoided just the raw damage that was coming out of Derm. Played it more to his pacing, was able to catch a CC early for the V, and just overall playing that last circle much better than Derm and takes that victory.
Yeah, he held on real well. I'm pretty impressed.
And it looks like the human damage build also was really helping him out there for fighting for HP for the Tamer, because he was getting a lot of really good chip damage, especially when I saw like the Karshan Nightmare was coming out. He would just poke just a couple of hits here and there on that Karshan's Nightmare because, you know, just get that free damage during that super armor. So really well played by Bear. Looks like playing kind of more methodical and slower here is probably the way to go for him. He doesn't want to just get surprised or caught off guard by some random, really aggressive, quick CC from Derm. So after what we just saw, like, did that change any of your predictions for this match?
I mean, it's, you know, both players are adjusting really well. In the first match, Derm came out super aggressive and Bear wasn't ready for it, you know, put on the back foot. And Derm took the first one, then Bear adjusting there beautifully, was able to take that one. So I think, you know, if Derm can keep his aggressive playstyle, he's going to take it. Vice versa, if Bear is able to play a little more methodical, like you said, I think Bear's going to take it. So, I mean, at this point, it could be anyone's match.
It's a wild card, man.
Yeah.
All right, those were some really great fights, but there is going to be one more fight for this match. It's Bear versus Derm. Who's going to make it to the grand finals? Let's jump back in the arena and find out.
And alrighty, this is going to be your final match. Bear showing up heavily in that last match. Great job at trading. Made sure he turned his frontal guards whenever he saw that Grim come up. And we'll have to see, can he repeat in this last round, or will Derm fall again? And now pushing forward, drops the Grim. Derm drops that early Grim every time, and Bear catching on that time, drops the Stinger, got behind it, no CC connection. And now Derm pushing back, comes out of Nightmare. No Nightmare option available, pushes forward, drops the Karshans in the middle. Bear opting to back up. Does not want to go behind for any kind of damage shift, scared. Waiting. Drops the Grim here, holds that C-swap. Great frontal guard from Bear there. Backing up a little bit, tries to go for the instant DOD. No connection. Bear making sure he is paying attention and instantly goes for the Stinger there. No connection. Actually, once again, drops the SA backflip on the backside. A little too far away to apply that slow. Ooh, Bear got to be careful. Drops to 70% HP. Derm now on the middle, or on the forward foot here. Goes aggressive. Backing up a little bit. Bear has an opportunity to punish here if Derm goes a little too much. We'll have to see, is Derm going to make the mistake? And I'm pushing forward here slowly, trying to get close as he can. Drops a DOD, no CC connection, but Bear takes a little bit of a chunk there. Drops a Grim. Ooh, might have broken the block actually. I wasn't sure if I saw that correctly. Try to go for the instant DOD. Unfortunately, no CC connection. TBS into the Grims. Might be running a TBS SA bond. Not 100%. Have not seen too many blades out this fight, so most likely not running it. Close for the Nightmare. No CC connection, and oh no! Got KD'd off of the Grim Reapers, and Derm with a quick turnaround off of that is going to take the second round 2-1. He'll be moving on to your grand finals.
Derm reading that perfectly there at the end, does get the KD from the Grim Reapers, and I cannot wait for this replay.
Let's pull up that replay then and see how Derm managed to catch Bear right at those final moments.
It looks like right here, Derm goes forward. Bear tried to go for the DOD punish, drop TBS into the Grim here. And at this point, Bear went a little too greedy and wanted to go for a Nightmare punish behind some kind of C-swap or a frontal guard, and instantly coming out, ate the Grim, and KD, too fast to react, died. That's a little unfortunate.
And so with that, Derm is going to be moving on to the grand finals, but It's Bear still has a chance to take home those third place prizes, which are also very nice. And for our next matchup, we have Villanelle versus Dyslexic. Do you two know anything about either of these sorts?
Just from earlier in the tournament, Dyslexic, you know, he's been putting on a little bit of a show. He's been throwing some BM, a couple water buckets here and there.
That's right.
So I'm excited. You know, as long as you can back up your talk or back up the showboating, you know, that's all that matters. So we'll see if he can continue his run here in the semifinals.
And when we're talking about Sorc v Sorc matchup, what I'm seeing here is that there is also really good stamina management because these players are really good Sorcs. But is there any value maybe in swapping out shoe gems for something like Jin Histrias, or do you think that you should just stick with the resists?
I mean, in the Sorc matchup where KD is so important in their kit, for the re-CC especially, I feel like it's so important to have the Adamantines. As much as it pains me to say, the Adamantines are very, very powerful in this matchup, and I definitely think that's the gem of choice for Boots.
And then for the bond skills is also something I want to touch upon one more time. Which bond skill do you know are like preferred by Sorcs nowadays? Because I was just going over the list and I was thinking like maybe if I was a Sorc, the old days, the nostalgic one would be like Violation Frontal Guard, but those were like old playstyle days. But nowadays maybe something like Grim Reaper's Judgment, Super Armor seems a bit more desirable, or what skills are kind of picked now?
I mean, typically, especially in these 1v1s, in the first matchup, we saw them both running the Grim Reapers for the extended super armor, and that's what I'd expect to see in these upcoming matches.
All right, Villanelle versus Dyslexic. This is the next match we're going to see for the NA Sorc semifinals. The round is ready. Players are ready. Let's jump back into that arena and see who's going to take that first round win.
And alrighty, next round, starting up here, Villanelle. Dyslexic, whoever does win this will move on to your grand finals to fight there. Early DOD comes out. Oh, actually got the DOD connection. The first one I've seen this entire tournament. Drops a blaze, try to go for the secondary. Unfortunately, does get res. DOD comes out here, needs to be careful, dropping the blades again. Looks like he is running Blaze Bond. Pushing forward, C-swap, drops the blades again. Goes for the early damage. Dyslexic trying to drop that Bloody Calamity. You do get a heal off the damage tick, so he's trying to heal back up slowly. At 70% now. Needs to be careful from getting early fast combo. Goes for the blades. Chunks out Villanelle using the 80%. Ooh, ate the Grim there to the backside and the extra skill. The flow. Dropping it over 40% there. Needs to be careful. DOD's traded. TBS on the backside. Oh, Nightmare comes out. That's going to be a knockback. Got the KD off the Grim. Oh no, he's not going to be able to V. And then TBS finishes him off. An unfortunate late V from Villanelle ends up losing him the round, and that's going to be 1-0.
I mean, that was beautiful Nightmare timing out of Dyslexic to start off the combo. Then he followed it up with the Grim Reapers to make sure he did get the KD to where Villanelle wasn't able to V from the combo, and it lined up beautifully for him.
You know what, Sorcs, forget about what I was saying earlier about those Jin Histrias. You know, everyone should just grab those Adamantines because Sorcs got tons of bounds and knockdowns in their kit. And we even saw right at the opening, Dyslexic wasn't paying attention and he was a little bit careless, and that Dream of Doom fully charged managed to knock him down, and that's something, I think that's a first, even from the EU Sorcs matchups that we saw today. And things like this can happen, but it is only the first round for both of these players, and they have some time to kind of warm into things. We might see a longer match for the second round. So based on what you just saw, is there anything that the players need to adjust?
Make sure you're ready out of the gate.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe Dyslexic was getting the water bucket ready when he came out of the gate there, but eating the long-range Dream of Doom, that's definitely scary, so something to look for in the next match.
Yeah, but he was able to turn it around with that really brilliant Nightmare there. And Armin, you also talked about a Blades Bond. I actually forgot that skill had a Bond skill. Do you know what like the specifics are for the Blades Bond?
So originally when you're casting Blaze, you're typically unprotected as the Blade's coming out. It's a big gap for them. But now with the Blaze Bond, you are fully SA as it's coming out. So it gives them an advantage of tossing extra CC out constantly.
Awesome. So the players are ready to begin the second round. The NA Sorc semifinals is moving on very, very nicely. Villanelle versus Dyslexic. Let's jump back into the arena.
And already next round starting up, we'll have to see Dyslexic and Villanelle already. Beauty comes out, gets the connection this time, but no CC damage coming out. Dyslexic on the backside here. It's a little bit of damage there. A new skill to flow so much and eats the Stinger. Gets stiffened off of that and pushed back. Dyslexic forced to be there. And now, ooh, Villanelle pushes forward, dropped his DOD a little too late. Dyslexic now on the back foot, drops a blade, trying to go for those CCs there. No connection, taking the midfield now, backing up a little bit. Villanelle pushing forward, trying to get close as he can. Drops the blades once more time, is going to have that prep for any kind of CC. DOD comes out, no CC connection, drops the Grims. Managed to pop the iframe just in time there, now on the back foot, pushing forward. There's Fist coming out, and Blades come out, and it's going to be in the SA. Villanelle managed to dodge that. Karshins now trading forward, trading the Karshins back. Ooh, Villanelle takes a hard chunk off of that. Decided to cancel out a little too late and took the back attacks, dropped to 60% HP. Backing up a little bit, TBS on the backside from Dyslexic, no CC connection. Nightmare comes out from Villanelle, doesn't manage to hit it, gets iframed. Unfortunately, DOD comes out, gets the CC off of it. That is going to be a KD on the ground, gets the re-CC, and no space to V. Almost like last round, neither player. Villanelle is going to end up dying.
Villanelle doing a great job there. You know, you see the Sorc expertise come out with the extended combo. You got the down smash with the blades, finishing it up with the Grim. Just so much damage, and the KD again, so he can't V. Villanelle tying it up 1-1.
I believe he actually did burn his V earlier in the round, so that was the main reason. But I'm actually surprised he got the secondary, considering that it is so hard through those adamantines to get that secondary CC.
And Villanelle just showing his expertise on that Sorc matchup, and also with his own Sorc, because that combo that you saw at the end there with chaining that like Blade of Darkness to get that one more knockback, that's not a combo I see very often from Sorcs, but just knowing the kit inside out and knowing that you have this skill available just to extend your combo, and you can calculate the amount of frames for that knockback, and lining it up with that Grim Reaper's Judgment at the end is just, that's like one of the cleanest combos I think I've seen so far in this tournament. Really well played by both players. We are tied 1-1, and based off what you just saw, are we changing anything about the predictions, or do you want to make a new prediction based off who's going to win?
I'm going to give it another wild card.
I mean, it's so close. It's back and forth. I'm going to give it to Dyslexic. I think he could pull it out.
Awesome. So Villanelle versus Dyslexic. This is going to be the final round of match 2 NA Sorcs. Let's see who's going to take home that victory for the grand finals, or who's going to make it down to the third place match.
No worries. Now, next round starting up. We're all looking out here already in the midfield. Villanelle, slow defense start. Goes for the instant DOD. Dyslexic not going to manage to get that catch. Pops the Evo here actually, so Dyslexic is going to have a lot of damage. Drops the DOD, doesn't manage to get the CC connection, turns it around, but gets a stiff there though. TBS comes out, forces the bound on the ground, drops the Bloody, and forces a V out of Dyslexic finally. Dyslexic now coming out of V over on the corner. Might eat the DOD here if he's not careful, but that is going to be a slow cast DOD. But eats it in the SH chip, dropping down to 40%. Now opting the kite back. Taking the midfield a little bit. Those blades still are sitting there, trying to get the CC toss a little too late. Eats a TBS there, 40%, 1% off the Grim. Dyslexic might die here, running away, kiting out, trying to frontal guard, ate the DOD, and it's not enough. Villanelle comes out on top after a great SA chip showing at the end there, 2-1.
Yeah, Villanelle, I mean, you saw Dyslexic trying to get away, rotating the frontals, rotating the iframes, but Villanelle gave him no room to breathe. Able to pick it up 2-1, and I'm starting to think the caster curse is real.
Let's actually check the replay then to see those openings that Villanelle exploited to catch Dyslexic, because maybe Dyslexic ran out of stamina. I'm not too sure.
Alrighty, here we go. So the replay starting up here. Came out of V, Dyslexic 40%, ate the Grim, forced to 1. That's going to chunk a huge amount of HP, pushes forwards, drops the damage, blades come out, and the DOD toss right here is enough to finally push him, and that last tick, just barely enough.
And with that last victory, Villanelle is going to be facing Derm in the NA Sorc Grand Finals, but It's Bear and Dyslexic both have a chance to take home that third place prize. Let's pull up the bracket one more time to see which players are facing off against who on the left side bracket. Again, Derm 1997 heading to the finals and facing Villanelle. But all four Sorcs today were playing phenomenal. Both went 1-1, tied things up, and then each Sorc had just beautiful fundamental skills, just showcasing like how you need to manage all your super armors and front guards and things like that, and just showing really how to play Sorc. So if you're a new Sorc, these are some VODs to go back and rewatch because these were some really excellent fights. And now for the grand finals, based off what we saw, would you say Derm or Villanelle is going to take away the victory, because both Sorcs were playing extremely clean? Yeah,
I mean, they both played so well. I hate to toss it up to another wild card, but I think it could really go either way. I'm going to lean slightly towards Derm just off his play today.
All right. Well, let's get the third place match underway for the NE Sorc tournaments. We have It's Bear versus Dyslexic. Let's see who's going to take that first round.
And alrighty, third place match here. Bear, Dyslexic. Bear I'm personally going to be favoring him for the win here. Dyslexic still did a great showing though. Blaze comes out, needs to be careful. Grim's on the backside. Bear trying to get the CC punish. Unfortunately, not going to manage to get that connection. Obviously, Dyslexic not running SA Grim this time around. Nightmare comes out, needs to be careful. Backing up. Bear trying to get the spacing a little bit here. Eats a Nightmare. Funnel guarding a little too long. Eats the TBS, but resists it. Those adamantines kicking in, but it still goes for it a little too much. It looks like he got caught in TBS there. And Bear finally forced to be. Dyslexic now in the middle. Drops a DOD a little too late. Carson's on the backside. There. High frame. Try to get the midfield. Try to get a little behind the front guard. Drops into DOD a little too far away. Blades comes in. Trading the Grim back. Dyslexic comes out on bottom. That damage from Bear being lethal. And now pushing forward. Dyslexic 20%. Dropping low. 13%. Almost a reminiscent of the last round. Eventually goes in Nightmare. So he is going to have the iframe here. But coming out, he has to be careful. Almost ate the Grim. Barely managed to get out now. DOD comes out. Bear in a great position here. Did pop his E-buff. Has a chance to turn this around. That long range tip has to be careful. Very unlikely like next though. DOD comes out from Bear. Just got behind the frontal guard there, but is going to be in that iframe. Dyslexic on the back foot now. Drops the Blades. Tries to go for the CC. Grim traded back. No CC connection, but Dyslexic is going to come out on the bottom of that trade. Drops the TBS. Doesn't manage to get it. And the trade is too much from Bear. Great stuff from him. Winning the round cleanly with a full 100%.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it right there. Bear bringing out the human damage. Just so much power coming out from the Grim Reaper, the Soul Reaper, and even the Carson's Nightmare, just chipping down Dyslexic slowly over the fight.
And for Dyslexic to even be showing like these openings in the first place, is there anything about his play that he might need to clean up? Because he is showing a lot of these super armors and letting Bear just land a few chips and hits on him. So what do you think?
I think overall, you know, starting it off, he did catch him with a little bit of sloppy. I mean, Dyslexic came in like super aggressive, maybe a little bit over aggressive, and Bear was able to force his V early on. But then over the course of the fight, Bear did a great job of controlling and not really giving Dyslexic any room to work with, you know, chipping him down slowly and able to finish him off there at the end.
Yeah, so it looks like that human damage actually paying dividends here if you can remain untouched for the most part. But Dyslexic, he still has one more round to turn things his way, and It's Bear only has one more round to win for him to take home that third place prize. Really quick, I want to talk one more time about It's Bear. The play that he's been showing right now, even though he's dropped down to the third place match, he is still really aggressive and he's being really calculated and tactical. So should he just change things up to kind of spice things around and catch his opponent off guard, or just remain like how he's playing?
I think Bear's trying to win the $50 in the Arsha weapon, so personally, if I was him, I would make sure I'm just keeping my current play. And he's doing a great job at making sure he's winning those SA trades so far.
Awesome. So round 2 of the third place match is about to begin. The players are both ready to jump in game and come out of those gates. Let's head back into the arena of Arsha and watch the fight unfold.
And alrighty, next match starting up. Bear with a 1-0 lead here. Early DOD coming out again. Is not going to manage to get the CC connection that time. That was the first time we saw it earlier in that previous set. Blaze comes out, needs to be careful, pushing forward. DOD from Dyslexic, no CC connection onto Bear. High frame to the side, goes forward. Actually got the DOD there after the follow-up punish, and the damage. Dyslexic caught off guard, maybe instantly dies, and Bear takes the win in a clean 2-0 in sub 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't really know what Dyslexic's plan was there. As soon as he got floated that first time, definitely should have V'd. Then as soon as the Grim Reaper came through, did KD him, and that's going to leave you defenseless, not able to V. Bear just so clean in that fight.
Let's go back and watch that replay, and I want to see one more time that human damage really paying out for It's Bear.
Yeah, so just starting off here, we're only 10 seconds into the round for the replay. We see Dyslexic going aggressive here. Look for the stinger, not going to catch it. Then I'm curious what Bear caught him with.
So I think he dropped DOD and he got a follow-up right after. We saw it earlier in the EU sets, if you remember correctly, and the KD follow-up after that was just too much.
Yeah, the Dream of Doom setting up the stiff into the float, just a beautiful kind of bread and butter combo, and then the Grim Reapers again to finish him off.
Awesome. So let's pull up those brackets one more time for these NA Sorc fights. These were some phenomenal fights here. For the finals, we have Derm 1997 against Villanelle. These two are going to be duking out for that title of Unrivaled. And for the third place match, It's Bear is going to be taking home those prizes, but well fought by all of the players. And that does conclude the NA Sorc matches for today. We're going to be moving on to the next class, the Holy Knight from Calpheon, the Valkyrie. And so there are some big names for this Valkyrie tournament. Actually, probably all the most well-known NA Valkyries have participated in this tournament. And let's talk about a couple of the players. And actually, let's pull up the bracket and talk about them while we see the names as well, because Vert, you and I, we're Orwin boys. So we know one of those names on that bracket, and he's infamous because our, one of our guilds and your guilds were permadecked against his back in the Orwin days. So let's just run through the players.
Yeah, so Larry Fish going to be representing Black Rose. It be like that sometimes, homie. Maybe one of the best names in the tournament. Then on the other side, you got Mecha and followed by Wicked Wazer, aka Paladin, just a titan in the Valve class.
Yeah, I've been watching Paladin fight since actually closed beta, and this guy has been on top of this game for 5 years. And the first match is ready. Larry Fish against It Be Like That Sometimes, homie. Fantastic name. Let's jump into that arena and see what these Valks have in store for us.
And alrighty, next match starting up here. Larry Fish already in the middle. We did see in his first match. Oh, early aggression, tries to go for the grab. Unfortunately, ends up missing it, and It Be Like That tries to go for the secondary follow-up. Eats the JOL. Larry Fish, I managed to get up from that. Now Spear comes out, forces It Be Like That. Already 35%. Larry follows a B here. Oh no, the audio cues. Shield throw comes out, but doesn't get the CC. But gets a grab off on the secondary there, and that's going to be enough to finish it off. Maybe not. Backing up, It Be Like That gets a heal off. Long range Spear toss, gets the shield throw, and after back-to-back CC from Larry, manages to finally get the kill.
I mean, Larry just coming out and showing dominance. It be like that sometimes, homie. You know, sometimes you're just on the back foot the entire time. Larry showing some dominance. I think we saw a beautiful either camera turn or mouse move on the swords coming down, applying the first stun, forcing the V, and then Larry, you know, listening to the V sound cues, chases him through and is able to finish with the shield throw at the end.
Yeah, and this is why you play with sounds on, so you can hear all those audio cues when you are fighting. And Larry, I think he might have been like fighting the battle arena maybe before this, because he is just really sharp right now, and his opponent was struggling a bit and pretty much on the back foot the whole time. But both of these Valkyries are running the Succession, and this is actually kind of different than what we saw during the EU fights, where all but one of the Valks were running with the Awakening. So do you want to just give us a couple sentences on like the differences between Suck and Awakening, and why we might be seeing more Suck here in NA?
I think here in NA, you know, Suck is definitely going to apply a lot of pressure, especially with that shield throw. You know, soon to be nerfed, but in its current state, it's such a long CC and so punishing. And then on top of that, you get a little bit of extra resistances on Succession, and I think that could play a big part.
Right. So Larry, on top of his game, It Be Like That Sometimes, homie, got some things to clean up, but let's jump into round 2 of the NA Valkyrie fights and see how things are going to turn out.
And alrighty, second round starting up here. As we saw in the last one, very fast showing from Larry. And already we can see it again. JOL gets the secondary there off the initial bound on the ground. Doesn't manage to finish it off though. Managed to get up. It Be Like That pops a heal. Now falling from the sky. Shield throw comes out from Larry. Does manage to get the CC behind. It Be Like That finally gets a bound off there. Shield throw comes in clutch, but a little too slow on the secondary. The bound CC obviously is very slow there. Frontal guard try to go for the float. Managed to get the grab on the backside. Larry on the ground now. Goes for the secondary down smash. A little too slow once again. Larry gets a heal off there. 30% HP though. Needs to still be careful. Secondary heal to 80% now, and both players now matching here. Eats the shield though, try to move inside of it. Unfortunately, that iframe is going to have a small gap. Now down on the ground, almost ends up dying. It looks like It'd Be Like That trying to juke out Larry's BQ, but it's not going to be enough. Shield throw comes out. It'd Be Like That actually managed to get out again. Larry looks like he went for a grab there. Unfortunately, ends up getting res. Larry now pushing forward. Needs to be careful. Shield throw. JOL drops it down, dropping a hard HP here. It'd Be Like That finally gets CC'd. Floated up, and Larry Fish will be moving on to your grand finals. A bit of a back and forth fiasco there.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of back and forth. I think overall though, Larry definitely controlling the fight. It feels like Larry came to play today. You know, his CCs were on point. He was chaining his skills together really well. I believe he only got caught once between the two fights, and unfortunately there was a resistance on the second CC. So Larry capitalizes on that, controls the fight, and takes it.
All right, let's actually check out that replay for the final moments of that first match of Larry against It Be Like That Sometimes.
All right, so hopping in here, we see Larry looking for the CC, not quite going to catch it. Really good movement out of Larry. The stun comes down again. Not going to catch him there. The shield throw from distance, not going to do it, but the grab is enough. Beautiful combo, and is able to finish him off. overall, just really smooth play out of Larry.
From hundreds to just 21 champions.
And so with
who will be
that
the ones
win,
to claim
Larry
the title?
is going to be moving on to the grand finals, and it'd be like that sometimes. Homie will be going down to the third place match, but he still has a chance to take home some prizes. Now let's talk about the next upcoming match. Mech versus Paladin, and we were mentioning earlier Paladin Katya probably the favorite to win this NA Valkyrie tournament, but does Mech have anything in store for him to take home like a round or two or just advance to the finals?
I mean, I'd like to see Mech come out here and give Paladin a run for his money, because Paladin is definitely, I'd say, the favorite both in the chat and, you know, from us here in the studio. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Mech.
And I also want to say Paladin is also a big role player guy, I suppose. He always throws out that Demacia, and to give you an idea, this guy is so OG. He's been wearing that Shoodag outfit for like 5 years now, hasn't taken it off. You should maybe switch things up a bit, but whatever suits you. Paladin versus Mech. Again, when it comes to this Valkyrie mirror matchup, Succession versus Succession, like for what I'm seeing, like they have some nice mobility, but it's not like crazy burst mobility that we see from like Warrior and stuff. But will something like a movement outfit gem, or compared to a crit outfit gem, be kind of preferred in order to get like an upper hand on a grab or a turn or something?
I feel like the movement would be pretty nice for the Valkyries. You know, like you said, they have very limited mobility, just short dashes. So it is nice when they can, you know, move a little faster in their block for these catches.
Awesome. So the players are ready for this second match. The first round is about to begin. Mech versus Paladin Katya. Let's jump into that fight and see what's going to happen.
And alrighty, Paladin, one of the favorites to win this tournament from the beginning. Round starting up already, 2 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock, 10 seconds running down. Both players are going to be on Succession here. Pushing forward, goes for the CC, shield throw comes out, no connection. Wicked gets caught on the backside there, forced on the ground. Bound's going to be coming in. Mecha trying to do the damage, gets the down smash, 3%, 6%. He needs to be careful, pops the heal on the backside, and finally gets up and gets the grab on the turnaround. And Mecha, unlike Paladin, instantly pops a V, does not even want to risk dying there. And now, backing up a little bit, coming out of the V now, pushing forward, goes for the grab from the side. Unfortunately, ended up getting res, got the shield throw on the backside. Mecha managed to get the CC. The last time we saw Wicked on the ground, he almost ended up dying, but gets up in time there. No down smash is coming out, tosses a shield throw. Gonna mention dodge that JOL. Now backing up a little bit, goes for, tries to go for the downbound. Doesn't manage to hit that AoE. Spear toss, that is going to be unprotected. And the shield throw, managing to confirm the CC there. Has the opportunity to be, finally pops it. Now Mecha in the middle, listening to those VQs, looking for it. Comes out right on top. Shield throw, this time around you're in the zone and you're going to end up dying. Mecha gonna win your first round.
Mecha playing so incredibly clean in that first round, and I don't think any of us expected that. Mecha really showing how good he is on Valkyrie, having Paladin on the back foot almost that entire time.
And something that I did see was that Paladin got caught by the shield throw like twice, and that skill is obviously one of Valkyrie's most famous skills, and she is getting a bit of a nerf on the Global Labs. And do you remember exactly what that change is to her shield throw that's going to be coming up?
Yeah, so essentially right now the entire animation of shield throw does have a stun on it. They're changing it in the future to where it's only the first hit of shield throw is going to have the stun. So you're going to need a little bit more technical skill and probably just overall need to be better with the ability.
Right, so a bit of an adjustment to be made there. And for Paladin, like I honestly wasn't expecting him to drop that first round, but things can happen. So what does he need to do to try to like get back his win here?
Well, it seemed like the shield throw punish out of Mech was absolutely phenomenal. It seemed like every time Paladin was looking for a grab, Mech read it, backed up a little bit, used the shield throw to catch Paladin off, Paladin went for the grab, and was able to capitalize from there.
And then we also saw a lot of those really dangerous Celestial Spear CCs. Do you want to elaborate on those skills for the players who don't know much about Valkyrie? Because those skills are some of like the fastest and hardest skills to react to from the Valkyrie. And what do you need to pay attention to in order to avoid that?
I mean, Celestial Spear, it is very fast and its range. It's most importantly going to give Valk a huge crit buff. It's going to give them an 80% crit buff. So you know if you get caught by that skill, there's an immense amount of damage coming in the future.
Awesome. So round 2 for this second match is about to begin. Let's jump back into the arena and see if Mech can upset the favorite Paladin Katya, or if Paladin Katya can turn things around for this fight.
And obviously, as we did talk about it, that that spear is going to have a lot of damage, but already coming out, early grab coming out, that aggression, actually something we didn't see in the last round, forcing Mecha to V. Paladin ran it down, got the grab off, and unfortunately did not read the V this time around. Unlike Mecha, shield throw comes out, managing to run through it. Unfortunately, those long ticks to CC are going to be gone in the next patch, but they still are around. And Mecha falling the V here. Spear comes out a little too slow, trading the spears, the shield throws on both sides now. Going for it is going to be in that SA. Tries to go for the grab there, a little too slow. Now, coming out on the opposite side, Bound comes out. JOL lingering the SA through it, doesn't manage to get caught. Shield throw comes out. Paladin holding that Q block, goes for the grab. Mecha a little too far away, and now Paladin off the back of that is going to notice that early aggression, tries to go forward. Might have got reds on the grab, they're not too sure. On the down, Bound got behind the frontal guard almost, but Paladin holding that Q block. You are going to be full SA and frontal guarded in Valk Q block, and now pushing forward into that Q shield. Ooh, gets the shield throw from behind into the frontal guard. Mecha on the ground, doesn't get the secondary though. That res coming in. JOL on the ground, eats the spear, forced to get bounded, but both players getting up and up again. Wicked gets the heal off there. A bit of a fatal mistake after getting the CC. Doesn't manage to get the secondary combo. Shield throw now coming out. Mecha still 50% HP here. Needs to be careful. Both these players can die to chip. There comes the heal. Both players now at full HP. Oh, backs up, baits the grab, tosses a spear, gets the down bound, trying to go for the secondary down smash, but doesn't hit it. Shield throw comes out, gets the CC on the Mecha. Mecha might not res this time, and unfortunately he doesn't. Paladin ends up winning the round and tying it up 1-1.
Armin, these Valks came to play today. So much back and forth, coming out so aggressive. I think in the first 30 seconds, both Valks had the V, and the pressure just back and forth. The trades were phenomenal. You know, neither Valk getting caught out of V, which is why I think we saw the fight go for so long. And I think, you know, Wicked Wazer, aka Paladin, doing a great job to close out that fight.
Yeah, and this was probably one of the scrappiest Valkyrie fights I've seen all day today. Like, the EU ones were really, like, you know, Awakening Valks bashing into each other, but this one was just something totally different also. And Paladin has seemed to have gotten back some of his footing here, taking that win. But again, a really scrappy fight from both players. Is there anything that you think they should adjust for the final round?
It seemed like the biggest punish coming out was getting a shield throw to the back of the other Valkyrie shield throw. So if they're able to position like that and then, you know, lead into either a KD or a bound off of that, I think that's what we're going to look for here.
All right. And then with regards back to the succession, both of these classes, again, not really known for like their super mobility, because whenever I play Ranger and I see a Valk, I always think like I can just at least run away from her or something. But I'm seeing a lot of like missed grabs here. And so how should the players try like focus on landing their grabs more consistently? Because most of the time these CCs are random Celestial Spear bounds and the shield throws, but we haven't really seen the grabs come into play all that often.
Well, as you saw in the last round there, actually, Mecha baited the grab out from Paladin and got the spear bound. So it's honestly not really that random, and more so they're trying to bait certain things out, so the grab can be super risky.
Awesome. So round 3 of the second match is about to start. The players are ready to fly out of that gate. Let's see who's going to take that final round and make it all the way to the grand finals, and who's going to be sent to the third place match.
And alrighty, final match starting up here. Mecha, Wicked Wazer, aka Paladin. Both these players having a lot of damage already. Mecha on the back foot. We did see him bait out Paladin last time, and both these players coming to this final round seem to be very hesitant on playing aggressive. That is the nerves kicking in slightly, and now pushing forward. Mecha getting that bait again. Paladin getting a little too aggressive. Forced out of the ground, bound, but no down smash comes in this time. Gets a stiffen off there. Mecha, however, is going to get turned around on, forced to be on the ground. Can Wicked follow the V audio? Oh, unfortunately ends up losing it, and now backing up here. He has to be careful because Mecha has been doing a great job of keeping up with it. Now, backing up here, both players holding Q block, goes for the shield throw. Is going to be an SA, so Mecha is not going to be eating that. Goes for the grab. Mecha comes out on top, gets his CC on the ground. Mecha might be forcing the V here, and he will. Can he follow the V audio cue though? Oh no, Paladin turning to the right, trying to get away. Tries to go for the speed here, is going to be a little too far away, so he's going to live through that V. Now coming out, gets an aggressive grab on the ground now. Mecha has no V available, taking damage, trying to go for the X-ray bound, and actually a smart play from Paladin. Obsuk back up and kite out of that little corner. Does not want to risk the wake-up res coming out from Mecha, and already goes aggressive. Try to go for a grab opportunity. Gets the shield throw on the punish, and now backing up JOL for the damage. Trying to go for a secondary here, but the JOL animation to cancel out being a little too long, so he's not going to be able to follow it up. Dropping 2 combos so far. Needs to be careful. 80% of both players. Shield throw comes out. Mecha's going to be taking a lot of damage behind that. Bowled already. Gets behind the frontal guard. Final chip coming in, and Paladin clutches it out after a hesitant last round. He'll be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, really, really well played by Paladin there. He was able to compose himself after that first fight, came back, won 2 in a row, and just overall really well played.
Yep.
Let's actually check out that replay and see how Paladin managed to nag his spot of the grand finals and see how he took down Mech.
And already right here, you can see Paladin waiting here. Mecha gets the heal off slightly. Waiting, try to go for the spear toss. Unfortunately, a little too far. Went for the grab. Paladin a little too far away to go for the catch. Both for his trading there. Shield throw comes in, burns him down to 50%. And Mecha there went a little too aggressive, unprotected. Paladin recognizing it, turned it around, got the CC, and the combo will be coming in. And dropped a couple combos in the process of that. You know, had a lot of catches, but finally clutching it out in the end there. It was a little tense.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of back and forth, and I think overall it might have been the resistance, but
yep,
Paladin coming out and cleaning it up.
And let's check out those updated brackets and see which Valkyries are going to be moving on to the finals and which ones are going to be fighting for 3rd place. On the left side of the bracket, we have Larry Fish. He is going to be facing Wicked, Wazer, Paladin, Katya, and the 3rd place match will be It Be Like That Sometimes Homie against Mech. So, for the 3rd place match, who do you think is going to have the advantage based on what we see?
I mean, I was incredibly impressed by Mecha coming out against Paladin, able to take the 1st round and almost a 2nd and almost the 3rd round. So I'm expecting Mecha to take this.
I'm going to agree with that. I'm going to be giving it to Mecha.
Awesome. So 3rd place match is about to start. Let's jump straight into that Arena of Arsha and see the 3rd place Valkyrie NA fights.
Alrighty, this is for your 3rd place finish, and already the early aggression, something you don't see often, paying off for It Be Like That. Gets it for CC, already on the ground. Mecha, ooh, barely got the V there. That was very tense. We have seen those early finishes with no V come out. But gets the V off, coming out behind the pillar, is going to get that heal off, so up to 70%, and has the opportunity to turn this back around. Shield comes out, almost got behind there, get the grab through the JOL, opting to go for it, not scared of the res. It Be Like That stands up early, aggressive though, holding the Q block, almost got shield throw, needing to be careful. It Be Like That pushing forward, eats the shield throw damage, but didn't get CC'd, but turns it around. Mecha follows up and gets the early grab pressure, and we saw this earlier, following that V audio cue, gets the bound off, shield throw comes in, trying to go for the secondary, a little too slow though, and Mecha, the early aggression off the V might not pay dividends, and it ends up costing him the round. A little too much aggression. It Be Like That takes the round 1-0.
Yeah, Mecha, just like you said, getting a little over aggressive. Unfortunately, does not get the secondary CC. It Be Like That with a beautiful turnaround with that shield throw into a combo of his own, taking the 1st match.
So do you think that playstyle-wise, Mech should try to switch things up? Because we did see in that final round when he was fighting against Paladin, both players just started off chilling, and there was no RP walk that we saw like during the qualifiers, but they were just holding their shield and just waiting for someone to make the 1st move. Do you think that's probably the right strategy moving into the next round?
Yeah, I think both Valks played great there. I think Mech is doing a fantastic job of punishing the enemy Valkyrie. Every time he stops to cast a super armor or a shield throw, he's been punishing it with the grab of his own. And as long as Mech plays like that and doesn't get over aggressive towards the end, I think Mech can bring this back.
Yep. It Be Like That Sometimes Homie, actually just with a really fantastic showcase here against Mech. And I'm actually kind of curious now, what does It Be Like That Sometimes Homie have like in terms of his playstyle that's allowing him to get the advantage over Mech? Because we just saw Mech take Paladin Katya to all 3 fights, and he was giving Paladin a lot of trouble. So It Be Like That might have actually also been able to take a few wins off of Paladin as well. And playstyle-wise, again, what does he have that? What does he bring to the table that Mech has trouble dealing with?
I mean, overall, I think it's his comboing. You know, he's very reactive. His shield throws, every time he backs off, he's able to land a really nice shield throw and combo off of that. And we saw that right there at the end. You know, he came out of V. He was able to get up after 1 CC. Beautiful shield throw, and the following combo was flawless.
Awesome. So the players are ready for the next round of the 3rd place match. Let's hop back into the arena and check out what's going to happen for the Mech versus It Be Like That Sometimes. 3rd place match is about to start.
And already, next match starting up here. It'd be like that, clutching out that last one. Mecha unfortunately playing a little too overzealous. And already, was that a jump? Mecha making a fatal mistake on the ground. Jumping in the middle of the arena, you're not going to be coming out on top like that. And Mecha might be tossing himself in the head after that one. Coming out of B here. Got the weapons out. Hasn't popped the heal just yet. Goes for the early shield. Doesn't manage to get any kind of CC. It'd be like that, going a little over aggressive. And Mecha gets the grab off from the side there. Gets it down smash. A bit like that. Is going to get up. Got the heal off. Needs to be careful. JWell coming in. Has no grab up just yet. And held the shield throw just a little too long. Even like that. No greedy available on Mecha. Tried to go for the combo. Unfortunately, no down smash is going to be coming in. So Mecha's going to be managing to get up. Shield throw comes out. Ooh, might have been a res there. Didn't manage to get the CC off there. Even though it'd be like that. Gets the grab through the shield throw actually. Mecha now coming out on top, tries to go for the down smash combo, and honestly the combo for Mecha might not be paying off here. Playing for those down smashes into that res, super difficult, and you can see it now. Combo after combo after combo, unfortunately not managing to get it, and it'd be like that. Managing to turn it around here, try to go for the grab, unfortunately getting res on that shield throw toss. Backing up here, now in the middle, JOL is going to be dropped down. It'd be like that, dropping the frontal guard, doesn't get the CC off, holding the key walk in the mid, trying to go for a CC catch in action there. Managed to hit it from the sky, dropping down, no bound coming out. Shield throw, Q block on the opposite side from Mecha, managing to dodge that damage. Goes for that spear from the air once again, pops the heal here, up to 50% HP, and finally the grab comes out. Eat be like that, still has V available, but still doesn't need it. Gets up from the KD, no CC just yet. Shield throw coming out on the backside, hasn't gone for the grab just yet, holding, waiting, and that SA dropping down from the sky. Still trading damage back in it, and he's 30% now, 20%. Finally V's. And now Mecha, ooh, coming out in the corner. Actually a smart play here, so he's not going to get tossed by that early long range, but he's in a bit of a pickle here. Zone is closing in now. He has to make a decision. Opts to go up, climb the wall, gets caught out of the zone here, but Mecha actually gets CC'd on the backside, gets up in time to get the secondary outside the zone. 30%, has to be careful. Now both players in an even situation. Runs down, gets the bound onto AB like that, needs a final take a CC, 1%, and finishes it off. Mecha comes out on top after unfortunate loss last round and ties it up 1-1.
Just an amazing play by It Be Like That to actually get out of the fog just in time. Even caught a CC onto Mech as he comes out, but Mech instantly gets up, punishes It Be Like That, and is able to take it, ties it up 1-1. And these two Valks are playing out of their mind right now.
Yeah, and Valkyrie, as we know, she does have that extra strong block where it does give her super armor from the back. So I've always envisioned her being one of the more protected classes in the game. But what we've been seeing through these past few fights is that these Valks are actually getting caught by random CCs quite a lot. And I don't want to say they're playing mistakes and stuff because things like that happen. But in terms of Succession, does it have like less protections than Awakening? Or maybe for the future fights, is Awakening something to consider? Because a lot of CCs have been thrown out by all these players.
Yeah, I mean, I think in these fights, the Valks are just doing a really good job at punishing each other every time they leave a forward guard open. You know, the other Valks getting behind, or we saw it a couple times, you know, when the JOL came down, able to just kind of go through that and get the grab. So I don't think it's necessarily that Suck is unprotected. I just think they're doing a fantastic job at punishing each other's hit.
I think Mecha actually is coming out on top heavily in a lot of the CC trades, but unfortunately didn't manage to finish off his combos a lot of the time. If anything, during that, it was a 5-to-1 kind of ratio for the CCs, but just isn't able to finish it.
All right, let's move on to the final round of this third place match. Let's see who's going to take home those third place prizes. Is it going to be Mech, or is it going to be It Be Like That? Let's jump into that Arena of Arsha.
Alrighty, next round coming out here. This is going to be 1-1. Whoever wins this will be your third place winner already. Or both players early aggression, trying to go for the shield throws. No, sorry, those spear tosses. Doesn't manage to get any kind of CC. Both players coming down with the down. It'd be like that. Coming out bottom on that damage trade. JWell needs to be careful. Mecha holds that frontal guard, waiting, pushing forward. Shield toss a little too far away. Goes for the spear again. A little bit of a res there. Unfortunate now coming out from the sky again. Dropping down. Shield throw traded back. No connection. Looks like he wanted to go for a grab opportunity, but might have been on CD. Waiting on the backside. Ooh, gets the float off. That's going to be behind the frontal guard. Mecha on the ground. 50% down smash. Actually end up getting it. Shield though. He's going to go for that frontal guard so he doesn't get punished, but gets some final chip there. Mecha now pops a heal. Up to 50% HP. It'd be like that. Has a grab opportunity. Oh no. Mecha a little too aggressive. Gets tossed by the spear. Downed it and forced the V. And now coming out opposite side. Waiting for a second here. Both players holding.
It'd be like that. Doesn't want to give up that midfield right there. Just waiting for that dark fog to close in.
Yeah. Last time we saw this fog, he was in the corner. Finally, Jotaro comes out. Both players in that midfield need to be careful. Oh, was that a grab by Mecha? A little too far away. An ambitious grab and ends up getting punished for it, but no secondary CC. And now backing up here, needs to be careful. Gets a stiff in. Oh, no secondary follow-up though. It'd be like that gets up in time and gets the grab off the wake up. No be available for Mecha here. Try to go for the combo a little too much though. Didn't manage to get the secondary bound. And it'd be like that on the ground. Forced to 50% Mecha. Learning his lesson this time. The opposite backup, not risking trying to go for the secondary bound, and has this opportunity for a secondary combo here. Goes forward. Ooh, a little too much. Didn't get the bound there. Those adamantines are kicking in super hard now. Waiting, gets the grab off. Mecha on the ground. Needs to be careful. Spears drop down. Goes for the down smash. A little too late though. Not going to be enough. Spear drop down onto him 100% to 36. Mecha is at a massive disadvantage. He needs to go for an opportunity. Try to go for the grab behind there. Didn't manage to hit it. Stunned on the ground here. Oh, didn't get bounded. Actually, high RNG roll, but it's not going to be enough. It'd be like that will be your winner of your third place. And moving on, sorry, actually, will be the winner of the third place prize. My bad.
Yeah, it'd be like that, doing a great job of just controlling that entire fight from start to finish. Kept the pressure up. It didn't allow Mech to get any of his HP back.
Yep, let's pull up that replay for the final moments of that Valk third place match.
And as you can see here, standing on the ground, that is an iframe. Slowly pushing, try to go for the spear toss, didn't manage to hit it. On the backside, dropped the shield throw. Mecha taking too much damage and got stunned off the ending tick of that. And tried to go for the bound there, but didn't get got res a little bit, but the chip is too much. Falling from the sky down, drops to 0, and it's kind of crazy how much damage, you know, it's the differences sometimes.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of trades back and forth, but overall, you know, it'd be like that, just coming out ahead of the trades. And kept the pressure up the entire time, so Mech couldn't get that heal off.
Yep, and that does conclude the NA Valkyrie fights for today. Let's pull up the brackets one last time to see which players are going to face out who for those grand finals. On the left side of the bracket, we have Larry Fish, and on the right side of the bracket, we have Wicked Wazer, Paladin Katya. These two are going to be duking it out for that title of Unrivaled, and also for the rest of the rewards for the grand finals. And that does conclude the Valkyries, and moving on to the next class will be BlackDesert's beefy boy, the Titan of BlackDesert, Berserker. He is up next, and we have some big names in this Berserker, just like Valkyrie. And so, Vert, what are your predictions?
Oh, I mean, all 4 of these Zerkers that are showing up today are absolute titans on the class. We have Choice, you know, probably the fan favorite out there, going up against Blight from Cho Nation. You know, Blight is no slouch. Then on the other side, you have Pure Res, who's also representing Snake. And don't remember, do you guys know who's going up against?
For the Zerkers, we'll have to just pull up the bracket and see, because I also don't remember quite the NA Zerker brackets. But Choice and his opponent, we all know Choice to be extremely geared, but does his opponent have any kind of way to handle all that gear?
I mean, Blight, again, he's from Cho Nation. He's definitely not a slouch when it comes to the gear. I think it could go either way. I saw Choice practicing a little earlier today, looking very good in the arena.
So I believe the 4th is actually going to be Invulnerable, also known as Shuckle, and he was practicing with Choice earlier today.
Awesome. So, Blight and Choice are ready to fight for that first match, and round 1 is about to begin for those 2 titans of BlackDesert Berserker community. Let's jump straight into the arena and see how things are going to play out.
Alrighty, Choice versus Blight. Choice is going to have a lot of damage here. It's going to be very tanky. Already dropping that Earth Splitting in the mid here, shooting mobility, trying to go for the CC through that pillar. It is actually massively slowed here. Blight playing a bit more of a passive approach. Giant Leap comes out, is afraid of that Cuba for sure. Ooh, Shake Off, trying to go for the grab. Choice maybe to dodge it. Drops the stomp, is going to be a little too far away. Again, Lava Piercer gets his shooting mobility, punishes Blight's grab attempt there, it looks like, or potentially a stomp, and forcing that early V. Choice now popping that cube up off the V there. Blight needs to be careful. Oh no, went for the shooting mobility in that kind of scenario and instantly drops as a result. Shooting mobility into cube up, definitely not the best choice. You're playing your game at a game of odds with that res, so a little unlucky there.
Yeah, I think going up against the Q-Buff when he comes out of V, he needs to do his best to either stay protected or get the hell out of there. You know, going up against the Q-Buff, you're not going to win that. You're not going to be able to trade. And you see just how much damage Choice comes through with.
Speaking of the Q-Buff, that is one of the most infamous skills in BlackDesert. We hate to see that Berserker in RBF just pew-pewing things away and we're just getting knocked down everywhere. But so what exactly makes the Q buff so strong?
I mean, the ability to just spam your cannon shots over and over, applying all that knockdown pressure and even the down smashes once you go to the ground. On top of that, you also have increased resistances, and it's just so oppressive.
And based off Choice's gear, we do know that on his stream he mentioned, I think, that he has like a Pen Sissels and like a Pen Centaurs. So a lot of evasion coming out here. And Blight, like what kind of combos are we looking at for him to have to pull off in order to take down Choice? Because Choice is really tanky.
Just your standard, you know, grab, FD, ground lift, seismic ancient wave combo. That's going to be all you can really do, especially after they nerf that third grab extension. So if he can do that and kill Choice, it's great, but most likely it's going to take him 2 combos.
Yeah, and so far we've seen that both Zerks are going with that Awakening, and we do know the pressure range damage can have, and that's probably why it is the preferred choice, plus it familiarity, Awakening being out longer. But do you think Succession has a place in this tournament at all?
I mean, we saw the Succession come out from Danny Destroyer. Unfortunately, I think the Q buff out of Awakened, on top of their new skill, Seismic Blast and Ancient Wave, it's just too much damage to pass up.
All right, let's jump back into this fight of Blight versus Choice. Let's see if Choice can put things away and make it all the way to the grand finals, or if Blight can turn things around back to his favor.
Alrighty, next round starting up here. Blight needs to try and turn it around. Still has his Q buff available here. Off to pop it early here. Choice taking recognition. Instantly rotates that Deva SA. Trying to go to the side. Shakeoff might have got CC'd on the ground there. A little too overzealous, but again, that Seismic Ancient, the full combo not being enough to take out Choice, and Choice is just eating it like a man. 30% HP here. Trying to drop the Seismic to extend right there. Choice still has not beat. And now, turning the time down, pops the Sweet Sock. Giant Sleep is going to try and get behind that pillar here, holding that S-block. Obviously, that frontal guard is going to save him. Oh, actually got the shooting mobility. CC came out on top there, but unfortunately, he's not going to have the chance to go for a secondary. And there's Blight's grab. He's going to hold it for a second, wait for his CD's. Choice waits until the grab ends to pop the V. For those of you that don't know, you can get stuck in that V. And already coming out a little too close, but pop the S-block just in time. Giant Leap gets away a little bit. Needs to be careful with that slow. Pops the Q-buck back. Choice having enough time and finally got his CDs up. Is going to be running Blight down here. Blight needs to take some space, holding that Deva slow. Ooh, it looks like it hit Choice just a little bit. Choice now on the back foot here. Needs to be careful of that slow potential. Has his Q-buff shot still a little bit for the next 15 seconds. Giant Sleep comes out, goes aggressive. Unfortunately, misses the grab there. Backing up a little bit, gets the grab off the Lava Piercer and forces a V now. Neither player having V available. Blight, where's he going to be coming out here? Oh no! A little too open in the middle and on the ground. FD Seismic Ancient Wave, 13%. Is it going to end up dying? Try to go for the Earthplane, canceling out just in time. Scared of that grab. Blight 5% here and dies to the Seismic. Just too much. And Blight, one of the favorite contenders for this tournament, unfortunately getting knocked out to 3rd place or 4th place, and Choice will be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, extremely well played by Choice. You know, saving his Q buff till later in the round, or maybe he didn't have it up, but popping the Q buff later on, able to force Blight's V, and then at that point, Blight is just on the back foot the entire time. Choice, you know, not able to one-combo him, does a great job disengaging, and then he re-engages with the Q buff and the Seismic at the end to take it.
All right, let's pull up that replay to see the final moments of the first match of the NA Berserker tournament. Choice moving on to the grand finals here. Let's see what he did.
And alrighty, here we go. Coming out of V here, Choice instantly gets the shifty grab on the ground. FD stomp, headbutt for get that accuracy buff and drops the Ancient Wave. And Blight at this point dropped it 11% HP, got the shooting mobility for some extra damage. Giant leaped away. It looks like actually ended up rezzing Blight's grab there. Unfortunately, that is the power of Q buff, and the Seismic is going to finish it off. Blight went for a grab attempt off the end of that Giant Leap, but just a little too far away. Didn't manage to get it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the Q buff giving you the extra resistance is going to allow him to escape the grab, and then he comes back in with that Seismic, and no one's living through that.
Yep.
And so with that, Choice does move on to the grand finals. The fan favorite going to be up there, but who's his opponent going to be? We have Pure Res versus Invulnerable for the next fight, also known as Shuckle. And Shuckle, do you know if he also happens to use like some kind of evasion gear? Because like, if his name suggests anything from Pokemon, like Shuckle is really tanky. And is he also really tanky? What does Pure Res have to do? Because we also did see Pure Res take out Ming during the qualifiers.
I'm not too sure about gear-wise, but I do know Shuckle is one of the better players in this bracket. And when it comes to skill, people are saying if it's not him, or if it's not Ming or Pure, it was going to be Shuckle.
Yeah, I think what we have left in the bracket here, Choice, Pure Res, and Shuckle are the top 3 Zerkers. So this match coming up could be a finals in and of itself. I'm excited to see this get underway. I believe both Zerkers are going to probably have to get 2 catches to secure the victory.
All right, so Pure Res versus Shuckle. Match 2 of the NA Zerker fights is about to begin. Let's jump straight into the arena and see how the Zerkers open.
Alrighty, next match starting up, Shuckle, or Invulnerable as he's known, against Pure Res. Pure Res knocking out several favorites in this tournament, and you can see why. Shooting mobility gets to the side of the Deva, instantly gets the grab and trying to drop that damage. And as you're talking about Pokemon, man, Shuckle is a big boy, tanky enough. Shooting mobility comes out, tries to go for the grab there. That big hitbox is so fat, and unfortunately the grab is going to come through. Those magnet hands, you're not going to be able to get out very easily, and Pure Res forcing the first V here. Going forward to the side, hasn't popped Q buff yet, potentially a mutual agreement. V coming out, going forward, Lava Piercer, putting some hard chase. That movement speed coming in clutch for Pure Res, it looks like, actually. Much faster on the Lava Piercer than we've seen so far. Splitting comes out, doesn't manage to get the slow off, a little too far away. Try to go for the shooting, Giant Sleep pushing forward, shake off a little too far for the grab. Should have gone for the animation, and Shuckle ends up punishing it and forces the V out of Pure Res, and he's going to be popping the cube up here. Looking for where Pure Res is going to be coming out. Pure Res instantly going to be looking for some kind of SA escape. Already, Giant Sleep clutching away, second Giant Leaps, gets behind the pillar. Shuckle trying to put the pressure as he can, linking that Deva, but he is at 20%. All that SA lingering is just going to keep you dropping, but actually gets the grab, even through the rest for the secondary. He's not going to be able to come out. That ground lifting, you're not going to be able to hit it through, and now Giant Sleep comes out, backs up a little bit. Those Q shots are still coming in, gets some shooting mobility. Secondary grab comes out, has an opportunity to try to clutch this out, tries to go for the secondary ground lift again, a little too slow. Giant Sleep on the backside, missed the grab. I framed the grab from Shuckle with the shake off, actually. Now both players here heavily slowed, goes for the stop, goes for the C-swap. Shuckle unfortunately grabbed in that C-swap, ancient wave for the secondary follow-up, and the Earth Spring is going to pop the slow here. Both players now heavily slowed, and the Bond Giant Sleep is going to be enough to get the CC, but no! 1% HP, this is such a close breath, and Shuckle gets the grab! He might be able to kill him here. FD, ground lift, on the ground, seismic slam, it's not going to be enough! 1% HP, Shuckle clutches it out, and Pure Res loses the first round.
Yeah, Pure Res opting not to pop the Q buff in this first round. I'm not sure if that's his game plan or if he simply, nerves got to him. But Pure Res playing so well coming out the gate throughout that entire fight. But about halfway through, the momentum changes, and Invulnerable able to bring it back and just insane amount of damage in that final combo.
There's a reason he's called Invulnerable.
Yeah, and really living up to his name. And I actually wasn't expecting that damage to come out either from Shuckle to take down Pure Res. That was kind of reminiscent of Pure Res fight during the qualifiers against Ming. So do you know exactly what skills were used there to get that kind of damage off? Because that was just some nuking damage.
Yeah, it looked like he went into the FD to get the AP buff up. I believe he did a headbutt for the evasion debuff, and then we had the seismic into the... Actually, I think that was it. I think it was just the seismic after the...
He dropped the ancient wave potentially at the end, but I don't remember 100%.
Yeah.
It was definitely a lot of damage, though. Definitely a lot of damage.
Yeah, and we have seen some Berserkers kind of create this gentleman's agreement to not use that Q buff, but Shuckle, I did think he's saving that Q buff for this final round. And do you think what kind of plays how can a Berserker play around the Q buffs? Do they have to kind of save that for after the arena shrinks so the opponent can't hide behind the pillars or something per se? What kind of strategies should they use against it?
Yeah, I mean, right there we saw Shuckle pop it, and Pure Res did not, but Pure Res did a great job of, he stayed protected, rotated super armors, was able to disengage all the way across the arena and get behind the pillars to buy some time, and I think that's what we're going to need to see here again.
Awesome. So the next round is about to begin, Pure Res versus Shuckle. Let's see if Shuckle is going to take his final win and move on to the grand finals, or if Pure Res is going to turn things around for his favor.
And already, potentially, the final round coming in here for Shuckle. Already 1-0. Both players kinding out, playing behind that pillar on the low ground here. Pure Res taking the high ground. Giant Sleep gets up on top. Pure Res in the middle. Needs to be careful. Oh my god! The shake-off, man! Gets close, gets the grab onto Shuckle here. Asian Wave, 5%! The Earth Splitting almost ending Shuckle's life. Backing up, needs to be careful. Shuckle still hasn't popped the V, and it looks like Pure Res is going to play wary here. Finally pops that cube up. He's going to have a massive damage coming in here. Shots coming out. Shuckle needs to play behind that pillar, and this is the strat we're talking about. Playing behind that pillar is really the only way of dealing with that Q. You can obviously linger those essays if you want to. Playing pillar to pillar is going to be your best bet, as you still will be taking damage in those essays. Giant Sleep tries to get close, is running low on stamina from all those shots. About 5 to 10 seconds left here on that cube up, and he looks like he might be running out finally. Unfortunately, Shuckle is going to turn around, pop a cube up as his own now. Giant Sleep immediately into the Devo BSR version. He's going to be trying to linger as long as he can. Secondary punches coming out. Frontal guard. Oh no! Caught on the ground. He's not going to be able to V, but barely got it. Shuckle actually making a fatal mistake there. Could have killed through the V, but doesn't even need it. Already on opposite side. 2%, 5%. He got the grab through the res. This is winnable, potentially. Needs to be careful with the secondary. Got the headbutt on the ground. Needs to go for a slow off the earth splitting. Didn't manage to get the slow off just in time. Giant Sleep on the secondary. Backing up. Shuckle might have got res there on the Giant Sleep, but actually could have gone out just in time. Tried to go for the Lava Piercer grab. Ate the earth splitting slow there. Pure res needs to be careful. Shooting mobility into Giant Sleep. Lava Piercer came out. Oh, a little close there from Shuckle. Almost got the grab. A little aggressive. Ground lift. Needs to be careful. Trying to get close. Got caught by the shooting mobility. But the grab was too slow. And Pure Res opts for the instant grab. Looks like Shuckle went for the slow charge up grab there. And unfortunately, as a result, was a little too slow. And Pure Res gets the grab out of the V here. He can actually push him out of the zone if he opts for it. Headbutt comes out on the secondary. Seismic goes for the Earth Spring. Candles out just in time. Right before Shuckle goes for the grab. Seismic in the middle. Or sorry, Earth Splitting in the middle. Pure Res now final zone. Both players out of the circle here. Got the shooting mobility on the ender. Trying to get the final damage, and the zone actually kills Invulnerable. If you saw that correctly, Pure Res, after the shooting mobility, pulled up real quick and got the final Seismic to finish him off to about 1%, I think. So great plays from Pure.
Yeah, I mean, Pure coming back in that fight, did opt to use the Q buff that round, really took control early on, and then, you know, it was a bit of a scare, you know, Invulnerable coming back with the Q buff of his own. Pure Res able to get the grab. I think he was at like 2% health there, turned it around, and then that final, you know, Seismic blow in the fog was able to tick him down to 0.
Yeah, Pure Res had some close calls to dying there.
Yeah, we did also see some stray CCs from the stuff like Giant Sleep, but I also not sure, is Giant Leap one of the new bond skills for Berserker? And if so, like what does it add to the skill?
So Giant Leap, originally it's just a super armor by itself. With the bond, it's going to create a float. So it's going to be another tool in their kit. You know, if the other Zerkers coming in, they can use it to bait, get that float when the other Zerk goes for a grab, and then re-engage off that.
Yeah, and so a lot of the grab dynamics here is what's going to determine some of these fights. Like we saw Pure Res kind of save himself with that clutch grab to turn things around, and then Shuckle being the invulnerable couldn't die, but it was the Dark Fog that ended up finishing him off. So like Zerker being like, he's really big, but he's kind of deceptively fast. And so are there any slows that Zerkers can apply to each other to kind of slow down the other one?
Seismic, or sorry, Earth Splitting and Devastation. Those are the two. Earth Splitting being the low from Devastation, and both of them, I believe, you can run not only slow add-ons on, but on top of the natural slows, you get slowed up to like 50% off of it. I believe you fought Choice in the chair. Oh no. Who was it in the charity tournament that you ended up fighting a while back?
Oh, it's Steve with the slows.
Yeah, it was very impressive. So if you're not ready for it, you can pop it real quickly and get the slows off, and it's definitely something tough to deal with.
Awesome. So the final round for match 2 is about to begin. Who's going to take this? It is evened out 1-1. Who's going to move on to the grand finals, and who's moving on to 3rd place? Let's find out.
And alrighty, next round starting up. Both players in the middle here, shooting mobility. Shuckle trying to go for that early catch. Devastation went for the Earth Splitting, and we're talking about slows there. Tried to go for it, but obviously you can't get punished out of it. Pure Res trying to go for the secondary grab. Got res. Oh, Shuckle actually just shaking off and grabbed him out of the Giant Leap immediately on the ground. Popped the Seismic and forced the V. Pure Res now out and vulnerable. Is going to be popping that Q. Is going to try and run down Shuckle here. The last time you saw the Shuckle got to 2% HP, so he has to be careful. Pushing forward. Shots coming out. Cannon. That damage is deadly, but Pure is actually doing a great job so far. Running it out time-wise. 89% HP, 94. Oh, Shuckle dropped the Ancient Wave there, but no CC connection. That does have a KD on it. The Shuckle is going to, or sorry, Pure is going to manage to kite it out just enough. 10 seconds left. Purez on the last footing here. Tries to go shake off forward. Playing back now. And now Purez is in the home turf here. Has the ability to try and go aggressive. No more res in play. Shuckle going aggressive off the end of that Lava Piercer. Devastation. Both players trying to get back. Purez pops the slow onto Shuckle here, I believe. So he's going to have a tough time. Oh no! A miss input! He went for the spin. A bit of a weird grab here. Trying to drop him out of the zone. Unfortunately, he's going to pop on the opposite side. Shooting mobility on the second there. And Purez, after seeing that, is just going to say, nope, I'm out. And he's going to try and play his time. Playing it smart here. Pops the cube up behind the pillar. Shots come out. Trying to drop his damage. Shuckle trying to get as far away as he can. Potentially a fatal mistake here. Did not hold that for the last 30 seconds, but still CC Shuckle here. And now 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the shot clock. About 10 seconds left on that cube up. Shuckle coming out here behind the pillar. He's going to have that protection to dodge the cube up. Oh, the early fast Lava Piercer grab. Oh no! Unfortunately, the smackdown gets bugged out slightly. And off the back of that, Shuckle puts Purez into the zone, but Purez gets up as well. And now both players in the middle. Lava Piercer goes aggressive, gets the grab out of the Giant Sleep. That bond is going to save you through an SA grab. And Invulnerable will be winning against Purez and moving on to your grand finals to fight I Am Choice.
Man, so incredibly back and forth from both competitors there. You know, Purez looked like he was in control for a while after Invulnerable blew his Q buff early on. Invulnerable doing a great job of, he utilized his V to kite out a lot of the Q buff timer and then was able to turn it around right there at the end. He dragged him into the fog, then he found him on the other side of the map as soon as Purez went for the Giant Leap and was honestly allowing Purez to do nothing in that fight.
Yeah, and from what we can see, Purez was playing spectacularly well, but it was just some unfortunate moments for him, allowing Shuckle to turn things around. And with that, Shuckle will be moving on to the grand finals, and Purez will be fighting Blight for that third place match. Let's quickly check out that replay to see what exactly transpired.
Alrighty, he got the grab here and he pushed him out of the zone, but unfortunately that ground lift there didn't manage to CC Purez again. And now, right here, Shuckle, Lava Piercer goes forward, gets the grab out of the Giant Leap. A little too late, didn't go into the iframe fast enough, and Purez at that point, after you're on the ground, you're gonna get comboed out, and didn't manage to live the combo, ends up dying.
All right, fantastic. And so for the third place match, we do have Blight against Purez. Let's just jump straight into that third place match to see who's going to take that first win in round one.
Alright, Purez still has a chance to redeem himself here and get that third place finish. Already Blight, that is the fastest cube up I've seen ever come out immediately out of the gates. Just going for the Gatling gun, blasting him down on the opposite side. Purez needs to kite out. He's dealt with this before, so he definitely can live through it. Both Blight and Shuckle are very similar, especially in strength. And now on the backside here, pops a heal. That's a linger that SA. Shots coming out, about 5 seconds left here. Purez on the final stretch here. Lava Piercer gets the grab. Stomp comes out on the ground. FD, secondary, Ancient Wave, Seismic, and pops a V just before the Seismic. Some clean movement coming out from Purez. A little bit of stylish combos, and now pops that Q. Oh no, Blight unfortunately messed up the C-swap and is going to get Q buff down to the ground. And Purez is going to be winning that first round 1-0.
I absolutely love the movement coming out of Purez there. That was one of the coolest looking combos I think we've seen from the Zerkers today. And just able to put so much pressure, saving the Q buff for after the V, and then capitalizing on that.
So for the new Zerkers that might be in chat, Zerkers do have a small trick, or actually pretty important trick that they use to kind of make their mobility a bit more unpredictable. So Vert, do you want to get in on that specific setting that Zerkers do use often?
Yeah, so Zerkers especially, it's going to come out here a lot with Lava Piercer. They're going to use the click to move, which is an option in your settings if you want to pick that up. And it makes your Lava Piercer a lot more unpredictable and can set up some, reversals and grabs for you.
Awesome. So based off what we just saw, Blight was getting a bit of the pressure early on, chasing down Purez with that Q buff, but Purez just kiting things out, waiting for his time, and then pulls out his own trump card, which is, again, the Q buff, and Purez ended up taking that first win there. So what kind of strategies do the players need to employ in order to get the upper hand for the next round?
I think Purez played that great. I think if Blight wants to take this second round, he's going to need to close the gap on Purez without getting grabbed.
Awesome. So round 2 is ready for the third place match. Let's just jump straight into the arena and check out Blight versus Purez once again. Who's going to take the win in this round 2?
Alrighty, second round starting up here. Purez getting that funnel card in the center there. Does the CC shot with shooting mobility early out. Both players trading lava piercer, shift onto the side, waiting. Awesome deal there on Blight. Wants to look at that SA. It looks like Giant Sleep double. Wants to get some space here. Ooh, early aggression from Purez, but opposite kite out there. Blight almost turned it around. Actually wins the shooting mobility trade. Great plays from Purez, and he's going to force the beat. Blight actually not even risking it. Not having those audio cues on, so he's not going to hear him coming out of V. S-Block is going to dodge that shooting mobility coming out of Purez. Purez has a great opportunity here. Giant Sleep comes out, still has a secondary. Opposite kite out a little bit. Looking for some kind of bait here so far, it looks like. Out of Blight. Purez doing a great job so far. Ooh! Went for the shooting mobility, got close forward. Blight almost popped the seismic there, actually. Or sorry, the earth splitting, and almost got caught out. And now on the backside, Giant Leap comes out, secondary, holding it. You obviously do burn stamina, and that's what you want to let go of as fast as possible. Devastation on the opposite side, a little too far for the slow. Stomp on the end of that lava piercer. Shuckle, oh sorry, Purez a little too far away, and now Purez grabbed off the end of that Giant Leap on the ground, forced the seismic, and he's gonna pop the beat. And alrighty, here we go. Both players, neither has V available. Oh no, this could be fatal. Comes out in the corner. That's going to be Cubo. Giant Sleep, you're going to be able to get on the high ground with Berserker here, but you're going to be taking a lot of damage in that close quarters. But Purez says, I don't care. Gets close into his face. Drops the seismic on the ground. Ancient Wave comes out, but he's not going to have enough damage to combo. Holding that S-Block. Giant Sleep trying to kite out as much as he can. Still holding that frontal icy button to dodge the damage. 20%, 18%, grabbed on the ground. Purez, no V available, and the empty is going to be enough to finish. As much as you don't want to give him respect, Purez, unfortunately, you're a little too aggressive there, and he was going to be losing that 2-1, and will be taking 4th place.
Yeah, I think there towards the end of the fight, Blight kind of forced Purez's hand. You know, the circle is closing in. He popped the Q buff. There's nowhere to run. You can't kite behind pillars at this point. And so Purez, you know, his only option there is to come in close, try and get the grab, try and shut down that Q buff out of Blight, but it's just going to result in a lot of damage to your face, and Blight picking up the second fight.
Yeah, so both Berserkers just scrapping with each other and making things go back and forth quite a bit. And Blight and Purez are now sitting at 1 win apiece, and whoever wins this is going to move on to the third, or take that 3rd place prize. And for Purez, we saw him kind of get the upper hand right at the beginning, but things kind of turned around on him, on Blight. So what does he have to kind of clean up for this fight, or pay a bit more attention to in order to secure his victory?
Well, I like the, plays coming out when he's facing that Q buff. If he continues that, no respect into the Q, like I said, he might end up taking that 4th place and unfortunately losing if he's not careful. And on top of that, that res, even as much as you want to play early aggressive into that, you can get grabbed, or you can get grab res super easily. So honestly, just play a little slower. If you see the Q buff, maybe try and challenge it with a Q of your own rather than taking it head on.
And then the Q buffs basically seem to be the name of the game here for the Berserker matchups, of course. And as you mentioned, they do the buff does give 50% resistance, but we saw Purez just no fear running into his opponents when they had that Q buff on, and sometimes it was paying off for him. And do you think that's actually a strategy he should repeat? But this is the final round, so that is a bit of a gamble.
I mean, it's definitely a bit of a gamble. Unfortunately, once the circle does get smaller, it's kind of the only choice you have. It's the only card in the deck that you can pull. And you need to get in their face, you need to get aggressive, and you need to capitalize with that grab.
Awesome. So round 3, the final round of the 3rd place match for NA Berserkers is about to begin. Let's just jump straight into the arena and check out who's going to take home those 3rd place prizes, Blight or Purez.
And alrighty, final round. Whoever does win this will be taking 3rd place, and the loser will be in 4th. And alrighty, Giant Sleep in the middle. Secondary one comes out, doesn't go for the grab on the end of that shake-off, tried to go for it, almost predicted, but a little too far away, and Blight on the backside gets the shooting mobility, but too far away to convert the grab, actually burns one of his now. Devastation in the middle, Purez playing back, still holding the Giant Sleep, now going forward with it. A lot of Berserkers like to go aggressive and try again that close play using the Giant Leaps, kind of as a gap closer, but nowadays, with that bond on top of it, you can be smarter sometimes to try and use it in the close range as a punish, if anything, but you still have to be careful of those grabs. Already Blight managing to kite, opting to kite away, but that's not going to mean too much. Purez immediately closes the gap with that shake off and forces a V. Now Blight, no V. Actually, a bit of a weird V position here over on the side. Might have Q buff available. We'll have to see. Looking at the SS. Oh no! Trying to shake off out of the SA, and then little too much. Seismic comes out. Purez is going to pop the Q buff to finish it off, and Purez is going to win 3rd place. before you couldn't see him finishing that combo, but actually clutching it out, popped the cube off mid combo, and a great match.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, the shake-off getting caught by the shooting mobility right there at the end. And then, like you said, Purez popping that deadly Q buff in the middle of the combo to finish him.
Let's pull up the replay for that final match and see how Purez managed to take the win against Blight with that final catch right at the end.
And already, as you can see here, at this point, Blight has been forced to V in the middle here. Pure goes for that long-range CC toss, doesn't manage to hit it, but hits the shooting mobility. Grab off here, FD comes out, ground lifting, Seismic pops the Q and drops the shots, the pop shots being enough, and drops him 100-0, and Purez will take the round.
Really well fought there by all 4 Berserker participants today. Some really amazing fights going back and forth. Let's pull up the brackets one more time, showing all the NA Zerkers who's going to be moving on to the finals. We have the fan favorite, I'm Choice, and the invulnerable Shuckle Beast Titan of Berserker. He's going to be fighting Choice in the finals, and it's kind of poetic. They were practicing against each other on stream right before this, so that probably helped them a lot, like stay sharp for these fights, and they will be competing for that title of Unrivaled in the finals. And that does conclude it for the NA Zerkers. Really well fought against, by all the participants. And the next class we will be moving on to is the daughter of Kama Sylvia, the Ranger, the Melee, one of the true hybrids of BlackDesert, and also my personal class. I can't wait for this to start. And let's pull up those brackets and get underway and check out which Rangers are participating in these tournaments, because there are some big names here as well. And so, for the left side bracket, we have Cerulos versus NF Icon, and on the right side, we have Laternal versus Flannels. And these players are also some quite big names, and us being from NA, we do recognize some of them. Vert, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so just kind of the interesting thing coming off the top, we actually had a Succession Ranger in Cerwelos making it to the semifinals. So the first matchup we're going to see is going to be Succession versus Awakening. And then on the other side of the bracket, you have the legendary man himself, Flannels, just phenomenal Ranger player. I think easily the favorite to take this tournament, so I'm excited for both of these matches.
Yep, and as you mentioned, Succession versus Awakening, that does seem a little bit ambitious for the players who don't know. We do know Succession is kind of bad in 1v1s, but let's just check things out for that match 1 and see what kind of surprises the players have in store for us.
And already match 1 is going to be starting off here. Cyrulos versus NF Icon. Taking that early mid here. Shotgun's going to be coming out. And in 5 seconds, NF Icon takes the first win. Got the early CC. It looks like the shotgun's going to be enough to finish it.
Wow, yeah, so I actually was only expecting 1 Succession and 1 Awakening, but the thing is, with Succession, Ranger is totally unprotected when shooting pretty much all of her range skills, and except like 2 or 3, and that ends up, when you have Succession versus Succession, what ends up happening is that one Ranger, once they cast that first CC, or they take the initial damage, you're already on the back foot, and it's going to come down to who has more AP, and Cerulos, they're just deleting his opponent, and NF Icon, he has no slouch either. He has a lot of gear as well, and I did not expect Succession versus Succession, and I was the next matchup might be some Awakening stuff. But again, Ranger, typically when players are using Awakening, it is a little bit slower, and players are just watching for that range CC, and that's about it. But when it comes to Succession, Ranger's terribly squishy, and Succession gives them a truckload of damage.
Yeah, most of these players are also Nodeware players on Succession.
Exactly.
So they're real used to like taking pop shots at each other, so a little unlucky there, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think any of us expected that, the Succession versus Succession coming out the gate. I think the E-buff was popped instantly, giving him a little bit extra damage, and I think it was like 2 skills that deleted him.
That is the fastest match we've seen today, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's jump into round 2 for this Succession versus Succession Ranger mirror matchup. Let's see how fast this one ends, or if things are going to be stretched out a little bit longer. Cerulos versus NF Icon. Let's jump into the arena.
Well, I'll be counting in my head and watching that clock. 4 seconds in. Both players trading the midfield. Already Cerulos, 50% HP, pops an ES, and gets to the side immediately. And now BG comes out. Actually got the KD there. Trying to drop the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Coming out on bottom there. But NF drops 1% HP, and NF takes it on the last tick there. It looks like he finally popped the frontal guard, and Cerulos ends up dropping. It was so fast, but I mean, at least it went a little longer.
I think that's the most back and forth you're going to get from 2 Successions. I mean, dumping their entire kit right off the bat. You know, the E-buff out of Cerwelos here to start off, and NF Icon was able to take it.
Yeah, let's pull up the replay and see exactly what happened, what skills they were using. I'm kind of curious to see.
Would you like to take this away?
I'll leave it all to you, please let me do it. And here we see, so that right there is a tearing arrow, kind of fishing for that instant burst here. Rangers don't really sit in super armor in succession. And here, as we can see, now I think that's a bit of a mistake. They're spamming blasting gust. Probably should have went for the penetrating wind, go for that down smash. And now at this point, the Rangers are both desperate. They know someone's going to die in the next few seconds, and they're just trading huge damage. Who needs protection if you're a Succession Ranger? You know, that's just the name of the game when you do play this class. It is one of the most polarizing classes in BlackDesert. You basically trade all of defenses. You have, like, Awakening is super protected, as you know. So all of that just gets thrown out the window, and instead, what do you get in return? Damage. You just get a truckload of damage, and so when you have two literal glass cannons just shooting at each other.
It looks like NF as well right there played it smart and went for the frontal guard rather than blasting us, which Cyrule's spammed a little too much there, so it came out on bottom. But I'm interested to see, maybe, you know, coming into the third place match, I believe Cyrule's will end up fighting at least an Awakened Ranger no matter what, so we'll have to see the Awakening versus Succession matchup. But I think next up we're going to be seeing two Awakening Rangers, if I'm not incorrect here.
Yeah, so the next matchup, we do have Ladronal versus Flannels. And for those of you who don't know, Flannels is pretty much widely acknowledged to be the best Awakening Ninja Ranger in NA right now. And for me personally, I know that Succession is bad 1v1 on paper. But according to Time Bomb, who's another really well-known Ranger in NA, if you're talking about an open world situation, right, Awakening Ranger doesn't have the tools to reach a Succession Ranger. If we're talking about the range CC game, all the Awakening Ranger really has to use is going to be Tearing Shot and Blasting Gust. The Rabam, third Rabam, is out of the window. It's too short range. And so the Succession Ranger does have actually two instant protections to defend herself from those range CCs. But in an arena of Arsha where the fog does shrink, Succession probably has actually a bit of an advantage in a 1v1 out of the opening, as long as they're watching for the range CCs. But once the fog does close in, I do think the Awakening Ranger does have more time or less space. The Succession Ranger will have less space, and the Awakening Ranger can close in and then aim for those deadly melee CCs.
Yeah, and I think coming into this, you're going to see a lot of these Awakening Rangers kind of playing the time a little bit and potentially trying to run down the clock until they're in that final zone. So we'll have to see how it runs out.
Yep, let's see if this next matchup is going to be two Awakening Rangers versus each other, Ladronal versus the almighty Flannels. Let's jump into game and see how things transpire.
And alrighty, Flannels versus Lateral. Flannels coming into this told me to hype him up, so I guess we'll see what happens. Already, round starting up, needs to be careful. Walt straight on the opposite side, riding the wind. Backing up here, trying to go for the early CC shot, but not going to manage to hit it. Breezy now going into that rushing. Lingering here, iframe, EES has to stiffen on that, but he's not going to have any kind of gap. Oh, trying to punish the end of his EES there. Doesn't manage to get the catch, went for the float there. A little too far away. Risky plays from Flannels, but you're going to be seeing this from somebody that you're not really not going to see the other plays out from others. Waltz comes out into that rushing. Once again, those SA lingers are going to be crucial, especially in that close range. Lingering here, Waltz coming out. EES lingering again. All these players are going to be playing so close to each other. Oh, Chrono Guard Flannels almost had a punish opportunity there, but a little too slow. And now lingering, comes out on the backside. Waiting, biding his time.
And as we can see here, the neutral game from two Awakening Rangers is a complete opposite of Succession. Succession having practically no neutral game.
Now in that close range, you have to especially be careful. That neutral when you're far away, as you're talking about, is kind of like a stare-off of who could get close first. But once you're in this close range scenario, those walls are going to be super necessary. And got the CC off and instantly died. A little too much damage, and I honestly was not expecting that chunk.
I think that was just a Vineknight catch there, right? So he didn't V in time, unfortunately, because it was a float. He had the option to V there, but Flannels just putting out so much damage, not even giving his opponent time to V.
Yeah, and what we saw there for the initial catch actually, I think, was the Bond Waltz with the new Awakening Bond skills. And back in the day, Ranger used to have like the short cooldown stiffness engage tool like other classes, you know, the Solar Flare, Midnight Stinger, Murderous Intent kind of stuff. And that skill is called Breezy Blade, but that did get removed back in May 2018. It has been brought back with the Bond skills, but Rangers have gotten better and have found out that Bond Waltz is actually the preferred PvP skill, because Waltz of Wind, what the skill allows you to do is the skill ignores unit collision. And then as a Ranger, once you run out of your iframes and you run out of your super armors, the only thing you can kind of fall back on is your swap block, which is a stationary frontal guard, really short duration, but it's still a potential opening. And that is what Flannels used there with the Bond Waltz to move through his opponent's frontal guard with that ignore unit collision and get the knockback, leading into the Vine Knot, and with that new very stylish Windblade level 59 skill that just got added, which shortens the animation of Tremble. He just cleaned out Ladinol with that final hit, but Ladinol was actually playing really well as well, and that's what I like to see from two Awakening Rangers.
And now, I mean, coming into this next round, I'm curious to see how it ends up playing. I was actually talking to Flannels prior to this, and he was kind of saying, hey, until, you know, I get my nerves out of play and in check, I'm just going to kind of play that kiting style. And you saw it a little bit, you know, playing slow on that start there. That is kind of their Ranger gameplay, but eventually start getting that close range there, and I think that's where most people know he's kind of a threat.
Yep. Now, the players are ready for the next round. Let's jump straight back into this Awakening duel. It's been looking great so far. Ladinol versus Flannels. Let's see if Flannels can take the win and move on to the finals, or if Ladinol is going to give him some trouble.
Already second round starting up here. Flannels already taking some early chip here. Needs to be careful and 8 the EESCC, and that's a KD on the ground. The ball skill is going to be enough, and that match was so quick. You have to be faster, man. And Ladinol, unfortunately, will end up losing that, and Flannels will be moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, as soon as the EES connects there and gets the stiff, you know the grab is more than likely coming next, and you need to be spamming that V key. Unfortunately, does not get it in time, and Flannels takes it 2-0.
Yeah, let's pull up the replay and check out that final EES stiff, and I believe what led into a grab. But let's break down that replay for you guys and see how Flannels managed to win, secure his victory, and move on to the finals. So we see here he's actually grabbing a little bit of that midfield space, being ready to linger, but then the explosive invasive shot, I think, comes out right here. That is a protected stiffness leading into the grab. The V should have popped out right there, but instead it didn't. And just that new Windblade into Tremble, which greatly shortens the animation of Tremble, which is Rager's biggest nuke skill, really just helped clean out and secure that win for Flannels. Wow, that is the Awakening gameplay that I like to see. So for the finals, for Ranger, we do have NF Icon and Flannels. Let's pull up the bracket one more time to see which players, again, are going to be on that finals. And NF Icon, he was bringing Succession, and as I mentioned earlier, Succession is generally considered to be bad for 1v1, and Awakening being great for 1v1, but Awakening is missing that engage potential. And so for NF Icon, I do think that if he's going to choose to spec into Awakening, that's just going to be playing on Flannels' terms. I think he should just stick with the Succession, and Succession, in my opinion, does have the advantage straight out of the gate, literally, when the ring hasn't closed in yet. So for me, yeah, that's just what I think should happen for the final matchup. And Vert, Armin, what are some of your thoughts?
Well, Succession definitely does has that early damage opportunity, as you said. In Flannels, I'm sure both me and you know, he's not really very geared. He is one of the most lower geared BR members currently, so he definitely can take that early chunk if he's not careful.
Yeah, I know earlier in the tournament, NF Icon did pull out the Awakening, so I kind of want to see them go toe-to-toe, Awaken versus Awaken in the finals. I think that's where you're going to get the most interesting match, and that's what I look forward to seeing.
All right, the third place Ranger match for NA is about to begin. The players are ready to come out of that gate, and Cerulos versus Ladinol here. Let's see if it's going to be a difference in specs.
Succession versus Awakening here. Already Cyrus taking that midfield. BG spamming out here, but he is facing an Awakening Ranger, and those iframes and SA linkers are going to be prevailing, burning a lot of stamina here, just spamming that BG, trying to get some damage checked off onto Ladinol. Ladinol, this is how you're going to be seeing an Awakening versus Suck matchup. He's going to be playing and learning it for as long as he can until that zone closes in, but maybe playing a little too much of that open field there. You want to play behind those pillars, buddy, and unfortunately here, taking a lot of chip, already down to 34% HP, spamming that Riding Wind. Cyrus bringing a lot of stamina, burning back here, and now playing behind that pillar. Ladinol getting close in range here. Cyrus opting not to back up. Again, spamming those long range. Shotgun comes out. It's going to be a little too far away, and eats a CC on the secondary there, and the KD managed to V the air there. Cyrus coming out of V here, Ladinol on opposite sides. Again, that BG spam is going to be prevailing here, trying to chunk out, but the last time that happened, he unfortunately did end up getting caught. Frontal guard spam there, making sure he doesn't get KD arrowed once again. On the opposite side, popping some buffs, holding that long range step in a little too far away, and again, down on the ground this time, tries to go for the secondary, doesn't get the CC, got the siphon on the end there, and now the rushing wind chunking down Cyrus down a decent amount, 1%, and the final bow skills are going to be enough. Ladinol ends up taking the round.
Yeah, and I think you saw right there the bread and butter, like the perfect way to play against Succession. There was one time when he went out in the open, and I think that was a little risky, but for the most part, did a great job of kiting behind the HUDs and coming out with the tearing shot for the stun, and also getting the BG knockdown.
Yeah, and then we do see the downfall of Succession in that final moment there. Once you are spamming those range skills, there's only 2 skills in range that are protected, and you know, Lateral just had the peace of mind to know that, oh, this guy's just going to shoot Blasting Gust at me. That's not going to take me down. It's not Penetrating Wind. It's not Tearing Arrow. I'm just going to cast a full wind-up, unprotected Tearing Shot and just hit Ceruleus there with that stun CC and just chain into that Awakening combo and just finish him off. So really, really patient play there by Lateral and really well played also by Ceruleus for that opening of the fight as well. Just knowing that straight out of the gate, Succession Ranger, if she's in that open field against an Awakening Ranger, does have that bit of an opening advantage until the Awakening Ranger can kind of hide herself behind the pillars and escape the initial onslaught of range damage. So Armin, Vert, for the next fight, do you think we're going to see more of the same strategy, or are the players might change it up here?
I mean, looking at Ceruleus, how they've played the previous matches, it kind of seems a bit one-dimensional to me. It feels like they have a game plan, and unfortunately, you know, these Awakened Rangers, they're playing really, really well around it. So I believe Lateral is going to come out, you know, stay composed, stay calm. You know, the arrows are raining in, but playing perfectly around it. I could expect to see Lateral taking it.
Awesome, but one mistake is all it takes against a Succession Ranger to be gunned down. Let's move on to the next round of this third place match. Is again Succession versus Awakening matchup. Let's jump into the arena.
And already second match starting up here. Both players, again, that Ranger Eve, nothing really to worry about. Both players actually trading. BG coming out from Ceruleus again, trying to get that early damage. Lyle taking too much this time and got KD'd! And that's the fatal mistake there. One mistake can cost you everything as Ceruleus takes the second round.
Yeah, someone get that man a gun license because that shotgun was just crazy. Yeah, again, that is the mistake I was talking about. Right out of the opening, the Awakening Ranger does not have enough time to close in on the Succession Ranger, and that is why I think for the finals, NF Icon against versus Flannels, there could be some interesting fights there. We were seeing this Awakening, who's generally considered to be the better 1v1, actually struggling with the Succession matchup straight out of the gate. And again, he was trying to go for those pillars, but the initial onslaught of range damage coming from Ceruleus is enough to just collapse your frontal guard in one shot. After that, as an Awakening Ranger, what are you going to rely on? You know that if you use a super armor, you're going to take another really big chunk and chip damage. Once you're like 10 HP, how are you going to engage? So you're going to start burning your iframes. And we saw that happen with his 2 explosive evasive shots. He chained both of them and then wasted both and then moved into the wind step, wasted his next iframe, and now he's stuck in that spot, a little alleyway underneath the pillars, and Ceruleus just has like, it's like a gun range. It's free for him. He just shoots him down and takes him down. And that again is the dynamic between Succession and Awakening, 2 very polarizing gameplay styles. And yeah, like I don't think the players need to adjust anything. They just need to maybe slow things down. Vert, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Ceruleus did have the E-buff there at the start, and I think Lateral in the first match did a great job of avoiding the E-buff, you know, really kiting it out. Because I think Lateral, after that E-buff is gone from Ceruleus, has an easier time closing the gap and closing the distance.
All right, so the players are ready to jump into round 3. This is the final round. Whoever takes this victory will take that 3rd place prize. Let's jump back into that arena and see what's going to be the final outcome of the Succession versus Awakening matchup.
And already final match coming up here. That last round was so fast, but the one where the Awakening, ooh, early SA shot here. This is going to have a CC on it, but no connection already. Once again, in that frontal guard. If you get caught by that, you may be in a bit of trouble. Wondering that rushing wind on the opposite side. Fighting winner now here, EES, trying to get us some shots here. It looks like from Ceruleus, I don't know, looking for some kind of gap where he can get that down shot again. And BG around the corner, needs to be careful. He is going to be unprotected here. Frontal guard comes out, managed to dodge the arrow coming out from ladder now. Just barely here. Holding.
He's got to hide behind the pillar here. Wait for a mistake.
And now out of the corner again. BG comes out, and there it is. Laernell, actually, surprisingly, contrary to what I thought was going to happen, ends up losing to Ceruleus on the Succession, kind of showing that, you know, even though it's the worst spec in dueling, in the mirror matchup, it's nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, that's where if you were playing a different class, you were wishing you had that instant long distance engage, something like Arrow to Soul or whatever from Assassin. But let's pull up the replay and check out the final moments and how, you know, Ceruleus was able to keep Lateral like as a fish in a barrel behind that pillar and take out that victory. So here, he's using that Nature's Tremble actually just for the frontal guard because he knows that if Lateral just keeps burning the super armors, he's just going to have nothing to use unless he uses iframes once he comes out. And then I think walking up here is a bit of a mistake. He should have saved that right in the wind. And oh no, yeah, there it is, the Blasting Gust. Really well timed there actually from Ceruleus.
Yeah, I think Letterno was kind of trying to tease him, you know, come out from around the pillar, maybe bait something to get his own range CC in. But unfortunately, like you said, caught without the EES, had nothing to get back behind the pillar, and Cerwelo's doing a great job of punishing that.
Yep. And so let's take a look at the final updated brackets for the NA Ranger matchup. On the left side of the bracket, we have NF Icon Succession against Flannels, most likely Awakening. Of course, he's going to be playing Awakening. These two are going to be duking it out in the grand finals for the title of Unrivaled and to see who's going to take home those first place prizes. And then Cerwelo's winning that third place prize in very convincing fashion, showing the strategy that it takes to win the Succession versus Awakening matchup. And so that does conclude the NA Rangers. After this, we're going to see the Lost Princess of Margoria, all those Tamers and the Beast Summon class of BlackDesert duke it out for the chance to enter the grand finals. The semifinals of Tamer begins now. And so there are some big Tamer names in this tournament. Armin, Vert, I'm sure you're familiar with many of these names because Tamer mains tend to be extremely loyal and have been playing for a while. So your predictions on some of these players?
Just looking at the bracket here, we have Balance versus Icy Mist or Early Morning coming out on the left side of the bracket. Balance very well known, but Icy Mist might have the gear advantage going into that matchup. On the other side, you have Shailing versus Maehwa. Maehwa, definitely a tournament favorite here.
All right, so for the first match, Balance, as you mentioned, he has been playing for quite a while. And do you know if these players are going to be bringing that Awakening spec, or we might see some take out the Succession?
The first bracket is going to be an Awakening versus Succession match. It is going to be Icy Mist on the Succession against Balance on that Awakening. And I was actually talking to Balance earlier last night prior to this. So I'm hyped up to see what he brings out on the Awakening. It is, in a lot of people's minds, the preferred spec in this matchup.
Awesome. So the first match of the NA Tamers fight is about to begin. Let's jump straight into that arena of Arsha and see who's going to win that first crucial round.
And already, first match starting up here already. 2 minutes, 56 seconds on the clock. Both players out the gate. That WW evasion, you have to be careful. Calling that early shout, not going to manage to get that catch. Obviously, Icy Mist on that Succession Tamer. You have to be careful. That Roaring is going to have a lot of CC potential. Obviously, no CD on the Stiffen as well. Both players in that tree climb. Icy Mist actually putting a lot of aggressive pressure on a Balancer, and Balance a little on the back foot, taking a lot of chip down to 50% while lingering those SAs. Has to be careful. Void Lightning caught them his size, pulling some kill back, gets the grab off. A sick WW evasion aside, but unfortunately cannot get the CC. That Roaring is going to be too much, and now backing up here. Tree climb, lingering the iframe there a little bit. Now, Void Lightning. Ooh, gets the grab off. There it is. Actually on the side there, so he's not going to get caught by the Void, but gets CC'd on the last tick. Now, unfortunately, Icy was a little too far away, but gets the shout off. Unfortunately, Balance did not turn his frontal guard the correct direction there and got caught by the shout. And now both players on the backside. Icy looks like he popped the Z-buff here. A little bit of aggression. Needs to be careful. Stuck on the wall there for a second. Still has Tree Climb available. There it is. Coming out. Need to be careful. Oh, now pushing forward. Down in the middle. Claws come out. No scratch connection, unfortunately, from Bounty. Roaring in the middle. Bounty has to be careful. He doesn't get caught in the middle of that. Lingering that Tree Climb once again. Icy might be looking for a WW punish here when he can. And now lingering that frontal guard in the middle of that Roaring. Waiting. Forward. Scratch comes out into the tree climb. Both players lingering there. Ooh, looks like Bounty tried to go for a Moonlight catch. He is running the bond there onto the end of that tree climb, but a little too early on that timing, and goes for the Void Lightning now in that Succession. You are going to be full SA. No connection there. Cannot get for the grab, obviously, as it is a little risky here. Tree climb comes out. Both players WW forward, trying to go for the scratch there. A little too far away. No connection. Backing up. WW evasion once again into that tree climb. Gets caught in the siphon on the end of that WW there. Great timing on the Moonlight from Bounty, and gets the connection. Moonlight, oh, actually reads the V, and unfortunately Icy Mist is going to be in a bad spot here outside the zone, and Balance will be taking the win. A great play from Balance.
Yeah, I mean, such an incredible fight there. We saw Icy Mist or Early Morning just chasing down Balance or Bounty the entire fight. You know, Bounty was able to turn it around, get a couple grabs, get a couple CCs, but most of them were negated by the Void. Towards the end there, a beautiful catch off of the WW from Early Morning, and then a follow-up catch out of the V. Just phenomenal gameplay.
Yeah, and then for the audience who did not manage to see the EU Tamer fights that transpired, we saw a lot of hailing plays, and these matchups are essentially going to be a 2v2. And Bert, do you also want to talk about one more time about like what to expect from these Tamer matches?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of it there. The Void Lightning coming through from both the Awakening and the Succession. The traps coming down and the constant CC and the AoE really zoning out the other player, which makes it much harder to combo. So We're going to see a lot of that. They did a great job of playing around it in that first fight, only getting caught like once or twice, and, you know, just something to look for in the future fights.
Awesome. And then, Armin, you also did mention earlier about Moonlight, and that is one of the Awakening skills' new bond additions. So do you want to go over that really quickly and what that new bond adds to the skill?
So originally Moonlight was an SA dash kind of thing. You can kind of think of it of Solar Flare for Tamer in a way, just a little bit of a weaker version. And essentially most players don't run the bond on that, which gives a stiffen, but Maehwa and Balance favor it. So using it in that matchup, managing to punish with WW evasions, are doing a good job of it so far.
Yeah, so it seems like a very comfy pickup for the Awakening Tamer. Round 2 is about to begin. Let's jump back into the Arena of Arsha and see Bounty versus Icy Mist. Who's going to take home this win?
And obviously, unfortunately for those of you, if you do not know by WW evasion, that full front flip, that blue one that you're going to be seeing here, that most of these players are using, that is tree climb right there, or landing on the backside. This one right here, that has a little bit of a gap when you're landing there, and that's where the Moonlight can come in on the Awakening Tamer, Succession Tamer. Unfortunately, not having that option really, but they do still have the scratch, as we just saw, to punish any kind of gaps. And really in this matchup, that Awakening Tamer has so much pressure on that early aggression because of that Moonlight, and especially the pole vault to get in close. But Icy Mist doing a great job of making sure he's locating his roaring. That mass stiffen is something that most Tamers can't fight inside of. And the roar comes out here. Unfortunately, Bounty is going to be in his tree climb, but taking some chunk there, dropping 70% HP so far, taking a lot of damage. Something you really wouldn't expect out of a Succession Tamer, and chip damage really. Tree climb comes out on the backside. Roaring needs to make sure he doesn't run too far into it. Ooh, calls a long range CC there with the dog, but unfortunately he's not going to get a connection. Icy Mist still going to be in that protection there. Goes forward, early aggression, try to go for the Moonlight. No CC connection there onto Icy, and now cancels the pole vault into the roaring, or sorry, the Lloyd Lightning, but didn't manage to get the secondary CC. Unfortunately decided to back out there. The combo obviously once again very risky for Tamer into anything like that. Surging Tide coming out from Icy Mist here. Needs to be careful of that constant Sif span. Obviously something that can be a very hard pain when fighting Succession Tamers. Now, coming out here on the opposite side, calls the dog, waiting out, roaring from Icy. Needs to be careful, try to go for the Moonlight there, a little too slow. Intimidation, obviously another utility also that Awakening Tamer has to burn and do some huge damage to Icy, but not burn so far. And already gets the shout catch onto Balance there, and instantly Balance, no hesitation, pops a V, and oh no! A little too close to the pillar, thought he was safe, and Icy Mist rounds the corner, gets the grab, and Balance will be losing the second round.
And you can just see as the fight is going on, these Tamers have so much respect for each other. They know how much damage can come out from a single combo. And all it took, you know, a minute 30 in, both players absorbed Hiling. It's going to give you a lot more damage. And then the shout coming out, going to catch him. And just like we saw in the first fight, Early Morning doing a great job of punishing the V and taking out Bounty there.
And now that the fight is evened out 1-1, Bounty and Early Morning both snagging a win of their own. So are there any final adjustments that the players can make in order to gain the upper hand over the other?
I think both players are putting in their best efforts right now, honestly. They're playing it to the best regards. If anything, maybe Balance needs to be a little more passive on his Moonlight catches and the CC attempts he's going for. Got a little too overzealous there, unfortunately got punished. So I think maybe slowing it down at most, but besides that, I think they're playing perfect.
Yeah, I agree. They're playing very, very well. And like you said, I think if Balance plays a little bit more passively, maybe doesn't go for those quick catches and, you know, baits out Early Morning, maybe into one of his own grabs, that is what I believe Bounty should look for in this final fight.
And because the arena does shrink and it's essentially a 2v2 in these fights, like we are seeing like two Hailings on field, do you think like the players are confusing which Hailing belongs to them potentially?
I believe Suck Tamer has a little bit of a bigger dog, so maybe trying to go off of that you could try and tell, but I think it's gonna be a little difficult.
Yeah, I mean with the pressure there, it's gonna be tough for sure.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So round 3 is about to begin. Whoever wins this fight will move on to the grand finals, and the loser will fight for the third place prize. Let's jump back into the arena and see Bounty or Early Morning who's gonna take that final round.
And already final round starting up here. Both players 1-1. Already that early aggression can be super fatal. Shout comes out from Icy Mist. Doesn't manage to get the connection onto Balance. And Balance actually playing the early aggression here. Something very opposite of what we fought in the first round. And that's going to end up not paying for him. That small chase there he did for a second. Oh no, coming out of me too close. The Shout's going to punish him. And Balance, 20 seconds in, unfortunately, back-to-back fatal mistakes, ends up losing him the set. and he's going to be going on to the 3rd place match.
That's so frustrating. We just talked about how Balance needs to play more passive, and he instantly goes in for the aggression, gets punished for it, and again gets caught out of the V.
Let's pull up the replay then, because I actually missed a little bit of what transpired and wasn't sure how early managed to actually snag the punish.
Right here, Balance tried to put some early aggression, and unfortunately, as a result, coming out of that tree climb, didn't have many CDs to work this and work with, and Icy Mist taking advantage of that CC'd him, and now coming out of the V here, Icy Mist looks like he heard the direction of the V. Balance come out a little too far in the open, and he got the final CC, so some just small mistakes end up leading to a big loss. Really not much you can do about that in the end, so Balance is just going to be trying to reflect on that, honestly.
Yeah, and with that, Balance will now be fighting for that 3rd place match, and Early Morning is going to move on to the grand finals. His opponent, though, has yet to be decided, Chailing versus Maehwa. And for me, I personally recognize the name Maehwa. I've seen him quite a lot in RBF, and also met him a few times in Node Wars. So what are your guys' predictions for these two players?
I mean, Chailing definitely no slash when it comes to Tamer. Very well practiced. Basically lives in the BA. But, I mean, Maehwa's Maehwa, you know, one of the most well-known Tamers in the community, both in Tamers and just in BDO in general. I'm expecting Maehwa to take this.
Especially when it comes to anything Arena of Arsha related. If you guys don't know him, he does tournaments all the time, especially in the past more so. So he's going to be a top contender here, and I believe he's played in BSL before when those were running as well. So he's definitely something to be scared of.
Yeah, and BSL, if you guys didn't know, was a community-run PvP tournament by, shout out to Good Vibes Guy, if I remember correctly. And those guys have kind of set a standard for PvP events that are coming up. And Maehwa, being a major participant for a lot of those PvP events, has a lot of experience fighting in that Arena of Arsha. Of course, the arena was a little bit different back then with that bridge in the middle, if you remember, and players just kind of like jumping underneath the bridge to kind of buy some time. Those were the good days. But Maehwa and Chailing, again, a matchup that we should really look forward to. And speaking of looking forward to, let's jump straight into that next round. Maehwa versus Chailing. Who's going to take that crucial first win?
And already here, first match starting up. Maehwa, Chailing, as we said, both players popping those buffs early on. Chailing pops his E. Needs to be careful here. This is going to be an Awakening versus Awakening matchup. And again, that Moonlight from Maehwa is going to be super deadly, super experienced when it comes to fighting the mirror matchup as well. Chrono Guard holding that Violet Lightning on the backside. Maehwa trying to get that opening. Oh, sorry, Maehwa holding that backspace here. The dot from Chailing putting some pressure onto Maehwa here. Scratch is coming out, needs to be careful. Tree climb backing up here once again, holding. Intimidation. Oh, went for the early Moonlight Scratch, but unfortunately didn't manage to get the CC. No swift connection. And now Chailing waiting back in front. There's Dog do a lot of the work, but unfortunately, oh my god, 2% HP off the back of a flow. Maehwa instantly chucks Chailing down, and Chailing needs to play smart here. Has Tree Climb available, lingering it here. Maehwa's going to put some forward pressure, calls the point line, but doesn't want to play too aggressive. Cold Dance wants to go as close as he can. 30% HP, slowly healing up. Maehwa on the backside, goes forward and gets the CC again. That Moonlight, something to be reckoned with, and showing it out. Maehwa takes the win with 100% to 0 finish.
Man, Maehwa coming out so incredibly fast. How do you even react to that in that situation? I mean, just so oppressive, very calculated with his movement. And we saw the damage that he could put out in that first combo, almost 100 to 0 in just one float.
Yeah, and if Maehwa has 1 million fans, I am one of them. That is the famous copy pasta, and it's showing why people spam it.
Yeah, and Maehwa just showing again that Moonlight Bond pickup that you mentioned is one of his personal choices, and I can't say for the rest of the Tamer community on what they're choosing, but he seems to be getting a lot of value from that Bond pickup. And now he's up 1-0 against Chailing, but you know, match isn't over. You may have dropped one round, but it is match point. You kind of have to wash out your nerves right now in order to turn things around. And for Chailing, what do you think he has to do in order to clean up his play and maybe make a surprise for me?
I mean, I guess you have to play a little bit more patient and, you know, try and create some more distance, give more room for Maehwa to make a mistake to where you can come back and capitalize it. Because in that first fight, Maehwa had control of the entire fight, had control of the pacing, and obviously you could see it turned out in Maehwa's favor.
If you're fighting one of the most experienced players on your class, I mean, what more really can you do?
All right, yeah, that is a good point. The next round is about to start. Maehwa again versus Chailing. If Maehwa takes this win, he will move on to the grand finals. Chailing, on the other hand, has to turn this fight around. Let's see what's going to happen.
Second round starting up here. We'll have to see Chilling. Can he turn it around? That early aggression from Maehwa already showing. Trying to go for the Moonlight Catcher. No connection, but gets to stiffen off into the shout CC. Chilling forced to V, and already 15 seconds into the match. No V available. Reads the V location, and 20 seconds in once again. You're finding one of the most experienced players on your class. What can you do? Maehwa takes a clean 2-0, and personally, I say well deserved.
I mean, like I said, Maehwa just doing Maehwa things. So experienced, knows the matchup inside and out, punishes the first thing he sees, and then able to follow up, listen for the V, and capitalize, winning it 2-0.
And that's why you can see the value of having one of those low cooldown kind of mobility stiffness engages like Solar Flare and Murderous Intent. You know, you can just catch your opponents out of view with that extra bit of mobility, that extra bit of reach. And Maehwa moving on to the grand finals now. Let's see if we can pull up the bracket one more time if we can to see his opponents. And on the left side, again, early morning, upsetting maybe Balance there in that first bracket. And he will be fighting against Maehwa for that grand finals and seeing who's going to take home that title of Unrivaled. But for the third place match, it is going to be Bounty versus Chilling, and Chilling hasn't really had much of a chance to showcase some of his skills and some of his play, whereas Balance was able to put up quite a bit of a fight. So who do you think is going to take the win?
I mean, Balance, like you said, he's going to be a little more warmed up coming into this third place matchup. Chilling only having a couple seconds in the arena against Maehwa. I would have to give the advantage to Bounty.
Yeah,
I do agree as well.
And so for these players, like getting into rhythm, of course, they have fought quite a few fights by now, but sometimes when you're looking out for those plays, those successful plays, you get a bit of confidence. And so Chilling might be missing that bit of confidence there, because we've seen in the past, once you just get that one good play, that could actually turn things around for the rest of your rounds, because now you're fully into rhythm, you're kind of warmed in, and you're confident once again. And so, oh yeah, is this going to be, was it a Succession versus Awakening fight? Do you remember?
This is going to be Awakening versus Awakening for this third place match, but the finals will be Succession versus Awakening.
All right. So the third place match, the first round is about to begin. Let's just jump straight into the arena and see what's going to transpire between Bounty and Chilling.
And already, Balance versus Chilling. We'll have to see, can Balance turn it around after that unfortunate upset? And already straight out of the gates, gets it for CC. Unfortunately, that Void Lightning is going to force him to not get the catch, but gets a stun off for the secondary. Great timing there, actually. Waited it out, and already Chilling coming out to be right next to Bounty. And these matches are so fast. Balance takes the first round 1-0 off of a clean initial catch. And if you saw there, what happened is the Void Lightning prevented him from getting the secondary, so he popped the shout, waited a second, and popped the secondary stun, and finally forced Chilling's V. Otherwise, Chilling would have just been able to stand up.
Yeah, Bounty showing incredible patience to wait out the Void Lightning, you know, get the longer stun CC, and forces the V fast out of Chilling.
Yeah, a lot of calm there all as well. I mean, with the nerves kicking in, that's kind of a hard thing to like judge in the moment for sure. So I'm pretty impressed with all that.
Yeah, and things aren't looking good for Chilling. Unfortunately, it was just ended up being a repeat of his fights with Maehwa, but he might still be able to turn things around if he adjusts some of his play. What are those adjustments that he's going to have to make in order to take a win off of Balance?
Well, I mean, coming into this, we saw Chilling. This is now 3 rounds in a row where he's been knocked out in 15 seconds, so honestly, I'm not too sure.
I mean, if anything, you know, a little more passive play, a little more patience, or maybe, you know, back against the ropes, you're fighting for third place, maybe go balls to the wall, come out, try and get a fast catch out of Balance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then maybe another strategy would be to like kind of maybe kite things out, as you said, play a bit more passive and wait for the arena to shrink. And what if you do survive until the 1 minute mark, I suppose, obviously that's going to be a tall task. You might have additional chaos from the Hailings taking out the majority of the arena, and it's going to be crazy with all those Void Lightnings everywhere. So we'll see what's going to happen. Let's move on to the final round of the third place match, or potentially the final round of the third place match. Chilling versus Balance. Let's jump straight into the arena.
And already second match starting up here. Balance again, Chilling in the middle here. Needs to be careful. Evasion flips coming out. Calls the shout there a little too far away, and Bounty is going to be in that tree climb, so no connection. Chilling, ooh, looks like Bounty tried to go for a Moonlight catch there into the tree climb, but unfortunately no connection now on the backside. Surging Tide holding that frontal guard. Bounty in the middle here. Calls the dog again, waiting. Ooh, hard aggression from Chilling. Gets his CC, but unfortunately kites out off of that. Not sure what that was. Backs up, and now Bounty is going to be standing up again. No V forced out of him. Goes forward, goes for the scratch, a little too far away. No connection. Void Lightning now called out, waiting. holding here. Actually, it was not Gold Lightning. It looks like he was calling his dog back. Going forward, pole dance, gonna try and close that gap forward. Scratch into that SA tree climb, going forward. Moonlight, no connection, real fast there. So quick, you're almost not gonna notice. And Chilling back against the corner, gonna call that Void Lightning and holding the Q block. Now, once again, trying to retreat to his corner, but he's gonna get some space. Bounty going for that Moonlight Stiffen when he can. Waiting, calls the dog over again.
The ring is closing here, so this may be a spot where the Hailings might cause some additional chaos.
Yeah, and you have to be careful. Bounty, so much SACC potential with the Scratch and Moonlight combined. Intimidation on the side. Gets his CC to the dog. The dog managed to get the connection onto Chilling there, and it looks like Chiling's now forced to be, oh no, over in the corner, and again, out of the B. I'm so sorry, brother, but Balance is going to be winning that round, taking the 2-0 win and taking that third place win.
Yeah, I mean, Chilling able to last a little bit longer there, you know, did play a little bit more patient, waited for Balance to come in. Unfortunately, you know, Balance was able to line up the CC, and then a beautiful punish again and again. We've seen it throughout the tournament. Finds him out of V, punishes him in the Nanashi corner, and takes the victory.
Let's pull up the replay then and see how exactly Balance punished his opponent for his mistakes and managed to take home that third place prize, 2-0.
And as you can see right here, now starts up, iframe goes for it. Looks like the dog got the CC in the middle there. Unfortunately, Chilling off the back of that and Bounty pushing it, got forced to V. Bounty got CC'd by the dog as well. And over here, reading the V direction, Chilling comes out in the corner. Bounty just sees it, drops down, gets his CC, intimidation, all that damage, Scratch, and is going to be finishing him off. That's just going to be the end of it.
All right, let's pull up that bracket for the NA Tamers because the NA Tamer fights have now fully concluded. Early morning going to be facing Maehwa, both really experienced players here. Maehwa might be the fan favorite to win that Unrivaled title. And for Chilling, unfortunately, he wasn't able to take home the third place prize, and Bounty instead walks away with it. And that will actually be it for the NA Tamers. We've now went through the Warriors, the Sorceresses, the Rangers, Berserkers, and Tamers, and Valkyries. And now the first segment of this NA stream is over. We will be coming back though with the next segment, and that segment will include the Musas, the Maehwas, the Kunos, and we'll be ending the day with the Ninjas. So YouTube do play those classes, so that is going to be pretty exciting. And we'll see everyone later. Please come back and watch those fights as well. Hello and welcome back, everybody. This is the second segment of today's NA semifinals and third place matches. For the classes that will be fighting over the next few hours, we have Musa, Maehwa, Kuno, and we will be ending the day with Ninja. And so before we get things started, I actually have a couple announcements to make in case y'all missed the first announcement at the start of the stream. Twitch drops are enabled, so make sure you link your Twitch accounts to your Prolibus accounts, and that way you can get yourself some really nice rewards. And secondly, if you haven't already, please transfer your account to Prolibus. Your account will be deleted on May 31st, and they will be permanently deleted, so make sure you go and do that if you haven't done so already. And with that being said, we're actually going to show the broadcast overview. We're going to talk about the schedule one more time, and we're going to talk about the rules as well as the prizes. From hundreds to just 21 champions, who will be the ones to claim the title of Unrivaled? This is the Arena of Arsha Best in Class Championship. Today, we have the EU semifinals and third place matches, as well as the NA semifinals and third place matches. The EU finals and NA finals will take place next week on May 15th and May 16th, starting at 19 Central Time and 15 Pacific Time for EU and NA respectively. Today's fights will be a 1 vs 1 single elimination best of 3, and each round will last 3 minutes. The dark fog will appear in today's fights. The arena area will shrink over time, and leaving this area will cause your HP to decrease by 500 HP per second. All participants will receive a golden Arsha coin, which you can sell for 50 million silver to an NPC or keep as a souvenir of your fights. The winners of each class will receive an in-game title, Unrivaled, as well as an Arsha skill instructor qualification. This qualification allows you to change your skill add-ons freely and also change the add-ons of other players. In addition, first, second, and third place will receive a Black Spirit goods set, which contains physical items such as plushies, Black Spirit mouse pads, and an LED Black Spirit lamp. Alright, and so the first class of the evening will be the Musa. And let's get things underway and pull up those NA Musa semifinal brackets and see who's going to be facing off against who for the chance to make it to the grand finals. On the left side, we have Swiftfoot, and he will be facing, I think, the fan favorite here, Triva. And on the right side, we have Crown Chest versus Rattlesnake Gang. So, Vert, real quick, Armin, real quick, let's talk about your predictions on these two matchups.
All right, so on the left side of the bracket, you mentioned Triva. Triva definitely is a favorite. Played really, really solid throughout the bracket. But on the other side, you do have Crown Chest, aka Liquid 112. I believe is a hard cap Musa, so the amount of damage they're going to be pulling out today is going to be immense.
I'm going to be giving it to Triva, aka Quad, versus Crown Chest in the grand final.
Yeah, and I myself have fought a few times in the battle arena, and he was actually the first Musa who made me respect that matchup a lot more because he was always punishing me with those dragon bites behind my frontal guards. So this guy is really sharp and he's really experienced. And let's talk a little bit about Musa versus Musa, I guess. We might see two different specs here because for EU we also saw the same thing, I believe, but the Awakenings seem to have like an advantage in terms of super armor trading over the Succession. So will we see a repeat of that if there's going to be a Succession versus Awakening matchup?
I mean, yeah, if you see a Succession versus the Awakening, you're going to expect a lot of aggression coming out from the Succession, especially with that E-buff, looking to apply as much pressure and damage as they can early.
All right, fantastic. Well, for match one, the players are ready. Let's get things underway and jump straight into the first match, first round of the NA Musa semifinals.
And alrighty, Triva, Swiftfoot, both of these players I am very familiar with, have ran into both of them, and now match underway. Quad is going to be playing the passive style here, playing around the pillar. Octali are getting procced off of that sub area. Needs to be careful. You can actually get punished off of the back of that. C-Swap coming through. Both these players are going to be on Awakening, most likely running that projection bond, backing up C-Swap. Quad trying to go for the punish behind. Their slashes coming out, projection on the backside from Swiftfoot. Crush pressure, something we didn't see at all in that EU matchup. Already projection coming out from Quad, trying to drop the damage when he can. Forward slash, needs to be careful. The stub arrow as well off that quick follow-up. You can get behind the frontal guard very fast there. Q block. Actually, Quad looking to potentially go for like a bait play here, holding that Q block very close forward. Having Swiftfoot go for some kind of debuff play and going for a counter. Projections, both players being traded here. Quad coming out the bottom end here, 70% HP. Swiftfoot obviously having a ton of AP and getting that Chunkai. You have to be careful. And now both players once again on the back foot goes for the D-by punish. Unfortunately, he is going to be an SA on Swiftfoot there, so no connection. However, the projection from Quad there is going to get Swiftfoot locked in a little bit, trying to go for the damage chunk. But again, Quad still on the lower end here. D-by comes out, slashes behind, Quad down to 30%. You have to be careful, especially with those back attacks. And waiting here. Trying to go for the stub, no connection. Sees from Swiftfoot once again, goes for the D-by forward. Quad almost got behind there. You have to be a little hesitant. Quad, a very fast-paced Musa, and one of the most well-known when it comes to dueling, especially kind of a bit of a BA rat, and does have a bit of the strength advantage in this matchup. And unfortunately, now right there, trying to go behind the frontal guard a little too slow, eats a projection, eating on top of it, but actually gets his CC on the Swiftfoot here, trying to go for the secondary, but no! A little bit of a mess up on the combo potentially, and off the back of that, Swiftfoot is going to be getting up and waking. It's going to be a 70% here, pops a heal on Swiftfoot, trying to get some HP back, goes for the D-by play. Quad low is going to back up to the side there. Quad trading his own D-by back, no connection. Now projection turns it around. Quad dropping it to 20, Swiftfoot down to 50%. Those projection bombs locking you in SA and vacuum. Neither player has popped a V yet. 50 minutes or 50 seconds left in the match here. Projection looks like Quad wants to try and push Swiftfoot out of the zone, but he is coming out on bottom here. He has to be careful. Almost right of the projection, eating the bottom, takes him at 2%. Zero went aggressive with the D-by, trying to get some damage on the Swiftfoot, and ended up running into the tail end of that projection. That's lethal.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the fight, you could see Triva mostly sitting in his pre-awakening. He really did not want to take those super armor trades, was trying to play patient, get around behind the block, but Swiftfoot just really wasn't giving it to Triva. Swiftfoot playing mainly in awakening, opting for the damage trades, a lot of projection, almost coming off cooldown at Triva, and Triva, unfortunately, not able to keep up with that pace, and is going to go down 0-1 here.
And you can kind of see how much of an SA trade matchup it is, especially super heavy. I don't think there was a single CC from either side there. And, you know, as much as you want to go for a D-by or a stub arrow, the fact that you can just linger that SA on the slash, unfortunately, while it might be low damage cap, it's enough that you can stall the match until the final seconds, and Quad ended up losing.
Yeah, it looks like the super armor trades really favoring Swiftfoot here over Quad Gnome. He might have to adjust his play a little bit, but as you mentioned, Vert, Swiftfoot playing really clean defensively as well, and just not showing any openings for Quad Gnome to take advantage of. And neither player was really, like as you said, there was probably no CC there. So are there any kind of adjustments that Quad Gnome has to make?
Well, at a massive gear disadvantage, a strength disadvantage, he has to try and put some forward pressure and make a gap inside of Swiftfoot's, spacing. So the best he can do is put a little more pressure and try to do what he can.
All right, let's see if he's flexible enough to change things for the better and turn things around. Let's move back into this match, round 2 of Triva versus Swiftfoot. Let's jump back into the Arsha.
I think we were going over a little earlier before it started off where I think I was talking about FBT, a tool that Maehwa has, and unfortunately Musa can't follow up with to get behind those frontal guards fast. As you can see, trading those D-bites, that's your best tool to get behind a frontal guard, but FBT, a Maehwa tool that you're pretty familiar with being really fast.
Yeah, no, it's incredibly fast. Unfortunately, Musa doesn't have that tool, so it's mostly going to be the stub arrow and the dragon bite catches.
Yeah, which are too slow again to punish that Q block. So while Quad is missing that pressure from his class perspective, has to try and find something, and already 30 seconds into the match, both players 70% or 80% HP, trading again those projections, those slashes, and those stub arrows. Neither connecting from either side though. The second one is close to the other. You're just going to look to pop a projection and hold off and wait. And Quad going for the D-bite there isn't going to manage to hit it. Swiftfoot again pops into that projection bond. It's going to be in that full protection. And no way to get around it. Swiftfoot take a little bit more of an aggressive approach here than compared to the last round. Chasing down, Quad tries to go for the D-bite there. It is going to be into that SA, so no full-on connection, and both players trading projection. Quad doing actually a great job how when they're trading projections, he will usually be the one on the outside where Swiftfoot is eating both in the middle. And you can see it here again, Swiftfoot popping the projection. Quad pops his, eats Swiftfoot in the middle there, pops the sub arrow, but he's just going to be holding that Q block. And a lot of the time, if you have enough of the strength, you can actually burn the block. And Quad, speaking of burning blocks, taking a lot of damage, down to 30% here. Needs to be careful. D-bite after Swiftfoot, trying to get a CC gap there, but unfortunately no connection. And Quad not going to play on the back foot. 20 seconds left into that final circle. And the last time this happened, Quad ended up losing, and potentially this may be his last opportunity to get some kind of opening before he will be going on to what could be his last round in this tournament. At least to move on to grand finals here. 5 seconds left. in the projection. Ooh, managed to die it out, but just on the last second there. Try to go for a D-bite catch. Oh, first shout I've seen come out from Swiftfoot here. That is unprotected, so it is very risky. Quad now managing to punch it, and now in the final circuit, Quad 50% Swiftfoot at 100. Deja vu from last round. Quad has to turn it around and finally gets a catch. The first catch we've seen in this match. Sub arrow comes out, gets the CC on the Swiftfoot, and Swiftfoot forced to be. This could be fatal. He's going to be coming around the corner where Quad is just going to be able to punish him. Pops the sub arrow, so it's going to be the first CC. Tries to go for the secondary projection, comes out 10%, 2%, and dies. I actually think Swiftfoot would have been on a better off foot if he hadn't V'd there, but ends up opting to go for the V.
Yeah, I think both players showing how close this matchup really is. I mean, neither one making hardly any mistakes. We've seen about 5 minutes of gameplay, and that was the first CC we've seen. So Triva and Swiftfoot definitely going back and forth. And in the final circle, like you said, I don't think the correct play from Swiftfoot was to V there. I think they could have taken the damage, got back up, continued to trade, because in that final circle, the V against a Musa with the quick stub arrow is almost certain death.
Yeah, with that fixed, you are now vulnerable at the end when you are coming out of that V. And let's talk really quickly about the bond skills, because you guys were mentioning the projections, and I think the first round I heard a Crust Crusher. Is that a bond skill you can take for Musa nowadays as well?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I believe they were both in that fight running the projection bond, which is going to be ideal for the 1v1, especially when it gets, you know, time for that final circle. It's just going to give them another super armor, another CC. The vacuum so oppressive, keeping the Musa in place and not allowing him to dash out and use his full kit.
Right. And I also saw, I think, Quadno rocking that Serendia beginner soldier outfit, which actually I think only Musa can kind of pull off that outfit personally. It's a little bit ugly, but that move speed is probably a bit crucial here for these really zoop matchups. And we're going to jump straight into the next round. This is going to be the final round of match 1. Whoever takes this will be moving on to the grand finals, and the loser will drop down to the third place match.
And already second match is going to be starting up here. Swiftfoot Quad, or sorry, third match. Whoever wins this will be moving on to your grand finals, as he just said. Swap in the middle. Swiftfoot taking those first slashes. This is going to be a bit of a slow matchup, hopefully. See a bit of an early catch so far. Both rounds have gone to the final 30 seconds. In the first one, it came down to an essence trade. In the last one, it came down to a hard catch. Pushing forward here. Again, playing those SA slashes. Doing a good job rotating his cooldown. Run for a shout there. Something we haven't seen, again, too often from most of the other Musas in the tourney. If Quad can read it, he can pop a stub on it, but it's very risky. He has to make sure he's out of that CC range. Backing up here. C-swap. Forward. Needs to be careful, does need the projection. Try to go for the stub arrow behind the small frontal guard gap there. Didn't manage to hit it, and Swiftfoot playing aggressive, trying to get that damage pressure out. Both players have popped their e-buffs. Again, forward. Ooh, got caught behind by the D-bite. Might have been a little bit of a gap there in the slash. Looks like he tried to go in the chase there, and that small gap ended up costing Quad his V. But so far, the V hasn't been very big or prevalent in this match so far in the past 2 rounds. So we'll have to see if that means too much. Projection comes out. Quad 80% here. In the next 45 seconds, regardless if you have a V or not, you are still going to end up dying in that last take. And actually, nice. Such a fast CC. Got behind Swiftfoot's Q block there just in time. And Quad now has the opportunity to get the instant CC off. Gets behind the pillar, tried to drop the sub, but a little too slow. And now neither player has a V option available. 30 seconds until final circle. Projection comes forward. Quad trades it back. Swiftfoot in the middle of it, but Quad's completely losing it. But actually hits the blooming CC on Awakening Musa, dropping the combo. BSR skill, the final hit, and hits the down smash. And Quad clutches it with 5% HP and will move on to your grand finals.
Triva coming out with the raw Phantom blooming. It takes balls to do that, and he capitalizes back against the wall. Both players D-list. Incredible play out of Triva to take the victory there.
You're not going to see bloomings on Awakening Musa.
Yeah, sometimes one thing seems like a stalemate. You just got to pull out something really surprising. So let's actually pull up that replay and see what Triva did that was really special to help him punish the mistake.
All right, so here we see Triva, you know, just playing the midfield really well. A lot of super armor trades coming back and forth, and he sees his opening here after the projection. Sees the forward guard, the quick dash into the blooming at 4% health is going to catch him. The float fall up is beautiful, and the damage comes through from the Awakening kit. The BSR on the dash slash is enough to give him the victory.
I'm going to say that is without a doubt, I think, the best clutch I've seen in this tournament so far.
Yeah, incredibly played by Triva there, and honestly, I cannot wait to see how he does in the finals.
Yeah, so he was able to turn things around, and with that win, he is now moving on to the grand finals. As for his opponent, we don't know that yet, but it is going to be Crown Chest versus Rattlesnake Gang. And you mentioned that Crown Chest is near hard cap, and I've seen that guy in RBF literally just flatten me with his awakening, and I just can't do anything about it. And Rattlesnake Gang, on the other hand, though, during the qualifiers and the prelims, he was actually able to take some very impressive wins. So for this matchup, who do you think is going to take it?
I'm going to have to give it to Liquid or Crown Chest here. I think Rattlesnake has performed pretty well previously in this tournament, but I don't think he's met an opponent quite like Crown Chest. I think Crown Chest is going to come out, he's going to do the proper super armor trades, and against that kind of strength that he's going to show on his Musa, it's going to be so incredibly hard to trade back.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a 2-0 to Liquid as well, aka Crown Chest. So I'm hoping, you know, coming into this, we'll say Liquid does end up winning and he moves on to the grand finals. I'm more so worried for Quad. Quad, one of the favorites to win this tourney, especially when it comes to skill and experience. He's going to have a tough time in those finals, especially since already in that previous match he saw, he was at a strength disadvantage.
All right, then. Let's see who's going to take that crucial first round win. Crown shot here against Rattlesnake Gang. Let's jump straight into that arena and see what's going to unfold.
Alrighty, Liquid, Crown Chest, Rattlesnake Gang, the 1v1 here. So far, Cho Nation a little down bad in this tournament, losing 2 members already. We'll have to see, can Liquid clutch it out for his guild? And meanwhile, Infernal on the other side, having to push forward here. Both players in the middle. I frame back, try to go for the D-bite. This is going to be a succession Musa, so this is going to be a new matchup for the NA side that we haven't seen so far. Q-block comes out. Ooh, sub arrow, needs to be careful. Backing up here. Looks like so far Crown Chest wants to play on the backside. Not often to play too aggressive. Is that a succession Musa from Crown? I'm not too sure actually. He's playing in the pre-awakening here. D-bite came out. No CC connection. Goes forward on the backside. Holding that Q block, still waiting, goes for the D-bite once again. And so far, I mean, if you've seen Succession Musa, a big part of it is that BSS slow is super crucial in this matchup. You get that slow onto your opponent, and frankly, when you are slowed as a Musa or Maehwa, you don't have a lot of options. And there we see he is on the Awakening Musa, but opting to stick to the pre-awakening. Maybe a little bit of BM coming out here from Crown Chest, disrespecting his opponent. Realistically, if he wanted to, with the amount of strength he has, he could just play in that Awakening and play purely for popping projection. And in one vacuum could mean insta-death, but actually giving his opponent a little bit of BM here. Goes for it, drops a bound CC, is going to completely break Rattlesnake's forward guard there, it looks like. Actually taking 4% HP there. Rattlesnake now popping his E-buff, is going to have a lot of damage off there. Oh, coming out of the BSS, eats his CC off the D-bite on the ground. Projection, 26 HP, forced to V. Crown Chest getting actually a very clean CC there onto the D-bite. And no. Actually got out. It did not get CC'd by the projection. Potentially a little too late there. Out of the sub arrow, and now backing up. Crown Chest putting aggressive pressure here. Hard chasing, goes for the D-bite. No connection. Gets the BSS slow onto Crown Chest there. So he's going to have a little room worth working with. However, the final circle, that slow is not going to matter when your opponent is that close. So he goes for the D-bite. No punish from Rattlesnake. Did not go for the back chase D-bite there. And Crown Chest is putting that hard aggressive pressure. Already that damage coming into play. Rattlesnake 50%. 40%, running low 30%. You have to be careful. This man is in close range with Awakening, and that damage is nothing to be scoffed at. Backing up, back chase again. He's going to look for a D-bite opportunity here. Doesn't manage to hit it. Eats a BSS. He's going to get slowed on the ground. Rattlesnake looking for some kind of CC opportunity, but so far, Crown Chest is just eating everything and not taking a single tick of CC. BSS comes in again. Managed to get that slow, but Rattlesnake 10%, running lower, and the final slash is going to be enough to do it. No BSR needed. Crown just takes a clean SA trade win, burns the first round.
Yeah, and honestly, you've shown him a lot of respect there early in the fight, you know, just sitting in his pre-awakening, not opting for the super armor trades. But as the circle got smaller and smaller, that's when Crown Chest said, okay, it's time to pull out the glaive. Let me, you know, pop it below the belt. Let me rotate crosscut, and the super armor trades just were not going in Rattlesnake's favor.
Yeah, and if I were like a new player and I was watching this and with those protection indicators on, like, I would basically think there's almost no opening to find against the Musa, because, you know, you could just complain and say they could just dash and get that super armor for free. So, but we'd see time and time and again that the Musas can be CC'd, but only at specific moments. And could you point out like a few of those moments where Musas actually have openings?
Yeah, so we did see a Crest Crusher come out from Liquid there. That's one of their frontals that could be punished. Outside of that, Dragon Bite, and then maybe a quick stub arrow in between the chase. If they can get some sort of slow, I think that's going to be Rattlesnake's best bet.
Awesome. And so for Crown Chest, we do know that he's probably got, he's really strong here, and Rattlesnake can't afford to super armor trade with him. But is there anything that he might need to change up just really quick for the next match?
I mean, what I would like to see out of Rattlesnake Gang here is kind of go for the backstep slash and get that 50% slow to try and put the fight more in his favor.
Awesome. All right, the players are ready to zoop their way out of the gate and open the Arena of Arsha fight. Round 2 is about to begin. Let's jump back into the arena and see who's going to take this round.
And already second round starting up here again. Succession versus Awakening. As we saw last round, Rattlesnake did his best to try and get as much pressure as he could off of him, but by crouches, no matter what it took. But unfortunately, that zone close is such a threat. And honestly, Rattlesnake here already taking that early damage pressure. Rising Storm trying to do what SA chip he can. As we saw in the EU bracket, Succession Musa definitely can do a lot of damage, but Crouch has strength just a little too much for Rattlesnake to put up with. And hasn't even gotten a CC onto Crown so far, showing that not only is Crown very strong, but very skilled actually on top of that. Doing a great job of retaining his protections already, again, playing in that pre-awakening early on in the open field here. E-Bike comes out, hits that BSS low, has the advantage and opportunity to play a little aggressive now, but is still too scared of that early SA trade pressure and wants to play on the back foot. Honestly, if I was Rattlesnake here, I'd look to play maybe a little more aggressive.
Yeah, I agree, especially after landing the BSS and getting the slow on the Crown Chest. I feel like that's going to be his best bet, his best opportunity to get a catch.
Yeah, and as we see here, the Succession press pressure, I believe, coming out there. That is going to be fun, but no punish coming up, and Crown Chest backing up. Crown Chest actually taking a little bit of chip here, dropped down to 60%, so now Rattlesnake not doing a bad job, but I believe that may have been from his E-buff. Backing up here, try to go for the D-back catch. Crown Chest opting to go for the chase. Linger there, didn't go into the Q block. A smart decision and ends up saving him. But now backing up, now starting to play more in that Awakening spec. Slowly the zone is going to be closing in, and 30 seconds to Rattlesnake's clock here. He has these final opportunities to abuse the movement and fast utility of Succession, but the second that gate closes closer and closer, he is going to be in a tough spot. Crown Chest tries to go for that D-bite, unfortunately again, trying to just pressure that block. Rattlesnake having a tough time. No connection so far. C-swap goes for it, slashes again. Needs to be careful. SPSR here as well by this time, as the round has been going on for a decent amount. Ooh, got caught by a Sunder, it looks like. Force on the ground, projection comes out. Rattlesnake has his B available. Is he gonna pop it? No, doesn't even go for it and ends up dying. Interesting decision, and Crown Chest will end up taking your second round and moving on to your grand finals.
Yeah, we saw it there. Crown Chest just showing so much control in the fight. Just beautiful super armor rotations again and again. There were a couple times when Rattlesnake Gang was able to land the BSS, but unfortunately they didn't aggress afterwards. So we just saw Crown Chest basically controlling the fight until its end, and maybe Rattlesnake holding onto the V just to end it.
All right, and with that, Crown Chest will be moving on to the grand finals, and he will be facing Triva Quad Gnome for that matchup. This is going to be one to watch, and unfortunately for Rattlesnake, he will fall into the third place match, but there is still a chance to secure some really nice prizes. He is going to be fighting against Swiftfoot, and between these two players for the third place match, what are your predictions?
I'm interested to see Swiftfoot. Oh, do we have a replay?
Oh, it's actually commentated with this.
Okay, hopping into the replay. We saw the catch there, the Crush Crusher for the knockdown, the projection, extra credit, and then we're going to get the below the belt into the Fiery Crevice, and just one final crosscut to finish him off there.
Awesome. And actually, that's actually a fantastic skill name, extra credit, by the way.
Yeah.
And so yeah, back to the prediction for that third place match, Swift and Rattlesnake. So this is, again, going to be a Succession versus Awakening matchup. And Rattlesnake, unfortunately, on the losing end of that just now, but his opponent is going to be different this time. What do you think he has to do in order to clean up his play?
So I think if Swiftfoot comes in, who's he fighting?
Rattlesnake.
Rattlesnake. If Rattlesnake comes in with the Succession, especially with that E-buff and puts on the early pressure, I could see Rattlesnake, having a little more control of the fight compared to his fight against Crown Chest. But Swiftfoot, definitely no slouch on this Musa. I could see it almost going the same way.
All right. So the third place match is ready to start. Let's just jump straight into that Arena of Arsha. Swiftfoot versus Rattlesnake game. Who's going to win it? Is the foot going to step on the snake, or will the snake bite the foot? Let's just turn things into the arena and find out who's going to take the win.
Alrighty, Swiftfoot, Rattlesnake, 0-0 here. This is going to be your decider for third place, Succession versus Awakening. And unfortunately, we saw in the last round, Rattlesnake not a big opportunity to do much. He's going to pop his Eve up here. Natalia comes out, Rising Storm, trying to drop some damage, drops that BSS. Swiftfoot going to be dropping low here. And Swiftfoot, nothing to scoff at, did really well against Quad, but oh my god, that damage from Rattlesnake, why it may have been nothing in his last match, completely chunked Swiftfoot, goes for the blooming. Unfortunately, it is going to be a protected, but no CC connection from Swiftfoot, a little too slow there to try and get that off. Now, Rising Storm again in the middle, drops the BSS. There's going to be no CC or slow connection. Swiftfoot goes for it, tries to go for the D-bite, going for the slashes here instead. Dropping damage is heavily slow, needs to be careful. Rising Storm, that extra damage, so much. BSS follow, blooming, managed to pop the Q block on the last tick there. Trying to go for a D-bite, got behind the frontal guard there on the last tick, drops the Crush Crusher, and Rattlesnake, even through all that, finally pops the V.
Great punish out of Swiftfoot there with the Dragon Bite.
Great stuff, and yeah, exactly. Actually showing up here, Rattlesnake doing a great job so far, the chip, and Swiftfoot showing up, and as he did in that quad matchup, a very close set as we saw. And Rattlesnake, if he wants to turn this around, he needs to try and put that early aggression we saw earlier, and potentially even just play for hard SA trade if he wants to. Obviously, Succession Musa with that Rising Stormlinger has a lot of options, but still has to be careful not to get caught in that wrong projection. On the back foot, deep ice traded. With the CC, needs to be careful with that front guard. BSS pops with the mention dodging just in time there. That Rising Storm once again retaliate, ends up eating the slow there. Swiftfoot needs to be a little careful. On the back foot, backing up again. Rattle still looking for that BSS D-bite out from Swiftfoot, a little too far away. Maybe potentially, I do believe most Musas actually do also mouse move D-bite at times, but not 100%. Obviously, mouse moving in melee can be incredibly difficult. And on the back foot here again, Rattlesnake now pushing forward, drops a BSS, managed to get the slow onto Swiftfoot there, opting to still play that passive playstyle, doesn't want to go too aggressive early on, and now we're in that final circle, you have to be careful. Throttle cards being traded everywhere, and ends up eating the projection on the ground. The Crush Crusher is going to be the final hit, and that's going to be Rattlesnake losing the first round. Swiftfoot taking a clean win.
Yeah, Swiftfoot, I believe that's the first full Crush Crusher into foul play that we've seen. The damage is immense from that skill, and just overall really well played. I feel like the early aggression out of Rattlesnake was really good, but unfortunately got a little over aggressive. Then he got caught, forced to burn the V, and it seemed like from there on out he was scared to go in again. And so as a Succession Musa, if you're on the back foot, in my opinion, you've already lost the match.
Yeah, and there was that big initial chip damage, not chip damage, chunk damage from Rattlesnake. I'm not sure what skill that was, but that did huge damage. And I was actually expecting more like burst to come out of the Awakening kit rather than Suck, because we know Rattlesnake didn't get much of a chance to showcase that burst damage against Crown Shot, but when he was fighting Swift, that damage did come out. And if you were to tell a new player, like, or they were asking you, like, what should I pick, Succession versus Awakening, what kind of like differences would you tell to them and help them like make their choice?
I mean, Succession, like we saw early in the fight, it definitely has that early aggression. So if you're an aggressive player, you like to get in there, you like to burst, Succession is going to give that to you, as well as a couple options with the super armor. And then over on the Awakening, you have more extended combos, your neutral game a little bit better, and you have a lot more options overall in the kit.
Fantastic. And so now the players are ready to jump back into the arena. Swift versus Rattlesnake. Let's see who's going to take home this win. Is Rattlesnake going to fall back behind or turn things around? Let's find out and jump into the arena.
Second round starting up here. Whoever does win this will be moving on and achieving your third place victory. Swiftfoot again with that 1-0. Backing up here. Q block. Needs to be careful here. Anything, solid you've seen out of Swiftfoot so far in these matches?
I mean, Swiftfoot doing a really good job of just controlling the pacing. Even when he was being pressured extremely hard by Rattlesnake at the beginning of the last fight, he still did a good job of replying with the CC of his own.
And I believe, personally, I feel like Rattlesnake potentially playing a little too passive at times.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I feel like Succession, you need to be in their face, taking those trades, because more than likely you're going to win those trades. We need to see more out of it from Rattlesnake.
And unfortunately here, Rattlesnake still playing on the back foot. Ooh, a little bit of a misplay there almost for a second. Looks like he walked in and going to the hard chase, potentially burning his stam, slowly back chasing. Swiftfoot showing some early aggression. A match of who walks up first.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Rattlesnake is waiting for his debuff. I don't understand why he's playing so passive with the Succession Musa. I feel like this is matchup where you need to take the trades.
Rising Storm coming out here, Swift on the back end. Rapsa slashing, needs to be careful. Thinking that Fear Guard for a little too long could be deadly. Rattlesnake opting not to take a hard advantage of it. And inside that projection gets CC'd on the ground. Trying to go for a secondary, completely drops his combo.
Pulling out a little Bruce Lee action there.
Potentially a little bit of a misplay out of Swiftfoot, losing his thought process. Obviously, the nerves can't get to you, and it was probably not expecting that initial CC to come through. Rattlesnake as well, off the wake-up, got the CC there and forced the V, and now Rattlesnake with a big advantage here, losing the first V in the last set, has the V advantage in this one, but it's not going to mean too much if he gets stunned right out of that. On the ground, projection comes out, but the damage isn't going to mean too much. Oh, that crush crusher on that last hit there, almost chunking him down to 20% HP. Needs to be careful. Projection on the opposite side, a little too far away, so you're not going to manage to hit that. Rattlesnake still has that V available. This is going to be that final circle. 50 seconds in, you're not going to be able to V to any kind of location, and outside the zone, you're going to take too much. Projection on the backside, holding that Q block, waiting. Goes forward, slashes. Rattlesnake seeming to have a lot of strength here. Ooh, goes for the D, but isn't going to manage to hit Rattlesnake out of that lingering SA. Swiftfoot on the back foot here. Waiting, Rattlesnake chasing around, burning a lot of stamina here. Stamina is going to be super crucial here, and 30 seconds left. This may end up going down to a clock thing. It looks like he wants to pop an E-book there. Waiting, goes for it, Crush Crusher. Oh, a little too much, got caught going into the chase. No secondary CC though, but both players are even on HP actually. Looking to pop that heal, 75% to 77. Need to be careful, 10% left. Projection in the middle, a little too far away. Swiftfoot needs to be careful. This final Rising Storm coming in here. Actually gets a catch behind the Retaliate. Gets the final CC, 2 seconds left, and Swiftfoot's gonna end up winning that. Great, what's up?
I mean, we saw a lot of Musa action there. Swiftfoot playing so incredibly patient and was able to get a couple Dragon Bite catches that is going to give him the victory. Unfortunately, Rattlesnake playing so extremely passive with the succession. The couple times he did go aggressive, we saw it pay off and we saw the huge damage.
Yeah, and with that victory, Swiftfoot is going to take home that 3rd place prize. Let's pull up the brackets one more time to see the conclusions of the NA Musa fights. Triva Quad Gnome is going to be facing Crown Chest Liquid 112 for the grand finals, and find out who's going to win that title of Unrivaled. And so that does conclude the Musa NA fights. And moving on to the next class, it is Musa's counterpart, Echo Fighter. She's got this Icy Care Spear and float combos that will make you drool. It is going to be Maehwa. And Vert, you have played quite a bit of Maehwa, and I think you are still playing her, but can you enlighten us on the differences between Maehwa and Musa?
So Maehwa, again, its kit is a little less super armor reliant. Musa is going to be a lot of super armor trading, where Maehwa is going to be a little more tactical, has a lot of fast stiffs coming out from oppression, stigma, forward blind thrust, your bow stunts. You just have so many options in Maehwa's kit for a catch, as well as the new core skill. You know, a lot of the times the players will pick up the pedal drill core to add a bound to it, and then the other one would be Sticky Snowflake for added super armor.
Awesome. So let's pull up those Maehwa NA brackets and take a look at which competitors are going to be fighting today. On the left side of the bracket, we have Ketsuro against Not Coco, who I believe is a bit of a favorite here. And on the right side, we have Henrius versus Shade. Shade also rather well known for being a very exceptionally skilled Maehwa. Guys, what are your predictions?
So the first fight here, I feel like we haven't actually seen too much out of Ketsuro. Got a bye early on, and we haven't seen them really go up against any formidable opponents.
I actually ended up getting a bye into the top 4 here, so
Yeah.
a little unlucky.
Yeah, so I don't even think, have they played a match yet?
I think he's played one match very early on in the tournament, but he is going against Coco, which is one of the stronger Maehwas in this tournament with a lot of gear as well on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, Coco's been looking so strong, dominating the fights, controlling the pacing, and just the strength coming out of Coco and the immense amount of damage that comes behind his Terror Spear is something to be scared of.
Yeah, and maybe because there is rather limited gameplay of Ketsuro, it is harder for Coco to kind of figure out what his opponent likes to do. And on the other hand, Ketsuro has managed to watch a lot of odds from Coco, and Coco being rather well known, players maybe also look up to him in a way and try to emulate his gameplay. But that being said, the players are now ready to jump into the first fight of match 1, NA Maehwas. Let's get into the arena and jump into the game.
Alrighty, first round starting up here. Ketsuro versus Coco. I believe Ketsuro is going to be on that succession Maehwa. From what I remember, but potentially, oh, looks like he's on the Awakening spec here. Katsura typically a succession player. A little interesting. Blooming coming out, needs to be careful. Obviously, a lot of players I've seen have run that slow add-on on top of it. Pushing forward here, that pedal drill, obviously the bond, goes for the Red Moon, actually gets a shout cancel on the end of it, and forces Katsuro's V. Coco doing a great job so far. Listening for those V audio cues, you have to be careful. Oh my god, through the wall! The pedal drill CCing him! Coco maybe showing some AoE map knowledge there.
Yeah, that was incredible. Like you said, AoE map knowledge, a lot of practice in the arena will allow you to pick up knowledge that, you know, hey, I could pedal drill here, especially with the core skill, adding the bound to it. I'll be able to pick up an opponent on the other side, and Coco just showcasing that knowledge to the fullest.
Yeah, and so that fight did look a little bit one-sided for the favor of Coco. And so for Katsuro, then what does he have to do in order to kind of maybe surprise Coco here? Because for that fight, it did seem kind of one-sided. Any ideas of strategies or tricks that he could pull out?
I just think right off the bat, Katsuro needs to play a little more safe. You know, getting caught by a shout like that early on in the match just shows maybe a little bit of nerves, not really prepared. And being forced to V, regardless of if you get caught out of V that early on in the match, is always going to put you on the back foot.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how I'm not actually sure what he got caught out of almost. It seemed like he might have been trying to trade a shot of his own and lost the duel there, so we'll have to see, coming into this next match, can he pull it back? And it was only a one-time thing, he didn't have a chance to get a secondary rundown after that V, so I'm hoping, this time around, potentially gets a second option after the V as well, but even then, if he does get the CC on the Coco, I'm not sure if he's going to build a full kill in one combo either.
Awesome, fantastic. Well, round 2 is ready. The players are ready to jump back into that arena. Katsuro, can he turn things around, or is Coco just going to fly by him and make it all the way to the grand finals? Let's see how things unfold.
And alrighty, second match starting in here. Both again on that Awakening. Maehwa, just at the backside. I'm not sure if that is frontal guard in pre-Awakening on the Awakening spec. Red Moon comes out, insta cancel out, needs to be careful. Goes for the pedal drill into that Red Moon. Almost got CC, but that is going to be an SA, so no hard connection. Now Coco on the back foot. Katsuro goes aggressive, pedal drill. Once again, this is going to be a hard trading. Blooming comes out. Oh, neither player actually eats a lot of damage there. Coco is going to be popping that D-bite, so he is going to have a frontal guard for that damage coming in. Blooming into the drill. Katsuro makes a massive loss there. Coco only dropping to 80. Meanwhile, Katsuro dropping to hard 50. Blooming comes out, tries to get the bloom from behind, or sorry, the pedal bloom from behind onto Coco, but no CC connection. And now backing up here, goes for the D-bite. Coco almost getting caught behind the bunker there. Have to be careful, but Katsuro, unfortunately, a little slow on the stub arrow. Room comes out, cancels out to the side, but eats the bloom. A little careful. Backing up. Pushing forward, drill comes out, double drill, have to be careful here, pushing forward, shout comes out from Katsuro, no connection, but shout's behind the frontal guard of the Red Moon. Great stuff from Coco, and showing that knowledge once again, twice in a row. Oh no, once again out of the V, Katsuro having no opportunity. Coco will be moving on to your grand finals, a clean 2-0 win, not a single CC onto him, and I mean, on all regards, that was a great showing.
I mean, Coco played phenomenal back-to-back catches with oppression in both the first fight and the second fight. That's going to be the shout there. The first fight, maybe trading impressions. The second one, beautiful positioning right behind the Red Moon. And once again, able to, after the V changes, able to follow the V and punish it to secure the victory. Yeah,
let's real quick look at that replay and what secured the win there for Coco and allowed him to move on to the grand finals. And we're jumping into the replay now.
All right, so hopping in, we see Coco pop a Red Moon of his own, but instantly pop Katsuro out of his Red Moon using the oppression behind the frontal. You could hear Coco looking for the V, spots it last second, the bow stun coming through, is actually going to catch Katsuro. It looked like they almost got their dash off, but not quite fast enough.
Yeah,
Coco
caught out of that iframe chase, a little bit of a small gap in there, so pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, with this, Coco is moving on to the grand finals. Katsuro, unfortunately, will be dropping to the third place match, but that is still a chance to win some very nice prizes. Up next, Henrius versus Shade. And personally, I do recognize the name Shade quite a bit, but Henrius, I'm not too sure about. And do you guys have any info about this player?
Yeah, so Henry is actually a very well-known Maehwa as well. It's going to be another Cho Nation Maehwa coming in against the Vertex GM of Shade, aka Scarletta. Scarletta, previously in the tournament, we saw a lot of succession gameplay, and I think if Scarletta wants to do well against the Awakened Maehwa, needs to continue to go with the strategy of popping the red blade, taking the super armor trades, and just being overall very aggressive in this matchup.
And you mentioned Red Blade just now. Just for the players who don't know exactly what that is, could you elaborate on Red Blade?
Yeah, so Red Blade is a mechanic that comes with Maehwa Succession, and it's going to change your abilities. You know, a couple of them, such as Red Moon, instead of a forward guard, it's going to become a super armor, pick up a little bit more damage. Dragon Bite becomes a multi-hit that you can spam in place, also super armor, instead of the normal forward guard.
So basically, that's like a steroid for the Maehwa, and that gives her a brief window where she could probably overpower the Awakening Maehwa and give her an advantage. Fantastic. Armin, anything you want to say about a potential Awake v Suck matchup here?
Well, coming into Awake v Suck, I feel like Red Moon trades are super important when it comes to Maehwa. Almost, if you pop your Red Moon too early, you can come on the bottom end. And Succession Maehwa, with that hard damage off that Blooming, has a chance to pull it out, so I'm excited to see what happens.
All right, Henrius and Shade are now ready to fight. Let's jump straight into match 2, round 1, and check out the fight in the Arena of Arsha.
Alrighty, first match starting up. Henrius versus Shade here. Already, again, this is going to be Succession against Awakening, and it looks like he is playing for that Red Blade. Comes out with a Red Moon, is going to be holding that D-Bite, and you do have a long SA Linger damage with that Red Blade D-Bite, but you are going to be burning a lot of stamina here. You have to be careful. Awakening Maehwa putting that early pressure. Again, you have to be careful of that Petal Jill SA. A lot of the CC coming out here is going to be through that Red Moon or some kind of sticky or Stigma Gap if you are not too careful. Obviously, Stigma Gap, one of the hardest things. Red Moon trade on the backside there. Stub Arrow comes out, no hard connection. Petal Drill. Henry is trying to put some forward pressure, but not going to be enough. Shade taking the back foot here and is going to look to get his stamina back. Again, one of the big advantages of the Awakening Maehwa in this matchup is you do have more options to get your stamina through those SA Lingers. Meanwhile, Succession has to play low on the back foot, goes for the PSS D-Bite on the backside, almost got the CC connection there. Shade very close there, and now that Red Blade again is going to be dropping that damage, actually chunking Henry's real hard. Henry's put some damage pressure back and putting him down to 50% HP on Shade, and pops a sub arrow into the Red Moon, forcing the V out of Shade there. Henry's doing a good job so far, managed to read the positioning, but unfortunately a little too slow on the sub arrow. Now backing up, Telegram opposite side, Blooming comes out, is going to get a little bit of a slow there. Sticky comes out from Shade, trying to get as much damage as he can, but he needs to be careful, dropping low, 30%, CC'd on the ground by the Petal Drill, it looked like. And off the back of that, Henrius is going to be taking the first round 1-0.
Yeah, you can see right off the bat there, Scarletta again trying to go for the Red Blade method, you know, really pressuring his opponent, but Henry a little more versed in the Maehwa versus Maehwa matchup, understood how it's supposed to play out, was able to slow and kind of kite out the Red Blade, and then as soon as Red Blade was down, continued to put the pressure and not allow Scarletta to get it back up.
Yeah, and we've seen time and time again the importance of slows, especially for melee classes with burst mobility. It being like having that mobility kind of cut in half with those slows can sometimes be almost as fatal as taking like a bad trade. And you mentioned slows earlier that was applied to the Maehwas. Could you mention like a few of those skills that actually have slows that Maehwas need to watch out for?
Yeah, the big one is going to be Petal Drill. It's pretty low cooldown, I believe 8 or 9 seconds, and it's pretty spammable. And also Henry running the Bond on it, which we saw at the end, was able to catch them with the bound on Petal Drill as well.
I think that is the primary Bond that most people do run on Maehwa, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, either that or the Sticky Snowflake is not a bad pickup because it does give you super armor, and that's another good slow in the kit. So if you are looking to do a little bit more super armor trading, that could be a good pickup.
All right, round 2 is about to start. The players are ready to fight. Let's jump back into that Arena of Arsha and see if Shade can turn things around or if Henrius is just going to walk away with that 2-0 big win.
All right, so starting off here, we're going to be on board with Henry. Henry looking to get that Petal Drill slow, not going to catch anything quite yet. Scarletta coming out with the Red Blade. It's going to be aggressive, but nothing coming out of it. He's actually losing these super armor trades that he's looking to get those and looking to bully. Actually gets caught behind with a quick forward blind thrust.
Was that FPT? Yeah, that is that FPT. We talked about it earlier. Such a fast CC. Oh no! Actually read the V. Is going to have the sub arrow here, and such a quick match. Unfortunate for Shade. Off that last round, which was much longer, managed to turn it around. Henrius got that one off the V follow-up, and I think in that first catch you said that FPT. Can you talk a little more about that?
Yeah, so forward blind thrust, it's one of the most mechanically challenging CCs to get down as an Awakened Maehwa. But if you can perfect it, it's a beautiful ability to mouse move or even catch someone just barely on the side with a little bit of a camera turn. And we saw it catch Scarletta there, and then Henry was able to follow the V once again and close out the fight.
And I think Henry's off the back of that is going to be moving on to your grand finals, where I believe he's going to be fighting Coco.
yes, Coco and Henrius are going to be meeting up in the grand finals, and they are guildmates, right?
Yep.
So this will be a Cho Nation versus Cho Nation finals, and Ketsuro and Shade, on the other hand, will be duking it out for those third place prizes. So between what we saw from Ketsuo and Shade, who do you think is going to take it here?
It really comes down to experience of the Awaken versus Succession matchup. If Ketsuro is able to play it similar to how Henry did, you know, kind of just slowing Scarletta with the Red Blade, backing off, waiting for Red Blade to fall off, then we're going to be able to see Ketsuro take control of the fight.
Awesome. Let's pull up the replay then and see what Henrius did right there to take that victory over Shade.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see this clean forward blind thrust. You see for a second, does the rebomb. The forward blind thrust so fast you could barely see it. The V coming out there, and you just know Henry has this dialed in, knows where he's coming out. The bow stun coming in, the red moon for the float, the sticky snowflake, the new skill there. I'm not sure what the new skill from Maehwa is called, but it does phenomenal damage.
Yep. Float combos to drool over. I wish Ranger had float combos that good. But for Ketsuro and Shade, these two are going to be fighting in that third place match. And are there any adjustments Shade has to consider for this Awakening versus Succession matchup a bit more? Because so far, every time from what I've seen, he's tried to use that Red Blade, he doesn't get too much value out of that steroid.
Yeah, I think against Henry, you know, Henry is, you know, a very strong opponent, very strong Maehwa, and he's not going to get bullied by the Red Blade. Typically, throughout the bracket, we've seen Scarletta go up against all these different Maehwas, and with Red Blade, he's been able to bully the Maehwas out of the bracket, out of the tournament, and just do such a good job. So Ketsuro in this fight is going to have to do a phenomenal job of getting a slow with Pedal Drill and then controlling Scarletta from there.
All right, fantastic. Well, match 3 is now ready to start. Ketsuro versus Shade. These two players are going to duke it out for that third place prize. Let's jump into that arena and see that crucial first round.
And here we go, third place match already. Vertex against Stray, Ketsuro against Shade. Early Red Moon comes out, already catching Ketsuro, forced to V. Shade on that Succession Maehwa. Ketsuro, typically a Succession player on Awakening for this matchup. Potentially out of his comfort zone a little bit, but he has been practicing a decent amount. And both these guilds certainly strong, like Nippon Steel, knocked out by 2 Cho Nation members. Vertex against Stray, 30% here. Shade needs to be careful. Already pops that E-buff. Both players actually popping that E-buff. And I believe Succession Maehwa E-buff is going to be a lot of damage chunk coming out. The crit damage increase. And now pushing forward. Fingering that Red Blade. Trying to go for the forward slashes. Shade playing in the middle of this pillar here.
Yeah, Ketsuro doing a great job of cutting out the Red Blade. Knows it's going to fall off from Scarletta here. And I think even avoiding the E-buff as well.
Yeah. And playing for that time, he does not want to risk going into it. And Ketsuro on the backside. And now zones are going to be closing in, so these players are going to have to play a little more forward. Ketsuro, I believe, after losing that V, wants to play a little more on the backside. Drops the Bloom here. Needs to try and get some kind of damage chip if he can. Shade still is going to be in that Red Blade, so he's going to be able to pop that SA train on the backside. Chase back, holding that Q block. No snubs out just yet. Pedal Bloom on the backside, or sorry, Pedal Drill on the backside behind that wall. With that massive AoE, you still can't technically hit behind some of those hard objects. Bloom comes out, is going to hard chip out Shade here. Has to be careful, almost hit the sticky. Now through the Red Moon, 20%. Ketsuro actually doing a lot of damage. Pops a shot on the backside, trying to put some hard pressure. Shade now kinding away. Eats the Bloom on the backside there. He gets the frontal guard off just in time, but still dropping down to 20%. Has to pop that chase, and that is the one big downside of Maehwa and Musa. When you are low HP, you don't have much tools to hold that Q block in front of you. And during your movement, you're going to be in that full SA, so you will still be taking that chip. And you can see here, Ketsuro still keeping that forward pressure, dashing forward, pops a BSS in the backside. Not going to be very close for any kind of CC potential from Shade. Waiting. Now, final circle. If Shade does get CC'd on this last hit, he is not going to have much room to V away here. Red Moon comes out from both players, pops the sticky onto Ketsuro there. Ketsuro potentially eating a little bit of a slow. You have to be careful. Now, Nurabam pop is going to have a frontal guard on that, backing up. Red Moon try to go for the D-buy into it. Is going to pop the blue from Ketsuro, lingering those essays and playing the time as he can. Try to go for the Sigma catch, or sorry, the FBT catch, but no connection once again. Now, Red Moon on the backside. Looks like Shade is going to be going into Red Blade here. It is going to have that full SA on the slashes. Red Moon comes out. D-buy again, pushing forward. D-buy lingering in the SA. Ketsuro has to be careful. Pops that new frontal guard, eating some chip here. FPT still available, 10 seconds left on the clock. The next HP here could be crucial. Neither player is going to look for a CC too hard, but actually gets caught on the last tick. But is that going to mean too much? 5 seconds left here. He has to look for something. Tiger Blade coming out. Doesn't want to go for the CC option. Katsuro is going to play for the time, and it's going to end up being a draw. Rather than trying to CC the end of the V, Katsuro went into Tiger Blade and potentially threw the round off of that.
Yeah, that was... I'm definitely going to call it a throw. I think Katsuro, in his mind, thought he got Scarletta low enough to take the fight. And so he said, okay, I'm going into Tiger Blade. I'm going to stay safe. I'm going to disengage. But Scarletta came out, popped the Maehwa's will, healed back up, and got 100%.
Yeah, and maybe he could have even aimed like a stub arrow right at the V, at the V there, and didn't even have to follow up, just doing like 2% damage. Could have been the difference there. And so for these like Maehwa Awakened versus Succession matchups, you know, sometimes as a player, you just want to use what you're more comfortable with because you feel like with that, having the more comfy spec, you might just be able to get into rhythm a little bit better. And as a player, Vert, like if you're joining these kind of tournaments and you knew the matchup might be a little bit unfavorable for your spec, would you still run with your comfort kit here?
I mean, in this specific matchup, I think you have to go Awakening. Unless you are much stronger than the Maehwa you're fighting, you're not going to win a lot of those trades. As you saw, Katsuro, probably similar strength to Scarletta, and a lot of the trades actually going in Katsuro's favor, which is not what you want to see from the Succession, because you really don't have a lot to play with other than your super armor trades with Red Blade.
And so here, it is going to be a draw, so we're going to see another round. And is there any kind of adjustment the players could make to kind of... Are there even openings to exploit here as Maehwas?
I do want to say something real quick. I believe that is the first draw we've seen in the entire matches so far.
All right. So the next round is about to begin. The players are ready to fly out of that arena. Katsuro Shade, let's see if we're going to see another draw or not, because both players were a little bit hesitant to engage on each other. But let's jump back into that arena and get things underway.
Yes, so no matter what coming into here in this next match, it is going to be the first point for this one. So we are going to see 3 matches regardless after this. Actually, no, I believe that's going to end up tying it up 1-1 off the back of that draw. So we're only going to be seeing one more here. Bloom comes out from Katsuro, waiting on the backside. Holding. Both players, the next point could be deadly. Waiting.
I think Scarletta also has Red Blade up.
Yeah, that Red Blade again is going to have that long SA. Tries to go for a shot on the backside. Again, no CC connection. Shade lingering that SA off of, I believe, D-Buy off of the Red Blade. And on the backside here behind the player, both these players want to play for time. Kettle Drill into that Bloom coming out. Is going to have a slow on it, it looks like, to pop onto Shade there. And Shade needs to be careful. Pops that new frontal. Hasn't looked for any kind of BSS opportunities. A lot of the Succession Maehwas we saw in the EU back in this one, even though you do have that massive slow percentage, not wanting to risk. And actually, speaking of frontal guards, Red Moon comes out and instantly catches Shade there. And listening to the V call, Katsuro's going to follow him, tries to go for the CC, but he's too slow. Almost got the CC behind the Red Moon as well, but opted not to go for it. Katsuro, a load of mistakes, potentially the nerves getting to him there a little too much. And now Bloom comes out, is going to get the slow on to Shade there. Needs to be careful. Now Katsuro taking some damage trade back is going to be the Red Blade Red Moon coming out of Shade. They're getting the back attacks. Katsuro off the full HP. Another Red Moon catch on the ground, and that's going to be the final point. Katsuro ends up winning the round 2-1, and I believe he's going to be taking the 3rd place off of that.
Yeah, Katsuro, I mean, playing really, really well. The first catch we saw the Red Moon. Scarletta tried to use a bow stun in almost melee range, was punished by the Red Moon coming out there. And then even to finish up the fight, another Red Moon to Scarletta's back to take the victory.
Yeah, so let's actually pull up the replay and see that final costing mistake there from Shade and how Katsuro managed to punish it.
All right, so hopping in here, we see the trade, the super armors going back and forth. And then I believe coming up here, we have the first Red Moon. Scarletta using a bow stun, not able to get anything. Katsuro putting a lot of pressure. The Red Moon coming out, catches Scarletta right in the back in a beautiful combo.
It looks like he caught him on a Stigma there, yeah. A little unfortunate.
And that will be the end of the NA Maehwa fights. Let's pull up those brackets one more time to see which players are going to be facing who in the grand finals. On the left, we have Not Coco, and on the right, we have Henrius, both members of Cho Nation. So we're going to see a Nippon Steel clash in the finals. And that does conclude the Maehwas. And those were some really excellent fights there as well. So really good efforts and good fights. Thank you for showing up, players. And on to the next class matchup. We have Kuno, the Stealth Menace. And for these Kuno matches, I also see some names here that are very interesting. And you do play Ninja Armin, so you might also know a lot about Kuno as well. And could you tell me your predictions for some of these Kuno matchups?
Well, coming into the Kuno, the NA1, there is going to be a lot of tension coming around these players. In the first match, I do believe you have Reezy against Devitalize. Reezy, a lot of people actually do not know Reezy. He is in the duelist community. On top of that, Devitalize, also not super well known. Kind of a bit of a defensive player on that Kunoichi, whereas Reezy, a little more of an aggressive player. So coming into this match, you're going to see these two kind of playstyles clashing a little bit. And Reezy, after, talking to him, previously, the previous day, he's not sure. He's a little hesitant on winning this match, so I'll have to see how that goes. Both these players are going to be on Suck. And meanwhile, on the opposite side of the bracket, you have Vibe, who you may be familiar with potentially, against two Virulent. Both these players are, one of them is going to be on Awakening while the other is on Succession. So the only Awakening Maehwa we've seen today, well, not even in the EU bracket there was one.
And that's coming out of Vib.
Yeah, that is coming out of Vib.
Yeah,
that
Vib has
is
been on Awaken Kuno for a very, very long time.
Oh, did I say Maehwa? My bad. Kuno, sorry about that.
Yeah, he's been on Awaken Kuno for a very long time. Very comfortable with the class, and one of the most fun players to watch.
All right, fantastic. So let's get things underway. The NA Kunoichi fights begin now for the semifinals. Devitalize versus Reezy. Let's see what this fight has in store for us.
Alrighty, Devitalize versus Reezy. Reezy, one of the favorites to win this tournament, but unfortunately, it's going to be a slight strength advantage. You will have to be careful. Tyrant Cutter already come down the mid. Flash smoke, flash slash. So Reezy opting to kite back there off the backside. Neither player popping that E-buff just yet. This is going to be very incredibly fast-paced, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready. Already down the mid. Tries to go for the slow. Really aggressive grab. Not sure what that was. Popping this clone on the backside. Waiting. Goes smoke. Flash slash. Doesn't go for the grab opportunity. Devitalize potentially missing it. Block shot on the backside. And now backing up a little bit, goes into that Sanuka, trying to get for a bait play, but no connection from Devitalize. And now both players on the backside are going to wait for their CDs here. Kuno obviously having a lot of long CDs. Smoke, screen, smoke, flash slash once again in that mid. Clone on the backside is going to pop that SA Linger. Reezy going aggressive. You can move flash slash to go aggressive and move your positioning a little bit. So tries to play for the bait CC with the stiff in there. Immediately down the mid, go for the top. Tendon Cutter actually gets the catch. No! On the backside, gets the grab out of the end of the Tendon Cutter. A great play from Reezy, forcing the V out of Devitalize here, and ends up not opting to go for the V cheese. Immediately comes out, Stomp, trying to go for the damage there. Now out behind the pillar, Devitalize, smoke screen, flash slash from Reezy, no connection. Backing up, ghost screen, and gets it slow on the Devitalize there. Has to be careful. Went for the kunai stiff, something you're not going to see from a lot of other Kunos. And now Tendon Cutter, both players trying to get back. Block jump comes out, no connection. Devitalize backing up a little bit. Again, another Kuno that is going to have a large, massive slow on there. And now Clone comes out on the backside. Tendon Cutter training it back. Reezy pushing forward, goes with the stomp. Actually, a little bit of a risky stomp from Devitalize, taking some chip there in the middle of that Tendon Cutter. Dropped to 70% HP. Reezy holding the middle here, waiting. Pushing forward, going for the slow. Devitalize, again, the kunai stiff, you have to be careful. Tendon Cutter comes out, both trying to get back. Smoke, flash flash, Reezy does not want to risk that grab, does not have a long SA Linger to hit the back of that, similar to Succession Ninja Shadow Slash, and unfortunately here, with that option missing, is going to have a hard time punishing it. Both players in the middle, drops a clone, goes for the Stomp CC, no connection. Sanu in the middle. You have to be careful not to run into that stiff, and that is going to be a long lasting one. And the Tendon Cutter actually comes in, connects onto Reezy, and Reezy forced to V here. No. This is going to be deadly. Reezy, it looks like he's going to opt to first person we have seen to come out of the V in the outside the zone. A smart play, not caring about the damage trade, and instead opting to live. And off the back of that is going to be able to V in the last zone. Flash slash in the mid. Tendon Cutter comes out, no CC connection. Block jump traded back again, and Devitalize dropped to 10% HP, but catches Reezy, but no secondary. Barely gets it. Both players 43% trading the SA chip back and back. Devitalize in a bit of a struggle here, but gets grabbed out of the clone immediately forward. That was a bit of a tussle in the mid game there. Devitalize dropping two opportunities to kill Reezy, but Reezy managed to pull it back on the last tick there.
I mean, 500 IQ, 5-head Galaxy Brain out of Reezy to V into the fog. Take a little bit of damage, but not guaranteed to die. And I think that's the biggest thing we've seen with that final circle today, is that players choose to V, they don't go outside into the fog, and they just die instantly. So huge heads-up play out of Reezy, came back into the circle and secured the victory.
Yeah, and I think coming out of this, you're going to be seeing a lot of players in future matches, especially in the finals, mimicking Reezy a lot more, so we'll have to see if that trend continues.
Yeah, that actually is probably the first big like V adaptation, because players have just been getting punished so much whenever they come out of V nowadays, and that might actually be the trick to helping them turn the round around, just like how Reezy did there to Devitalize. And that big chunk of damage that he got off of Devitalize right after the V was something I wasn't expecting. So do you remember like what exactly went down that led to that like huge chunk?
Hard Snatch, Stomp, those two abilities can chunk super hard, especially in combos. Whereas it wasn't a combo in that tick, you're going to get a massive slow off on top of that. So Reezy, those two chunking abilities was, you know, it hit super hard, especially it might have been into his back potentially as well. So immediately dropping from 80% to 10, Devitalize might just have to watch out for a little more next time.
Let's see if Reezy can pull out any more very clever plays against his opponent Devitalize. They are ready for the next round. Let's jump back into the arena of Arsha and see what the players have in store.
And already second match starting up here. Reezy already showing why he is one of the favorites to win this Kuno tournament, showing that, the smart plays and the AoE practice early. Flash Slash comes out, forward, block jump, trading the smoke on the backside. Devitalize almost getting caught by the smoke screen there. A little risky. You have to be careful. Clone comes out. Oh, was that a Moonlight? Something you don't often see by Kunos. That is fully unprotected and a little far away. It looks like he's just looking for some damage filler, or sorry, some movement filler. They're already caught out in the middle of the Stomp. Looks like Devitalize went a little too aggressive and got caught by the Stomp CC. Did not eat the damage though. Those are two separate instances. And already coming out of the V, over in the middle, Smokescreen, Flash Slash coming out. Devitalize drops the Sinu. Reezy needs to be careful, backing up a little bit. Eats it slow there. Oh, actually goes for the slow Stomp and cancels out. A lot of people don't know. A lot of Kunos have that cancel out of Prime Stomp, and now backing up here. Stomp in the middle. Smokescreen. Reezy backing up. Did not want to go forward with the Tenon Cutter. Almost a bait there. Sinu cut now on the backside. That is going to be a long CD. Devitalize losing a little bit of his utility. Reezy now in the mid. Block up. Gets the grab up onto Reezy. On the ground. Clone comes out. 50%. Needs to be careful, and finally pops a V there. This is going to be 50 seconds into the first minute. So he is going to have the option for the B, but doesn't go far enough. Devitalize instantly capitalizing onto Reezy there. It looks like that was the half moon, or sorry, the Crescent Slash movement there into the Stomp. And that's going to be 1-1.
Yeah, the Stomp range is not something to play with. You know, able to catch him out of the V, but just amazing play back and forth. Like you said, Reezy did slow Stomp, but, you know, as a professional Kuno, they know they can cancel out of that. So great play there. And then the grab coming from Devitalize, forcing that V out of Reezy, and then capitalizing with the Stomp.
And Armin, earlier you were talking about movement filler, and that is something that I'm going to have to ask you about, because for me, when I'm watching these Kuno fights, these are basically anime level fights. Yeah, I can't read anything that's happening on screen. You know, like skills are coming out like every 0.2 seconds. And so, but I'm sometimes seeing like movement skills they do feel a little bit unprotected. And could you elaborate more on like possible like movement fillers that Kunos might have here?
Well, Succession Kuno has technically a strong super protected movement ability in the ability of Tenon Cutter. On top of that, it carries a CC on the end. But besides that, a lot of the movement you're going to be seeing coming out of them is just going to be kind of has a slow-paced hit on the end, and a lot of the time is going to be unprotected, similar to Crescent Slash, Ankle Cutter, those two abilities. Heart Snatching, if you 180 the camera, it'll move you backwards. Those abilities, while they can have some damage and the CC potential, they are unprotected, so you have to be careful of them.
All right, let's see if Devitalize or Reezy can take the final victory and move on to the grand finals. This is the NA Kuno match 1. Let's get things underway and jump into that arena.
And this is going to be the third match, potentially an upset coming into this round if Reezy does end up losing this. And already in the middle, eats a Sinu. Devitalize popping an unexpected Sinu in pop of Reezy's face. And already coming out the V on the corner, needs to be careful. The last time he was in this V opportunity, he ended up getting caught. Smoke, Flashlight comes out, block jump traded by both players. Devitalize popping his E-buff early on here. Reezy needs to be careful. That's going to be a lot of damage coming out. Reezy popping his E-buff now is going to have the damage trade potential back. Stomp goes out for Devitalize, backing up a little bit. Tenon Cutter traded on the backside again. Now taking the midfield. Reezy playing back behind the pillar, wants to play his time and go forward. He Devitalize getting in the midfield here. Tenon Cutter comes out, trying to go through the pillar. Is going to end up missing his smoke. Flash Slash burns some movement. Reezy went for the grab opportunity there, potentially baiting. No, drop the Sinu on top. So he's going to be down a CD here, and Aki gets a Flash Slash CD on the end there, forcing the V. Now out of Devitalized. Jesus, I'm losing my voice. And now the second V play coming out here. The next CC could be fatal. Devitalized down to 30% HP. Block jump comes out. Needs to be careful. Kunoichi didn't manage to hit it. Now forward slash that fatal blow. It's going to be so hard of a chunk. 30% eats the stomp. Reezy still a full percent HP here. 23% on Devitalized. Eats the tendon cutter. And Reezy off the back of a tendon cutter CC will be moving on to your grand finals. Great SA pressure, if I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Reezy coming out there early in the match. I think first 10 seconds, got stomped on, was forced to V, and just to be able to maintain your nerves, keep that composure, come back, force the V out of Devitalize, and then, you know, punish him with the tendon cutter at the end. Just phenomenal play out of Reezy.
Then let's pull up the replay and see that final tendon cutter that let Reezy pull out that sneaky win against Devitalize.
And as you can see here, went for the Kunoichi, ended up getting the slow on Devitalize there. Devitalize trades a clone back onto Reezy, but isn't going to be too much damage. Stomps forward here, gets some chip, pops a heart snatching. Devitalize actually ran out of the zone here. Yeah. We didn't end up seeing that, and he drops to 23%. And off of the back of that in the midfield, Reezy pops the tendon cutter. Devitalize potentially panicking a little bit after running out of that low HP right in the middle, a little too hectic, and ended up getting punished for it.
Yeah, it looked like, I mean, Devitalize was doing whatever he could to, you know, disengage, get a little bit of health back, but not paying attention to time there. Runs into the fog, takes a little bit more damage, and then as soon as they come in, they're punished instantly by that tendon cutter.
Right, and with that, Reezy will be moving on to the grand finals. Devitalized actually putting up a really good fight against Reezy there, taking him almost the entire length of the of each round for 3 rounds and only losing 2-1. So Devitalized actually is going to be a really strong, tough opponent for the future third place match here. But the upcoming match, Vib Uwu versus 2 Virulent, you mentioned one of these players might be using the Awakening. So anything that we should note about the Awakening?
I mean, the Awakening is going to be a lot of super armor trades compared to Succession, which I think Succession in the 1v1 matchup is a little faster in general, and Awakening is going to be slower SA movement. So it's going to be a tricky matchup, but Vib very, very familiar with it.
Yeah, coming into this, Succession is heavily favored in this matchup, especially when it comes to those close quarter fights. A lot of the time, if you're in that final zone, we'll say on that final minute, if you're playing Succession, you have a massive advantage, especially on Awakening Kuno, which is more of a frontal guard-oriented class at times as well.
And we can see the downfall of frontal guard-oriented classes against very tricky classes like Kuno. But the players now are ready. Vib Uwu against 2 Virulent. Let's jump into the arena and see how this match plays out.
And alrighty, again, this is going to be the only Awakening Kuno left in this tournament so far. Already early on, the 2 Virulent is going to be on the Succession Kuno. Smoke Screen Flash Slash comes down. Vib on that Awakening Kuno has the tool actually to deal with that set of abilities. That is going to be the Delighted Blast into the grab, that vacuum. Super lethal when it comes to the Flash Slash, and already goes forward, goes for the Stomp CC. No connection. Tendon Cutter on the backside. Awakening Kuno Tendon Cutter is not going to be much weaker, compared to Succession. Definitely much lower range and less of a CC and more of a safe SA option. Now already Blockship comes out for Devitalize. There might have been a little bit of a res there from Vib. Not 100% sure. Backing up, playing on the backside. Wants to play for the Delighted Blast CC. Smoke Flashback comes forward. Early aggression there. Vib a little too slow on the Delighted Punish. Tendon Cutter on the backside is trying to linger here. Holding Sinew Cut in the middle. Needs to make sure it doesn't run into it. Tendon Cutter almost got behind Vib's frontal guard there. And almost getting the CC. Blockship comes out super aggressive. Went for the Heart Snatch on the end there to save himself. Smoke, Flash Rush. Vib doesn't drop the Delighted again. Actually drops it a little too late. Oh, Volk, a Blockship Smoke comes out on the backside there. 2 Virulent barely getting that SA off in 2. Needs to be careful. Holding that S-Block on the backside. Vib going forward. A raw concealment that I just saw. Something you're never going to see. And now the Flash Rush comes down. Again, trying to get the Delight off a little too late. Sinew in the middle might... yeah, there is a Sinew. Has to be careful. That is going to be a long-range step. That is going to be lingering on the ground there. And there comes the Delighted. But it doesn't mean much. The Tendon Cutter goes through and gets the CC on the 2. 2 getting the first V out of this match. Vib over on the backside, but not enough. A little too close to the main circle on the ground. And 2 off the back of a V play is going to end up winning the round 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Vib was doing a great job of doing a lot of the super armor trades and was actually chipping down 2 a little bit. But Vib, unfortunately, does get caught, and then straight out of V, we've seen it time and time again, ends up going down.
So it looks like the Awakening actually coming on top here for that first round. And so when it comes to bond skills, could you enlighten me on what exactly the Awakening Kunos are kind of preferring nowadays?
So Awakening Kuno doesn't really have the strongest bonds compared to most classes. Obviously, you have the notorious spin bond. Spin, most people know on Awakening Kuno, takes the big glaive and is going to spin it around herself, but it's only stiffen. And most Kunos, especially in this close range matchup, you don't want to run it as you can have the risk of getting grabbed. So most Kunos instead run Half Moon Bond, which gives it a little more protection to move around Half Moon of hard movement ability of theirs. So most of the Kunos you're going to be seeing, especially Vib here, is going to be running that Half Moon Bond. So not really a CC utility bond, more of a sorry, not really a CC bond, more of a utility bond that he's going to be running.
Right, so he's kind of valuing the protected mobility here a bit more for the Succession matchup because, as you mentioned earlier, Succession Kuno is a little bit more nimble than the Awakening one, and Awakening tends to have like these more stationary frontal guards, is that right? So there is room for Virulent, though, to punish the Awakening Kuno. And so let's actually take things straight into round 2. Vib Uwu versus Virulent. Will Virulent be able to take these things his way, or is Vib Uwu going to walk over him and make it to the grand finals?
And already second round starting up here. Vib already down 1-2. A also very experienced Succession Kuno. Nothing to be trifled with, doing a great job so far. 2 on the backside. Is going to pop that early Sanu. Delighted comes out. 2 pushing forward. Oh, went for the flash dash, almost went for the grab, but unfortunately that Awakening flash dash is going to be much weaker. Doesn't manage to get any kind of CC of it too. After getting that V now, is going to pop that E buff. He's going to be playing for that hard early aggression. That movement is going to be keeping up with you so hard, and the damage you're going to be seeing here already goes into the Tentacutter, gets forward, pops the smoke onto Vib. Vib on the ground, 25%, barely managed to get up though. Vib has a chance here, no V available. He has to try and kite out, but this damage is going to be so hard. 10 seconds left, he has to try and buy some time. Tentacutter on the backside trying to get away in that concealment. Sanuka comes out, drops a clone, gets some chunk here again. Smokescreen comes out, has a flash dash available, and actually ends up getting floated. That late float from that frontal card C-swap. Sorry, I don't remember the exact name of the ability, but it's a bit of a lingering float that Vib did end up ceasing 2 with there. And 2 and Vib both getting caught off guard of that. Already block jump comes out, 2 playing aggressive, gets the stomp off for the secondary, and the fatal blow is going to be enough to finish it. 2 takes off the round, and that's going to be 2-0. You'll be moving on to your grand finals to fight Rizi.
Yeah, 2 moving on. I mean, just watching his movement is something to just, it's amazing. 2 moving around the arena, controlling the entire space. I feel like Vib didn't really have much room to work with. I mean, every time you saw him drop the super armor and move into a forward guard, it was punished. So really well played by 2.
Actually, let's pull up that replay and see how Virulent managed to snag that win over Vib Uwu here, and how he was able to showcase that the Awakening Kuno can put up a really good fight.
As you can see here, 2 coming out of that V, losing his aggressive pressure here. Clone comes out, Tendon Cutter from Vib, but Vib again on that Awakening Kuno, a weaker Tendon Cutter, and immediately block jump concealment, smoke screen concealment forward, gets the block jump in range, grab off, and the combo is going to be coming in to finish it. A great gap close, and 2 a little caught off guard. That concealment movement does put you in stealth for a second, so it's a little tricky to deal with.
And really well played there by both Kunos. And so Rizi will be facing 2 Virulent in the grand finals, and for the 3rd place match, Devitalized and Vib Uwu are going to duke it out for the 3rd place prizes. And for this matchup, Devitalized was putting up a really good fight earlier against Rizi, and the way he was playing, I thought that at some points he might have been able to actually take the 2-1 over Rizi, but Vib Uwu, he seems to have his work cut out for him here then. So any predictions on this upcoming 3rd place match?
I mean, Vib overall, it seemed like he was kind of outclassed by the Succession Kuno, so I would expect Devitalized to take this matchup.
Awesome. So the 3rd place match is about to start. The players are ready to jump out of that arena. It's going to be Devitalized versus Vib Uwu. Let's jump into the arena of Arsha and see what the players have to say.
Alrighty, Devitalized versus Vib Uwu. Vib was actually one of the favorites to go on to the grand finals regardless of playing the Awakening, so unfortunately a little disappointed to be in here in the 3rd place, and I believe he feels it himself, and already off the start of the gates gets CC'd and forced to be Vib, someone who's supposed to be a favorite, as I said, unfortunately not showing up too hard in this 3rd place match so far. And now 30 seconds in, he's doing the best he can. Tendon Cutter comes out, smoke stream, block him, smoke, try to go for the grab opportunity on the end there. Very, aggressive, but no punish coming out from Devitalized. And Devitalized, a very famous for being a more of a defensive-oriented Kuno. Not going to work too well into Awakening Kuno, which is already a defensive style class from the beginning. Smokescreen, Flash Slash on the back here. No stiff and come out. Delighted Blast opting not to pop it. Vib waiting. Pushing forward. Needs to be careful. Tendon Cutter comes out. Doesn't manage to get behind that C-swap. And now Vib turning the Tendon Cutter back, pushing forward. Tries to go for the slow. Unfortunately, a little too far away. And that's what I'm talking about. The Delighted Blast on the end of that Flash Rush finally coming into play. Didn't manage to show in the last set. And now Devitalize coming out behind the pillar here. Is going to manage to get the CC. No. Opposite pop the Delighted, which is a long animation. Doesn't get the CC on Devitalize there. Dropping a little low. 50% HP. Block jump comes out on the opposite side. Pushing forward. C-swap. Pops that Delighted. And Devitalize has to be careful not to run into it. Stomp comes out, pushing forward, block jump, trading it back. Vib needs to be careful of that Tendon Cutter, moving around, making sure he's linking those essays when possible. Delighted on the backside. Stomp ends up catching from far away and pushing Devitalize out of the zone on top of that. And a far range reach catch off that Stomp ends up winning him the round.
Yeah, I mean, the Stomp, I don't know if Devitalize realized that he was moving into the zone, but that Stomp caught him right on the edge there. And I mean, it's just unfortunate. It's going to be so much extra damage that you're going to take.
Yeah, you are going to be taking 500 extra HP damage per tick of that, and really good positioning by Vib to actually push his opponent outside towards the end of the arena, and time for the Tamer as well. And with this, he has a 1-0 lead over his opponent. And is there anything his opponent needs to do in order to kind of adjust and find his way back into this match?
I mean, overall, I thought it was a pretty good match. There was a lot of back and forth. I feel like the Awakening Kuno from Vib was definitely able to keep up with Devitalize. It looked like Devitalize, you know, he came out strong, forced the V out of Vib in, I think it was like the first 15 seconds. And so we're going to need to see, you know, that consistent gameplay out of Vib on the Awakening, and those Delighted Blasts, like Armin was saying at the end of Flash Slash, is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and for Vib, showing up on that Awakening and proving to Devitalize that actually Devitalize's fights earlier against Reezy were really close, and I was expecting Devitalize to kind of maybe not run away with it, but kind of have the upper hand in most of these duels. But Vib can show he's turning things the other way. And for these Kuno matchups, like how are you able, what openings are you trying to exploit against the other Kuno?
As I was saying earlier, unfortunately, Devitalize playstyle a little more of a defensive, passive kind of idea. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, Vib, someone that you want to play aggressive into, unfortunately not ending up working out for Devitalize. So hoping coming into this, he plays a little more aggressive.
Awesome. So Devitalize versus Vib, both players are ready to jump into the next round of their fight. This is the third place fight for NA Kunos. Let's head back into the arena and check out the players.
And here we go. Second match starting up here. We saw in the last set, Vib getting ran down by 2-2. Someone very famous for playing aggressive actually ended up working very well into Vib here, and Vib actually having a little more of a playground here. All that space in the middle to run what he wants. Tendon Cutter comes out from Devitalize, has to be careful. Pops a hard snatching to kite away a little bit. Is going to eat that Flash Slash on the back end though. Vib ends up getting stiffened by the end of that. And now Devitalize is going to pop his debuff. He's going to want to go for early damage. Immediately down for the stomp, but Vib pops the block jump grab and actually catches Devitalize out of the stomp there. And now immediately coming up close next to it, but it's going to be a little too slow. Lingering that SA. No connection off that Tendon Cutter. And now Vib taking the midfield here, has a delay available. If Devitalize goes a little too aggressive, is going to look to pop it here, playing back on top of it. That is the Kuno playstyle. Play on top of the Divided, play for that KD, the vacuum, super strong. And now the midfield here, Flash Slash comes in, gets caught out of it. That that Delighted Blast playing up its strength, and Vib recognizing his opponent takes the round 2-0, and great stuff from him. I think a well-deserved third place right there.
Yeah, I agree. Really, really well played by Vib with the Awakening. So fun to watch, and, you know, great performance overall.
And let's check out the replay for that final fight and see how Vib managed to take that win with his Awakening over Devitalize.
As you can see here, takes the midfield, this is post V from both players, and uses his Delighted here, and until this time, he wants to play back, and this is the problem. Devitalize opting not to play aggressive when he's on that Delighted cooldown, goes in a little too late, and at this point, Delighted's come already off of cooldown. Devitalize pops that Flash Slash, gets caught by the vacuum, and that KD is going to be a little too much for him to deal with, so he ends up losing the round. Great stuff from Vib, though, playing on the back end and recognizing his CDs.
And thanks to his really stellar play, Vib is going to be taking home those third place prizes. But let's pull up the NA Kuno brackets one last time to see who is going to move on to the grand finals. On the left side, we have the fan favorite, Reezy and his opponent, two Virulent, two ninjas, Kunos rather, who were playing exceptionally well today and were really on point. We're going to have very exciting grand finals over that crown of Untitled. And that being said, that does wrap up the Kunoichi matches for NA for today. And moving on, we have her Echo Fighter counterpart, the Ninja, and that is your main class, Armin, so this is going to be rather exciting for you. We have, for the first matchup, Arian versus Enza, and then for the second matchup, we're going to have DQ Ninja Witch Katana is his character name against CC My Life. Fantastic name for a ninja, actually. And I want to talk a little bit about what are like the main differences about Ninja and Kuno.
Well, coming into this, Kunoichi, a class very famous for playing super aggressive and in your face, but kind of in a burst sequence. That is what Succession Kuno is. In Mount Awakening Kuno, kind of playing that midfield defensive kind of style. Succession Ninja and Awakening Ninja, they kind of come in the middle, and they have that flexibility of playing both defensive and very aggressive when they want to play. So you're going to see a lot of different playstyles coming out from a lot of these ninjas, but a lot of the time it's just going to kind of be this control thing where they're hitting all these points. And I talked about it earlier in the EU matches. These are going to be some very volatile matches. A lot of the time you might see some rounds going only for about 20 seconds until a V is popped. The majority of them probably you're going to be seeing that, so we'll have to see what runs and what happens.
Yeah, and I'm really excited for this first matchup. We have Enza coming into the semifinals, and Enza actually upsetting Grass Beetle in the last match, and I believe a lot of people thought Grass Beetle would make it to the finals against CC. That was the original prediction. But just a beautiful upset out of Enza, and I'm looking to see what he can do here today in the semifinals.
And as for the DQ versus CC My Life matchup, I'm not familiar with either of these players, but do you two know or have a prediction for this upcoming matchup?
The Key's actually kind of an unknown ninja. A lot of people are saying he's kind of, you know, a little coming up kind of thing. A lot of people were saying that he's going to be someone to look out for some coming into this. So we'll have to see how he can show out. And he's running a little bit of a unique bond. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Awakening Ninja, but he's running the Drastic Measure bond, something you don't see a lot of people run. Most people running Katana Shower or Serpents, which you're probably familiar with. And meanwhile, on the other side, CC My Life, someone you could probably go a little more in depth into. A BR Ninja, super geared, is going to have a lot of experience coming into this, especially with Node War. So
yeah, I mean, CC is coming in with the Succession Ninja, like you said. He is one of the few players in North America that has his hands on a Penturo belt, so the damage is definitely going to be there.
Penduro's belt is something that I am dreaming of, but might not ever get. But the first match is about to start for the NA Ninja matches. Arian versus Enza. Let's jump into that arena and check out the players.
And alrighty, first match getting underway here. Arian versus Enza already down in the mid. This is going to be Awakening versus Succession. Goes for the block ship, or say beheading. Gets the CC off it. Hard hit on the down ground. Box Claw, Moonlight dropping the damage. Illusion finally forces the V out of Enza's there. Area getting an early catch here. Again, Enza, someone you were talking about earlier. Someone who upset Grass Beetle. One of the favorites for this tournament. Pops the E-buff. That Awakening Ninja E-buff is going to pop him up to 100% HP. That 50% HP recovery is going to be in here. Crucial. Goes for the Murderous Intent. Gets the CC out of the stomp. It looks like Arian going a little too aggressive, and the Awakening grab, that's going to be a KD on the back end, but no! Gets up too fast! Arian is going to get the secondary combo here, Moonlight Illusion, and he's going to have no V to play with. That volatile matchup so fast, Arian ends up taking the first win.
Yeah, I mean, was that a drop combo out of Enza, or was that just a resist?
Unfortunate resist. He went into the Awakening grab and immediately tried to follow up with a KD Serpent, but unfortunately eating both of those potentially adamantines, as we talked about earlier, coming out from Arian, potentially saving his life there.
Yeah, Arian, and then, of course, reacting off that with the beautiful wake-up grab into the long Succession combo, and it was just so clean out of Arian. He actually put so much pressure, you know, forcing Enza to use the E-buff a little bit defensively just to get the HP back early in the fight.
And how much HP does that Ninja Awakening E-buff restore? Because he went from what I saw like maybe like 30-ish% all the way back up to like 99.
It heals 50%, so most likely he got the 50% HP recovery plus a pot and a brace, which is Ninja's built-in heal ability, all at the same time, so it pushed him all the way to 100.
And for Enza, you mentioned that he did try to use that flow for Serpent, which is a knockdown and not the normal float here. And do you think probably the correct play was not to really gamble with against the Adamantines and fish for that flow Serpent, or just move on to the float Serpent?
Yeah, in this meta, I feel like especially you need to go for those floats. You never know when your opponent is running the Adamantines, so I feel like that would have been the smarter choice, and unfortunately he got punished for making the wrong one.
Yep, these are the decisions players will have to make in the thick of the moment. Arian and Enza are going to be returning to the arena. Let's jump back into the Observer and see which player is going to take this next crucial round.
And already second match starting up here again. We'll have to see if that volatility continues and actually is going to be popping the succession ebuff early in the round here. Blaze spin, Smokescreen comes out on the opposite side. Block jump, trying to go for the grab, hits it. Magnet hands from Ninja, something you're not going to see often. Serpent tries to go for the secondary damage, and Arian's so tanky. Actually, he's not going to be doing too much. Enza off the back of that Serpent does no chunk. Katana shot in the middle. Is going to be caught running that Katana bomb. Hits a Smokescreen on the backside. Finally forces the V out of Arian there. Arian, surprisingly, after taking such little damage on the first one, expecting to hold the V and ends up pushing forward, tries to pop the B head. Is going to be in Crescent Slash here, so no CC popped on the Arian there. Needs to be careful of the mouse. Gets a CC behind the frontal guard on the ground. No secondary though, a little too slow. Beheading comes out, a little overzealous, too close to for comfort, and now hard aiming comes out, trying to go for the secondary. Once again, that KD gets resisted. A little unfortunate on Enza's side. Now pushing forward, Murder's Intent. Needs to be careful of the Stiffen coming out of that. Now pushing forward. Katana Shower didn't get the float off, unfortunately, but gets a block jump grab. Stiffen comes in. Serpent is going to have some help with the zone here, trying to go for the secondary again, but that is going to be the secondary already out. That block jump grab into the Serpent is not going to be too much, and now Arian on the ground here, trying to go for the hard damage chunk. Enza still has his V available, but immediately wakes up, pops to the smoke screen. Arian not paying attention, and this is a bit of a fiesta. Back to back to back, CC's come out. Ghost Claw trying to come in. Arian needs to buy some time for himself and get some HP back, and now in the middle, Soft comes out. Katana Shower in the mid, gets to be heading CC, Fox Claw, Moonlight, and finally a V. Jesus, give me some time to breathe, man. Comes out, is going to be out on the zone, over on the side, and the Malice gets a double CC, and Arian off the back of pushing the early aggressive V, ends up not C-swapping in time, is going to end up taking the win 2-0, and he'll be moving on to your grand finals.
Arian playing that really, really well, but I feel like Enza just time and time again, he kept going for that same knockdown off of Serpent, and it was getting resisted. I really would have liked to see him switch up that combo.
Yeah, and honestly, in that midfield, they were tossing so many CCs at each other that I'm surprised no one died earlier.
Well, let's check out, once again, those flurry of CCs that they were throwing at each other with the replay. Enza making a huge mistake at the end there, and Arian catching and punishing him.
And right here, you can see Shuriken Flight comes out, try to go for the fatal blow. No damage connection. Arian almost ate the Katana Share there. Actually, Rez not 100% sure. Got the beheading CC. Immediately went for the secondary Fox Claw. A fatal mistake on the combo, but still forces the V there. And now, looks like he heard the V here. Pushing forward. Malice comes out, gets the secondary. Actually, almost got a falling animation. So a little risky there to go for that evasive Malice forward. Something that a lot of people don't know. That falling animation can actually end up screwing you over at times. So lucky from him, and ends up taking the win 2-0 off that.
And with this, Arian will be moving on to the grand finals. Enza is going to have to settle for that third place match, and his upcoming opponent potentially is either going to be DQ, Ninja Witch Katana is his character name, and CC My Life. So for this matchup, what do you guys think? Which player is going to come out on top?
I mean, personally, I think both me and you were going to be going for CC. I think if this was more of an evenly geared setup, I would give it to potentially a wildcard. I know you're probably not too familiar with the keys, but he did show up probably pretty well earlier in the tournament. But with that gear coming into play, I'm not even sure if CC My Life can get one combo.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky. You know, CC does have quite a bit of evasion. You know, a very strong succession ninja. Again, he has the Turo spell, so we know he's going to be able to cut through the evasion of his opponent, rather. So I expect to see CC come out on top.
All right, let's hope DQ is not using it often against this tanky evasion opponent. The match is about to start. The players are ready to fight. It's going to be Ninja Witch Katana against CC My Life. Let's jump into that arena of Arsha.
Yeah, and I really hope no Ninja is running off, and if you are, please do buy a Zarka in the next round. Already starting up here, there's going to be Succession versus Awakening, and again, another mirror matchup. So what will be in your grand finals? Already gets a beheading catch. CC beheading into the smoke screen, gets his CC off onto the keys, is listening for the V. The keys try to run away, and in 3 abilities, CC My Life, such a volatile setup, instantly deletes the keys, and that's going to be 1-0.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's a little bit inexperienced with the new V changes out of the keys. Might have been looking to extend it, but he comes out of V almost in the middle of the arena, and you're going to get punished for that every time.
Yeah, it looks like what ended up happening is I think he tried to go to the pillar over on the side, saw CC was following him, and then he got a little nervous. He said, oh, I'm going to try and go back, but at that point it was too late, ran the V duration too long, and ended up getting caught in the middle then.
Yeah, I too have been a victim of those like indecisiveness moments because I have also tried to like run one way with my V, but opponent's there, and I'm used to using that duration extender and trying to move on to the other side of the arena. But unfortunately, those things can no longer be used. And Ninja Witch Katana, what kind of things is he going to have to do in order to maybe find an edge here against his opponent, CC My Life?
Honestly, just try and live a little longer. Potentially, Awakening, you do have the advantage of having that passive kind of frontal guard playstyle. So if he plays a little more back, I think he'll have a better chance.
Yeah, I agree. We saw CC come out extremely aggressive against Dekeys there. Dekeys, with the Awakening, just like you said, he has the option to play a little bit more passive, set up the neutral game a little bit. And honestly, I expect more of the same out of CC. Just hard aggression with that succession coming in hot and heavy.
And as far as Ninja goes, he is one of the classes that people tend to run evasion setups on, because I do know that he has some kind of evasion buffs. But could you elaborate a bit more as a Ninja player on what kind of setups Ninjas are using for those players who might be interested in doing like an evasion build?
So while you might unfortunately lose a lot of damage running evasion because you do have to run Kudum, something you're probably pretty familiar with, you do get the massive advantage of being super tanky, and especially in duels against Awakening Ninja, a class that needs a ton of accuracy. A lot of players are running Turos with Ominous Rings on top of it. Dekeys is not going to have an easy time comboing CC My Life out, so I'm wondering how he's going to deal with it coming into here.
Yeah, it's either going to need to be multiple catches in a row. Maybe he has accuracy accessories somewhere in his bag that he could find and throw on real quick before this next fight, because CC is a tanky boy.
And as far as like his best case scenario regarding combos, like if he had maybe he absorbs like his 100% BSR because the fight drags out a long time, and then he has his like E buff up. Is there like a best case scenario combo for him to take down CC in one shot, or is it a little bit too difficult?
Pop your E buff, probably take CC down to 20% HP off your E buff combo. Try to go for a KD extension. He's probably running adamantines. I mean, in realistic terms, we can't really tell until we see him try to go for it. And a lot of the time, you're already burning your CDs trying to go for early chip or movement and lingering protection. So he's definitely going to have a tough time.
And then for CC My Life then, speaking of his evasion build, we know that sometimes evasion builds only really work for classes that have really consistent evasion buffs or really powerful evasion buffs. And what skills are those for the Ninja that give him like these huge evasion modifiers?
I think the biggest one is going to be Smokescreen. I believe it got nerfed down to
8%. It's 8 or 9%.
8 or 9%. So I mean, that is a great steroid. You're not always going to have it up, but you can have it, pretty close to almost up if you use the Rebomb as well as the base Smokescreen. Yeah,
and on top of that, Ninja does have a built-in, I believe, extra 5% evasion on top of their normal ones with the Succession spec. But Dekeys, CC is on Succession, sorry. So he is going to have that extra passive evasion. I think kind of like Hash, I believe you guys have a built-in one as well. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, so Hash has a bonus evasion just from the passive, and then also every time you dash, you get another 6%.
Yeah.
So it's always a buff that you're going to have up. It's really nice complement on top of the evasion gear. And I feel like Hash and Ninja both benefit from that greatly.
Yeah, and especially with Smokescreen cooldown being, it's a long period, but you're using it actively so often off of cooldown that you're pretty much always going to have that long evasion buff. So I'm interested to see, you're talking about the Pentero, but I'm wondering if, for this tournament, he has enough AP that he could run an evasion offhand or even a Sissels and still have a ton of AP. So I'm wondering if he's running for that kind of gear build.
Yeah, that's true. Against a lot of these opponents, CC, he is so strong that he can afford to drop some AP here or there. Like you said, pick up either a Sissel or maybe he even drops that Pentero for a Centaur or the offhand. Ninja has so many options to get a little bit tankier. And against some of these opponents, that could be such a great advantage.
Yeah, CC My Life is that tanky suck Ninja boy. But let's see if Ninja Witch Katana can maybe pull out 2 CC combos or something and upset CC My Life here in the next round.
And alrighty here, next round already starting up. We'll have to see if the keys can run it a little longer here. I'll have to go for the early stealth. CC might like mirroring him, and as we have seen, that early stealth may be in play, but the second that stealth is over, both players are going to be in a super volatile setup, and now they're actually right next to each other. The keys goes with the katana shower a little too far away, trading block ships on both sides, opting the smoke screen. CC my life hiding away now, pops it, EOF. CC's going to have a lot of damage here, but gets floated away. Katana shower came in, Serpent for the secondary, drops that ghost claw. That ghost claw, for a lot of people who don't know, has a high accuracy rate, so helps him with the damage onto CC there, going for the early aggressive murderous intent a little too far away. It looks like he's running the katana shower float this time instead of that drastic measure which we were talking about earlier. An interesting choice which we haven't seen out of a lot of ninjas, and now Stealth here, a little bit of interesting choice. Heading comes out from Dekeys, needs to be careful, pushing forward. Stomp comes out a little far away, pops a C-swap, but gets caught behind from the stomp from CC My Life. He popped that evasive malice and got behind the C-swap just in time there with that stomp. It's a great movement from CC. Obviously, Succession Ninja super high in burst movement, and now CC holding that midfield, wants to go for that early aggression pressure if he can, be heading into that smoke screen, but completely, oh no, the D-Seek, it looks like it's messing him up a little bit. Thought Dekeys was over on the other side, and unfortunately you're gonna completely whip that. Blade spin comes out, has an ankle cutter in the mid, is gonna get that DPD buff right there, try to pop the smoke screen, almost got the CC onto Dekeys' beheading, but a little too far away, no hard connection. Beheading finally comes out, gets that CC, Fox Claw, Malice gets the cancel off and the stomp. CC is gonna be winning that second round and moving on to your semi-final or grand finals.
Yeah, we saw Dekeys actually come out, and the damage was a little higher than I was expecting. You know, taking him down to 50% with kind of a scuff combo, you know, mostly just loaded behind Serpent. And then unfortunately, it looked like Dekeys went for the smoke screen, accidentally activated concealment, and got caught by the stomp there to force his V early on.
And that was, keep in mind, that was without E-buff, so he actually could have full killed with an E-buff.
All right, very interesting. But let's pull up that replay one more time because I actually lost a bit of track of how he managed to get pushed back by CC My Life when he had such a great opening.
And as you can see here, Malice came up with the keys, but he's not going to have the full connection. Ninja Step, he's going to Blade Spin back on the backside, ankle cutter, trading back that Blade Spin. Dekeys trying to go for some kind of damage, and right here, a close CC potential from CC. Tried to smoke screen Dekeys' beheading, but no connection. And now, on the backside, the beheading gets a connection there. Dekeys got on the wrong side of the C-swap, and the combo is going to finish him off. A clean catch from CC, and I have to say, as much as you want to talk about CC's gear, he actually did play phenomenally in that match. Dekeys did not have a lot of catch opportunities, honestly, onto him.
Yeah, I feel like going up against Arian in the finals, you know, the gear does seem similar, which I'm excited about, because both those ninjas played technically very well. So I'm very excited to see the ninja finals.
Speaking of the finals, let's pull up that bracket one last time to see who's going to be facing off against who. On the left side of the bracket, we have Arian, and on the right side of the bracket, we have CC My Life. These are going to be two very experienced ninjas, and this is going to be a very exciting fight to watch next week. So which player will come out on top and win that title of Unrivaled, we'll find out next week. And so for this third place match, Enza versus Dekeys, Dekeys actually showing that his play is actually pretty sharp there. Just didn't have enough strength to really overcome the difference there in gear. But Enza, what does he have to do in order to take wins off Dekeys, and what does Dekeys have to do in order to take wins off Enza?
Well, I'm personally surprised Enza did knock out Graspio, as we were talking about earlier, someone who was one of the favorites to win the tournament. So, you know, coming into this, I do have expectations to Enza to kind of try and perform a little better here. It is going to be an awakening mirror, something we haven't seen so far, so I'm interested to see what happens.
All right, Awakening versus Awakening Mirror. Super exciting. So Enza versus Dekeys, this is going to be the last fight for today. NA Ninja's third place match. Let's jump into that arena and check things out.
And already starting off here, pushing forward. Murderous Intent comes out, goes for it, CC, no connection. Katana Shower on the backside, goes for the grab, doesn't manage to get the connection there, and actually gets a stiffen off the block jump. Serpent pushing forward, drastic measure, a little bit of a weird combo, hard aiming, stomp on the back end, and Enza drops at 2% HP, no hard connection, and finally forced to V. Enza, a little bit of a late V there, and as a result is going to be coming out right next to Dekeys, and Dekeys gets that early win. Not only was the CC in sub 15, but the final kill was in sub 30. Again, that volatile setup, so deadly.
Such an explosive fight in that early catch. What do you think about that combo, Armin, coming out of Dekeys. Or
Well,
Enza?
yeah, he managed to hit that final stomp. A lot of people, if you don't have stomp for your actual initial CC, or we'll say your secondary in a combo, it's actually still super smart to drop it as damage, since stomp is such a hard chunking ability. And he even got the back attack off of that, and I'm honestly surprised that Arian didn't end up being earlier. It was a little bit of a mistake there.
You actually spoke about burst movement in the previous match, and I want to talk a little bit about Ninja's options for burst movement. And before, you did mention to me that Ghost Step is a fake iframe and kind of like a suspicious move to use. So do you want to elaborate on that for maybe the new Ninja players out there?
Well, unfortunately, both for Kuno and Ninja, Ghost Step, the iframe on it doesn't linger whatsoever. Neither does the super armor, which technically connects on it. So even though it has an iframe, you know, it's such a small duration. It's almost like 0.1 seconds on, you know, higher pings, especially something around 80 to 100. You're gonna have a problem actually iframing anything recently.
All right. Well, Enza and Dekeys, these players are fighting for that third place prize. Dekeys with a 1-0 lead against Enza. Is Enza going to turn things around here, or is Dekeys going to walk away with those third place prizes? Let's jump into the arena and find out.
And alrighty, second round starting up here again. That Awakening Mirror. Katana Shower, such a deadly threat here. Katana Shower, first one comes out, pops a drastic measure on the back, and no hard CC connection. Beheading does manage to get the CC. Beheading on the backside, actually a little bit of a red, trying to go for the block ship connection, but gets a stomp on the secondary follow-up off the Ghost Greeting. Great play from Enza so far, gets that first CC, and Dekeys, actually after showing up in the first round, a little on the back end this time. Now holding drastic measure, comes out, gets the CC off the drastic. That's the drastic bond we were talking about. It looks like he's holding it for the Awakening matchup, but not popping it for the Succession. And early on, gets the Miles out of the first CC. A little bit of a weird combo, but still pulls it off. The illusion for the finishing. And Dekeys is going to be winning that final round 2-0 off of a silent catch, if I must say, using that drastic measure.
Dekeys pulling out that hidden tech for Ninja and able to force the V early on. Unfortunately, Enza does come out of V in the middle of the arena and is punished for it.
Yeah, Enza looked like he actually had a little bit of an upper hand in the opening of that fight. But let's pull the replay up and see what exactly transpired that allowed Dekeys to come back and take the win over Enza. All right, so actually seems like we don't have the replay quite ready yet. Oh, never mind, we do.
All right, there's the replay coming in. No worries. Already, Malice comes out. This is going to be off the end of that V, and there's the drastic measure. A super stylish, trying to go for the boss slaughter for the secondary, but at that point, the V had already came in, and it looks like right here, he was just trying to get to the midfield, potentially listening for it, and ends up trying to go a little too far away, but didn't go far enough. Serpent gets that final flow execution, is murderous into that illusion, and Dekeys is going to be winning the third place placement off of that, and I believe the prizes are going to be the 60-day Arsha skin, the 50 pearls in the goodie bag. So good luck to him, and I hope he enjoys it. And I think that's the final match for today.
Yeah, that does conclude not only the Ninja finals, semifinals, but all the NA fights for the first 10 classes of BlackDesert. Tomorrow we will be having EU and NA once again, but we will be showing the next 11 classes that didn't get to fight today, and those classes will be Wizard, Witch, Dark Knight, Striker, Mystic, Lawn, Archer, Shy, Assassin, Guardian, and Nova. Those are all going to be the last 11 classes. But Vert, Armin, what were some of like your favorite fights today, just to wrap things up?
I mean, the Ninja fights were pretty explosive, but I have to throw it back to the Maehwas. I love watching the Maehwas go at it. Really, really clean play out of the Awakened Maehwas today, and it was a pleasure to watch.
For me personally, it's going to be those Kuno setups. I mean, I lost my voice casting them, but at the same time, definitely, especially the Reezy one early on, such a back and forth. It was definitely fun to watch. But I think for the best play I saw, I think it was that earlier one that Musa, he got the blooming catch on the backside. I believe that was quad. Yeah, while the Kuno one may have been my favorite match overall, I think that was my favorite clutch in the whole tournament.
Yeah, very impressive moment there from Quad. Definitely a highlight for him. And that does wrap up the stream and broadcast for today. Thank you everyone for watching. This will conclude today's segment of the fights for EU and NA semifinals and third place matches. Be sure to tune in tomorrow to find out who's going to take it all the way to the grand finals for the upcoming remainder of the classes. Thank you all for watching.